Chapter 1: Sugar in Tofu Pudding? Let's not contact each other again. University cafeteria. A handsome young man rushed in carrying a bowl of tofu pudding. Jinshua, I bought your favorite tofu pudding, and I even added 3 spoonfuls of sugar. Those around them were used to it. Universities are places that breed sycophants. Not to mention that the boy was swooning over the school beauty, Su Jinshue. Su Jinshue, her long hair flowing, sat alone in the corner, looking at the boy with some emotion. Thank you, Bai Lang. He, it's all I should do. Bai Lang beamed, looking like a lapdog being petted by his mistress, drawing both disdain and envy from the surrounding boys. After all, he was able to talk to Su Jinshue. Even among simps, he's considered a big shot. However, Bai Lang suddenly paused halfway through his laughter. Wait a minute, do you like to put sugar in your tofu pudding? Su Jinshue nodded. Yes, what's wrong? I'm sorry, I can't stand girls who put sugar in their tofu pudding. Let's not contact each other again. Goodbye. Bai Lang performed a Sichuan opera face-changing act and left without warning. The sudden turn of events left everyone present stunned. This simp is quite something, isn't he? He'd even throw away a goddess for a sweet tofu pudding? Su Jinshue was equally dumbfounded. For the past 3 months, Bai Lang had been showering her with attention and care. At first, Su Jinshue was somewhat disgusted, but seeing Bai Lang's handsome appearance and his thoughtfulness towards her, she gradually accepted his care and attention. Until this bowl of tofu pudding. Su Jinshue was ready to accept Bai Lang, but Bai Lang actually gave up because of the sugar in the tofu pudding? Is he joking? Su Jinshue muttered to herself. You persisted for 3 months, how could you suddenly give up? And it was all because of something so trivial. However, Bai Lang really gave up. But the reason wasn't because he ate tofu pudding with sugar, but because he completed the system's task. 3 months ago, Bai Lang acquired a system called the Simp System, which allows him to target girls who meet his looks criteria. As long as he pleases the target girl, he can receive system rewards. The criteria for rewards are based on the level of favorability shown. For the past 3 months, Bai Lang has been single-mindedly trying to win over Su Jinshue, all for the sake of the system rewards. Actually, he didn't have many thoughts about Su Jinshue. It would be a lie to say that a man has no interest in beautiful women, but it's important to know your own limitations. Bai Lang understood that such exceptional women were not something ordinary people could have. His idea was simple: forget about personal matters, the biggest priority was to win a huge reward. The rewards for the simp system are very direct. As long as you meet the appearance requirements, you can become a target of the system. Bai Lang goes to curry favor with the target to increase their favorability. Once a certain level is reached, he will receive a reward. Favorability is typically between 0 and 100. If you can reach level 60, you will receive a reward, which will be distributed randomly. When Su Jinshue's favorability reaches 60, the system awarded a bonus of 270,000. After deducting the 30,000 spent by Bai Lang on currying favor with Su Jinshue over the past 3 months' breakfasts, small gifts, etc., the net profit was 240,000. That's equivalent to a monthly income of 80,000. The reason Bai Lang mentioned breaking up earlier was because Su Jinshue's favorability rating had reached 80, unlocking the final lottery draw. This is the ultimate reward for achieving a single goal. Bai Lang cut off all contact directly, since his goal was money and there was no need for him to maintain any ties with Su Jinshue. Why not just find the next target and keep accumulating gold coins? Speaking of which, how do we use this lottery? Bai Lang strolled along, muttering to himself. As soon as I finished speaking, a system dialog box appeared in front of me. Use a lottery chance? Bai Lang's mind raced. Drawl. Using a chance to win a prize. The prize is a 2024 Rolls-Royce Cullinan 5-seater, with all necessary license plates and insurance already in place, currently parked in the parking space at the school's main entrance. Cullinan. Bai Lang subconsciously widened his eyes. This reward completely exceeded his expectations. After all, the maximum bonus for reaching a certain level of favorability was only 80,000, which wasn't very satisfying. Unexpectedly, the lottery with 80 points of favorability led to the Cullinan. Bai Lang had seen a video about this car a couple of days ago, saying that it would cost at least 7 million to get it. Compared to the previous total reward of 270,000, it's like night and day. So, reaching 80 favorability is the key point, and the previous rewards were just a bonus? Bai Lang beamed with joy. I had been a sycophant for 3 months and only earned 240,000 yuan, which made me feel a little unsatisfied. A Cullinan completely shocked him. What's wrong with being a simp? Woof woof woof. With a car, Bai Lang was too lazy to wander around the campus and quickly headed towards the school gate. If I continue to be a sycophant, Cullinan will be a status symbol, and my favorability towards him will probably be maxed out as soon as I unlock him. They're practically walking postcards. Just outside the school gate. Bai Lang frowned. What bad luck, running into these real simps. A group of people walked towards us. The leader was a boy wearing overalls, with slicked back hair and a typical warm man smile from a TV drama. His first impression was that he was greasy. The boy's name is Wang Yao, and he is a sophomore. The two had little contact before, but Bai Lang only realized that Wang Yao was also a simp and had a one-sided crush on Su Jinxue after he started trying to win her over. Bai Lang's blatant sycophantic behavior. This displeased Wang Yao. You're so enthusiastic, doesn't that make me look useless? However, Bai Lang ignored him. After all, he was a sycophant for money, unlike a true sycophant like Wang Yao. Bai Lang initially intended to pretend he hadn't seen it. But Wang Yao took the initiative to speak up. Hey, isn't this our school's veteran Casanova, Lao Bai? Heading out, running errands for Su Jinxue again? The people around Wang Yao chimed in, it must be. Bai Lang has been obsessed with licking Su Jinxue lately. I heard he even brings her milk tea during evening self-study. To go to such lengths to lick her boots, that's really impressive. TCH, no dignity whatsoever. How could you possibly win over Su Jinxue by licking her boots? These people clearly looked down on Bai Lang. But Bai Lang knew that these people were actually jealous of him for having the audacity to fawn over Su Jinxue in public. I want to do it, but I don't dare to. He only managed to seize the slightest opportunity to mock Bai Lang. You're right, you can't win Jinxue over by licking her boots, so I've decided to give up. Bai Lang replied casually. Naturally, no one believed it. Given Bai Lang's performance over the past 3 months, how could he possibly give up so easily? What are you pretending for? Just be a dog if you want. The company owned by Su Xiaohua's father is no ordinary company. If you can make him happy, at least you won't be unemployed after graduation. Wang Yao couldn't help but speak sarcastically. Every time Wang Yao heard Bai Lang call Su Jinxue Jinxue, he would get angry. He also wanted to be that close to Su Jinxue. Su Jinxue was named the school beauty not only because of her outstanding looks, but also because of her family background. She's not only beautiful, but also academically gifted, and comes from a well-off family. Which guy wouldn't be confused by this situation? Bai Lang curled his lip. Does it have to be so sour? If you're envious, go ahead and lick his boots. I'm not going. Hey, Wang Yao said with a displeased look, you're acting all high and mighty after just a few polite words. You're acting like a sycophant and you're even proud of it. Don't you just want to become the Su family's live-in son-in-law? Who is this person? Bai Lang was speechless. What is a simp mentality? This is exactly what Wang Yao is like. He imagines all sorts of things about other people. We can't waste any more time talking to these bootlickers, or we'll be assimilated sooner or later. There were only a few cars parked at the school gate at that moment, and a brand new Cullinan stood out, with several girls taking pictures around it. Luxury cars worth millions are quite rare to see near school gates. Bai Lang's eyes lit up, and without paying attention to what Wang Yao and the others were saying, he walked over with a big smile. Wang Yao was taken aback. What's with this simp? Another person guessed, he probably went to take photos and check in. He's just a simp, how could he have ever seen such an expensive car? Chapter 2 Your child is my child. Luxury cars in the Cullinan price range. It's a rare sight for most people, let alone at the school gate, where groups of students are coming and going. Those who can afford to buy a car are already a very small minority, let alone such an expensive car. Many people gathered around the Cullinan to discuss it. Most girls are self-respecting. If they take a photo with the car, they'll have it on their WeChat moments this month. The boys would stand a little further away and secretly take a few photos of the Cullinan, then show off to their roommates and online friends. Bai Lang was rather low-key and had no interest in showing off his luxury car to strangers he was just about to get in. Suddenly, a voice came from behind, "Old Bai, don't get so close. This car costs at least 7 million. Even a scratch on the paint will bankrupt you." Bai Lang turned around in response, and it was indeed Wang Yao. Wang Yao explained smugly, "I was just trying to be helpful. After all, everyone knows your family's financial situation. Don't let a car bankrupt you. It seemed like he was trying to persuade Bai Lang, but in reality he was implying that Bai Lang was poor. The college students around weren't stupid. They immediately recognized Wang Yao's words as being directed at Bai Lang, and they all stood aside, watching the spectacle unfold. Bai Lang retorted irritably, "What's it to you? You're so ungrateful. Don't blame me if something goes wrong." Wang Yao shook his head, feigning regret. Actually, he deliberately reminded him because he wanted to expose Bai Lang's poverty in public. Bai Lang keeps circling around Su Jinxue, and this kind of sycophant who doesn't know his place deserves to die. Those around Wang Yao joined in the discussion. "Bai Lang, this isn't fun at all. Brother Yao is just kindly reminding you." That's right. With a car as expensive as the Cullinan, even a slight scratch is something Bai Lang can't afford to pay for. A mere sycophant dares to be so arrogant? Hearing these fools start gossiping again. Bai Lang rolled his eyes, walked to the driver's seat in full view of everyone, took out the key, unlocked the car, and got in. The entire movement was fluid and graceful. Wang Yao and the others were still pretending to persuade him, but as they watched Bai Lang get on the bus, they suddenly became mute. What happened? How did Bai Lang get a car key? Could this car be? Wang Yao stared in disbelief. "Bai Lang, how did you get up there?" "It's my car, I can get in whenever I want." Bai Lang replied indifferently, closed the car door, and began inspecting the interior decorations. As expected of a luxury car starting at 7 million, you can feel the aura of money as soon as you sit in it. No wonder the protagonists who suddenly become rich in novels all have to buy luxury cars. The feeling came on even before it was started. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the passenger side window. Bai Lang turned his head and saw that it was the girl who had been taking a selfie in front of the car earlier, probably one of his senior classmates. The senior student rolled down the car window and said with a smile, "Handsome, I happen to have something to do, could you give me a ride?" "I'm sorry, I have something to do too." Bai Lang stepped on the gas and drove off in a dashing manner. Unfortunately, this senior's looks don't meet the requirements to trigger the system reward. Otherwise, Bai Lang would definitely have one. Wang Yao and his companions were completely dumbfounded as they watched Cullinan leave. Isn't this guy a simp? How come he drives such an expensive luxury car? Wang Yao couldn't believe it. He couldn't understand why Bai Lang, who had always been a sycophant, could afford a Cullinan. The others were equally shocked, with one guessing, could it be that Bai Lang succeeded in his advances? With school beauty Su's family being so wealthy, it wouldn't be surprising if they gave him a Cullinan. Damn it, if I'd known that sucking up to the school beauty Su would get me a Cullinan, I would have sucked up to her long ago. Sigh, actually I wanted to lick it too, but I felt ashamed. Shameful? Shameful enough to drive a Cullinan? I'd rather be shameful every day. The attitudes of the group underwent a complete 180-degree turn. I thought Bai Lang's efforts as a sycophant were in vain, but he actually managed to get the Cullinan. It's a really complicated feeling. Wang Yao gritted his teeth and said, "Impossible. Su Jinxue would never fall for a simp like that. Luxury cars built with money are just awesome to drive." Bai Lang looked very comfortable. Driving on the street felt much better than walking, and he also received envious and jealous glances from those around him from time to time. The emotional value of that is negligible. With this reward, Bai Lang's enthusiasm soared. The feeling of earning hundreds of thousands in 3 months of hard work is completely different from earning millions. Now he can't wait to find a new target and lick it hard again. I remember there were several campus beauties at school, maybe I could start with one of them, and that overseas educated female professor, I heard she was also a campus beauty. Bai Lang muttered to himself. To earn gold coins, you first need to find a suitable candidate for verification. The system's judgment is very strict. For example, the senior student we just talked about only received a score of 79 from the system. That's already a pretty high score. If you put it among passers-by, it would definitely turn heads. Unfortunately, the system has very high requirements. Only women who score 90 points or higher can become the target. For example, when Su Jinxue was targeted, she was rated 93 points. Appearance is not fixed, it usually fluctuates. For example, if you are sick or stay up late, your appearance will naturally decline slightly. If something good happens, it may also rise in rank. However, the overall difference will not be too large. Su Jinxue's peak score was 97 points, which is considered to be among the top tier. Her looks are undeniable, but her personality is a bit rigid, giving off the impression of a proud and aloof ice queen. Actually, I'm socially anxious at heart. Bai Lang only realized this after spending some time with him, but that's all in the past now, and he needs to find a new target. I drove around the school. Bai Lang felt good about it and planned to find a roadside stall to eat at, to experience what it's like to drive a Cullinan and eat at a roadside stall. Creak. Just then, the car in front suddenly braked sharply. Sudden braking at a green light, your household registration book. Bai Lang was about to start cursing when he noticed that the car in front of him had its hazard lights on, probably because it had a malfunction. There's nothing we can do about it, so let's just watch our mouths. As soon as the car in front stopped, a mature woman, who looked to be no more than 30 years old, jumped out of the back door. Her brightly colored floral dress was particularly eye-catching. The young woman with her hair up in a bun, curvaceous and shapely, swayed violently just from taking a few steps after getting out of the car. Bai Lang was almost stunned until the young woman rushed to the window, at which point he remembered to open it. This talent is absolutely amazing. I just opened the car window. The young woman in the red dress said hurriedly, "My child is sick, could you please help me deliver this?" Ding! Found a suitable candidate with a score of 92. Bai Lang's eyes lit up, revealing an extremely determined look. The child is more important than anything else, get in the car. Thank you, thank you. The young woman in the red dress quickly thanked them, ran back to the car in front, and took out the child, a girl who was 2 or 3 years old. There was a male driver in the car in front who wanted to go with them, but after exchanging a few words with the young woman, he stayed in the car instead. The young woman, holding her child, sat in the passenger seat and thanked him again. "Young man, thank you so much." "Don't mention it, your child is my child," Bai Lang subconsciously replied. The young woman was taken aback, her pretty face flushing slightly, feeling that there was something ambiguous about what she had said. Chapter 3 earned another 350,000. Sister, what illness does our child have? I suddenly developed a fever and started vomiting. I think I ate something wrong. If I accidentally vomit in the car, I'll compensate you. It's all right, we're family, we won't hold it against each other. Bai Lang waved his hand with great composure. The young woman felt a little uncomfortable. After all, she hadn't spoken to a man like this in a long time since her husband had passed away. I have a feeling that Bai Lang's words were hinting at something. The young woman was blushing. The child in her arms gagged again. Ugh. Lin, hang in there a little longer, you'll be one soon. The young woman patted the girl. The girl's face scrunched up. Oh. Coming to her senses, the young woman remembered to introduce herself. "Oh right, my name is Wang Jing." "I don't know your name, little brother." White waves. "Little Bai, if it weren't for you, I really don't know what I would have done." Wang Jing expressed her feelings. Her child was sick, so she quickly asked her neighbor to take him to the hospital, but the neighbor's car broke down on the way. We almost wasted time. Luckily, Bai Lang appeared and agreed so quickly. He's such a good person. Bai Lang shook his head. Children are the most important thing. Any normal person would help in this situation, let alone Sister Jing, who is so beautiful. I bet many men are jealous of me. Ha! It can't be that bad. Wang Jing found it somewhat absurd. She's a married woman with children, what makes her so attractive? Bai Lang laughed and said, "As for it, I decided to help you the moment I saw you. You can even let the child take your surname." Loquacious. Wang Jing gave Bai Lang a reproachful look. This young man, despite his young age, has a lot of tricks up his sleeve. How come he started flirting with her the moment they met? Is he a womanizer? And he's quite wealthy. He looks like he's still in college, yet he can afford a Cullinan. He's probably not from an ordinary family. Young and rich, he must have ruined countless girls. Thinking of this, Wang Jing sighed. My sister is getting old, who would want her? Recently, friends have been introducing potential partners, but several of them stopped talking as soon as they heard I have a child. A blind date? Where's Lin's dad? He passed away in an accident last year. I'm sorry, Sister Jing, I didn't know about this. It's okay, it's all in the past. Now I'm focused on taking care of my child and don't have many other thoughts. Wang Jing said with a sigh. Bai Lang, however, had an idea. Women who meet the beauty standards are already rare, and Bai Lang was a little disappointed. After all, Wang Jing was already married and had children, so wouldn't it be a bit inappropriate for him to fawn over someone else's wife? The result is a widow template, and she'll be a gentle older sister figure. It's exciting just thinking about it. As the saying goes, there's no need to be limited to whether someone is married or unmarried. Divorced women also need care. Besides, it's not like we're getting married. Bai Lang is just after he's made a fortune. At worst, we'll just go our separate ways after we've finished. Isn't this the perfect target sent by God? The favorability rating is rising so fast. Bai Lang muttered to himself. Although he and Wang Jing haven't known each other for long, Wang Jing's favorability rating is already 53. From the moment Bai Lang agreed to help, Wang Jing's favorability rating soared, even approaching the 60 points rewarded by the system. We arrived at a nearby hospital. Without saying a word, Bai Lang got out of the car first to open the door for Wang Jing, and even took the initiative to carry the girl inside. Upon entering the emergency room, the doctor glanced at the patient briefly and said, "It's just a gastrointestinal reaction caused by a cold and fever. It's not a big problem. You'll just need N4 drip." Phew, it's good that you're alright. Wang Jing breathed a sigh of relief, finally able to relax. After her husband passed away, her most important thing was her child. If something happened to her child, she really didn't know what the point of living would be. Once Wang Jing recovered, she wanted to thank Bai Lang again. When he turned around, he found that Bai Langren had already left without even saying goodbye. Wang Jing was deeply moved. What a kind young man. He helped and left right away, truly embodying the spirit of doing good deeds without expecting anything in return. Such a good young man, it's not like we can't give it a try. Wang Jing blinked, feeling that Lin Lin, at such a young age, really needed a father to take care of her. Otherwise, getting sick would cause a lot of rushing around. But that younger brother might not even look at me, right? Wang Jing thought to herself, she's almost 30, how can she compare to a girl in the prime of her youth? Not to mention getting married and having children. No wonder Bai Lang left so suddenly. It seems that all those flirtatious words he said earlier were just jokes to ease the tension. After figuring things out, Wang Jing felt inexplicably disappointed and took Lin Lin to the infusion center to queue up. As a result, we arrived at the infusion center. Bai Lang was already in line and greeted Wang Jing, "Sister Jing, you don't need to write a form. I've already done it. Just let Lin Lin come over." Wang Jing was both surprised and delighted. "Why didn't you leave?" "No," Bai Lang said matter-of-factly. "I just heard the doctor was going to give me N4, so I came early to queue up. Otherwise, Lin Lin would have had to suffer for a while." "Thank you so much." Wang Jing felt a warmth in her heart. She even thought Bai Lang was a bit cold, turning around and leaving after seeing the person off. As a result, Bai Lang queued up in advance, afraid that Lin Lin would suffer. Such thoughtfulness is truly rare. "We've only just met." Moved, Wang Jing suddenly had a thought. Could it be that he really wants to drive a big truck? An absurd idea. This made Wang Jing's cheeks flush red, revealing the charm of a mature woman. Many patients at the infusion center were stunned. Some didn't even realize their 4 bottles were empty, but nobody cared. If you make a mistake with N4 drip, you can start over, but if you miss a beautiful woman, you may never see her again in this lifetime. "Don't be so polite, we're siblings," Bai Lang replied in a perfunctory manner. In fact, the reason he was so attentive was to launch a surprise attack. Wang Jing would definitely feel a sense of loss if he left suddenly, and the unexpected turn of events would make her feel guilty. Wouldn't that instantly boost your favorability rating? For the past 3 months, Bai Lang has been racking his brains to figure out how to win her over, and has even studied a lot of books on relationships. That's how I honed my skills to reach my current level. TSK, system, you're lucky to have me as your host. Bai Lang felt smug. After a surprise attack, Wang Jing's favorability rating soared again, reaching 61. According to the systems division, a positive impression level of 80 indicates that you are in love. Reaching 60 probably means going beyond friendship and entering a stage of mutual attraction. Bite. Target person's favorability has reached 60, meeting the reward criteria, and you are eligible for a bonus, currently being randomly selected. Successful draw. The prize money is 350,000, and has been deposited into the designated account source verifiable. I'll hold the baby, you go sit down and rest for a while. Taking advantage of the moment, Bai Lang took Lin Lin's hand, his hand accidentally brushing against Wang Jing's impressive figure. Neither of them paid any attention to this level of contact. This is a true reflection of how much favorability one has. When there is mutual attraction, some ambiguous actions will be subconsciously tolerated. Wang Jing's cheeks flushed slightly. Without further ado, she went to the vending machine in the aisle and bought 2 bottles of water. He's a good person, it must have been an accident. Wang Jing silently defended Bai Lang, her legs feeling weak as she walked. Since her husband's death, she hadn't had this kind of contact with a man in a long time. A little shy, and a little reluctant to leave. Chapter 4: A pure and warm-hearted young man. Wow, that's awesome. I made 350,000 in less than half a day. At this rate, I'll make 10 million in no time. Bai Lang was happily making plans. Having known Wang Jing for less than half a day, I immediately raised my favorability rating to 61, a speed that is absolutely unprecedented. It took Bai Lang almost a month to reach a 60% favorability rating with Su Jinxue, and he nearly emptied his savings and even had to borrow money from his classmates to continue his sycophantic behavior. Compare Wang Jing's speed. Bai Lang regretted it. If he had known that the others were so easy to win over, why did he have to keep targeting Su Jinxue? However, Bai Lang also knew that Wang Jing's speed of increasing favorability was rare and hard to come by. After all, Wang Jing's child suddenly fell ill, and providing timely help at this time would definitely be different. If you just blindly follow the rules and act like a sycophant, it's definitely not going to be that easy to get Wang Jing's favorability rating above 60. It's just a matter of luck that you caught the right opportunity. But things won't be so easy from here on out. Bai Lang thought to himself, I used to fawn over Su Jinxue, thinking that I could get to 60 points in a month and definitely 80 points in the second month. Unfortunately, it's not that simple. There is a limit to how much a person can be liked. If it reaches 100, that person would probably be willing to give their life for Bai Lang, meaning that their feelings transcend life and death. Reaching 80 points is a manifestation of love. But normal people don't fall in love with others so easily, let alone die for someone else. Therefore, the higher the favorability rating, the more difficult it becomes. To raise a favorability rating from 0 to 50, you might only need to be gentle, considerate, and show concern in daily life. From 50 to 60, they went from friends to something more than friends, but not quite lovers. It requires more time and effort. Similarly, the higher the level of favorability, the more difficult it becomes. Being considerate is no longer enough, you need to have more things to impress the other person. Bai Lang's sudden counterattack just now was an example of that. If we don't create a sense of disappointment for Wang Jing, our favorability rating for today will only reach a maximum of 59. To improve it further, we'll need to put in extra effort. I've probably already maxed out my brushes for today, so there's not much point in continuing. Let's save it for next time. Bai Lang secretly made his plans. Getting the favorability rating to 61 in a day is already quite impressive. It's difficult to raise it any further by doing anything else, and going too far can become a burden. Wang Jing is a married woman with a child, so she definitely wouldn't accept love at first sight. I've made up my mind. Bai Lang immediately became obedient, simply helping Wang Jing take care of the child, doing errands, and carrying the baby, and was busy until the child finished receiving the 4-drip. It was already dark when I left the hospital. Wang Jing looked apologetic. Xiaobai, I'm so sorry to have taken up so much of your time today. It's okay, I really like Lin Lin. Besides, it's fate that we siblings can meet. Bai Lang answered with a smile. He had no complaints. Even if he no longer had contact with Wang Jing, the 350,000 yuan bonus alone was already a great reward. If Bai Lang could earn 350,000 yuan a day running errands for others, he would run until he could no longer walk. Wang Jing was deeply moved. When they first met, she had thought Bai Lang was a bit frivolous. It felt like they were trying to curry favor with me. But later, when accompanying Lin Lin to get in 4-drip, Bai Lang was particularly well behaved, busy taking care of everything around her, and even going out to buy boxed lunches for them when it was time to eat. He was extremely sincere, without a trace of misunderstanding. Wang Jing felt a little guilty, realizing she had misunderstood Bai Lang. She had thought he wanted to drive a big truck. He was just a simple, enthusiastic young man. As Wang Jing was thinking, she noticed Bai Lang carrying Lin Lin into the back seat of the car and hurriedly said, "It's so late, you should go back to school early. Lin Lin and I will take a taxi back." "It's all right. It won't make a difference." Bai Lang answered with a smile, and without waiting for Wang Jing to persuade him further, he got into the car on his own. Helpless, Wang Jing had no choice but to get into the passenger seat. Looking back, she saw Lin Lin lying peacefully in the back seat, her little face no longer showing the pain she had during the day. When the child is safe and sound, the mother can rest assured. Having a man around is really nice. Wang Jing had this idea out of nowhere. Since her husband stopped teaching, she hadn't thought about looking for someone else, and when her friends introduced her to someone, she was just doing it out of obligation. But after today's twists and turns, Wang Jing suddenly felt a stirring in her heart, thinking that Lin Lin needed a father, preferably a very considerate man. Like white waves. How could I think like that? We're clearly just siblings. Wang Jing's cheeks flushed slightly. She felt that this idea was too much, especially since Ming Lang was acting so seriously. But she always thought in that direction. Bai Lang didn't pay much attention. During the drive, aside from worrying about awkward silences, he casually asked a few questions about Lin Lin's schooling. He was basically acting as a dedicated driver. Wang Jing's home is in the city center, a small villa, and the security guard at the gate is quite competent. Upon seeing the unfamiliar license plate of Bai Lang's car, they took the initiative to stop it. But as soon as Wang Jing showed her face, the security guard opened the gate without saying a word, clearly recognizing Wang Jing as a homeowner. This kind of strict yet flexible property management is rare in ordinary residential communities, coupled with the exquisite landscaping within the community and the high ceiling design with only 3 households per building. Housing prices will inevitably be high. Bai Lang drove all the way to Wang Jing's building, parked the car, got out first, opened the back seat, picked up Lin Lin, and looked like he was going to help take her upstairs. Wang Jing opened her mouth, then realized it was a bit inappropriate, since the two had only known each other for a day. She's a widow. If she lets a young man into her house in the middle of the night, people will definitely gossip about it. But thinking about Bai Lang's dedication that day, Wang Jing couldn't bear to refuse, so she pretended not to care and got out of the car, leading Bai Lang upstairs. Her home is on the 2nd floor. The villa design, which only requires going up 1 floor and has only 1 household on the same floor, emphasizes a quiet and comfortable environment. Wang Jing opened the door, her heart pounding, as if she anticipated what was about to happen. The refusal. Should I just give in? Wang Jing couldn't understand it. For the first time, she felt that her own door lock was so difficult to open, and it took her 2 or 3 minutes to finally unlock it. Snap! The moment the door lock opened, Wang Jing's breathing slowed down. Bai Lang suddenly said, "Sister Jing, now that I've delivered it, I'll be going now." "Ha? You're leaving already?" Wang Jing turned around in surprise, her beautiful eyes revealing a sense of relief, but also a hint of disappointment. I wondered what Bai Lang was going to do upstairs. How could they just leave like that? It's getting late. Bai Lang smiled and handed Lin Lin to Wang Jing, his hand naturally brushing against Wang Jing's delicate body. Another instance of physical contact. But this time Wang Jing didn't care. Her mind was entirely focused on Bai Lang's departure. "Why don't you come in for a cup of tea and rest for a while before you leave?" Let Bai Lang leave just like that. Wang Jing felt embarrassed. How could she not show her appreciation after all the trouble they had gone to? Bai Lang turned and left, waving his hand without looking back. "The school dorms will take attendance tonight, I have to go back. You and Lin Lin should get some rest." Wang Jing was about to say something more. But Bai Lang had already disappeared into the stairwell, and the sound of a car starting up could be heard from downstairs. A Cullinan sped away. Wang Jing was filled with regret and couldn't help but blame herself for overthinking. Bai Lang must have thought she was too hesitant, so he left without even going inside. So considerate, and so innocent. Wang Jing carried Lin Lin into the house and suddenly felt that the familiar living room was a bit deserted. It seemed that something was missing from this house, perhaps it was the lack of a man. Put Lin Lin to bed. Wang Jing sighed with a sense of loss, when her phone suddenly rang. She picked it up and saw it was Bai Lang. She quickly answered, "Hey, little brother, what's wrong?" "Sis, I'm free this weekend. I'd like to invite you and Lin Lin to go to the Hongshan Zoo." "Okay, Lin Lin can rest on Sunday." Wang Jing was overjoyed and agreed without hesitation, her previous gloomy mood vanishing instantly. Chapter 5, Barring any unforeseen circumstances. I really do have the innate talent for being a simp. Bai Lang sighed with considerable pride. He accompanied Wang Jing upstairs just now, and he did want to come in and sit for a while, not to have sex with her. Moreover, out of a sycophantic habit, they want to seize every opportunity to fawn over others. Once inside, taking better care of Lin Lin will definitely leave a better impression on Wang Jing. But Wang Jing hesitated to open the door. This alerted Bai Lang, who immediately changed his mind and decided to leave without entering the room. Given Wang Jing's hesitation, if Bai Lang were to force his way into the house, it would definitely cause some resentment and resistance. It's best to pull back from the brink at this point. Bai Lang's decisive departure made Wang Jing feel guilty, and then she invited Lin Lin to the zoo by phone. Wang Jing did not refuse. Bai Lang thought he was clever at such a young age. He had already mastered the art of relationships to this extent, far surpassing his peers. If I had known I was this talented, I would have found a rich woman to take care of me before I got the system. Bai Lang gave a self-deprecating laugh. On his way back to school, he took a moment to call his counselor and asked him to put in a good word so that his car could enter the school. If you park on the street, the parking fee can be quite substantial. Bai Lang is certainly rich now, but he doesn't want to waste his money in a place like this, since there are plenty of parking spaces at the school anyway. The counselor, Zhang Wen, was only around 30 years old and quite easy to talk to. While agreeing to help, he also teased Bai Lang, "I didn't realize you were from a wealthy family. I'll ask you for help next time I need to borrow a car." No problem, we're practically family." Bai Lang readily agreed. "Since the car is free anyway, I can lend it to someone else and earn some money for car washes and gas." When entering the school gate, Bai Lang slowly turned the steering wheel and suddenly saw a pretty girl walking away with a boy. Late at night, a man and a woman alone, still hugging and cuddling. If nothing unexpected happens, something unexpected is about to happen. Should we tell Dai Wenxiang about this? Bai Lang's lips curled up. He hadn't expected to have such an unexpected gain when he returned home so late at night. After parking his car, he walked back to his dormitory. I heard arguing coming from inside as soon as I got to the door. "Gui Yangming, are you out of your mind? The whole school knows Bai Lang is a simp. What's the point of arguing with me?" "I don't care about those things. Anyway, we live in the same dormitory, so let's not talk about each other behind our backs." "Are you out of your mind, Gui Yangming? Is Bai Lang your biological father? Why are you protecting him like this? That's none of your business. Are you out of your mind?" After listening for a few moments, Bai Lang decisively pushed open the door and entered, greeting everyone with a smile. "Oh, you're still awake?" There were 4 people in his dormitory. Bai Lang's 3 roommates were all in the room. 2 boys were standing on his left, one of whom was wearing a flashy white shirt and holding an iPhone. This is Dai Wenxiang. The 4 people in the dormitory come from the wealthiest family. Their family owns a restaurant, and they always wear brand name clothes, and their cell phones, tablets, and computers are all Apple products. The boy next to Dai Wenxiang is named Zhang Mingyuan. His family is relatively poor, and he usually follows Dai Wenxiang around like a tagalong, freeloading off him. Both of them are locals from Yeqing, and they both look down on people from other places. Bai Lang was admitted from out of town, and the 2 of them didn't even greet him when he came in. The 2 were facing each other. A burly, dark-skinned young man nodded at Bai Lang. "Old Bai, you're back?" The boy's name is Gui Yangming. He is a classmate of Bai Lang High School, but the 2 are not in the same class. They are both from Rongcheng, which is adjacent to Yeqing. It's quite a coincidence that we both got into Yeqing University and were even assigned to the same class and dormitory. Gui Yangming is a few months younger than Bai Lang, so he calls him Lao Bai. "Old Bai. You're back, Yang Ming. What are you shouting about again?" Bai Lang nodded, ignoring Dai Wenxiang and Zhang Mingyuan. These 2 Yeqing people belong to a small group. Gui Yangming explained, "Dai Wenxiang is talking nonsense again. He not only called you a simp for Su Jinxue, but also said you wanted to be a live-in son-in-law. I used to be a simp, but now I've figured it out and decided to give up on Su Jinxue." Bai Lang shrugged. Being a simp means you're not afraid of what people say. He did indeed fawn over Su Jinxue for 3 months, and the whole school knew about it. If you dare to do it, you're not afraid to admit it. Gui Yangming was taken aback, before he could even ask any questions. Dai Wenxiang suddenly sneered, "Bai Lang, I thought you were going to say something, but you just started spouting nonsense. You're willing to give up Su Jinxue? How is that possible?" Bai Lang's sycophantic behavior over the past 3 months has left many at school in awe. Every mealtime, Bai Lang would bring Su Jinxue food, and it was always Su Jinxue's favorite food. When Su Jinxue attends PE class, Bai Lang will proactively prepare drinks and towels, and even provide both chilled and non-chilled ones. Even when Su Jinxue went to the restroom, Bai Lang would stand guard at the entrance, ready to offer her toilet paper or band-aids at any time. She's even more considerate than a nanny. Bai Lang's obsessive sycophantic behavior even affected other students at the school. If a man and a woman are attracted to each other, they should start dating. As a result, when the girls saw Bai Lang licking Su Jinxue so much, they turned around and started asking the boys to do the same. This has caused immense suffering for the male students, who have secretly complained about Bai Lang, saying that not only is he a simp, but he also inflates prices on campus, making the female students' demands increasingly higher. Dai Wenxiang is like that. His girlfriend often nags him, saying things like, "Why aren't you as generous as Bai Lang?" So she talks about Bai Lang behind his back. None of your business. Instead of worrying about me, you should worry more about your girlfriend Zhangli. I saw her leaving the school with Wang Yao when I got back. Bai Lang said it casually. Dai Wenxiang's eyes widened. What? What are Lily and Wang Yao doing so late? How would I know? Bai Lang laughed. Maybe they were just chatting among classmates. Fuck you. Dai Wenxiang's face turned green. If he was cuckolded, how was he supposed to live for the next 4 years? He grabbed his phone and stormed out. Hurried footsteps echoed down the corridor, along with Dai Wenxiang's voice on the phone. Where are you now? Girls' dormitory? I'll come find you right away. I just came to see you. You don't need to come downstairs, just show your face through the window. Damn it. I knew you were lying. Where are you? Did you go out with Wang Yao? I don't care about all that, you're here now. The voices on the phone grew fainter and fainter. In the dormitory. Gui Yangming said with admiration, Bai Lang, you're really something. You took care of Dai Wenxiang with just a few words. Who told him to cause trouble for no reason? Bai Lang shrugged. The girl he saw when he entered the school gate was indeed Dai Wenxiang's girlfriend, Zhang Li. However, the boy accompanying Zhang Li was not Wang Yao, but a stranger, who was probably a senior from school. But no one you know is as famous as Wang Yao. Besides, it's quite reasonable for Bai Lang to have made a mistake late at night. Mistaking someone for someone else is not a problem. As for what will happen to Dai Wenxiang and Wang Yao, that's not important anymore. Bai Lang felt a surge of satisfaction and casually glanced at Zhang Mingyuan. Without Dai Wenxiang's help to bully him, the lackey immediately slunk off to bed. The dormitory is finally quiet. After washing up, Bai Lang lay down on his bed and leisurely transferred 20,000 yuan to his mother. Having successively flattered Su Jinxue and Wang Jing, he obtained a total of 590,000 yuan, which he had to give to his elders. The next morning, Bai Lang was woken up by his phone vibrating. Still half asleep, he picked it up, a curse on the tip of his tongue, when he realized the caller was his own mother, Gao Zueyan. He had no choice but to answer the phone, only to be immediately yelled at, "You brat! You've only been in college for a few days, where did you get so much money? Have you been up to no good? Mom, why do you think so badly of him? Is your son the kind of person who commits crimes? Well, it's hard to say." Bai Lang? Chapter 6, The Simp Mentality? Bai Lang comes from a single-parent family. When he was young, his father died in an accident, and he was raised entirely by his mother, Gao Zueyan. The bond between the mother and son was unbreakable. So when Bai Lang got the money, he immediately transferred it to Gao Zueyan. The reason he transferred 20,000 yuan was not because he was stingy, but because he was afraid that Gao Zueyan would not be able to accept it. As expected. If he transferred only 20,000, people suspected him of committing a crime. If he transferred 200,000, they would definitely think he robbed a bank. Bai Lang casually made up a reason, "Mom, don't worry, this money is what I earned from tutoring, so spend it freely." Gao Zueyan was somewhat skeptical. Tutoring can earn this much? You've only been in Yecheng for 3 months, you can't be tutoring every day, can you? Bai Lang jokingly teased, college students make a lot of money? Mom, you didn't even learn anything during your 9 years of compulsory education, so don't bother researching college students' affairs. Pa! You're already this arrogant just after arriving in Yi City. Gao Zueyan was still a little worried. You kid really haven't broken the law? If you don't believe me, just call the police and turn your own family away. I won't blame you if I get arrested. Bai Lang said confidently. This attitude finally put Gao Zueyan at ease. Forget it. What if I really send you to jail? How am I supposed to take care of myself in my old age? I'll give you another chance. Then you're at least an accomplice. Bai Lang made a casual joke. For the past 3 months, he has been busy flattering Su Jinxue and has had no time to care about Gao Zueyan. A few words of joke now made Bai Lang feel at home, which is the biggest reason for his hard work. Gao Zueyan has worked hard for so many years. It's time for him to enjoy his retirement. Thinking of this, Bai Lang couldn't help but persuade her, "Mom, I'm making a stable living now, why don't you quit your job?" "Oh," Gao Zuiyan laughed, "young master Bai knows how to be considerate. Mom's not tired from work now, so I can save more money to help you get a wife in the future." Bai Lang had heard these words countless times. But being in Yecheng, Bai Lang felt an indescribable sense of emotion and guilt upon hearing these words. Over the years, Gao Zuiyan had always lived like this. No matter who asks, the answer is always, "I'm not tired." But Bai Lang knew that Gao Zuiyan, because she had no diploma or skills, could only do manual labor and had to take odd jobs in her spare time to supplement her family's income. "Occasionally, when I'm upset at work or my boss deducts my salary, I can only hide in my room and cry. After waking up, I regrouped and started again." For 20 years, they have persisted as always. Who can understand the hardships they have endured? Bai Lang knew that Gao Zuiyan had a hard life, so he started doing odd jobs after graduating from junior high school to try his best to relieve Gao Zuiyan's pressure. "I had planned to wait until Gao Zuiyan finished university and found a stable job so she could retire early and enjoy life. As a result, the simp system emerged. Bai Lang doesn't need to wait until graduation. He can make a lot of money now, and even save enough before graduation to ensure he and Gao Zuiyan will be financially secure in the future." "Mom, if our family had 10 million, do you think we wouldn't have to work anymore?" Bai Lang's half-joking probing. Gao Zuiyan laughed, "You must not have woken up yet. 10 million? You'd be lucky to have even 100,000 at home." "Ugh," Bai Lang said impatiently, "didn't we already say if? Let's just chat casually. You little brat, you've made a little money and you're already so arrogant. You'll be writing rushot over me from now on." Gao Zuiyan smacked her lips. However, since she rarely had a chance to talk to her son, Gao Zuiyan followed up with her analysis. 10 million should be enough to live on in Rongqing, but it might not be enough in Yecheng. Bai Lang was shocked. "Wow, Mom, you have quite the appetite. 10 million can buy more than 20 houses in Rongqing, and the interest in a bank would be hundreds of thousands a year." Gao Zuiyan explained, "You said it yourself, if neither of us works, it's like living off our savings. We have a house in Rongqing, we can manage by just living off the interest, but buying a house in Yecheng would cost several million, and then there's the car." That's true. Although housing prices haven't skyrocketed anymore, buying a decent apartment in a good neighborhood still costs at least several million. Bai Lang understood the implied meaning. Unexpectedly, Gao Zuiyan wanted to settle in Yecheng. It's probably because of her visit during the school registration period that she had some ideas. Yi City is indeed much more prosperous than Rong City. Correspondingly, the cost of living is also high. Bai Lang secretly analyzed that the reason he proposed 10 million was to set a target. Now that he has the simp system, making money isn't so difficult for him, but that doesn't mean he has to be a simp for life. If you don't have money, then forget about being a sycophant. If you have money and still act like a sycophant, then what's the point of having money? Bai Lang originally wanted to earn 10 million yuan, enough for him and Gao Zuiyan to live on, and then the mother and son would eat too much every day. Now, let's hear what Gao Zuiyan has to say. Bai Lang also felt that 10 million was a bit low. Then how much do you think would be appropriate? Having a house, a car, and maybe 10 million more would be enough. But don't get any crazy ideas, kid. After you graduate, find a job honestly. Don't be like your dad, wasting your time and spending your days starting businesses with your cronies." Gao Zuiyan habitually muttered to herself. Bai Lang's father loved starting businesses before he passed away, squandering the family fortune of the older generation. It belongs to the category of repeated defeats, yet repeated attempts to fight again. His unexpected death later relieved some of the pressure on Gao Zuiyan, so she didn't feel much sadness when the topic came up. Bai Lang confidently reassured her, "Don't worry, Mom. You're lucky to have such a wonderful son like me. You'll be enjoying a life of luxury from now on." Gao Zuiyan sensed something was off. This sounds like an insult. "Humph, just you wait and see." Bai Lang hung up the phone in frustration. What's wrong with this mother? She's not moved at all. All that talking was a waste of his time. At the same time, a residential community in Rongqing. Gao Zuiyan reluctantly put down her phone and quickly apologized to the impatient female homeowner. "I'm sorry, it was my son's call. I'll replace your range hood right away." The female homeowner didn't say much. "Then let's hurry up, but auntie, can you move it by yourself?" "I can move it, I've been doing this for over 10 years. 10 million does seem a bit low. Owning a house and a car in Yecheng isn't easy. How about we change the target to 20 million? Bai Lang sat on the bed in a daze. Setting a target of 10 million is indeed a bit low. Since we're prepared to live off our savings, we should definitely aim for more. However, earning 20 million is not easy. In the past 3 months, Bai Lang has only earned 590,000 yuan at most. Even if his sycophantic skills improve in the future, he will only earn a few million yuan at most in a year. He really made 20 million. He has to keep licking his boots until he graduates from university. How old will Gao Zuiyin be by then? How many more years of retirement will she be able to enjoy? Wait a minute. I still have a Cullinan. Bai Lang realized he had misunderstood and kept thinking he would stop after saving enough money. But they forgot about the lottery. With 80 points of favorability, a brand new Cullinan cost several million before. Following this direction of rewards, perhaps one day they will directly reward people with houses, then they will have both a motorhome and a RV. 10 million in savings is more than enough. Bai Lang doesn't not want to save more money. However, the time was too long, and every day that dragged on meant one more day of hardship for Gao Zuiyin. On the other hand, Bai Lang also suffers. Being a simp is a miserable job. It's bearable if you encounter easygoing women like Su Jinxue and Wang Jing, but if you encounter a woman with a terrible personality, they're sure to suffer. Take Su Jinxue as an example. Bai Lang licked her so hard that her hair almost fell out. She worked hard for 3 months before she finally got the reward. Su Jinxue's personality is simply that of aloof and socially awkward. It's not particularly bizarre. Let's set the price at 10 million. By then, we should have a motorhome and a car, and we can just bring my mom to Yecheng to retire. Bai Lang was making plans in his mind. Having set his goal, he had other questions. That means there's no one left to fawn over. Wang Jing is barely one, but I can't waste my time at school. Bai Lang usually attends classes and spends the most time at school, so naturally he can't waste his precious time there. As a simp, you need someone to lick wherever you go. Bai Lang prepared to get out of bed. Gui Yangming, who was in the next bed, was playing on his phone when he asked with a surprised look, "Old Bai, didn't you get up early to buy breakfast today? Is Su Jinxue off today?" For the past 3 months, Bai Lang has been getting up early every day to buy several kinds of breakfast and send them to Su Jinxue. Bai Lang smiled slightly. "Didn't I say yesterday that I'm not pursuing Su Jinxue anymore?" Gui Yangming was stunned, thinking that this was all so sudden. What if Su Jinxue hadn't prepared to go hungry? How about we buy a few breakfasts? Tui. What kind of simp mentality is this? Oh no, I've been infected by Lao Bai's simp virus. Chapter 7: Free Washing Machine. Su Jinxue was very depressed today. To be precise, it had been like this since yesterday morning, because this was the first time in her life she had been discriminated against for liking to add sugar to her tofu pudding. I thought Bai Lang was joking. As a result, Su Jinxue did not see Bai Lang again for the entire day. Not only did I not see him, but I also didn't receive any messages of concern or care. It was as if he had vanished. 3 months. Su Jinxue got used to the feeling of having Bai Lang around, the feeling of being cared for at all times. She was a little awkward at first, but she got used to it over time and began to feel Bai Lang's thoughtfulness. Her original idea of not dating in college also softened. But just as Su Jinxue was about to agree, Bai Lang suddenly gave up, and it was only because Su Jinxue ate tofu pudding with sugar, which was too strange. Why would he do this? Su Jinxue couldn't understand it and felt a little wronged, so she arrived at the classroom early this morning. Their class has a lesson today. In the past, Bai Lang would have prepared breakfast well in advance and found a seat on the edge of the room. Because Su Jinxue doesn't like to interact with people, she came early today, hoping to ask Bai Lang what was going on before the other classmates arrived. Unfortunately, Su Jinxue's plan failed. Bai Lang didn't arrive, and he didn't even appear until the other students entered the classroom one after another. Several boys came over to greet Su Jinxue. Su Jinxue maintained her usual cold expression, either nodding slightly or responding with a soft hum. Her long, flowing hair and aloof goddess-like demeanor make countless boys hesitate to approach her. Actually, Su Jinxue's cold face wasn't because she was aloof, but because she was shy. She's just better at controlling her expressions and doesn't blush easily, but when she does, she comes across as aloof and unapproachable. Only Bai Lang knew about this. It took a long time and effort to gradually understand Su Jinxue's personality. Su Jinxue stared anxiously at the doorway, a hint of worry in her eyes. Unconsciously, she began to pay attention to Bai Lang, why isn't he here yet? At the same time, Bai Lang and Gui Yangming leisurely made their way to the classroom. Both of them had a pancake in their hands, which Bai Lang had paid for, but of course, he wasn't without a reward. After eating the pancake, Gui Yangming dutifully played the role of the adopted son. Godfather, why are you being so generous today, treating me to pancakes? And even adding 2 eggs? This is nothing. When I become successful in the future, I'll treat you to a buffet. Bai Lang replied with a grin. Because he had been a simp for 3 months, Bai Lang had a bad reputation at school and had almost no friends. Besides, being a devoted simp means you don't have time to make friends. So Gui Yangming is his only good brother. Gui Yangming is also a good friend. He often argues with Dai Wenxiang and Zhang Mingyuan for Bai Lang's sake, and their brotherhood speaks for itself. Bai Lang is making a lot of money now, so treating Gui Yangming to a nice meal shouldn't be a problem. Gui Yangming was moved. Godfather, I knew you weren't just a simple simp. You don't want the pancakes anymore? Bai Lang was a little unhappy. How could he be called a simp even after buying pancakes? Gui Yangming quickly added, so you're actually a hidden tycoon. Being a simp was just your disguise. You're actually a hidden rich second generation. Am I right? Ha ha ha. Don't talk nonsense, I'm at most a self-made millionaire. Bai Lang beamed with joy. It's a bit awkward, but it sounds kind of awkwardly fun. Gui Yangming grinned and took another big bite of the pancake. Every bite he took was worthwhile. The two entered the classroom. They happened to run into Dai Wenxiang and Zhang Mingyuan, who were in the same dormitory. Dai Wenxiang didn't look well. He had heavy dark circles under his eyes, probably because he didn't sleep well last night. Zhang Mingyuan, as always, followed along like a tag-along. Bai Lang chuckled and said, "Oh, isn't this President Dai? Did you sleep well last night?" Bai Lang, what business is it of yours whether I sleep well or not? You should use that time to lick Su Jinshua's boots. Dai Wenxiang's face darkened. Of course he didn't sleep well, you could tell just by looking at his face. He had a huge fight with his girlfriend, Zhang Li, yesterday. It all started with a casual remark by Bai Lang. Zhang Li initially denied it, but after hearing Dai Wenxiang mention the name Wang Yao, she subconsciously said, "It's not him." Dai Wenxiang was furious and decided to break up on the spot. He originally just wanted to have some fun with Zhang Li, but he ended up being cheated on, which made him feel extremely disgusted. But Dai Wenxiang couldn't make this public. After all, men care about their reputation. If word gets out that they've been cheated on, where will they put their face? Therefore, this matter can only be handled quietly. Now, Dai Wenxiang gets angry with anyone who brings this up. Especially Bai Lang, since he was the one who exposed this, and now everyone in the dorm knows. Dai Wenxiang doesn't dare to say he's broken up with Bai Lang now, and can only use Bai Lang's lie as an excuse, worried that Zhang Mingyuan and Gui Yangming will see through the problem. That damn Bai Lang, why didn't you say this in private? Now I'm too ashamed to even announce our breakup. Dai Wenxiang cursed under his breath. The thought of Zhang Li fooling around with other men made his head feel heavy, as if he were wearing countless hats. Bai Lang shrugged, not only did you not sleep well, but your memory is also failing you. I told you last night that I wasn't going to pursue Su Jinshui anymore. TCH, Dai Wenxiang sneered, you've been licking my boots for 3 months, and now you're saying you're not going to anymore? Do you really think we're idiots? If you don't lick my boots, I'll wash your clothes for a month. Are you serious? Bai Lang's eyes lit up. It was very hot when school started, and we had to do laundry every few days, but their dormitory only had an old-fashioned semi-automatic washing machine. There's always a long queue to do laundry, which is really inconvenient. Now that it's getting cold, doing laundry feels tiring. As a local with some money, Dai Wenxiang would never wash his clothes by hand, he would always take them home to do it. It feels pretty good to have this guy help me with the laundry. Dai Wenxiang nodded, of course it's true. I'll buy a fully automatic washing machine to wash your clothes. Thank you so much. Bai Lang was quite satisfied. It seems my rich roommate is quite useful, he's earned another washing machine this time. Despite Bai Lang's wealth, he's still reluctant to spend over 1,000 yuan on a washing machine. He's genuinely terrified of being poor. Getting something for free is so appealing. Bai Lang smiled happily and turned to greet Gui Yangming. Yangming, did you hear that? Someone is going to sponsor our washing machines. Keep the clothes for the next few days and don't wash them. Gui Yangming beamed, okay. TCH, you talk like it's the truth. If you're so capable, then ignore Su Jinshui later. Dai Wenxian didn't take it seriously. Given Bai Lang's sycophantic behavior over the past 3 months, which was completely out of control and bordering on madness, how could he suddenly stop sycophantically admiring her? The four entered the classroom. Dai Wenxiang stared intently at Bai Lang, as if he could already see Bai Lang walking towards Su Jinxue and then showing her concern and care. The result was exactly the opposite. Bai Lang glanced around the classroom and clearly saw Su Jinxue sitting in the corner, but he didn't even think about going over. He just randomly found an empty seat near the door and sat down. Not to mention Dai Wenxiang, even the classmates were somewhat stunned. Is this still Bai Lang? Based on his behavior over the past 3 months, he shouldn't be running over to Su Jinxue's side like a puppy, sitting down and serving her tea and water. Was the past 3 months just a hallucination? Su Jinxue pondered expressionlessly, but a hint of joy flashed in her eyes the moment Bai Lang entered the classroom. You can see Bai Lang sitting so far away, acting as if he has nothing to do with it. Su Jinxue felt wronged again. Is it too much to add sugar to tofu pudding? Chapter 8, Has the school beauty become a simp? Because Bai Lang changed his usual behavior. The classroom fell into a rare moment of calm, leaving the students somewhat puzzled. I don't know what happened between Bai Lang and Su Jinxue, but the fact that they are seated so far apart seems to be saying something in the dark. Damn! Why isn't he licking anymore? Dai Wenxiang was quite depressed. It wasn't because I lost a bet and was about to lose a washing machine. The main reason is that I didn't see Bai Lang's jokes. Dai Wenxiang was cheated on, but he didn't dare to break up with Zhang Li directly, fearing that his roommate would reveal the truth. We can only hold our noses and endure it for a while longer. Let's break up after things have calmed down. Dai Wenxiang was naturally frustrated. He had intended to relieve his frustration by talking about Bai Lang being a sycophant, but instead he became even more frustrated. He sat down in the seat behind Bai Lang and couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong with you? You were so eager to please Su Jinxue before, why are you suddenly not anymore?" Feelings are hard to predict, just like your relationship with Zhang Li. Bai Lang answered with a smile. Dai Wenxiang was so angry he gritted his teeth. Why did this person keep bringing up what happened last night? But Dai Wenxiang just fell for it. Being cuckolded is bad enough, but it's even worse if word gets out. Dai Wenxiang said with a dark face, "That's enough, Lily and I are doing just fine. You must have seen wrong last night." Really? Bai Lang feigned doubt. I feel like it looks a lot like it. I think I even took a picture of it back then. You took pictures? Dai Wenxiang's eyes widened, and he almost lost his composure. Noticing Zhang Mingyuan's curious gaze, Dai Wenxiang cleared his throat. Hey Lao Bai, we're brothers in the same dorm, you can't joke around with Lily. Bai Lang feigned surprise, are we brothers? Devon nodded shamelessly, of course, if we weren't brothers, why would I give you a fully automatic washing machine? It's also to benefit my own brothers. Bai Lang understood the implied meaning, washing machine? Yes, Dai Wenxiang nodded quickly, I didn't expect you to actually pursue Su Jinxue instead of licking her boots. Lao Bai, you're really tough. The washing machine will arrive by tomorrow at the latest. President Dai is so generous. Then, about Lily? It's all just a joke. It's dark at night, how can I see anyone? It's just a joke between brothers. Bai Lang smiled knowingly. Dai Wenxiang also breathed a sigh of relief. The washing machine wasn't a waste of money, at least it put the matter under control. Just then, the teacher walked in. Oh, everyone's so quiet today. I thought I'd come to the wrong classroom. Let's get straight to the point. The class was quite easy. Apart from the occasional whispers among themselves, the students remained mostly silent, seemingly bewildered by Bai Lang's unusual behavior. When get out of class ended. As the teacher left, she praised everyone, saying, "You all did a great job today. Keep it up, and your grades will definitely be fine. There is another class this morning. It's a physical education class." Bai Lang packed his things, preparing to go to the playground ahead of time. The main reason is to find the next target. Su Jinxue has finished licking and is done, so he has to find a school goddess to replace her. Otherwise, the free time at school would be wasted. Bai Lang had just finished packing his things when he noticed someone standing in front of him. He looked up and saw Su Jinxue. What brings you here? I didn't eat breakfast. Su Jinxue spoke with a cold face. Upon hearing this, the students who hadn't left were all dumbfounded. It's like the sun has risen in the west. Bai Lang, unusually, didn't act like a sycophant, but Su Jinxue took the initiative to approach him and even acted coquettishly by not having eaten breakfast. What exactly happened? Bai Lang was stunned for a moment, almost thinking that Su Jinxue was angry. He wondered how this socially awkward girl could have a temper. I only noticed it upon closer inspection. Su Jinxue remained expressionless as always, her eyes calm, not appearing angry. It seems to be just a fairly normal exchange. Fortunately, Bai Lang had been flattering her for 3 months and was able to see through Su Jinxue's true attitude. Anyone else would have thought she was angry. Didn't I say yesterday that I can't stand people who eat tofu pudding with sugar? So we're not a good match. Bai Lang shamelessly explained. Actually, he was a little embarrassed. After all, he had been pursuing Su Jinxue for 3 months, and was about to win her over when he suddenly gave up. Chun Chun treated Su Jinxue as a tool. Su Jinxue said coldly, "I thought you were joking." "Oh, this is a misunderstanding. But it's really not right to let you go hungry. I'll treat you to some bread later." Bai Lang was helpless. Although I'm not going to fawn over her anymore, I still have to make it up to Su Jinxue. I can't just turn my back on her after getting the reward. Of course, Bai Lang didn't have many feelings for Su Jinxue. Although Su Jinxue is very beautiful, her looks are undeniable. The system's recognition alone is enough. Bai Lang has had the system for 3 months, and so far only 2 women have met the requirements, Su Jinxue and Wang Jing. In the past 3 months, Bai Lang has met at least 1,000 women, if not 800, but only 2 of them. In fact, he only met Wang Jing yesterday. Prior to this, of the nearly 1,000 women, only Su Jinxue met the criteria. Such talent is 1 in 1,000. They are truly exceptional, with impeccable looks and physique. But Bai Lang was self-aware enough to know that he and Su Jinxue were not from the same world. She was a girl born with a silver spoon in her mouth and would inevitably marry a young man of equal social standing. Bai Lang is just an ordinary person. Even with the system, he doesn't have much ambition. He just wants to live a good life with his mother. I never thought about becoming the richest person in the world, nor did I ever dream of holding a high position of power. It's good to be an ordinary person who has no worries about food and clothing, so I plan to stop after earning 10 million. Besides, Bai Lang didn't really like Su Jinxue's personality either. This woman was too dull. You couldn't get a word out of her until you hit her with a stick. Living together would definitely be very boring. Now that all the rewards have been claimed, there's no need to continue. Su Jinxue was a little conflicted. Actually, she wanted to ask Bai Lang what he was thinking and why they had fallen out over a bowl of tofu pudding. If you really don't like sweetened tofu pudding, she could have chosen not to add it, so why did she suddenly give up? With so many people watching, Su Jinxue was too embarrassed to say anything more and could only give a curtain with a cold face. Even so, it still stunned everyone present. Gui Yangming was completely dumbfounded. He didn't understand the relationship between Bai Lang and Su Jinxue. Bai Lang said he wouldn't pursue her anymore, so why did Su Jinxue take the initiative to come to him again? Did their identities switch places? Has the school beauty become a simp? No way. Gui Yangming was skeptical and decided to ask Bai Lang later to find out the situation. Dai Wenxiang, sitting in the back row, was completely dumbfounded. Seeing Su Jinxue angrily approach Bai Lang, saying she hadn't eaten breakfast, Bai Lang offered to treat Su Jinxue to bread, and Su Jinxue agreed. This is very strange. Dai Wenxiang even had the illusion that Su Jinxue seemed a little happy when Bai Lang said he would treat her to bread. What's wrong with this world? Who exactly is the simp? Why is Su Jinxue being so proactive when Bai Lang is around? Dai Wenxiang couldn't accept it. Why was he, a local high-quality man, being cuckolded, while Bai Lang was being pursued by the school beauty? Chapter 9. Aren't you that big simp? The school store. Here, consider this bread an apology, but you'll have to buy your own breakfast from now on. Bai Lang bought a red bean bread and handed it to Su Jinxue with a smile. The wool comes from the sheep. Bai Lang not only made 240,000 yuan from Su Jinxue, but also got a Cullinan. Giving her some bread is nothing. Su Jinxue silently took the bread, looked around and felt there were so many people, too embarrassed to ask Bai Lang why he gave up. Maybe we should ask during PE class. Su Jinxue was making plans in her mind. Asking Bai Lang in public always feels terrifying. Gui Yangming ran over carrying 3 bottles of drinks. Su Jinxue, grab another drink. You might choke if you only eat bread. Thanks. Su Jinxue nodded coldly and picked out a bottle of mineral water. After receiving the bread and water, she glanced at the onlookers and left expressionlessly. Gui Yangming sighed, no wonder she's the school beauty, even saying thank you is so aloof. Bai Lang laughed, Yang Ming, how come you've become a simp too? No, I bought it for you. Aren't you afraid she'll choke if you only give her a bread roll? Gui Yangming gave him a rude lesson. Beautiful women are a scarce resource, so it's good to at least look at them occasionally. Bai Lang just bought some bread to appease them. Gui Yangming wasn't very satisfied, so he casually handed the remaining bottle of drink to Bai Lang. Take it, consider it a return gift from Jianbing. I won't call you godfather anymore. You're always so calculating. Bai Lang smiled and shook his head. This is Gui Yangming's habit. He doesn't like to take advantage of others, and he always has to pay others when he borrows things from them in the dormitory. It means the two have a good relationship, which is why they returned the favor with drinks. Actually, if roommates are separated too clearly, they can become a bit distant, but Bai Lang likes this approach. It's a good thing for even close brothers to keep clear accounts. What I fear most is using various connections as a pretext to take advantage of others while remaining stingy with themselves. There's still a while before PE class. Bai Lang and Gui Yangming strolled around the playground. Wow, that girl has a great figure, but she's not that pretty. Her face is alright, but why is she so flat-chested? She looks even smaller than me. Wow, there's a super pretty one over there in the corner. Oh, it's school beauty Sue. Gui Yangming didn't hear a word he said the whole way. He's a typical introverted guy. He gets excited when talking about girls, but he chickens out when it comes to actually pursuing them. Bai Lang laughed and said, Yangming, you're just idling around all day anyway, why don't you find a girl to chat with? It's not that easy. I only have 1,000 yuan of pocket money each month, and I have to be very frugal with everything I eat. How could I possibly afford to go to the movies or rent a hotel room? Gui Yangming sighed. Huh? Bai Lang's lips twitched. I told you to talk to someone who told you to book a room right away. This seemingly reserved guy is surprisingly direct in his thinking. Girls these days aren't stupid. They wouldn't go to a hotel room just because they saw a movie. It's more likely that they'll be handsome and rich. Gui Yangming said with an honest expression, but I just want to book a room. Girls are too boring. I'd rather argue with Dai Wenxian than chat with them. Bai Lang almost lost his composure. In fact, Gui Yangming is not wrong. Most of the time, the topics of conversation between men and women are completely unrelated. It's like the existence of two species. Aside from that trivial matter, men prefer to hang out with other men. Women are the same. However, with this mindset, Gui Yangming will likely find it difficult to find a partner, since his looks and financial resources are not yet at a level that would make women compromise. Girls can be willing to pay you, provided you have something to offer. For example, Bai Lang is very handsome and received many love letters during high school, but he was busy studying at the time. I haven't received any love letters since I went to university. It's not because he's grown up ugly, but because he became Su Jinshua's simp, which gave him a bad reputation. Most girls are worried about being labeled as someone who likes to simp. Bai Lang is good looking enough that once he stops being a simp, some girls will definitely make a move on him. If you're not good looking, take inspiration from Dai Wenxiang. Dai Wenxiang? He had only been in school for less than a month when he found a girlfriend named Zhangli, who was quite attractive. It's because Dai Wenxiang is rich and willing to spend money on girls that even if a guy is average looking, he can still attract girls who don't care much about looks. You either have to be good looking or rich. If you don't have any of those, then you can only be a simp. Good women are afraid of persistent suitors, and virtuous women are afraid of idle husbands. As long as you're not so ugly that everyone hates you, you can definitely find a partner if you're willing to swallow your pride. Bai Lang casually asked, Yang Ming, would you be willing to be a simp? Gui Yangming replied righteously and firmly, I don't want to. I'm a man, I don't want to be a dog. Bai Lang stroked his chin and put it another way, what if the target is Su Jinshue? What if she'd accept you if you just fawned over her for 3 months? This. Gui Yangming's expression changed slightly, as if he hesitated. You're still hesitating? Bai Lang was surprised. Don't you know what's going on with Su Jinshue? Once she takes a liking to you, she can skip 30 years of hard work without any problem. Gui Yangming shook his head honestly, it's not that I'm hesitating, it's just that I think 3 months might be too short, how about 3 years? You wish. Bai Lang was very satisfied with Gui Yangming's answer. When brothers speak, there's no need to pretend to be a gentleman, it's more meaningful to tell the truth. There were quite a few people on the playground, it seemed like more than one class was having PE class. When Bai Lang and Gui Yangming arrived, there were already quite a few people there. There are so many people, I wonder if I'll run into any other beautiful girls. Bai Lang looked around and casually mentioned it. Gui Yangming was somewhat surprised. Old Bai, what do you mean by that? Have you really fallen for someone else? What do you mean by falling out of love? Bai Lang laughed. I failed to win Su Jinshue's heart, so I can't just hang myself on one tree. Isn't it normal to look for other targets? Gui Yangming suddenly realized, I see. I understand. Ha? What do you know? You think you can find enlightenment on the playground? I finally understand. You still love Su Jinshue, but you feel that pursuing her is too difficult, so you want to find a similar girl as a substitute, right? Gui Yangming adjusted his glasses in the air. Unsurprisingly, it's an imitation of the famous detective Kudo Shawajima. Bai Lang shook his head, wondering why he had never noticed before that this kid was so good at imagining things. As he shook his head, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a girl out of the corner of his eye. She was sweet-looking and surrounded by a group of boys. She looked like a goddess who was highly sought after. Even from a distance, you could tell she was a beauty just by her aura. Bai Lang quickly asked, Hey! Yangming, which class is that girl in? Gui Yangming looked up and said, You don't even recognize her? It's Jiang Xiaoyu, one of the most beautiful freshmen on par with Su Jinshue. She should be majoring in drama and film literature. The school beauty? I definitely need to get to know her. Without saying a word, Bai Lang walked over. The closer you get, the more you discover Jiang Xiaoyu's beauty. In stark contrast to Su Jinshue's aloof demeanor, she possesses the charm of a cute girl next door, which is more in line with the preferences of boys in this age group. No wonder there are so many boys around me. Bai Lang approached the crowd and carefully examined Jiang Xiaoyu, immediately understanding why she could keep pace with Su Jinshue. A sweet girl with shoulder-length short hair, fair skin with a rosy glow, always smiling when talking to people, and 2 obvious dimples on her cheeks, she is genuine and cute. The system notification arrived as expected. Ding! Found a suitable candidate with a score of 94. Awesome! She scored 94 points on their first meeting, 1 point higher than Su Jinshue back then. Bai Lang got a little excited and moved closer to Jiang Xiaoyu. Hello, can we be friends? Jiang Xiaoyu turned her head and looked at him, her bright eyes showing surprise. Huh, aren't you that big simp? Chapter 10 The Old Version of Arrogance. Su Jinshue felt very uncomfortable. Since starting university, Bai Lang had been constantly around her for 3 whole months. At the beginning, Su Jinshue felt a little disgusted and didn't really like Bai Lang's enthusiasm, but she was too embarrassed to refuse. Now that Bai Lang has left, Su Jinshue realized that, without her noticing, she had become accustomed to having someone by her side. For example, taking a physical education class. Su Jinshue disliked exercise and preferred to find a secluded corner to relax, and Bai Lang would always keep her company, even providing ice water, towels, and an electric fan. These things are secondary. When Bai Lang is with him, he will talk to himself and tell jokes or share interesting stories about his part-time job. Su Jinshue really enjoyed those moments, although she didn't say it, she listened very attentively. She loved listening to stories, especially the stories of Bai Lang. Compared to Bai Lang's meticulous hospitality, Su Jinshue preferred listening to his stories, as if she had crossed time and space and made friends with the Bai Lang of the past. But today, there are no stories to hear. Su Jinshue took the bread and bottled water, found a shady corner where no one was around, and silently watched the men and women exercising on the playground, feeling a sense of indescribable loss. Why has he changed? Do people really hate sweet tofu pudding that much? Su Jinshue couldn't understand it, so she subconsciously started looking for Bai Lang's location. She found him chatting and laughing with a sweet girl under a big tree. Why is he seeing other girls? Su Jinshue was somewhat unhappy. Although she didn't understand the specific reason, she felt uncomfortable seeing Bai Lang talking to other girls. Su Jinshue wanted to rush over and ask what was going on, but when she saw so many people under the tree, she could only turn back. She carefully tore open the packaging and took a small bite of the bread. Let's wait a bit, until there are fewer people before we go over. Under the big tree. Bai Lang explained without changing his expression, actually, it's all a misunderstanding. The rumors in school are unreliable. Today they say this person is a simp, tomorrow they say that person is being cuckolded. Family members, does anyone understand? Jiang Xiaoyu, that school beauty, has something wrong with her brain. How can she call someone a simp the moment they meet? Even if it's true, it shouldn't be said so bluntly. Only someone with extensive experience like Bai Lang could handle such an opening lightning strike. Jiang Xiaoyu pouted, "Who are you trying to fool? I saw it with my own eyes during the military training at the beginning of the semester. You ran to the convenience store under the scorching sun to buy ice water, and then happily delivered it to Su Jinxue. What's wrong with that? Is it illegal for classmates to give each other water? And last week, I saw you buying breakfast at the school gate, and you were happily delivering it to Su Jinxue. Well, there's nothing wrong with classmates bringing each other breakfast, right? And the week before last. Okay, I admit I'm a simp. How do you know everything? You weren't secretly following me, were you?" Bai Lang was speechless. What a bad start. He was immediately labeled a simp by his target, and not just any simp, but a simp for other girls. This time, things are getting tough. Jiang Xiaoyu turned her head and said, "Who was following you?" "I just happened to be passing by." "It's your fault for only having eyes for Su Jinxue." That being said. But Jiang Xiaoyu looked a little guilty, because she had indeed secretly followed Bai Lang a few times. "It's not that I have a crush on Bai Lang. I'm just curious, Bai Lang is quite handsome, so why does he keep acting like a simp for Su Jinxue?" Jiang Xiaoyu and Su Jinxue are known as the two peerless beauties of freshman year, and people on the school forum often discuss who was the #1 goddess of freshman year. Jiang Xiaoyu cared about it quite a bit. "I'll give a thumbs up to posts praising her, ignore posts supporting Su Jinxue, and downvote when I'm in a bad mood. I've been scrolling through too many posts." Jiang Xiaoyu discovered that the reason many people said Su Jinxue was prettier was because Su Jinxue had an incredibly devoted admirer, which made her superior. Jiang Xiaoyu didn't have that, so she should be ranked second. Jiang Xiaoyu was naturally unconvinced and occasionally sneaked into Su Jinxue's class to observe, only to discover Bai Lang's existence. What's so great about being a simp? Universities are full of young men and women, and there are plenty of male simps as well as female simps. But Bai Lang was different. Not only was he very handsome, but the way he licked Su Jinxue was unprecedentedly exaggerated. I heard they've raised the bar for what constitutes a simp at school. Think about it, if a handsome guy is willing to be a girl simp, then even if that girl is not very good looking, others will think that she must have some good points. Because of Bai Lang's sycophantic attitude, Su Jinxue gradually gained the upper hand over Jiang Xiaoyu. Jiang Xiaoyu was speechless, but she couldn't say anything. She could only silently criticize Bai Lang for not doing his job properly. Unexpectedly, Bai Lang took the initiative to greet him. Jiang Xiaoyu asked in confusion, "You big simp, why are you here today? Didn't Su Jinxue come today?" "She's here, but she likes to stay in secluded places, so she's not easy to find." Bai Lang shrugged. Having spent 3 months admiring her, he knew Su Jinxue's lifestyle habits inside and out. Jiang Xiaoyu was even more confused after hearing this. "If you can't find her, why did you come to me? Are you planning to make me your target instead?" This girl has a pretty good intuition. Bai Lang was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Jiang Xiaoyu to have figured him out so quickly. But it wasn't a big problem. Anyway, he would be discovered when he started to fawn over her. After thinking for a moment, Bai Lang revealed a simple and honest smile. "It's just about making friends." Jiang Xiaoyu was shocked. "You didn't deny it? No way, you really want to pursue me?" He. Bai Lang chuckled and scratched his head. "If you can't shake off the simp label, then try pretending to be an honest person. This harmless image is more likely to win people's hearts." The boys around Bai Lang were all looking at him like he was a joke. They were Jiang Xiaoyu's classmates, and they would fawn over her during PE class, so they were obviously simps. But Jiang Xiaoyu isn't so easy to pursue. Don't let her carefree personality fool you. She's actually a fierce and ruthless character. She once made a senior who confessed his feelings to her in public blush with embarrassment. The classmates only found out afterward. Jiang Xiaoyu is not just a sweet school beauty, she's also a master at roasting people. It scared the others so much that they dared not confess their feelings. Bai Lang is a notorious simp. He couldn't win over Su Jinxue, so he came to Jiang Xiaoyu instead. Isn't it obvious that he's treating Jiang Xiaoyu as a backup plan? The boys around him just wanted to see him make a fool of himself. If Bai Lang knew what they were thinking, he would definitely say, "You're overthinking it. I'm a man with a system." Bai Lang dared to flirt with Jiang Xiaoyu because of his accumulated experience as a simp, and also because of the system. The simp system is rudimentary, it only identifies the target and then awards bonuses and lottery opportunities when the target's favorability reaches 60 or 80. But there's actually a hidden feature. It's a module for checking appearance and favorability, especially the favorability rating, which actually allows Bai Lang to clearly understand the target person's psychological state. I used to pursue Su Jinxue. Bai Lang didn't know how to be a simp at first, but he could learn by increasing Su Jinxue's favorability. Perform a certain action and observe whether Su Jinxue's favorability increases or decreases to determine whether the action can continue. Try a few more times to find behaviors that can improve favorability, and then increase the intensity. This is also one of the reasons why Bai Lang was able to successfully obtain Su Jinxue's reward. Jiang Xiaoyu's current favorability rating is 36. Her favorability rating is quite high. It seems Jiang Xiaoyu is tough on the outside but soft on the inside. Is she the old version of a tsundere girl? Bai Lang muttered to himself. Despite Jiang Xiaoyu's constant sycophantic remarks, she actually has a pretty good impression of him, much better than she did of Su Jinxue back then. Chapter 11 Su Jinxue, come with me. Why are you staring at me like that? Let me tell you straight, I won't accept you. You only came to me because you couldn't get Su Jinxue, you're obviously just keeping me as a backup. Jiang Xiaoyu looked at him with disdain. He thought Bai Lang was shameless, he had no luck pursuing Su Jinxue, so he turned around and started pursuing her instead. This is such a blatant act of looking for a backup plan. How could Jiang Xiaoyu possibly agree? If she did, it would be tantamount to admitting that she was ranked below Su Jinxue. Bai Lang was a little annoyed. He should have kept a low profile if he had known that being a simp had a bad reputation. It's too late to keep a low profile now. As Jiang Xiaoyu said this, her favorability rating dropped, reaching 28. That's clearly what she really thinks. This won't do. No one likes being a backup option, especially not a campus beauty like her. We have to find an excuse to fool Jiang Xiaoyu. Bai Lang muttered to himself. His past pursuit of Su Jinxue is a knot in Jiang Xiaoyu's heart. Without untying this knot, her favorability towards him cannot steadily increase. But how do I untangle this knot in my heart? Clang! As Bai Lang was pondering this, a shot suddenly rang out from the basketball court, followed by a familiar voice, "Have a practice shot. You haven't gotten your touch yet, this shot doesn't count." Holy crap, do you think you're Kobe Bryant? You're shooting even when you're double-teamed? But there are still 3 people who haven't booked my services. And damn it, we're playing 3 against 3. Such friendly exchanges are frequently heard on the basketball court. Bai Lang could practically recite them by heart. Wait, shall we practice one? Isn't this a ready-made excuse? Bai Lang's eyes lit up, and he moved closer to stand face to face with Jiang Xiaoyu. The two were standing very close. Bai Lang is 1.85 meters tall. Although he is not strong, he has a commanding presence when he stands tall and holds his head high. Jiang Xiaoyu was only a little over 1.6 meters tall, and she was a little flustered by Bai Lang's sudden approach, mistakenly thinking that Bai Lang had acted impulsively. What do you want to do? The surrounding boys were furious. That damn Bai Lang, did he think he could just resort to violence after his advances failed? They won't be polite then. Bai Lang slowly lowered his head and immediately smelled a faint fragrance, which, unsurprisingly, came from Jiang Xiaoyu. He tried his best to maintain a proper image and whispered to Jiang Xiaoyu, "You've misunderstood. Su Jinxue and I are actually good friends. I was just using her as a practice subject." Jiang Xiaoyu was stunned. Huh? Practice? Is there any practice to be a simp? Su Jinxue was just a practice subject who was the real target? Could it be? Jiang Xiaoyu was shocked. So, you're trying to pursue me? That's right. Although I may not succeed, I still don't want you to misunderstand that I've fallen for someone else. Bai Lang answered with a straight face. He had to hold back. If he laughed out loud, he could forget about getting Jiang Xiaoyu's reward. Jiang Xiaoyu looked up in surprise and doubt. Bai Lang's eyes were filled with sincerity and determination. If you didn't know better, you would think he was joining the party. Is this guy serious? Jiang Xiaoyu secretly guessed, still somewhat incredulous, since she and Bai Lang had never crossed paths before. However, Bai Lang's sudden approach and his indifferent words towards Su Jinxue were indeed a bit strange. Amidst her doubts, Jiang Xiaoyu also felt a touch of secret delight, because if Bai Lang was telling the truth, it meant that her status was above Su Jinshue's. Su Jinshue is the backup option. Jiang Xiaoyu smiled and felt instantly cheerful, thinking that Bai Lang had good taste. She is definitely better than Su Jinshue. At the same time, her favorability rating reached 37. The price surged immediately, demonstrating how effective Bai Lang's excuse was. It not only resolved Jiang Xiaoyu's inner conflict but also used Su Jinshue as a stepping stone. I'm so sorry, I'll treat Xiaosu to a few more meals of bread later, otherwise I'll feel really bad about it. Bai Lang sighed. This was out of necessity. There aren't many people who can be recognized by the simp system, let alone someone like Jiang Xiaoyu with such a high initial level of favorability. They had to seize the opportunity. The boys around him were confused. They only saw Bai Lang lean over and whisper a few words to Jiang Xiaoyu. Jiang Xiaoyu's resistant expression immediately disappeared, replaced by surprise and acceptance. Hateful. What exactly are the simp skills that made Jiang Xiaoyu accept him? The boys looked on with envy. Although they didn't know what Bai Lang had said, they also wanted to talk to Jiang Xiaoyu like that. Even just standing together without saying a word is fine. Jiang Xiaoyu narrowed her eyes, somewhat doubtful, and said, "Who knows if what you're saying is true or false?" Bai Lang retorted, "Wasn't my gaze sincere enough?" "I'm not a lie detector," Jiang Xiaoyu rolled her eyes. "You're the one who said it. Who knows if it's true or false? Maybe you're lying to me?" "How could that be? My feelings for you have always been..." Bai Lang subconsciously wanted to say a few sweet words. However, right from the start, it was noticed that Jiang Xiaoyu's expression wasn't very good, and she was clearly not buying it. Bai Lang decisively changed his strategy. "No amount of talking will help, I will prove everything with my actions." Jiang Xiaoyu was taken aback. "Practical action? That's right. We'll be in the same school from now on. You'll see how I treat Su Jinshue and how I treat you. There is no way to fake that." Bai Lang remained calm and composed. This is an open strategy since Su Jinshue has already used up all her rewards, she has no further use to him. With no other target in mind, Bai Lang could only try to win over Jiang Xiaoyu, which would be a good way to resolve his inner conflict about being a backup option. Jiang Xiaoyu nodded, "That's more like it. If you can prove yourself with your actions in the future, then I can give you a chance." "Not bad, at least there's something to lick." Bai Lang pressed his advantage, saying, "Then starting tomorrow, I'll bring you breakfast?" "No," Jiang Xiaoyu shook her head, "I made plans with my best friend. This won't do." Bai Lang was somewhat displeased, as delivering breakfast was a routine task for Su Jinshue to consistently build favorability. Why do they just discard someone else? Besides, if he's a simp, he can't just stay out of the spotlight. What if Jiang Xiaoyu forgets about him? Bai Lang's eyes darted around. "Then I'll treat you to breakfast, which will also be a good opportunity to explain my relationship with Su Jinshue." "I see." Jiang Xiaoyu was reluctant. She had never eaten breakfast with a boy since starting university. However, he heard Bai Lang want to talk about Su Jinshue. Jiang Xiaoyu seemed quite interested. "Okay, add me as a friend and I'll invite you to come tomorrow morning. No need to treat us, we'll split the bill." "Okay." Bai Lang smiled warmly and innocently, like a devoted admirer who had found his mistress. The boys around them gritted their teeth, especially when Bai Lang and Jiang Xiaoyu added each other as friends. They wanted to rush up and stop them, but they were afraid of offending Jiang Xiaoyu. "Goddess, wake up. This guy is no good." Jiang Xiaoyu couldn't help but chuckle and said, "Why are you so happy? It's like you found money." Bai Lang answered sincerely, "Having a meal with you is much happier than finding money on the ground." "Hey, you're really used to being a simp. You don't need to talk to me like that." Jiang Xiaoyu got goosebumps all over. She didn't like this overly respectful attitude, as if the person had some ulterior motive. "We're all classmates, so it's better to order whatever you like." But before Jiang Xiaoyu could finish speaking, she noticed a tall young woman standing behind Bai Lang, who was none other than the other member of the Peerless Twins. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Su Jinshue said expressionlessly, "Bai Lang, come with me." Chapter 12, Another Scumbag. Su Jinshue's sudden arrival truly stunned everyone, especially the boys around her. The two peerless talents gathered together. This is quite big news. Su Jinshue stood behind Bai Lang, her tall and aloof figure resembling a fairy from a painting, untouched by the world. Even though Jiang Xiaoyu was just as beautiful, she couldn't steal Su Jinshue's thunder. The two women stood in front of and behind Bai Lang. The boys around were stunned, not understanding why Su Jinxue had suddenly appeared, let alone why she had asked Bai Lang to go with her. Judging from that tone, I wonder if it's a boyfriend who's been fooling around. Bai Lang is Su Jinxue's simp, so why did Su Jinxue come looking for him on her own initiative? Could the rumors at school be wrong? Why did you come here? Bai Lang turned around in surprise. He was also surprised and couldn't understand Su Jinxue's thoughts. Had he not made himself clear enough before? You've already accepted the bread, so why are you still making such a fuss? Su Jinxue replied coldly, the PE teacher is here. Go back and line up. Oh, this. Bai Lang's lips twitched. So what if the PE teacher comes? Is there any need to be nervous about PE class? That teacher let them do whatever they wanted on the very first day. Besides, Su Jinxue isn't someone who values physical education classes. He would hide in a corner to rest during every physical education class and rarely participated in group activities. But Bai Lang couldn't ask back, because he knew that Su Jinxue was shy at the moment. There are so many people here. Every extra word she spoke was torture for Su Jinxue. Furthermore, Bai Lang earned a bonus of 270,000 yuan and a Cullinan from Su Jinxue. Su Jinxue is a great benefactor. Bai Lang couldn't ignore it, so he took the opportunity to say goodbye to Jiang Xiaoyu. I have to go to class now, I'll go back and line up first. Okay, I'll contact you again tomorrow. Jiang Xiaoyu gave a blank, stunned reply. Watching Bai Lang and Su Jinxue leave. The boys around them started whispering, what's going on? Isn't Bai Lang a simp for Su Jinxue? That doesn't seem likely. What kind of master would actively seek out a sycophant? That's the opposite of what's expected. If you ask me, Su Jinxue acted more like a simp just now. She was probably jealous. You're right. Su Jinxue's expression just now clearly showed that she was angry, probably because she was angry at Bai Lang. Damn it, if I had known Su Jinxue was so easy to talk to, I would have started fawning over her long ago. Save your breath. You really think any simp will do? Bai Lang is so handsome, even if he weren't a simp, he wouldn't lack for girls. Jiang Xiaoyu listened silently, feeling a little strange, not understanding why Su Jinxue had suddenly appeared. No one believes the excuse of a physical education class. Just now, Su Jinshua's posture clearly indicated that she was coming for Bai Lang and wanted to take him away. Who's the real simp here? Jiang Xiaoyu was puzzled. The rumors at school all said that Bai Lang was a simp. Bai Lang just admitted that he did lick Su Jinxue, but the reason was to practice. The one I truly like is Jiang Xiaoyu. The next second, Su Jinxue appeared and took the initiative to call Bai Lang away. The turning point came too suddenly. Jiang Xiaoyu was completely baffled and became curious about the relationship between Bai Lang and Su Jinxue. Are these two really good friends? On the other side of the playground, Su Jinxue led Bai Lang aimlessly, heading directly towards the teaching building. Bai Lang quickly asked, we have PE class later, where are you taking me? I want to talk to you about something. Su Jinxue kept walking towards the teaching building, glancing back at Bai Lang every now and then. Bai Lang had no choice but to follow Su Jinxue into the teaching building. This building is for teachers, so fewer students come here, especially since it's close to class time. There was hardly anyone in the hallway. After climbing 2 floors, Su Jinxue suddenly stopped. Why have you changed? Bai Lang was taken aback. Huh? You weren't like this before, Su Jinxue explained slowly. Why did you change? Is it because of the sweet tofu pudding? Bai Lang feigned ignorance. This, is there? You've changed. You used to follow me around during PE class, why don't you anymore? Su Jinxue asked expressionlessly. In other words, it was a class to improve their feelings for each other. Otherwise, Su Jinxue, being socially awkward, wouldn't have dared to say such a thing. Bai Lang had a bit of a headache. He couldn't very well say that he had been nice to her before in order to get more rewards, but now that she had received the rewards, she naturally didn't need to do that anymore. But saying that might hurt Su Jinshue's feelings. Bai Lang forced a smile and explained, because, we're already good friends, I don't need to keep bothering you. Su Jinxue was taken aback. Good friend? Yes, Bai Lang nodded vigorously. I just wanted to be your friend, your best friend, that's why I was so nice to you. We're friends now. Su Jinshue's pretty face showed a rare hint of confusion, but didn't you always say you wanted me to be your girlfriend? Why are you changing your mind now and saying we should be best friends? Bai Lang shamelessly replied, "The girlfriend I was referring to is a female friend." Such outrageous words. Su Jinshue's head was buzzing. She felt that her understanding had greatly differed from Bai Lang's. If it's just about making friends. Su Jinshue had already agreed, but she had refused because Bai Lang insisted on dating. But being best friends is great. I can continue to listen to Bai Lang's stories without much pressure. Su Jinshue blinked. So that's what you mean? Then I agree. Bai Lang was confused again. Huh? I said I agreed, Su Jinshue said matter-of-factly. I just think it's not appropriate to be in a relationship. If you just want to be best friends, I can accept that. How can this be accepted? This silly girl has probably never encountered a jerk before and doesn't know what a male best friend means. Bai Lang thought to herself, but nodded outwardly. Okay, then we'll be best friends from now on. Su Jinshue's delicate lips curved slightly. For someone as expressionless and socially anxious as her, this was already considered a state of hearty laughter. Bai Lang breathed a sigh of relief, his guilt lessening slightly. Then let's go to the playground for class? Su Jinshue nodded obediently. Okay. The two went downstairs again, but did not notice an elegant woman wearing glasses standing above them on the stairwell. The beautiful woman's looks were no less than Su Jinshue's. She pushed up her black-rimmed glasses with her fingertips and said, "Male best friend, just sounds like the kind of scheme that preys on young girls." Another scumbag. Bai Lang was naturally unaware of this. He led Su Jinshue back to the playground, his mind preoccupied with the issue of the licking dog system. I had underestimated things before. Bai Lang initially thought that as long as he found a target, started to lick their boots, and then got the reward, he could leave. It was as if nothing had happened. However, Su Jinshue's behavior suggests that things are not so simple. Once the level of affection has risen to a certain point, it is not something that can be easily broken off. This is something that must be taken into consideration. Someone as easily fooled as Su Jinshue could easily be dismissed with any excuse for changing careers. If you encounter someone with a bad personality, it might not be so easy to break off contact. But it's too early to worry about that. Right now, we only have 3 targets at most. What choice do we have? Bai Lang shook his head. There are only a few people in total, so there's no chance to be picky. It's better to just be a sycophant. Return to the playground. Their class was lining up for roll call, and the students were all shocked to see the two arrive so late. Why did these two come out of the teacher's building? That's a place only young couples go to. Could it be? Gui Yangming stared in disbelief. Holy crap! What's going on with Lao Bai and Su Jinshue? Have they already settled things? Chapter 13. Socially anxious girl Su Jinshue. The fact that Bai Lang was Su Jinshue's simp had spread throughout the entire school, not to mention their classmates. The past 3 months. Everyone has seen Bai Lang fawn over Su Jinshue and show her all sorts of concern. At first, people were surprised, but later they became numb to it and accepted the relationship between the two. But today things took a turn for the worse. In the past, Bai Lang was always by Su Jinshue's side, running around like a housekeeper. Now the two are standing side by side, Bai Lang speaking casually, and Su Jinshue nodding occasionally. It's nothing like the typical relationship between a simp and a goddess. More like a couple. The whole class was stunned. The male students, in particular, all shared the same thought as Gui Yangming. Has Bai Lang's simp status been officially recognized? Aside from this reason, they didn't know why Su Jinshue's attitude had changed. This aloof school beauty had never been so friendly with other students before. Holy crap! What on earth is going on? Dai Wenxiang's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. He really couldn't understand what had happened these past 2 days. He's had a string of bad luck. First, Zhang Li cheated on him, then he was forced to give Bai Lang a washing machine, and now he's discovered that Bai Lang seems to have won over Su Jinshue. A series of blows. Dai Wenxiang almost drove me to depression. He's clearly a native of Yi City, his family is clearly richer, he's clearly more. Cough cough. In terms of looks, Bai Lang has a slight advantage. But Dai Wenxiang isn't bad either, so why is his life getting worse and worse, while Bai Lang, this outsider, has a smooth life? Dai Wenxiang couldn't understand it at all, so he turned to Zhang Mingyuan and asked, Mingyuan, tell me, in what way is Bai Lang better than me? He's taller than you, more handsome than you, and even more. Zhang Mingyuan was also shocked by Bai Lang and subconsciously blurted out what was on his mind. Dai Wenxiang's eyes widened. Huh? Ah. Zhang Mingyuan quickly changed his tune, but brother Chang, your family is much better off. You'll definitely do even better after graduation. At that time, even Bai Lang couldn't catch up with you. Dai Wenxiang shook his head, that's too fake. You were just about to say something about Bai Lang, what was it again? Zhang Mingyuan stammered, this. Just say it. Bai Lang is more popular with girls. Even if he acts like a simp, the girls in the class still like him quite a bit. That's true. Dai Wenxiang seemed to be deep in thought. Generally, most girls wouldn't want to associate with a guy who's labeled a simp. But Bai Lang was different. Even though he openly fawned over Su Jinxue, the girls in the class were still willing to joke with him. Perhaps their good looks are a factor. But good looks alone aren't enough, you also need a likable personality. Even though Dai Wenxiang and Bai Lang didn't get along, he had to admit that Bai Lang was a good person and usually spoke and acted with grace and composure. Aside from being a simp, there aren't many problems. Damn it, the more I think about it, the angrier I get. This son of a bitch has managed to lick Su Jinxue's boots. Who would dare to laugh at him for being a lickspittle now? Dai Wenxiang was genuinely jealous. A day earlier, Dai Wenxiang was the only man in their dormitory with a girlfriend. Currently, only one person in the dormitory has a girlfriend, but that person has become Bai Lang. Moreover, Bai Lang's girlfriend is Su Jinxue, the ice queen of freshman year. The differences between people are too great. Dai Wenxiang was so angry that he didn't want to watch Bai Lang and Su Jinxue showing affection anymore, so he dragged Zhang Mingyuan straight to the basketball court. Let's play a game. Zhang Mingyuan dawdled and made an excuse, Brother Chang, we haven't taken attendance yet. What the hell? Dai Wenxiang cursed, PE class is for physical activity, and you're in charge of defense. Hey. Okay then, but Brother Chang, could you please stop hitting me from behind? Last time, that elbow almost landed me in the cadre school clinic. I'll try my best. As Dai Wenxiang spoke, he glanced at Bai Lang again and saw Su Jinxue nodding obediently. His anger flared up. Compared to the imaginations of her classmates, Bai Lang and Su Jinxue's story is actually quite boring. Bai Lang, there are so many people on the playground today. I wonder how many classes are having class. Su Jinxue, Bai Lang, are you hot? Should I buy you a glass of water later? After all, we're best friends. Su Jinxue, okay. Bai Lang, speaking of which, besides me, do you have any other close friends or girlfriends? Su Jinxue, no. Bai Lang, could you say a few more words? Su Jinxue, okay. Bai Lang. This is the daily life of a socially anxious girl. If it were someone else, they would definitely find Su Jinxue aloof and distant. In reality, Su Jinxue was just shy, not shy in front of Bai Lang, since their affection level had both reached 82. The main problem is that there are too many people on the playground. Su Jinxue was a little nervous and deliberately shortened her sentences. She only dared to say so much to Bai Lang because there was no one else in the hallway. Bai Lang was speechless. He had thought that the reward would stop him from having awkward conversations with Su Jinxue. I never expected to be forced to operate. But given Su Jinxue's social anxiety, if Bai Lang really ignores her, I'm genuinely worried something might happen to her. People who are quiet and reserved are more likely to go to extremes. Bai Lang didn't want Su Jinxue to get into trouble because of his sycophantic behavior. He would feel guilty for the rest of his life. However, the relationship needs to be clarified. Bai Lang added, Jinxue, from now on we're best friends. If you ever run into trouble, come to me. I'll never refuse to help if I can. It's all for Cullinan's sake. A girl with a bit of social anxiety. Su Jinxue nodded, okay. Good, let's go to class first. Bai Lang smiled with satisfaction. Their relationship was much better now, at least it wouldn't stop him from being someone else's lapdog. The two walked and talked until they reached Gui Yangming. Bai Lang laughed and said, Yang Ming, what are you standing there for? Aren't you going to say hello to Jin Shui? Hello, school beauty Su, my name is Gui Yangming. Gui Yangming snapped out of his daze and looked at Su Jinshue's stunningly beautiful face, feeling inexplicably nervous. This guy always points fingers at girls and finds fault with them. Now, I can't even stand up to Su Jinxue face to face. Bai Lang chuckled, why are you introducing yourself? We're already in the same class. And when did you change your name to Gui Yangming? I didn't. Gui Yangming retorted, his face flushed and his neck thick with anger. Just by looking at his reaction, you can tell how powerful Su Jinshue's looks are. She can captivate innocent young men without even saying a word. Bai Lang waved his hand. All right, just saying hello is enough. Gui Yangming said with a sigh of relief, hello, Su, the school beauty. Hello. Su Jinshue replied expressionlessly. Gui Yangming nodded hurriedly, as if Su Jinshue's response was a favor, completely ignoring her somewhat cold attitude. But that's fine too. Bai Lang could tell that Su Jinshue's greeting was quite serious. It's just that most people don't know her socially awkward nature. Not bad. Jinshue, you've made a new friend. If you can't get my help in the future, just ask Guagui for help. Bai Lang looked pleased. This will lighten the burden, and if Su Jinshue really needs help, Gui Yangming can step in. Bai Lang can then free up his hands to become a sycophant. For some reason, he felt like he was treating Su Jinshue like a daughter, especially when he helped introduce her to friends. Fine, consider it compensation for the bonus. Su Jinshue stood silently to the side, thinking, introducing friends, isn't that a way for couples to express trust and recognition? But aren't we best friends? Chapter 14. Why don't you guys like me? University physical education classes are not complicated. Typically, the first 2 years of university consist of 4 semesters, and you only need to earn credits each semester. Most of the time is free time. The university environment is already relaxed, not to mention the old-fashioned, easygoing courses like physical education. The teacher might just take attendance, have you run a couple of laps, and then you can do whatever you want. After the PE teacher finished taking attendance, he asked the sports representative to collect the sports equipment, and then went to a corner to flirt with the female teacher. Bai Lang originally wanted to take a stroll with Gui Yangming. But Su Jinshue, contrary to her usual behavior, kept following behind the two of them. Gui Yangming was too embarrassed to speak. Bai Lang, confused, turned around and asked, why are you following me? Can't we find somewhere to sit down? Given Su Jinshue's personality, she would definitely find a secluded corner to stay in, afraid of attracting the attention of others. What exactly happened today? Su Jinshue glanced at Gui Yangming silently, but did not answer. She got shy again. Bai Lang was somewhat helpless and could only look at Gui Yangming. Guagua, where is the coolest spot on our playground? Gui Yangming honestly replied, cool? Probably that corner of the teacher's building, where you can still feel the air conditioning in the summer. Bai Lang laughed and said, then you go and wait over there, we have something to talk about. You? Gui Yangming then understood what Bai Lang meant. He was telling him to go somewhere cool and stay there. He wanted to retort. But then he saw Su Jinshue standing there expressionless. Gui Yangming was too embarrassed to speak, so he could only slink away. However, Gui Yangming hadn't gone far when he was stopped by 4 girls with badminton rackets. They were all his classmates. All 4 girls were quite good-looking. But compared to Su Jinshue, the sense of disparity became immediately apparent. Gui Yangming immediately relaxed. What, do you guys want to play badminton with me? The girl leading the group, Zhou Yan, said with a speechless expression, who wants to play with you? You always hit the ball way too far, and I spend the whole class just picking it up. Ha? Gui Yangming was stunned. Then what do you mean? Zhou Yan asked, what's going on between Bai Lang and Su Jinshue? Did the simp finally get a legitimate relationship? So you were asking about Bai Lang. Gui Yangming was somewhat disappointed. He had thought that spring had come for him, but it turned out to be a false alarm. But gossiping can be quite interesting. Gui Yangming, who was bursting with excitement, seized the opportunity to speak. I reckon it is. Although Lao Bai hasn't admitted it, Su Jinshue's attitude has clearly changed, and the way Lao Bai looks at Su Jinshue is also strange. Another girl couldn't help but ask, what kind of look is that? It's hard to describe, it's like a very close relationship, how should I put it, like a father looking at his daughter. Gui Yangming racked his brains to find an adjective. Zhou Yan and the other 3 looked at each other in bewilderment. The way their father looked at his daughters, that was pure love. This isn't romantic love anymore, it's familial love. Zhou Yan sighed, I didn't expect Bai Lang to succeed after all. I was even willing to wait for him for half a year. Gui Yangming was shocked, what the heck? Zhou Yan, you like Lao Bai? I wouldn't say I like him, I just think he's a nice person, but since Su Jinshue has agreed, I definitely don't stand a chance. Zhou Yan shrugged nonchalantly. She really liked Bai Lang. Not only was he handsome, but he was also very humorous and witty when they chatted. He's a very interesting guy. Even if we don't talk about marriage, he would definitely be a great boyfriend. It's a pity that Bai Lang only has eyes for Su Jinxue, and now he's even become her official lover. Actually, it wasn't just Zhou Yan, the other three girls also had similar thoughts, but they were too embarrassed to say them directly. Gua Yangming asked somewhat discontentedly, "Why don't you guys like me?" Put. I didn't know you were so funny, Gua Yangming. Want to play badminton together? Zhou Yan burst out laughing. The other three girls were starting to lose their composure. Gua Yangming felt deeply wronged, not understanding what was wrong with the world, wondering if good men like him were no longer popular. He initially wanted to directly reject Zhou Yan and express his dissatisfaction, but opportunities to play badminton with four girls were rare. Gua Yangming could only swallow his pride. Fine, but I have to start first. Not far away. Bai Lang couldn't help but chuckle and said, I didn't expect Guogui to be so popular with women. He was dragged off to play badminton by a girl as soon as he left. Yeah, he's a pretty interesting person. Su Jinxue nodded. With no one else around, she immediately became more talkative. Taking the opportunity, Bai Lang asked, What's wrong with you today? Why aren't you sitting in a corner? What are you doing following me around? Su Jinxue tilted her head, Aren't we best friends? Yeah, Bai Lang said, not quite understanding, so what if they're best friends? The internet says that best friends are the very best of friends and should be together all the time. Oh, this. Bai Lang finally understood. It turns out that in Su Jinxue's mind, best friends should be together every day, no wonder she always followed him to class. This can't go on. Bai Lang thought to himself, he still had to flatter Jiang Xiaoyu, how could he bring along such a big third wheel like Su Jinxue? And being so beautiful will definitely have the opposite effect. However, seeing Su Jinxue's obedient and sensible eyes, Bai Lang really couldn't refuse. A socially anxious girl would definitely be heartbroken if she got rejected, especially since she wouldn't have any friends to comfort her. Hey! If she doesn't have any friends, why not just find her one? Bai Lang's eyes lit up. He realized that the reason Su Jinxue was so clingy was because she didn't have any other friends. For the past 3 months, Bai Lang has been by Su Jinxue's side whenever she is at school. I know Su Jinxue has no other friends. It's normal for other students to feel distant from her because of her social anxiety and aloof persona. If I introduce her to some friends or besties, wouldn't I be free? Bai Lang considers himself a genius. They can come up with such a good idea. Moreover, Su Jinxue suffers from severe social anxiety, so making more friends would be beneficial to her mental health. Bai Lang smiled broadly and said, Best friends should indeed be together, but you don't have enough best friends. What if I take a day off? You'll be all alone then. It's all right, Su Jinxue said calmly, I can manage. Does this require consistent effort? Oh well, I can't fathom the thoughts of a socially anxious girl. Bai Lang shook his head, there's no need to insist. Making friends doesn't cost money. Leave this to me. I'll find you a good best friend in the next couple of days. Oh. Su Jinxue responded. Neither agreeing nor refusing, maintaining his usual aloof demeanor. However, not refusing meant agreeing, and Bai Lang laughed, Don't worry, you'll have more and more girlfriends in the future, and you won't have time to spend with me. Su Jinxue shook her head, No, it won't happen. That's hard to say. Let me think about who might be suitable. Bai Lang didn't pay attention and looked around to find a suitable candidate to be her best friend. Su Jinxue watched silently, a hint of doubt rising in her heart, if he's just a best friend, why is he so worried about me? What is he thinking? But regardless. Su Jinxue knew in her heart that Bai Lang's position could not be replaced by any of her best friends. The scene shows the two exchanging pleasantries. It was witnessed by the whole class. Dai Wenxiang, who was on the basketball court, accidentally saw this and immediately became furious, increasing the intensity of his back to the basket move. Zhang Mingyuan struggled to hold on, inwardly cursing, Damn it, all you know is how to push people, why don't you just throw yourself? Chapter 15 One must not covet a friend's wife. Although a way was found to quell Su Jinxue's enthusiasm. But Bai Lang was still forced to participate in this PE class, chatting with Su Jinxue in a casual way. There's no way around it, even best friends have their responsibilities. I was finally free after class. How can you act like a simp with such a huge third wheel around? Bai Lang shook his head inside, feeling that he had gained nothing from this class and should have spent more time with Jiang Xiaoyu. As a result, I ended up accompanying Su Jinxue to another class. That won't do. Su Jinxue has already used up all her rewards, so what's the point of increasing her favorability now? You can't talk about feelings when you're making money. He saw Bai Lang looking down and thought. Guo Yangming, who was traveling with him, was somewhat dissatisfied. Old Bai, you're putting your girlfriend before your friends. We're from the same hometown and brothers. Why are you always looking so gloomy when you're with me, but you're all smiles like a lapdog when you're with Su Jinxue? Bai Lang rolled his eyes. What are you laughing at? You have no idea how annoying she is. Ha? Guo Yangming was stunned. Weren't you two having a great chat? Everyone in the class was envious. Zhou Yan said a lot of sarcastic things just now. She seems to like you quite a bit. Is that so? Bai Lang's eyes lit up. What an unexpected bonus. Guo Yangming was reluctant to say, well, it's fine as it is. Since you and Su Jinxue are together, is it necessary to care about other girls? What do you know? I'm doing this for the future. Bai Lang had some things he couldn't say outright. He was only trying to get rewards from Su Jinxue, not trying to start a relationship. To achieve the goal of 10 million. Bai Lang will stop now, and then find a girl with some good looks to date. Just thinking about that kind of life is wonderful. As for why not take advantage of the situation and win over Su Jinxue? The main reason is that Bai Lang believes in the concept of marrying someone of equal social standing. He is an ordinary person, and even though he has obtained the system, he is fundamentally different from those rich heiresses. I have no interest in becoming a live-in son-in-law, nor in staging any kind of a son-in-law's comeback. There's nothing wrong with being an ordinary person. Now that he has the simp system, Bai Lang can quickly make money and accumulate enough wealth to ensure he and Gao Zuoyan live a life of comfort and security. That's enough. I have no grand ambitions, just a simple and ordinary life. Bai Lang has fantasies about love, but they definitely have to come after family. When he acts like a simp, it's more for the sake of getting rewards and making money. I don't have much interest in beauties like Su Jinxue and Wang Jing. Although they are beautiful, the more beautiful a woman is, the higher the cost of marrying her. Bai Lang isn't overly ambitious, and he doesn't have high requirements for his future wife's looks. Besides, good personality is more important than good looks. Su Jinxue is beautiful, but she's actually quite boring to be around. Living together will inevitably lead to depression sooner or later. Seeing that Bai Lang wasn't joking, Guo Yangming was greatly surprised. Are you serious? If you don't like Su Jinxue, why are you still being her lapdog? Well, that's a personal hobby. Bai Lang shrugged. I definitely can't reveal the system details, I can only say it casually. Guo Yangming, however, found it reasonable, so that's how it is. But Su Jinxue is so beautiful, I'd want to lick her too. Then go ahead and lick it, Bai Lang said. Anyway, I've licked it enough. If you can succeed, I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Guo Yangming quickly shook his head. That won't do. You can't mess with a friend's wife. She likes you now. Bai Lang was stunned. Huh? Do you think I'm really stupid? Guo Yangming said with a regretful look. Su Jinxue only cares about you now. If I go over there and act like a lapdog, wouldn't I just be making a fool of myself? What nonsense are you spouting? Su Jinxue has a blank expression all day long. Guo Yangming can tell who she cares about. That's nonsense. Bai Lang was too lazy to complain and decided to go out for a meal with Guo Yangming. They're both young men, at the age when they're growing, so finding a fast food restaurant that offers free refills would be perfect. I left the school gate. Guo Yangming paused in his tracks. Old Bai, has Su Jinxue eaten? How would I know? Bai Lang laughed. Are you really planning to be a simp? No, you've been bringing food to Su Jinxue since the first day of school, and you've never missed a meal. Now you're suddenly ignoring her. Won't she go hungry? Guo Yangming was somewhat worried. He didn't have feelings for Su Jinxue, he just couldn't bear to see a pretty girl go hungry. A gentlemanly demeanor unique to innocent boys. Bai Lang paused for a moment, remembering that Su Jinxue had attended her first class on an empty stomach, so lunch was really hard to say. Oh no! I have this strange urge to deliver food to her. Damn, how can simp mentality be contagious? Bai Lang was speechless and glared at Guo Yangming angrily. Would it kill you to say less? I wasn't even paying attention at first, but now I have a headache. A headache means you care about her, that's what happens when you're a simp. Gui Yangming retorted with a grin. As long as there are no girls around, he is a cheerful and optimistic big boy. Bai Lang sighed, never mind, let's eat with her. There's nothing wrong with best friends having meals together. A fast food restaurant near the school gate. Bai Lang casually picked up the plate and instructed Su Jinxue, take whatever you want to eat. This meal is on me. You can treat me next time. Oh. Su Jinxue nodded cautiously. It was her first time at a fast food restaurant, and she was not used to the crowded environment. However, since it was Bai Lang's invitation, a nominal best friend, Su Jinxue decided to give it a try. Gui Yangming, who was in front, followed dejectedly beside them. It was clearly he who had instigated Bai Lang to invite Su Jinxue to have dinner together. As a result, Su Jinxue arrived. Gui Yangming was like a mouse before a cat, completely subdued. Bai Lang was furious, is this your first time here too? Hurry up and get the food, and help the three of us get our rice later. Why are you rushing me? I'm still choosing. Gui Yangming blushed and stubbornly insisted, but he still grabbed 2 small stir-fried dishes and then happily ran off to get his food. He's obviously got the makings of a simp. After dealing with Gui Yangming, Bai Lang turned to look at Su Jinxue and found that she was gripping the plate tightly with both hands, looking like she was holding a shield. She was clearly terrified, but her pretty face remained cold. There were quite a few male college students in the store, and from the moment Su Jinxue appeared, their eyes were basically fixed on her. If Bai Lang hadn't been standing guard nearby, someone would definitely have come up and struck up a conversation. Beauty is a curse. Bai Lang sighed inwardly, being beautiful is a good thing for ordinary people, but not for those with social anxiety. Socially anxious people don't like being scrutinized, and Su Jinxue is just so eye-catching, which is quite unfortunate in a way. Don't be nervous, just tell me what you want to eat. Bai Lang smiled and comforted her, then took the plate from Su Jinxue's hand, as she wasn't in a good condition to carry things. The rest is similar to a father taking care of his daughter. The father picks up whatever dish his daughter is looking at. It wasn't until Bai Lang's plate was full that the two found Gui Yangming's seat, which happened to be a corner spot. After sitting down, fast food restaurants typically have 4-person tables, with 2 people facing each other. Bai Lang originally wanted to sit on one side with Gui Yangming, and let Su Jinxue sit alone. But as soon as he walked over, he felt his clothes being tugged. Bai Lang turned around and saw Su Jinxue. What are you doing? You, sit here. Su Jinxue pointed to the seat opposite Gui Yangming, her eyes showing some tension, and her fair forehead was covered with beads of sweat. Bai Lang felt a pang of sympathy for him and couldn't refuse, all right then. In the end, he sat down with Su Jinxue. The seats in the fast food restaurant were quite close together, and Bai Lang was tall, while Su Jinxue was over 1.7 meters tall. Even though they were both on the thin side, they would still bump into each other's shoulders if they moved around a bit after sitting down. Bai Lang didn't want to gain an advantage, so he controlled his movements as much as possible. Su Jinxue took the initiative to help set the table, her movements even more exaggerated than Bai Lang's, as if she didn't care about the physical contact between the two at all. Gui Yangming was puzzled. He hasn't eaten a single bite of food, so how can he be full? Chapter 16. I don't want the serious one. Lunch at the fast food restaurant ended hastily. Bai Lang didn't feel anything, after all, he had been fawning over Su Jinxue for 3 months and had eaten lunch with her quite a few times. Su Jinxue fared better than expected. Although she was a little nervous when getting the food, she immediately relaxed the moment she sat down next to Bai Lang. They even added half a bowl of rice. Gui Yangming, however, for some unknown reason, only took 2 bites of the shredded potatoes and then refused to eat anymore. When asked, she said she wasn't hungry. If asked again, she would simply say, I want to be alone. They didn't even explain who Jingjing is. Bai Lang roughly knew what was going on, so he asked Gui Yangming to pack up the leftovers so they wouldn't go hungry when they got back to the dorm. I have no classes this afternoon. As Bai Lang left the fast food restaurant, he instinctively asked Su Jinxue, are you going home this afternoon? He's really addicted to being a simp. Su Jinxue replied, Bai Lang then asked, will Uncle Chen come to pick you up later? He has something to do today, so I'll take a bus home by myself. How about I take you home? As soon as Bai Lang finished speaking, he wanted to slap himself twice. Was it really necessary to be so considerate? The rewards have all been exhausted. Su Jinxue pursed her lips and nodded, okay. Well, there's no escaping it now. Bai Lang shook his head, then turned to Gui Yangming and said, let's go, let's take our campus bell to the bus station. Which bus number are you taking? Gui Yangming was somewhat dissatisfied. He felt that Bai Lang was lying. He clearly said he wouldn't be a simp, but he had been taking care of Su Jinxue the whole way. We arrived at the bus stop. Su Jinxue stood silently under the bus stop sign, her aloof goddess demeanor attracting wave after wave of passers-by. Many boys pretended to look at the bus route, deliberately loitering near the bus stop, their eyes constantly stealing glances at Su Jinxue. Such a beautiful girl, it would be a shame not to take a few more glances. Gui Yangming stood aside and secretly asked Bai Lang, "Old Bai, who is this Uncle Chen you were talking about earlier?" Bai Lang replied, "A housekeeper from Su Jinshue's family usually picks her up from school and occasionally brings her meals." Su Jinshue's father is a well-known entrepreneur and a prominent figure in Yecheng, a fact that has long been known throughout the schools in Yecheng. It's not surprising that they have a butler. Gui Yangming then asked, "How come I've never seen it before?" "Stop making conversation." Bai Lang's face darkened. The reason Uncle Chen stopped bringing food was because there was a sycophant serving Su Jinshue for free. And that sycophant was Bai Lang himself. Gui Yangming grumbled, not quite satisfied with Bai Lang's attitude, but considering Su Jinshue's presence, he decided to maintain his gentlemanly image. The bus arrived quickly. Bai Lang originally planned to watch Su Jinshue board the bus, then head back to his dorm to contemplate his sycophantic endeavors. Who knew that Gui Yangming, that big idiot, would rush into the car without saying a word and even swipe his card in a showy manner? A crisp student card sound rang out. Then Gui Yangming turned around and called to Bai Lang with a puzzled look, "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and get in the car." He. Bai Lang's smile was stiff. Su Jinshue stared silently at Bai Lang, seemingly wanting him to get on the bus first and help block the view of the other passengers. All right, let's see this through to the end." Bai Lang could only get on the bus. Today is a weekday, and there aren't many passengers at noon, so there are plenty of empty seats. However, when Su Jinshue got into the car, she could clearly feel that the driver and male passengers were all more alert. This was the invigorating effect of beauty. Su Jinshue was asked to find a single seat. Bai Lang and Gui Yangming stood guard nearby, forming a barrier to make the socially anxious girl feel more at ease. This kind of subconscious sycophantic behavior is just too much. Fortunately, Su Jinshue's home was not far from the school, only 3 bus stops away. After the 3 got out of the car, they arrived at a villa area. There are such luxurious villas near the school. I wonder how much they cost. Gui Yangming was somewhat surprised. Bai Lang waved his hand, "Don't even think about it. We can only afford a toilet if we work our whole lives." Su Jinshue stood silently beside the 2 of them, neither of them leaving, seemingly waiting for something. Bai Lang greeted him with a smile, "Go home early, we'll see each other in class the day after tomorrow." "Oh." Su Jinshue pursed her lips, clearly wanting to say something, but she noticed Gui Yangming give up and finally entered the residential area expressionlessly. Gui Yangming sighed, "This is a true goddess. She's always serious and aloof, like she's untouched by worldly concerns." Bai Lang retorted, "Nonsense, she ate more than you just now. Only a fool would think that way. She views girls as superior, and Su Jinshue is a socially awkward person who acts like she's unapproachable." "Tch," Gui Yangming shook his head, "didn't you also fawn over him for 3 months? Now that you've been officially hired, you're acting all high and mighty? You don't know anything." Bai Lang was speechless. Knowing that he can't shake off the sycophant label, he just hopes it won't affect his next goal. Reputation is a small matter. What's a big deal is that it hinders making money. The 2 then took the bus back to school. "I took advantage of the free transfer within 90 minutes, and got another free ride under the socialist system. Su Jinshue is gone." Gui Yangming spoke much more boldly, raising his voice by 2 notches. "Hey Lao Bai, you already have Su Jinshue, why are you still trying to flirt with Jiang Xiaoyu?" This happened before physical education class. Bai Lang greeted Jiang Xiaoyu, which surprised Gui Yangming. Bai Lang joked, "Jiang Xiaoyu is pretty, don't you want to be friends with her? Are you going to be a simp again? I've put up with you for too long. If you mention the word simp again, you'd better not sleep too soundly tonight." "Ahem. Lao Bai, don't be impulsive. I just think, you and Su Jinshue are already like this, why are you getting involved with other girls, especially our 2 most outstanding freshmen? What, you have a crush on Jiang Xiaoyu?" "No, it's just that I think you've gone too far." There are only 2 really beautiful girls in the entire freshman year. Guagua, don't think too highly of the title of school beauty. There are videos of school beauties everywhere online. Bai Lang shook his head. It's 2024 now, and if you do a quick online search, you'll see tons of campus beauties. There were people wearing clothes and people not wearing clothes. The title of school beauty is tarnished. Gui Yangming was somewhat tempted. Which websites, legitimate or illegitimate? Bai Lang countered, which one do you want? Gui Yangming looked completely honest, I don't want anything serious. Bai Lang. The two joked and laughed all the way back to the dormitory in the afternoon, where they happened to run into Dai Wenxiang and Zhang Mingyuan. 2 delivery men followed behind Dai Wenxiang, pushing a washing machine on a small cart. Bai Lang, you're back just in time. I'm a man of my word, and I'll keep my promise right away. Dai Wenxiang greeted him triumphantly. Bai Lang gave him face, awesome, awesome. No wonder you're the leader of our dorm. You keep your word. I admire you to the core. Getting a washing machine for free is definitely worth it if you say a few nice words. The washing machine was installed on the spot. Dai Wenxiang smugly tried it a few times, then said in a show of generosity, I don't know about the upperclassmen, but in the freshman boys' dormitory, we're definitely the first to buy a fully automatic washing machine. Zhang Mingyuan immediately clapped, Brother Chang is awesome. Gui Yangming pursed his lips, thinking to himself that Bai Lang had won the washing machine through a bet, but Dai Wenxiang was acting like he was doing a good deed for the masses. Bai Lang didn't care. People had already paid for it, so what was wrong with showing off a little? After showing off, Dai Wenxiang called Bai Lang to the balcony and offered him a cigarette. Old Bai, how did I do on this matter? Bai Lang laughed and said, no problem, we're even. That's good, Dai Wenxiang breathed a sigh of relief. Let's get along well as roommates from now on. I have something I want to ask you. Bai Lang nodded, go ahead. Dai Wenxiang asked quietly, how did you win over Su Jinxue? Can you teach me a trick or two? Bai Lang said earnestly, actually, you've all misunderstood. Su Jinxue and I are just friends. Dai Wenxiang replied seriously, can you stop showing off? Chapter 17 Don't rush with a long whip. Old Bai, haven't I given you enough face today? Why are you still trying to fool me like this? Dai Wenxiang was a little unhappy. This morning, he was really uneasy after being bombarded with displays of affection from Bai Lang and Su Jinxue. At lunchtime, Dai Wenxiang kept thinking about where he was lacking, why Bai Lang could handle Su Jinxue, but he couldn't even handle Zhongli. Are the differences between people really that big? As Dai Wenxiang pondered this, he felt a sense of awe and wonder, realizing that Bai Lang was a capable person. They may not be wealthy, but they are definitely not ordinary people. Dai Wenxiang suddenly had a brilliant idea. If he could learn a trick or two from Bai Lang, even if he couldn't win over someone as good-looking as Su Jinxue, he should be able to handle someone as attractive as Zhongli. So, taking advantage of the bet about the washing machine, Dai Wenxiang reconciled with Bai Lang, figuring it was better to resolve conflicts than to let them fester. But Bai Lang denied it outright. Dai Wenxiang said with a dissatisfied look, Su Jinxue made it very obvious today. She called you to the convenience store as soon as get out of class ended, and during PE class, the two of you went to the teacher's building and were seen flirting in a corner. Does she really think I'm stupid? Goodness, how did you see everything? Bai Lang had nothing to say. Indeed, judging from Su Jinxue's actions today, they were exactly the behavior of a girlfriend. The two flirted all day. But only Bai Lang knew that the two were actually best friends, but Su Jinxue treated her best friend a little differently, making them seem more like a couple. Bai Lang sighed, believe it or not, I'm not pursuing Su Jinxue right now. Old Bai, I'm truly impressed. Can't you at least reveal a few tricks? You know what that bitch Zhongli did? Dai Wenxiang got anxious and started revealing his own dirty secrets, including the fact that Zhongli had cheated on him. However, Bai Lang already knew, what tricks are you going to reveal? You're chasing girls, of course, Dai Wenxiang said. You were able to win over Su Jinxue, so it's definitely not just because you're handsome. You must have some other special talents. This. Bai Lang hesitated, as if he wanted to say something but then stopped. He felt he didn't know how to pursue girls, only how to be a simp, and besides, love gained by being a simp wouldn't last. It was only suitable for boosting favorability and getting rewards. He has no special skills, he's just shameless. Wait, if I had to name one special skill. Bai Lang suddenly looked down and said, if we're talking about special skills, then I do have one. Dai Wenxiang asked expectantly, what special skill? Bai Lang, don't be hasty with a long whip. Dai Wenxiang. The conversation came to an abrupt end. Although Dai Wenxiang didn't get an answer, he reconciled with Bai Lang, and the regional war among the 4 dormitory members came to an end. Since Dai Wenxiang didn't care anymore, Zhang Mingyuan, that lackey, naturally didn't dare to jump out. Bai Lang and Gui Yangming didn't hold on to it either. That evening, Dai Wenxiang treated them to dinner. Regardless of what the 4 of them were thinking, they were at least chatting and laughing on the surface. After dinner, I went back to my dorm for the night. Gui Yangming and Dai Wenxiang began researching washing machines. Gui Yangming put his hands on his hips and stared impatiently at Dai Wenxiang. Old Dai, are you even capable? You can't even figure out how to operate a fully automatic washing machine. If you can't, let me do it. Dai Wenxiang's room was the largest among the 4 people in the dormitory. After the meal, Gui Yangming started calling Dai Wenxiang old Dai and spoke much more casually than before. Why are you rushing me? I'm already reading the manual. If you're in such a hurry, just turn on the light. Dai Wenxiang was also annoyed. He never did anything at home, and he had no idea that a fully automatic washing machine had so many buttons that he had to figure them out one by one. Gui Yangming impatiently took out his phone. Zhang Mingyuan stood aside, warily eyeing Gui Yangming, fearing that Dai Wenxiang's status as his number 1 underling would be taken away. Bai Lang lay on the bed, listening to the others bickering, thinking about what happened with Su Jinxue today. I have a feeling that things are getting out of control. Bai Lang initially thought that getting rewards for being a simp was simple, just increase the target girl's favorability. After the rewards are claimed, the system will return to normal. But Su Jinxue's performance today proved that Bai Lang's original idea was completely wrong. Once the favorability rating reaches 80, it doesn't seem like the situation can be easily broken off. Even if Bai Lang doesn't take the initiative to contact her, Su Jinxue will still come close to him on her own. This has never happened before. This is a warning. Once the level of affection reaches a certain point, even a socially awkward girl like Su Jinxue will still take the initiative to approach Bai Lang. If you switch to someone more extroverted, it will only be more obvious. And it's not just Su Jinxue, my own behavior is also a bit strange. Could being a simp really be addictive? Bai Lang then thought of another question. Today, he had countless opportunities to refuse Su Jinxue, but he chose to comply every time. Bai Lang himself couldn't understand why he had started to feel so attached to the matter again after he had finished getting the rewards. It was really just because he felt guilty. Or is there a deeper reason behind it? Bai Lang dared not think too much about it and quickly recalled Su Jinxue's wealth. She's the daughter of a billionaire. The daughter of a billionaire. The daughter of a billionaire. Only in this way can we recognize reality. She's a high-class heiress, not someone an ordinary college student could even dream of. However, Bai Lang's muttering was a bit loud. The other 3 people in the dormitory overheard it. Dai Wenxiang's expression was subtle as he glanced at Gui Yangming. Don't you think it's going too far for Lao Bai to show off his girlfriend like this? The billionaire's daughter. They must be referring to Su Jinxue. Bai Lang's sudden remark, combined with his relationship with Su Jinxue, makes it hard not to think of Versailles. Gui Yangming also looked constipated, recalling the time he was punished by sitting in the fast food restaurant at noon. That damn noon started when I was eating with Su Jinxue, and she stuffed dog food into my mouth. Well said. I never realized you had such a good point before. Dai Wenxiang felt a strong resonance with this. Zhang Mingyuan, who was standing to the side, watched expectantly and tried to interject. Actually, I think so too. However, Dai Wenxiang ignored him and continued to ask Gui Yangming what had happened at noon. I learned that Bai Lang and Su Jinxue went to a fast food restaurant together and even had lunch side by side. Dai Wenxiang was so envious his teeth ached. He thought to himself, that damn Bai Lang, he's been smug all day and still won't stop. So what if he's been promoted from a sycophant? Could it be that the whip is too long to be hasty really true? I must find a chance to observe this. The next day, Bai Lang got up early, rushed to the toilet to wash up, while the other 3 were still in bed. Dai Wenxiang groggily opened his eyes. Old Bai, why are you up so early? There are no classes this morning. Early to bed and early to rise makes you healthy. I'm going out for breakfast. You can keep sleeping. Bai Lang was too lazy to explain. If I were to have breakfast with Jiang Xiaoyu, Dai Wenxiang would definitely bombard me with a barrage of questions, so it's better to say nothing. Dai Wenxiang said oh and watched Bai Lang leave, but he couldn't fall asleep. Where did Bai Lang go? He doesn't have class, so he doesn't need to bring breakfast to Su Jinxue. Dai Wenxiang muttered to himself. Gui Yangming, who was in the opposite bed, casually remarked, old Bai must have made an appointment with Jiang Xiaoyu. Oh. Dai Wenxiang nodded subconsciously, then realized something was wrong. What did you say? Lao Bai has hooked up with Jiang Xiaoyu again? When did this happen? What about Su Jinxue? Gui Yangming didn't seem to care. It's just breakfast. Lao Dai, why are you getting so worked up? What does this have to do with us? Of course we're related. Dai Wenxiang sat up abruptly, frantically searching for clothes on the bed. Jiang Xiaoyu is my dream girl. Gui Yangming casually joked, really? Then how come your dream girl was in my dream last night? Lao Dai, you're so generous, you shouldn't be angry, right? To everyone's surprise, Dai Wenxiang suddenly lost his temper. Damn it, who are you calling generous? Chapter 18 The Way of the Simp. Dai Wenxiang and Gui Yangming, these two sworn enemies, had barely made peace one night before they started fighting again the very next day. Fortunately, the two knew their limits and didn't come to blows in the dormitory. However, the slightly harmonious atmosphere was tense again because of a few careless words. Zhang Mingyuan, meanwhile, chuckled to himself under the covers, feeling that Dai Wenxiang's position as his closest subordinate was secure once again. Bai Lang had no idea about any of this. However, he didn't care even if he knew. Gui Yangming and Dai Wenxiang didn't get along anyway, so even if they fought, it wouldn't be a big deal. Bai Lang got up early on purpose, didn't rush to contact Jiang Xiaoyu, and went to the cafeteria to buy milk, boiled eggs, tea eggs, and steamed buns with a mix of meat and vegetables. I don't know what we'll eat later. But preparing a nutritious breakfast is never a bad idea. Su Jinxue really liked these things, and in just 3 months, she was completely hooked. Being a simp is an art. Even if I stop being a simp in the future, I could at least become a relationship counselor. Bai Lang was all smiles. He strolled leisurely to the entrance of the girls' dormitory before sending Jiang Xiaoyu a message. Xiaoyu, beautiful, when are we going for breakfast? Jiang Xiaoyu did not reply. That's normal. It's only 6:40 now, and even college students who have classes might not be up yet. Jiang Xiaoyu's profile picture is a cartoon dog, which resembles her slightly round face. She has a sweet and lovely appearance. Su Jinxue has a cool and aloof personality, and her face shape is more like a cat's, giving her a sharp look. So when she has no expression, she seems particularly distant. It's hard to say who's prettier. But if I had to choose, I would definitely wait. Why did my first thought turn to Su Jinxue? Bai Lang frowned slightly. In the past, he always felt that Su Jinxue was difficult to get along with, and even if she was beautiful, she was not worth pursuing. But after what happened yesterday, Bai Lang's thoughts changed somewhat. He felt that Su Jinxue's quiet personality was quite good, and that living a simple life would be nice, except that her family was too rich. A mismatch in social status and background will ultimately lead to an unsuitable relationship. Bai Lang shook his head with a sigh. Looks like I'm a sentimental person. I can't bear to part with this socially awkward girl. At the same time, in a pink quilt in girls' dormitory 421. Buzz. Buzz. Jiang Xiaoyu reluctantly opened her eyes, her first reaction being a little angry. Nobody likes being woken up so early in the morning. Ugh, who sent me a message so early in the morning? Jiang Xiaoyu grumbled as she fumbled for her phone. I reached out from left to right, then from right to left, but I still couldn't find the phone. When I finally sat up to look for it, I found it on the pillow. Jiang Xiaoyu quickly crawled back into bed, carefully took out her phone, and glanced at the time. It's not even 7 o'clock yet. Who is it, huh? Halfway through her rant, she saw Bai Lang's message. He inexplicably took back the swear word. Jiang Xiaoyu was a little embarrassed. Last night, Bai Lang actually sent her several messages, trying to confirm the time for breakfast today. Jiang Xiaoyu was busy at the time and didn't like Bai Lang's persistent pursuit, so she deliberately didn't reply. Who knew Bai Lang would get up so early? Jiang Xiaoyu felt a little apologetic, but her reply was still rather impolite. Are you crazy? It's only 6:43, is it really necessary to eat breakfast this early? Downstairs. Bai Lang smiled slightly. How could he gain favor if he didn't show some enthusiasm? I also glanced at Jiang Xiaoyu's favorability rating, 41. It has risen. This shows that getting up early in the morning was the right thing to do. Most girls may not say it, but they still hope that the guy they're dating will be more proactive, as this shows that he values her. Bai Lang replied with a smile, I can't help it, the thought of having breakfast with you keeps me awake. Shy face. The message has just been sent. Jiang Xiaoyu's status changed to typing, and she quickly replied, You're so slick, you really are a big simp. Then followed by, Can you talk normally? I don't like talking like that. Don't like it? You're such a hypocrite. Bai Lang pursed his lips, noticing that Jiang Xiaoyu's favorability rating was still 41, realizing that she was lying. I don't dislike people who are glib and smooth talking. However, since we've already made it clear, we should still be a little more restrained to avoid backfiring. Bai Lang regained his composure. Okay, what should we eat later? Should we make a reservation in advance? Jiang Xiaoyu, no need, any store will do. Just get ready and wait for us downstairs at the girls' dormitory. Bai Lang smiled slightly, I've arrived. Dormitory 421. What? We've already arrived? Jiang Xiaoyu exclaimed in surprise and sat up instantly, feeling the chill of early December the next second. She was wearing a slip dress with only two thin straps on her shoulders, and her fair and slender shoulders immediately felt the chill of early December. Jiang Xiaoyu gasped, quickly grabbed her coat from the bedside, and huffed, Are you crazy? Why are you up so early? Where are we now? Bai Lang, it makes me seem sincere. This sycophant, why is he so eager to eat breakfast? Jiang Xiaoyu complained on the surface, but she was actually quite touched inside. Many boys wanted to have breakfast with her, but only Bai Lang was willing to wait for her downstairs at the girls' dormitory so early. Jiang Xiaoyu wrapped her coat around herself, quickly climbed out of bed, and wanted to see through the window if Bai Lang had really arrived. She had just put on her slippers. My roommate who you came out of the bathroom and said, Xiaoyu, you got up so early today? I was woken up by a big idiot, I'll talk to you later. As Jiang Xiaoyu spoke, she ran to the balcony. The moment she opened the balcony door, a blast of cold air swept into the entire dormitory. The two roommates who were still lying in bed instinctively hid under the covers. Who you followed, puzzled, what are you doing? Jiang Xiaoyu didn't say anything, but rushed to the balcony and looked down. Their dormitory balcony faced directly downstairs. If the white waves really come, you'll see them at a glance. Before Jiang Xiaoyu could even look around properly, she spotted Bai Lang in a down jacket downstairs. Her sweet, round face lit up with surprise, this guy really came. Who is it? Is it your boyfriend? Who you made a casual joke? How could that be? I don't date in college. Jiang Xiaoyu remained resolute in her words, but her hands were already returning Bai Lang's message, You're too early. I haven't even gotten out of bed yet. And what are you carrying? Bai Lang looked up and saw a head sticking out of a window on the fourth floor. It was Jiang Xiaoyu with disheveled hair. She truly deserves to be the undisputed campus beauty. Even with her hair unkempt, she still gives off the vibe of a punk beauty. Jiang Xiaoyu grinned remotely and sent a voice message to Bai Lang, What's wrong with you? You didn't even tell me you were coming? Bai Lang laughed and said, I can't sleep. If you can't sleep, read a book. Jiang Xiaoyu said irritably. You woke me up so early in the morning, and now I have wrinkles, it's all your fault. Bai Lang promptly apologized, I'm sorry, I'll be more careful next time. Pa! We won't do it again, just wait and see. Jiang Xiaoyu hung up angrily. Bai Lang chuckled, thinking that Jiang Xiaoyu was quite hypocritical, making him wait even though she was clearly angry. It should be coming down soon. Bai Lang was prepared to wait for 2 hours, but he didn't expect Jiang Xiaoyu to be so polite. Looks like I'll have to come earlier for our next date. This is Bai Lang's experience, as long as the target's favorability doesn't drop, it means they can accept this behavior, and it's worth continuing. Actions that will increase favorability should be taken. Even actions that don't change the level of favorability should be taken, because small actions can accumulate and potentially increase favorability. The only things to avoid are behaviors that lower favorability. This is the way of the simp, do everything that can increase favorability and get the biggest reward in the shortest amount of time. Chapter 19. A little too arrogant. Bai Lang was not in a hurry at all. Jiang Xiaoyu panicked and dashed back into the house, opening the wardrobe to pick out clothes. Which one should I wear today? Roommate who you wanted to laugh, Xiaoyu, you're making a bit of a big deal out of this. Last night you said you were a total simp, and now you're picking out clothes? No, I always go out like this. Jiang Xiaoyu said without turning her head. As she spoke, she picked out a long pink down jacket. The temperature in Yeqing in December was in the single digits. A base layer top and a down jacket are just right. Huyu shook her head, thinking that Jiang Xiaoyu had been keeping this down jacket for a long time, and she hadn't even worn it during the recent cold snap, but now she had taken it out. It's obvious that they put a lot of thought into it. After picking out her clothes, Jiang Xiaoyu turned to look at Huyu and said, "What are you standing there for? Weren't you supposed to come with me today?" Huyu laughed and joked, "I don't want to be a third wheel, why don't you go alone? Hurry up and change your clothes. I'm not going to give that simp a chance. It's just breakfast." Jiang Xiaoyu made the promise with a grin. Having no other choice, Huyu changed her clothes and accompanied Jiang Xiaoyu downstairs. The two walked out of the dormitory before 7 o'clock. For girls, it's practically the speed of light. Bai Lang was somewhat surprised. "So fast? You think we're too fast? Then let's go back. You can wait downstairs." Jiang Xiaoyu's pretty face turned cold, and she suddenly started to act childish, pulling the girl next to her back. Bai Lang quickly explained, "It's a misunderstanding, it's a surprise. I didn't expect you guys to come down so quickly. Even the guys in my dorm couldn't have done that." Jiang Xiaoyu continued to retort, There are many things that boys can't do, do you think girls can't do them? You'd think he was a boxer if you didn't know better." Bai Lang, however, understood. Jiang Xiaoyu was deliberately throwing a tantrum in front of her friends. A book on simps once said that many girls like to act a little dramatic in the presence of their best friends to show their boyfriend's tolerance and thoughtfulness. Unsurprisingly, Jiang Xiaoyu is in this situation. Judging from the favorability rating, she is not angry, but she loses her temper after coming down with her friends. This is clearly something done for show. Bai Lang chuckled and said, "Of course not. I just heard that pretty girls take a long time to put on makeup. I didn't expect you to be so quick. It's not like the rumors." You have plenty of reasons." Jiang Xiaoyu gave a soft snort, but stopped walking, clearly indicating that her request had been fulfilled. Bai Lang breathed a sigh of relief and quickly struck up a conversation with the girl next to him. "Hello, I'm Bai Lang." "Hello, my name is Huyu, and I am Xiaoyu's roommate." Huyu greeted him politely. As soon as she finished speaking, Jiang Xiaoyu corrected her, "We're not roommates, we're roommates and classmates." Huyu added with a smile, "They're still best friends." "Right." Jiang Xiaoyu smiled and took Huyu's arm. Huyu has short hair, which is unusual for girls. The longest hair is only slightly longer than her earlobes. Compared to her, Jiang Xiaoyu's shoulder-length hair is considered long. If Huyu hadn't been so obviously developed, Bai Lang would have thought he was an effeminate boy at first glance. Bai Lang frowned almost imperceptibly, thinking to himself, could this girl be LGBT? I've been a simp for months, and I haven't met a female rival yet. Seeing Bai Lang lost in thought, Jiang Xiaoyu said impatiently, "What are you spacing out for? Did you call us out here only to starve? What are we going to eat later?" "Oh, don't worry, I've got you covered." Bai Lang snapped out of his daze and handed over the bag he was carrying. The breakfast inside was still warm. There aren't many items, but they have everything you need. Steamed buns, eggs, and dairy products. On a cold morning, what could be more comforting than a hot breakfast? Even a picky girl like Jiang Xiaoyu could only say upon seeing this bag of things, "Didn't we agree to have breakfast together? Why did you buy all this? Here's something for you to eat first, so you won't get hungry on the way." Bai Lang explained with a grin. After saying that, he directly told Huyu, "Have an egg first, and then you can think about what to eat later." "Thanks." Huyu didn't stand on ceremony, thanked her, and took out hard-boiled eggs and milk from the bag. Bai Lang handed the bag to Jiang Xiaoyu again, "Take it." Jiang Xiaoyu rolled her eyes, "Do you think we're pigsy from Journey to the West? We get hungry after walking just a few steps. There's so much food, the three of us can't finish it all." "It's okay, we can just take them back to the dorm. Then we'll have 3 more adopted sons," Bai Lang said with a smile. He wouldn't waste money even if Jiang Xiaoyu didn't touch these things, there were other places to consume them. Since Dai Wenxiang took the initiative to make amends yesterday, bringing some breakfast back can be considered a return gift. You just love to do useless things. No wonder so many people treated you like a lapdog before. Jiang Xiaoyu grumbled as she grabbed a bottle of milk. "I received the gift, and my favorability rating increased a little, 42. The progress is going smoothly." As expected, you can't take a proud girl's words seriously. Bai Lang calmly steered the conversation. Ladies, what would you like to eat next? I heard there's a new soup dumpling shop near the school, how about we try it? Girls have certain considerations when going on dates, especially when choosing a location. If a guy makes the decision directly, it can seem domineering, which most girls don't like. If a guy doesn't make a decision and asks for the girl's opinion, he might seem indecisive. A more appropriate approach is to offer suggestions. Select some good locations and give the girls the opportunity to make the decision. This makes the decision seem like a choice made by both men and women. This way you're less likely to make a mistake. Jiang Xiaoyu turned to look at Huyu. Miss Hu, what are your requirements? Huyu laughed and said, I'm just a freeloader, all I need is food. Jiang Xiaoyu rolled her eyes. If you're so easy to please, why don't we just go to the school cafeteria? Then let's not go there. The frozen buns in the cafeteria are really no good. Let's go to the soup dumpling shop that Bai Lang mentioned. Huyu quickly shook her head. Aside from milk and eggs, the best thing about breakfast in the school cafeteria is that it's edible. Nothing tastes as good as steaming hot soup dumplings. We decided to go to the soup dumpling shop. Jiang Xiaoyu and Huyu chatted and laughed all the way. Bai Lang quietly followed beside her, not thinking of interrupting or showing off, because Jiang Xiaoyu was willing to have breakfast together, so the two of them would definitely have a chance to chat. As expected. Halfway through their conversation, Huyu suddenly asked Bai Lang, are you really planning to pursue Xiaoyu? Jiang Xiaoyu didn't say anything, but just glanced at Bai Lang. Bai Lang nodded naturally, yes. Huyu hesitated, then said, but there's been a rumor at school that you're Su Jinshue's simp? More or less. It's all a misunderstanding. It's not surprising that any news comes out of the school. Actually, Su Jinshue and I are friends. Bai Lang shrugged. Best friends are a type of friend. Jiang Xiaoyu seized the opportunity to say, didn't you say you were using Su Jinshue as practice? How come you're friends now? Are you contradicting yourself and lying to me? Bai Lang replied matter-of-factly, it's not contradictory. It's precisely because Su Jinshue and I are friends that I can use her as practice. This situation is perfectly reasonable, isn't it? It's so smooth, it's obviously a lie. Jiang Xiaoyu snorted and turned her head away, ignoring Bai Lang, but her favorability towards him did not decrease. This shows that she wasn't as averse to it as she appeared. That's a bit too much of a tsundere. Chapter 20. The rival has arrived. While keeping an eye on his chances of winning her over, Bai Lang explained, I don't interact with pretty girls much, and I was worried about making a mistake when pursuing you, so I'm practicing by befriending Su Jinshue first. After all, you two are the most outstanding talents. That's perfectly reasonable. Who says that practicing is the ultimate goal? Why can't my friend, the school beauty, lend a helping hand? It also avoids being labeled a scumbag. A great simp. He absolutely cannot be associated with the image of a scumbag. Huyu stroked her chin and suddenly blurted out, so that's how it is. Your method is quite novel, desensitizing yourself by making friends with beautiful women. That's about right, that's the idea. Bai Lang gave Huyu a thumbs up. This lady is quite good, she has a good eye. I'll take care of all the tips at the soup dumpling shop later. We arrived at the soup dumpling shop. Because the three of them got up early, there were plenty of empty seats in the store. However, a bespectacled boy sitting near the door stood up abruptly when he saw Jiang Xiaoyu enter. Xiaoyu, what a coincidence, you're here for soup dumplings too. How about we share a table? Bai Lang paused for a moment, but didn't rush to refuse. He had plenty of competitors when he was trying to win over Su Jinshue. In the end, he was the one who had the last laugh. You can't be too domineering, you have to give girls some personal space. That's what it means to be considerate. Jiang Xiaoyu gave a perfunctory smile. What a coincidence, Senior Zhao, you're here too. The bespectacled senior, Zhao, beamed. Yeah, I was thinking of asking you out for breakfast yesterday, and then we bumped into each other. It's fate. While speaking, this senior student Zhao did not forget to observe Huyu and Bai Lang, and his eyes were somewhat wary when he observed Bai Lang. That kind of look is all too common. It's simply that he has feelings for Jiang Xiaoyu, so he subconsciously harbors a hint of hostility towards the boys around her. Bai Lang didn't take it seriously, but Huyu whispered to him, this is Zhao Yuan, the deputy director of the propaganda department. He's been chasing after Xiaoyu lately, it's so annoying. Bai Lang asked curiously, he seems perfectly normal, what's so annoying about him? Huyu explained, Zhao Yuan has been coming to our class all the time lately, bringing along a few propaganda department cadres to pretend to be there, but everyone knows he's after Xiaoyu. Bai Lang thought it was quite normal. There's nothing wrong with that, is there? Huyu was somewhat surprised. Why are you still speaking up for Zhao Yuan? You two are competitors now. Aren't you afraid that Zhao Yuan might succeed? I'm really not afraid. Bai Lang couldn't explain it, but he was just trying to gain favor. He didn't really care who Jiang Xiaoyu dated afterwards. But I can't say that. Bai Lang casually joked, it's okay, I'm younger than this senior. Youth is an asset. I'm more afraid of you competing with me than him. Huyu couldn't help but laugh and said, you're afraid of me, a woman? Bai Lang nodded seriously, I'm really scared. The main reason is that I've never faced a female opponent before, so I don't know how to deal with her. Besides, girls have a natural advantage when pursuing other girls. Ha ha. Huyu laughed out loud. You're quite bold. Jiang Xiaoyu didn't dare to joke like this with me at first, but she was relieved when she found out I wasn't. Looks like it's not LGBT. Bai Lang breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that Huyu could take a joke, so he continued chatting. Of course, if you don't have the guts, would you be chasing after Jiang Xiaoyu while wearing the hat of a simp? Huyu said with admiration, that's good. How can a man be without courage? The two had a pleasant chat. Jiang Xiaoyu was filled with envy. She wanted to join their conversation and didn't want to have an awkward chat with Zhao Yuan. Unfortunately, Zhao Yuan was a senior in his third year and a student council member. She always has to do some superficial work. Zhao Yuan was quite happy, assuming that Bai Lang and Huyu were a couple, and he fawned over Jiang Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, I just ordered 2 baskets of soup dumplings, would you like to try some? Jiang Xiaoyu forced a smile, thank you, Senior Zhao, but I already have plans with my friends. As they were talking, Jiang Xiaoyu kept giving Huyu meaningful glances, clearly pleading for help. Huyu received the signal and shrugged at Bai Lang, sorry, I have to go save my best friend. Clearly, this wasn't the first time the two had teamed up. Bai Lang had a sudden inspiration and stepped forward before Huyu could, saying to Jiang Xiaoyu, Xiaoyu, are you two done chatting? I'm starving. Jiang Xiaoyu and Huyu were both stunned. Xiaoyu? Zhao Yuan frowned. He was pursuing Jiang Xiaoyu and naturally didn't want to see her so close to other boys. They're calling each other so intimately, who is this guy? Zhao Yuan's expression was somewhat unfriendly. He immediately extended a hand to Bai Lang, hello, I am Zhao Yuan, the deputy director of the publicity department. Are you Xiaoyu's classmate? I'm Bai Lang, a freshman majoring in industrial management, and I'm pursuing Xiaoyu. Bai Lang readily admitted that he was ready to shake hands with Zhao Yuan. Unexpectedly, Zhao Yuan played a trick. Just as Bai Lang reached out, he suddenly withdrew his hand, intentionally giving someone a hard time. Bai Lang remained expressionless, but his outstretched hand suddenly accelerated, grabbing Zhao Yuan's retracting hand and pulling him away. Zhao Yuan was caught off guard and was suddenly pulled, causing his upper body to lean forward involuntarily. At first glance, it looked like he was bowing to Bai Lang. Bai Lang chuckled and joked, Minister Zhao, you're too kind. We're not exactly living a simple life, why would we need to bow to each other? You? Zhao Yuan's face darkened. He wanted to be impolite to Bai Lang, but when he saw Jiang Xiaoyu next to him, he swallowed his words. He's got the clout to get to the position of deputy director of the propaganda department, he's got some shrewdness to his name. Jiang Xiaoyu and Huyu were both surprised. Unexpectedly, Bai Lang was so assertive, even though he knew Zhao Yuan was a senior and the vice minister of the student union's publicity department. As a result, they gave the other party a hard time as soon as they met. Why was he so impulsive? Jiang Xiaoyu was a little worried. After all, Zhao Yuan was not only a senior student, but also the vice minister of the publicity department, which was a high position of power for ordinary students. If Zhao Yuan sets his sights on Bai Lang, things won't be easy for him in the future. Huyu admired Bai Lang quite a bit, this guy is really brave. I've wanted to do this several times, but I've never dared to show any disrespect to Zhao Yuan. Regardless of whether Jiang Xiaoyu accepts Bai Lang or not. Anyway, Huyu was quite satisfied, thinking that Bai Lang was better than many boys, neither causing trouble nor being afraid of trouble. A man should have a temper. Zhao Yuan wanted to swear, but he was hesitant because there were 2 girls present. However, he couldn't back down if he didn't say anything. But he's already lost face, and turning the tide won't be easy. Where did this audacious Bai Lang come from? Wait a minute. Bai Lang, that name sounds familiar. Zhao Yuan suddenly remembered the rumors circulating at school. Are you Su Jinshue's simp? Rumors stop with the wise, Senior Zhao. Su Jinshue and I are just good friends, not simps. Bai Lang corrected him calmly and slowly. Ha! Zhao Yuan sneered, is he probably just using Xiaoyu as a backup plan after failing to win her over? Jiang Xiaoyu's pretty face darkened. She and Hu Yu were watching the show, but she ended up getting caught in the crossfire. Although Zhao Yuan's original intention was to mock Bai Lang, his words implied that he considered Jiang Xiaoyu as Su Jinshue's backup option. Jiang Xiaoyu disliked the title of peerless twins in the first place, feeling that no one could be her equal. Now, she was directly ranked after Su Jinshue. Senior Zhao. We haven't had breakfast yet. Can we talk about it later? Jiang Xiaoyu interrupted her abruptly. Zhao Yuan was taken aback, realizing that something he had said earlier was amiss. Xiaoyu, I wasn't targeting you, it's just that this guy. Jiang Xiaoyu said coldly, also, please don't call me Xiaoyu anymore, only my best friend calls me that. Chapter 21, A Little Jealous. Jiang Xiaoyu has a slightly chubby face, belonging to the round face type. Actually, this face shape is the most pleasing face shape for girls in China. It's the currently trending abstract holy body, and it was also used by Bingbing, a host who was once very popular. Girls with this face shape aren't necessarily beautiful, but they have a cute and sweet smile that naturally makes people like them. Jiang Xiaoyu's looks are undeniable to catch the system's eye, she must be at the very top. And then paired with the most popular round face. She looks cute no matter what expression she makes. Even now, with a stern face, her round face is still full of sweetness, and when she says harsh words, it sounds like she's being coquettish, completely lacking the distance that Su Jinshue felt when she was expressionless. They are both top-tier beauties, but their styles are very different. Xiaoyu, I. Zhao Yuan wanted to apologize. But Jiang Xiaoyu didn't want to pay attention to her anymore. She turned around, took Hu Yu's arm, and left, finding an empty table furthest away from Zhao Yuan. Before leaving, Bai Lang greeted him politely, I'll head over now. Senior Zhao, you should eat quickly, or the soup dumplings on the table will get cold. You stepped. Zhao Yuan was so angry he wanted to grind his teeth. This sycophant talks in such a sarcastic and manipulative way, it's like he's using a green tea BTCH, making you unconsciously clench your fists. Bai Lang waved his hand without turning his head. From the beginning, Bai Lang didn't take Zhao Yuan seriously. Chasing girls in college isn't like blind dating. Status and position don't matter that much. Besides, what kind of status do student union officers have? It's not as practical as Dai Wenxiang, who comes from a wealthy family and can buy things for his girlfriend regularly. Bai Lang walked to his seat and called out to the owner, Boss, 6 baskets of soup dumplings, please. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyu suddenly became anxious. Why did you order so much? It'll be a waste if the 3 of us can't finish it. Surprisingly, this proud and arrogant girl is quite good at managing her finances. Bai Lang was a little surprised, but he didn't cancel. 6 baskets of soup dumplings for 3 college students wasn't much. If you really can't finish it, just pack it up. The 3 single guys in the dorm will definitely rave about it. The seats in the soup dumpling shop are all for 4 people. They are facing each other in pairs. Jiang Xiaoyu and Hu Yu sat on one side, while Bai Lang sat opposite Jiang Xiaoyu and said with a grin, I only ordered my own portion. You can order whatever you want to eat. Jiang Xiaoyu snorted, realizing that Bai Lang was joking, and turned to whisper to Hu Yu. Bai Lang didn't rush to join the conversation, but instead got up again to pour 3 more bowls of soy milk. Steaming hot white soy milk is especially tempting on a slightly chilly December morning. This soup dumpling shop is quite honest. They didn't try to fool people with broth from washing pots. Then Bai Lang brought out a teapot and rinsed 3 pairs of chopsticks and 3 vinegar dishes. They were placed in front of Jiang Xiaoyu and Hu Yu respectively. Hu Yu couldn't help but say, thank you, Bai Lang. We can handle these things ourselves. Please sit down. Bai Lang laughed and said, it's all right. You guys can help me eat some soup dumplings later, and then we'll be even. Humph, knowing they can't finish it all, they still ordered so much. What a waste of money. Jiang Xiaoyu became unhappy when the topic came up, seemingly genuinely blaming Bai Lang for wasting the money. Bai Lang was not angry at all. In fact, he felt quite gratified. These days, there are many women who treat men like ATMs, but it's rare to see one who actively saves money for her man. Judging from this, Jiang Xiaoyu might become a virtuous wife and loving mother in the future. However, this matter has little to do with Bai Lang. He believes that beautiful women all marry rich men. He's just an ordinary person and doesn't crave that. As long as I can get the reward, that's fine. Bai Lang's eyes darted around, and he took the initiative to admit his mistake. Xiaoyu, I have realized my mistake. How about you order next time? Jiang Xiaoyu nodded subconsciously, that's more like it. Hu Yu pondered something was amiss and looked at Bai Lang with considerable surprise. Bai Lang, you're quite skilled. We haven't even had this meal yet, and you've already made plans with Xiaoyu for next time. Jiang Xiaoyu was taken aback, then realized something was wrong and glared angrily at Bai Lang. Did you do this on purpose? How could that be? But you can't go back on your promise. And just then, Tang Bao arrived. Bai Lang laughed heartily, then noticed the owner carrying several baskets of soup dumplings over, and quickly cleaned the table. The owner greeted us with a smile. Bring 3 baskets first, then I'll bring more after you've finished eating, as the weather gets cold easily. Thanks. Bai Lang nodded. The steaming soup dumplings were served, making the originally tempting soy milk pale in comparison. Even Jiang Xiaoyu and Hu Yu were a little tempted, their eyes fixed on the soup dumplings. What are you standing there for? Eat. Bai Lang didn't deliberately serve the 2 soup dumplings instead. He picked up a soup dumpling first and placed it in the vinegar dish to cool it down. Jiang Xiaoyu's current favorability rating is only 45, which means she has some affection for her. But they're far from being good friends. Bai Lang won't be intimate at this stage. Being more casual will actually make the other person more comfortable. Really? Seeing Bai Lang's carefree attitude, Jiang Xiaoyu and Hu Yu followed suit and picked up soup dumplings with chopsticks. Hu Yu was clearly craving it. She picked up a soup dumpling, dipped it in vinegar, and then popped it into her mouth. It was moving so fast that Bai Lang didn't have time to stop it. Immediately afterward, Hu Yu exclaimed in surprise, "Ouch, this thing is so hot." Of course it's hot when it's fresh out of the pot. Have some soy milk to cool it down. Bai Lang quickly served the soy milk. Next, he took care of Hu Yu the whole time, helping her pour soy milk or add vinegar. He would occasionally help Jiang Xiaoyu out, as if Hu Yu was the one Bai Lang was pursuing. This is a tactic. If a girl brings her best friend on a date, then that best friend is definitely more important than the girl herself, at least during the date. For example, this breakfast. Hu Yutsai is the most important person she serves. Unless she's a freeloader and a manipulative woman, the girl's best friend is the examiner for that date. Because the date ended. Girls will definitely ask their best friends for their opinions and evaluations of the suitor, which may even determine the outcome of the date. In the past 3 months, Bai Lang has not only been licking Su Jinshue's boots, but has also studied many books on relationships, including some rather nonsensical works by sycophants. It also has a simp system with a favorability module. Learning plus practical experience. In just 3 months, they accumulated emotional knowledge far exceeding that of college students. From the moment Jiang Xiaoyu brought Hu Yu to the scene, Bai Lang understood that Hu Yu was the chief examiner for the state, and Jiang Xiaoyu was at most the deputy examiner. Hu Yu accidentally touched the vinegar dish with her sleeve. Your sleeves are stained with vinegar, be careful. Bai Lang immediately offered Hu Yu a tissue and then helped her smooth out her cuffs, behaving quite naturally. Hu Yu was flattered and said, "Thank you." Jiang Xiaoyu, who was standing next to her, was stunned. What was going on? Who was Bai Lang trying to chase after? Could she be a decoy, and Hu Yu be the real target? For some inexplicable reason, Jiang Xiaoyu felt a little jealous. After all, she thought she was the main character of the state, but Bai Lang paid attention to Hu Yu the whole time. Unfortunately, Jiang Xiaoyu and Hu Yu are best friends, so it's not easy for them to say anything. Jiang Xiaoyu endured it for a while, but still couldn't stand it anymore, so she took the initiative to start a conversation. Bai Lang, you should apologize to Jia Yuan later. He's a senior in his 3rd year after all. Before she could finish speaking, Bai Lang flatly refused, saying, "There's no need for that." Jiang Xiaoyu felt that Bai Lang wouldn't listen to advice. Why are you so stubborn? Zhao Yuan is not only a senior in his 3rd year, but also the vice minister of the publicity department. Aren't you afraid that he will make things difficult for you? Bai Lang shook his head. As long as you're still here, there's no possibility of reconciliation between us. Jiang Xiaoyu looked puzzled. What does this have to do with me? Chapter 22 is more like Aquaman. Hu Yugong told me that Zhao Yuan is pursuing you, and he often comes to your class to fawn over you. Bai Lang mentioned another matter, casually picking up his chopsticks and poking at the soup dumplings in the steamer one by one to prevent the bottoms from sticking to the steamer. If it sticks together, you won't be able to enjoy the fragrant broth. Jiang Xiaoyu still didn't understand. Yes, Zhao Yuan is pursuing me, but what does that have to do with you apologizing? Bai Lang smiled mysteriously, examined each soup dumpling one by one, and then picked up the last one and placed it in Jiang Xiaoyu's vinegar dish, because I'm also pursuing you. Don't. Jiang Xiaoyu instinctively wanted to refuse. The act of picking up food for someone was a bit too intimate, and she and Bai Lang hadn't reached that point yet. However, Bai Lang reacted faster, preemptively saying, Zhao Yuan is pursuing you, and so am I. We're in a competitive relationship. Do you think we can be friends amicably? Jiang Xiaoyu was taken aback and subconsciously began to think about whether Bai Lang's words were right or wrong, ignoring the soup dumplings in the vinegar dish. This is Bai Lang's sycophantic skill. Everyone knows that to win a girl's heart, you have to do everything you can to treat her well, but there's a trick to how to do that. Based on Jiang Xiaoyu's current level of affection, if Bai Lang were to directly offer to serve her soup dumplings, she would inevitably refuse, and might even feel disgusted. But when Jiang Xiaoyu's attention shifts to the chat content, she no longer cares about picking up soup dumplings. For example, when a person is focused on doing something, it could be driving, making a phone call, or thinking. When a friend brings food or a drink to someone, the person will subconsciously accept it, and may even open their mouth to eat it, because it is a completely instinctive reaction. Bai Lang utilizes this instinct. Jiang Xiaoyu was completely focused on the conversation and paid no attention to picking up the soup dumplings. She retorted, even so, you don't need to offend Zhao Yuan. He's a student council member. Bai Lang laughed and said, there's not much difference. If Zhao Yuan is broad-minded, even if we had a bit of an unpleasantness just now, he won't retaliate. But if he's narrow-minded, even if he seems friendly on the surface, he'll still resort to underhanded tactics behind our backs. This passage has analyzed the relationship to its fullest extent. Bai Lang's insightful understanding stems from his more than 3 months of experience as a sycophant, encountering many opponents and learning the truths through repeated practice. Chasing girls is a simple matter. There's hardly any harmony between rivals, and love fighting and killing each other are commonplace. In just a few months, I encountered more intrigue and backstabbing than in the previous 18 years. It was impossible for me not to mature. Moreover, when Bai Lang was trying to woo Su Jinxue, he was warned by many senior students. At first, he was a little scared, but later he found that these people were just paper tigers. Even if your family is wealthy and powerful, you know people in the student council, or you have connections with school leaders. It's nothing serious. Which important person would step in to discuss a child's romantic relationship? Wouldn't they be afraid of making a fool of themselves if word got out? The college years are when the gap between ordinary people and the rich and powerful is the smallest. Many people can have girlfriends in school, but after leaving school, they are not even qualified to be on blind dates. Jiang Xiaoyu and Hu Yu were both surprised, feeling that Bai Lang's words were very insightful, as if he were a philosopher. Explain the relationships between people in just a few words. Hu Yu was not only surprised, but also slightly impressed, because she noticed the detail of Bai Lang picking up the soup dumplings. Jiang Xiaoyu has always rejected this kind of deliberate flattery. There was once a senior who was very outgoing and peeled an egg to feed her as soon as they met. Jiang Xiaoyu immediately lost her temper, leaving the senior student embarrassed. But this time, Jiang Xiaoyu accepted. Hu Yu couldn't figure out why, but she felt that Bai Lang was no ordinary person and was very good at flirting. This guy isn't like those simps at all. He's on a whole different level, more like a player. Hu Yu muttered to herself. Jiang Xiaoyu also thought Bai Lang was very impressive. His way of thinking was not like that of a 20-year-old, but rather like that of a middle-aged person with profound understanding. This even reminds me of a saying, those who can see through the essence of things in a second and those who can't see through the essence of things even after half a lifetime are destined to have completely different fates. Bai Lang exhibited the characteristics of the former. However, seeing Bai Lang's slightly smug smile, Jiang Xiaoyu didn't really want to praise him, and said insincerely, "You're so cunning, you're not like a student at all." "I'll take that as a compliment. Hurry up and eat, the soup dumplings won't taste good when they're cold." Bai Lang answered with a grin. He doesn't care about verbal praise, but rather about practical matters. Jiang Xiaoyu's 49 favorability rating speaks for itself. It's clear that the proud and arrogant girl is quite satisfied. Jiang Xiaoyu gave a soft snort, picked up a soup dumpling from the vinegar dish with her chopsticks, took a small bite and sucked out the delicious soup. Suddenly, she noticed Bai Lang smiling at her. Why is this guy laughing so happily? Wait, didn't he pick up that soup dumpling? Jiang Xiaoyu was initially puzzled, but then she remembered that the soup dumpling was filled by Bai Lang, and her cheeks flushed instantly. She instinctively wanted to return the soup dumpling, but seeing its skin torn and bleeding appearance, she was too embarrassed to do so. Jiang Xiaoyu glared at Bai Lang with annoyance, then lowered her head and ate the soup dumpling. Her delicate earlobes were flushed, revealing the girl's true thoughts. Bai Lang smiled, buried his head in his food, and didn't put any more soup dumplings on Jiang Xiaoyu's plate. Everything should be done in moderation. Given Jiang Xiaoyu's current level of affection for her, I'd be grateful if I could even eat this soup dumpling. Trying it again will most likely have the opposite effect. For Bai Lang, today's task has already been exceeded, the rest depends on whether there will be any unexpected gains. He was eating soup dumplings obediently when I saw him. Jiang Xiaoyu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She was also worried that Bai Lang would take advantage of her and was thinking about how to refuse him. As a result, Bai Lang settled down. Why has this guy suddenly become so well behaved? Jiang Xiaoyu was somewhat surprised and kept glancing up at Bai Lang. Bai Lang didn't care at all, only focusing on the soup dumplings on the table. Seeing that there weren't many left, he called to the owner, "Boss, the other 3 baskets can be served now." "Here we are." The owner responded and came over with the soup dumplings. Bai Lang leaned back, meeting Jiang Xiaoyu's curious gaze, and returned a frank smile. Snort! Jiang Xiaoyu, like a startled rabbit, instinctively avoided eye contact, but immediately felt that avoiding it made it seem as if she was afraid of Bai Lang, so she glared back angrily. Bai Lang responded with a grin, and the two just looked at each other. Hu Yu, who was sitting at the same table, took it all in and silently chewed on her soup dumpling, a thought popping into her mind: these two are going to have something going on. The 3 of them each had their own thoughts, and they were quite content. On the other side, Zhao Yuan, sitting alone by the door, felt uneasy. People are most afraid of comparisons. He had been eating soup dumplings early in the morning, feeling that a wonderful day was about to begin. When faced with white waves, the beauty turned into bitterness. Seeing Bai Lang and Jiang Xiaoyu chatting and laughing, occasionally exchanging glances, Zhao Yuan's anger flared up. Why should I? He's the deputy director of the propaganda department, how come he's not as good as a notorious sycophant? Zhao Yuanguang spent a month working on calling her Xiaoyu, but unexpectedly, all his efforts were wasted because of a few words. Damn it, did I forget to check the almanac before I went out? Zhao Yuan ate a few bites of soup dumplings, his heart full of resentment. Still furious, he could only put down his chopsticks and approach Bai Lang again. Junior brother Bai Lang, you have quite a few tricks up your sleeve. I saw you chasing after Su Jinshui a few days ago, and now you're with Xiaoyu. Are you planning to take down our 2 peerless beauties all by yourself? Chapter 23. I really have a car. Zhao Yuan was able to muster the courage to provoke again. Bai Lang was quite impressed, but felt that Zhao Yuan was too inexperienced, and his sarcastic remarks were all misguided. Regarding the matter of Bai Lang being Su Jinshui's simp, who doesn't know the school? Zhao Yuan used this matter to make sarcastic remarks, never considering that Jiang Xiaoyu also knew about it. Jiang Xiaoyu knew Bai Lang was a simp, but she was still willing to have breakfast with him, which shows that she didn't care much about that. Zhao Yuan clearly didn't understand. Seeing that Bai Lang and the other 2 didn't react, he continued to question them. Bai Lang, you're so good at chasing girls, why don't you teach me a couple of tricks? Jiang Xiaoyu and Hu Yu did not respond. After all, they had no conflict with Zhao Yuan, and they had only eaten soup dumplings with Bai Lang, so they had no reason to stand up for Bai Lang. Bai Lang calmly took a sip of soy milk and nodded to Zhao Yuan. I agree. Zhao Yuan was stunned. Agree to what? I'll take you as my apprentice, Bai Lang replied matter-of-factly. My skill in pursuing girls is a family heirloom passed down through generations. It's a skill that even the 2 peerless prodigies couldn't match. If Senior Zhao wants to learn, he should at least become an apprentice, right? Jiang Xiaoyu and Hu Yu almost couldn't hold back. After all, Bai Lang had just said that he and Su Jinshui were just friends, not boyfriend and girlfriend, and that he was only pursuing Jiang Xiaoyu, but hadn't succeeded at all. They failed to catch up with either of them, yet they have the nerve to tell people, both of the peerless heroes are confused. Zhao Yuan was furious. He had never seen such an arrogant guy as Bai Lang, especially since he was a freshman. But Jiang Xiaoyu, the person involved, wasn't angry. Instead, she sat down next to her best friend and whispered to her. No, Xiaoyu, how come you're not angry at all? This guy is obviously two-timing her. Are you really willing to be the other woman and wait for Su Jinshui? Zhao Yuan couldn't figure it out, so he could only throw the topic at Jiang Xiaoyu, trying to provoke her anger. Jiang Xiaoyu was indeed provoked. But it wasn't because of Bai Lang, but because of Zhao Yuan. Since starting university, Jiang Xiaoyu has hated comparing herself to Su Jinxue the most, and even secretly observed Su Jinxue because of the rumors at school. I discovered that Su Jinxue is indeed beautiful. But Jiang Xiaoyu didn't think she had lost. At most, the two were evenly matched, and it was impossible to tell who was better. Zhao Yuan, however, made a crucial mistake, not only accusing Jiang Xiaoyu of being a mistress but also claiming that Jiang Xiaoyu was ranked after Su Jinxue. Being a mistress is something almost no woman can accept. Following Su Jinxue was something Jiang Xiaoyu found unacceptable. One sentence triggered two major landmines. Jiang Xiaoyu instantly flew into a rage, standing up abruptly. What do you know? What right do you have to interfere in my and Bai Lang's affairs? Does the publicity department now have a say in school rules and regulations? Zhao Yuan panicked. Why was Jiang Xiaoyu getting angry at him? No, I'm just worried you'll be scammed. Instead of wasting your time on this, you should worry more about yourself. You believe everything others say. Jiang Xiaoyu was speechless. It was clearly Zhao Yuan who was completely fooled by Bai Lang, yet he was worried that she was being deceived. Zhao Yuan's face flushed red from the retort, and not wanting to argue with Jiang Xiaoyu, he could only vent his anger on Bai Lang. Junior, you're really something. You've only known her for a few days, and you've already got a girl to speak up for you. Where are you planning to go later? Bai Lang shrugged, no plans. Any recommendations, senior? The weather's been great lately, so it's time to go for a drive. But you probably don't have a car, right? How about I lend you mine? Knowing he had no chance, Zhao Yuan tried to drag Bai Lang into it, so he specifically mentioned driving. The real purpose of the trip was to show off that he owned a car. At Yeqing University, not to mention freshmen, even seniors can only be counted on one hand. Zhao Yuan's parents are senior executives in a company and are considered well off. By his junior year of college, he finally owned a used Volkswagen. Don't underestimate its monetary value, it's a game changer for students. Bai Lang's clothes weren't designer brands, and his phone wasn't a flagship model. You could tell his family was quite poor. These penniless bastards, with hardly any money at home, dare to chase after goddesses? They don't even know what kind of toads they are. Bai Lang casually pulled out the Cullinan's car keys. Don't worry, senior, I have a car. But you have a car? Junior Bai, you're not talking about a bicycle, are you? A bicycle can't carry two girls. Zhao Yuan burst out laughing, feigning exaggeration. He didn't believe Bai Lang had a car, he was just putting on a show. He simply used Bai Lang's car keys as a lighter. Let alone Zhao Yuan. Even Jiang Xiaoyu, and who you thought so? Although I haven't had much contact with Bai Lang, judging from his behavior, he doesn't seem like a rich person at all. Everyone thought Bai Lang was too proud to admit his mistake. Jiang Xiaoyu was quite dissatisfied with Zhao Yuan and spoke up for Bai Lang. Senior Zhao, where we go next is none of your business, so don't worry about where we go. Who you chimed in? That's right, the weather isn't hot now, we can walk there. You too. I just chatted with Bai Lang for a few minutes, and you're both worried about me? Zhao Yuan almost ground his back teeth to powder. Why is it that a penniless man can win Jiang Xiaoyu's favor, but he, the deputy head of the propaganda department, can't? Zhao Yuan stared intently at Bai Lang. Junior Bai, if you don't have a car, you can just say so. There's no need to lie. I might even lend you my car. Borrowing a car? Borrow my ass. Zhao Yuan deliberately set a trap. As long as Bai Lang dared to admit that he was lying, he would immediately launch into a barrage of sarcastic remarks. Unfortunately, Bai Lang shook his head. No need, I really have a car. Ha, still pretending? Bai Lang, the most important thing in life is honesty. If you're willing to tell the truth. Zhao Yuan pressed on relentlessly. Bai Lang was getting impatient, thinking to himself, why is Zhao Yuan so annoying? He's dragging this out for so long over a car. It's normal for a sycophant to encounter competitors. When I was pursuing Su Jinxue, I encountered many competitors, such as Wang Yao from the student council. Bai Lang initially cared, but over time he became numb to it. After all, it's normal for a goddess to have suitors. Competition isn't all bad. The girls who are recognized by the system must be at the very top of the pyramid in terms of appearance, and such girls are bound to be sought after. Bai Lang wouldn't be jealous, nor would he forbid others from pursuing him, since he was only after the rewards. You do your thing, I'll just keep doing mine. Let's not bother each other. Some people, however, always treat other suitors as enemies and rack their brains to trip them up. Just like Zhao Yuan, he failed himself, but he had to interfere with Bai Lang's grand plan of being a sycophant. Are you ever going to stop? The smile on Bai Lang's face gradually disappeared. He is very polite to strangers. He's the kind of person who will reciprocate with even greater respect. But everything has its limits. When faced with someone like Zhao Yuan who doesn't appreciate kindness, Bai Lang won't hold back anymore. So what if he's a third-year student? So what if he's the deputy head of the propaganda department? Zhao Yuan got excited when he heard this. Hey, you're such a hothead for a freshman, talking to a senior like that, you should probably talk to your advisor. You're in college now, and you're still threatening to report me to the teacher? Bai Lang didn't take it seriously and was too lazy to waste words with someone who made a big deal out of nothing. Then go talk to him. I'm from the business administration department. Do you need the counselor's phone number? Zhao Yuan was about to agree. Zhang Xiaoyu, who was standing to the side, suddenly spoke up. Is the student council really this domineering? They dragged the counselor into this little thing. Bai Lang, don't worry, if this really blows up, I'll vouch for you. Zhao Yuan's face darkened instantly. Seeing that Zhang Xiaoyu wasn't joking, he quickly abandoned the idea of asking for Bai Lang's counselor's phone number. What if Zhang Xiaoyu really testifies? Bai Lang might be fine, but Zhao Yuan will definitely be accused by the student council of making a mountain out of a molehill. Zhao Yuan could only slink away, saying, I have something to do, I'll be going now. Chapter 24. I don't need anyone to support me. Huyu sighed heavily. Xiaoyu, being your best friend is too stressful. I'm always being bothered by these senior students, and I'm almost having a nervous breakdown. Zhang Xiaoyu pointed to the few remaining soup dumplings. When you're pretending to be profound, can't you give your mouth a rest? Bai Lang and I haven't even started eating yet. That won't do, that's compensation for my emotional distress. Huyu couldn't help but laugh. Then she looked at Bai Lang and lectured him irritably. Can't you just give Zhao Yuan a break? You're putting on a brave face. It's not shameful to not have a car, so why lie on purpose? Bai Lang was taken aback, but I really do have it. Zhang Xiaoyu frowned, rolled her eyes at Bai Lang with some disappointment, and lowered her head to eat her soup dumplings in silence. Bai Lang, Huyu quickly tried to smooth things over. Xiaoyu isn't a vain person, there is no need for her to brag. We won't mind if you tell the truth. Bai Lang was speechless. Why were they all assuming he didn't own a car? They were practically forcing him to flaunt his wealth. Half an hour later. School parking lot. Bai Lang casually unlocked the Cullinan and asked the two women beside him with a grin, I don't need to get in the car to prove it, do I? Huyu stared in disbelief. Bai Lang, your car looks so expensive. It's just so. Even the best car depreciates after you get it. It's just like that. Bai Lang spoke while observing Zhang Xiaoyu. I don't know why. Zhang Xiaoyu suddenly fell silent after seeing the car, unlike her lively demeanor at the soup dumpling shop. Bai Lang tried to bring up a topic several times, but only Huyu responded. Zhang Xiaoyu, on the contrary, seemed like an outsider. This won't do. The favorability rating is dropping instead of rising. Could it be that Zhang Xiaoyu was scared by Cullinan? Bai Lang frowned almost imperceptibly. He kept a close eye on the favorability rating and noticed that Zhang Xiaoyu's favorability rating started to decline as soon as she saw the car. There were still 45 left when I left the soup dumpling shop. Now there are only 38 left. Huyu gradually realized something was wrong and asked Zhang Xiaoyu, Xiaoyu, are you feeling unwell? Why don't we go back to the dorm and rest for a while? Before Zhang Xiaoyu could speak, Bai Lang spoke first. Hey, I offended the deputy director of the propaganda department for the sake of you two. Don't you have to compensate me? Huyu was amused. Weren't you quite assertive just now? Why are you asking for compensation now? Zhang Xiaoyu couldn't help but chuckle. Just kidding, you're already at the parking lot, why don't you do me the favor and go for a spin around? Bai Lang shamelessly tried to persuade him to stay. There was no other way. Flaunting wealth had backfired, and he had to win back Zhang Xiaoyu's favor. Otherwise, we might never have another chance to meet up. Huyu remained silent, glancing at Zhang Xiaoyu. Zhang Xiaoyu was silent for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Let's take a walk around then. Okay, you two sit in the back seat, I'll be the chauffeur. Bai Lang said something that sounded like a well-intentioned but ultimately meaningless remark. Given Jiang Xiaoyu's level of affection for her, it's impossible for her to abandon Hu Yu and sit in the passenger seat. The three got into the car. Bai Lang didn't rush to speak, but secretly gave Hu Yu a wink. Hu Yu had a good impression of Bai Lang, so she pulled Jiang Xiaoyu aside and whispered, "What's wrong with you? You didn't say a word when we got to the parking lot. Did Bai Lang upset you?" "No, I just didn't expect his family to be so well off. This car doesn't look cheap." Jiang Xiaoyu shook her head. She had assumed Bai Lang came from an ordinary family, but was surprised to find he drove such a nice car, which caused her some disappointment. "I wouldn't say I disliked them, but I did feel a sense of distance." Hu Yu suddenly realized that she was also a little disappointed, feeling that Bai Lang was pretending to be weak while actually being strong. In fact, Bai Lang wasn't pretending. He admitted from the beginning that he had a car, but Zhao Yuan, Hu Yu, and Jiang Xiaoyu didn't believe him. Only at the very end did he go to the parking lot to prove himself. Hu Yu comforted her, saying, "If you feel pressured, then don't accept him." Although Hu Yu had a good impression of Bai Lang, she was best friends with Jiang Xiaoyu, so she would naturally side with Jiang Xiaoyu. Jiang Xiaoyu pursed her lips. "I haven't thought it through yet. After all, he's actually a pretty good person." "I think so too," Hu Yu agreed. "He is humorous and witty, and quite steady in his work. Besides, having money is a good thing, then you won't need to do a part-time job." "Nonsense. I'm looking for a boyfriend, not an ATM. I don't need anyone to support me." Jiang Xiaoyu playfully pushed Hu Yu. After her best friend's encouragement, Jiang Xiaoyu relaxed a lot, and her previously somewhat depressed state gradually returned to normal. Bai Lang glanced in the rearview mirror and, seeing that Jiang Xiaoyu's complexion had improved, said, "You feel a bit greasy after eating the soup dumplings. There's a small supermarket up ahead, would you like some drinks?" Jiang Xiaoyu took the initiative to speak. "Drink." Bai Lang breathed a sigh of relief. It was better to talk than not to talk, so he immediately parked his car in front of the supermarket. Before he could even unbuckle his seatbelt, Jiang Xiaoyu ran out first, and Hu Yu asked as she got out of the car, "You don't need to go." Jiang Xiaoyu said she's treating this meal. "If you want anything to drink, just tell us and we'll get it for you." A bottle of green tea will do." Bai Lang was somewhat surprised. He had thought that with the Cullinan's appearance, he would definitely be taken advantage of by the two of them. Unexpectedly, Jiang Xiaoyu treated everyone to a meal. That's quite a nice personality. Hu Yu entered the small supermarket a few minutes later and came out with Jiang Xiaoyu, each carrying a plastic bag. One bag contained drinks and the other contained snacks. In December, the temperature in Yecheng has already dropped to single digits. Both Hu Yu and Jiang Xiaoyu opted for a minimalist style, wearing a base layer top and a down jacket. The styles, however, are completely different. Hu Yu had an unusually short haircut, giving her a somewhat fierce look. She probably felt a bit hot carrying things, so she left her short down jacket open. She wore a black undershirt underneath, and her behavior was as carefree as a boy's. Jiang Xiaoyu is quite delicate. She wore a long pink down jacket, which covered her up completely, revealing only her slightly flushed, sweet face. At first glance, she looked like a porcelain doll. As a seasoned simp, Bai Lang naturally wouldn't sit in the car and wait idly. As soon as the two appeared, he went up to them and said, "Let me take it. This little bit is unnecessary, here's your green tea." Hu Yu waved her hand, took out a bottle of green tea from the bag, and tossed it directly to Bai Lang. Bai Lang caught it steadily. "Thank you." "You're welcome." "Oh, there's a restroom over there, I'll go." Hu Yu replied with a smile, then suddenly noticed a public restroom nearby and handed Bai Lang a bag of drinks she was carrying. As soon as Bai Lang caught it, Hu Yu dashed off. Such a decisive and efficient performance is indeed unlike that of a girl, and it is rare even for boys. Taking the opportunity, Bai Lang moved closer to Jiang Xiaoyu. "Shall I help you carry it?" Jiang Xiaoyu shook her head. "There's no need, the things aren't heavy." Bai Lang brought up another topic. "Has Hu Yu always been this efficient and decisive in her work?" "Yes," Jiang Xiaoyu laughed. "I was like this when we first met, but I've toned it down quite a bit now." Best friends are a great starting point for conversation. Bai Lang continued to tease Hu Yu, making a few harmless jokes while maintaining a conversation with Jiang Xiaoyu. Then, the tone suddenly changed. "What happened in the car just now? You seemed unhappy?" Jiang Xiaoyu was taken aback. She didn't really want to talk about this topic, but she had been having a pleasant chat with Bai Lang, and it would feel a bit impolite not to answer. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Xiaoyu still replied, "I'm not upset, I just didn't expect you to actually have a car." Being willing to speak one's mind is a sign of closeness between people. Although it's clear that Jiang Xiaoyu is still hiding something, her willingness to speak up is a step forward. Bai Lang explained, although this car is mine, I didn't have the money to buy it, it was a gift from someone else. Really? You're getting such an expensive car for free? Jiang Xiaoyu was somewhat surprised. Even though she didn't recognize any cars, she could tell that Bai Lang's car was quite valuable. Chapter 25 Sense of Distance. To be honest, Jiang Xiaoyu felt inexplicably relieved when she learned that the car didn't belong to Bai Lang. Perhaps it's the sense of distance created by the wealth gap. Jiang Xiaoyu's family is of modest means, and she has to work part-time to earn pocket money, so she naturally feels somewhat resistant to wealthy people. Her ideal boyfriend is someone who is relatively poor but capable, so that there is no sense of distance between them and they can work hard together in the future. Bai Lang shrugged, I'm fairly well known at school. If I had such a nice car, it would have been exposed long ago. Pfft, you are indeed somewhat famous. Jiang Xiaoyu nodded, suppressing a laugh. Bai Lang was indeed quite famous at school, but only because he had won awards, made a name for himself, and acted as a sycophant. Many people have heard of him. Even Jiang Xiaoyu was no exception. It turned out that nobody knew Bai Lang owned a car, which was a bit unusual. Thinking of this, Jiang Xiaoyu was puzzled again, then who gave you this car? Such an expensive thing was given away for free. It must be a rich person, right? I was strolling down the street the other day when I ran into a mother and daughter. The daughter was sick and needed to be taken to the hospital. Bai Lang speaks without hesitation. Upon learning that he had a Cullinan, Jiang Xiaoyu was clearly unable to accept it, and her favorability towards him decreased instead of increasing. Bai Lang naturally had to distance himself from the matter, so he changed the origin of the Cullinan and used Wang Jing's affair as a pretext. I'll take this opportunity to publicize his good deed. Later, to thank me, they wanted to give me a house. I thought they were joking, so I said, a house is too expensive, a car will do. Who knew they would actually give it to me? In the end, Bai Lang looked regretful. Jiang Xiaoyu couldn't help but laugh and said, why are you so greedy? This car doesn't look cheap at all. Bai Lang explained in a serious tone, I'm not a local, so having a house and a car is useful. For example, if I wanted to marry you, you would definitely care a lot about the house, right? That's true. Jiang Xiaoyu nodded subconsciously, then suddenly realized something was wrong. Why was she about to marry Bai Lang? She glared at Bai Lang, annoyed. Who said I wanted to marry you? We were clearly discussing acts of heroism, can you please stop changing the subject? Bai Lang said with a grin, I'll try my best. That's not serious at all. Jiang Xiaoyu snorted, realizing that Bai Lang didn't take it seriously, but she didn't care too much either. Because her current favorability rating is 46. It has already broken the historical record. Bai Lang pressed his advantage, saying, when she gave me the car, I was stunned. I thought to myself, if only she gave me cash instead, I might become a millionaire. Jiang Xiaoyu chuckled, it's not too late for you to back out now. Just sell the car, okay? You don't understand, Bai Lang explained with a regretful look. The car industry is so competitive right now, they're practically lowering prices every month. No matter how much I charge for my used car, I'll still get ripped off. Jiang Xiaoyu suddenly realized, I see. But this car looks quite luxurious. Even if it's secondhand, it must be worth a lot of money, right? Bai Lang had already come up with a reason, well, it was a gift from someone, so it would be too embarrassing to sell it right away. Besides, I can drive it occasionally and pretend to be a rich kid. Because I felt that Jiang Xiaoyu was a bit of a snob who favored the poor over the rich. When Bai Lang speaks, he often speaks from the perspective of ordinary people, emphasizing a down-to-earth approach. Jiang Xiaoyu, the sweet school beauty, is clearly different from Su Jinxue, who was born with a silver spoon in her mouth. Different people should be treated differently. Su Jinxue is a socially awkward girl who usually doesn't say much, so Bai Lang focuses his attention on observing her expressions. Express your ideas through practical actions. Jiang Xiaoyu is a typical proud and aloof girl, and you can communicate with her directly, while Bai Lang has to be very careful about his words and actions. The seemingly superfluous explanation caused Jiang Xiaoyu's favorability rating to rise a little more, reaching 47. This shows how important it is for men and women to communicate openly and honestly. Bai Lang was starting to regret it. If he had known Su Jinxue was so difficult, he should have dealt with Jiang Xiaoyu first. However, it is precisely because Su Jinxue's difficulty is high. Bai Lang had accumulated a lot of experience, which allowed him to handle Wang Jing and Jiang Xiaoyu with ease. Jiang Xiaoyu smiled and exposed his weakness. You're dreaming. Just having a car isn't enough to pretend to be a rich second generation. Do you even have any money? Bai Lang feigned anger. What's wrong? Didn't a meal of soup dumplings just now shut you up? Jiang Xiaoyu covered her mouth and chuckled. She did like Bai Lang's way of speaking. He was neither obsequious nor arrogant. The boys at school started chatting her up. Most of them were timid and hesitant, behaving like servants meeting their masters, as if they didn't know that Jiang Xiaoyu was the Empress Dowager. A small number of them put on airs, such as some senior students who either flaunt their status or their family's wealth, as if pursuing Jiang Xiaoyu was a favor. Jiang Xiaoyu doesn't like any of them. I feel that since we're all classmates, we can just say whatever we want without pretending. Bai Lang is a good example. He's poised and doesn't hide his confused thoughts. The two chatted back and forth like that. When Huyu returned and saw that the two had made up, she asked Bai Lang with some admiration, "How did you do that? You managed to coax Xiaoyu back to normal in the time it takes to go to the bathroom." "I couldn't do that." Bai Lang replied with a grin. She remembered the soup dumplings she had for breakfast, so she forgave me. "You wish. You think you can bribe me with a bowl of soup dumplings? I've already evened things over by buying you water." Jiang Xiaoyu's cheeks flushed slightly. She pointed angrily at the drink Bai Lang was carrying, then sat down in the back seat first. "So that's how it is." Bai Lang suddenly realized that Jiang Xiaoyu's decision to rush to the supermarket was because she didn't want to owe anyone a favor. It's good not to take advantage of others, similar to Gui Yangming, but this isn't good for building goodwill. Wait for Huyu to get on the bus. Bai Lang silently got into the driver's seat. On the way back to school, he deliberately probed, "We're friends now, right? Can I bring you breakfast later?" "No, I don't like this. The first attempt failed, and I couldn't bring breakfast, so I missed the chance to meet every day." Bai Lang wasn't in a hurry. Only after the car stopped in the school parking lot did he tentatively ask again, "Hey ladies, when's the next time you'd like to have breakfast together?" "We'll see." Jiang Xiaoyu smiled and glanced at Bai Lang, then opened the car door and got out of the car one after the other with Huyu. Then he left without looking back. Women are truly unpredictable. Bai Lang was a little worried. Although the date went well, what about the next date? Jiang Xiaoyu has a proud and arrogant personality. Since they are not in the same class, they don't have a chance to get to know each other better. Feelings need to be built up. Even biological parents become estranged after a long period of no contact, let alone opposite-sex friends with whom they get along well. Fortunately, we had a backup plan. Bai Lang shook his head, took out his phone, and sent a message to Huyu, whom he had just added. "Comrade Hu, I remember you mentioned before that Xiaoyu was doing a part-time job. Where is it?" Huyu replied within seconds, "Wow. Are you a debt collector? You're already asking about Xiaoyu's background right after the date. Aren't you going to give her a break?" Shocked face. "That's true. Of course you have to be proactive when it comes to making money. You can't just put it off for a year or two, can you?" Bai Lang was speechless. But his reply still maintained a sycophantic tone. "I just want to know more about her, please." Dojimoji. Huyu replied instantly, all right, I'll tell you for the sake of that soup dumplings. It's Sugwa, who lives on the east side of the school. She occasionally works there part-time." "Done." Bai Lang beamed and replied to Huyu calmly, "Thank you, Miss Hu. Let's get together again at the soup dumpling shop next time, without Xiaoyu." "Huyu, TCH, you really want to? We shouldn't rush things. Give Jiang Xiaoyu 2 days to reflect on it. First, go back to your dorm and take a shower." Bai Lang smiled slightly, picked up the leftover breakfast from the morning, and slowly returned to his dormitory. Just as he reached the door, he heard a loud shout from inside, "Gui Yangming, I'm telling you again, Zhengli didn't go out with any other boys." Bai Lang must have been mistaken. It was Dai Wenxian's voice. Chapter 26: Two Golden Flowers. As soon as Dai Wenxian finished speaking, Gui Yangming followed up, "Who believes your bullshit? Anyway, whoever gets anxious knows what's going on. I believe Lao Bai wouldn't talk nonsense." "You son of a bitch!" Dai Wenxiang roared. Both of them seemed to be in a very high mood, and if no one else intervened, they would most likely come to blows. Bai Lang quickly pushed the door open and went inside. In the dormitory, Dai Wenxiang and Gui Yangming faced each other, both with flushed faces, clearly embarrassed. Zhang Mingyuan watched the show from a corner near the balcony. None of them are easy to deal with. Bai Lang couldn't bear to look at them, realizing that everyone in his dorm was a weirdo. Dai Wenxiang and Gui Yangming argue all the time, and Zhang Mingyuan either helps Dai Wenxiang or watches the show from a corner. I didn't even bother to offer some advice. Gui Yangming even knew to greet him. "Old Bai, you're back?" Dai Wenxiang opened his mouth, probably wanting to say hello, but he remained silent after Gui Yangming spoke first. What are you two arguing about again?" Bai Lang calmly walked into the room and closed the door to avoid disturbing the neighbors in the surrounding dormitories. Gui Yangming immediately explained, "He's acting crazy. I made a joke about Zhang Li this morning, and he's been cursing and swearing since morning, and he still hasn't stopped by noon." Actually, Gui Yangming felt quite wronged. "I casually made a joke about Dai Wenxiang this morning, and then it inexplicably got to Zhang Li." Gui Yangming initially tried to tolerate it because of the washing machine, but Dai Wenxiang's insults became increasingly excessive. Young people can't stand this kind of treatment. Gui Yangming couldn't stand it anymore and started arguing with Dai Wenxiang, but Bai Lang returned after only a few words. "Who's gone mad? How can you talk like that? What business is it of yours what I do with Zhang Li?" Dai Wenxiang retorted through gritted teeth. Although Dai Wenxiang wasn't at fault for Zhang Li's affair with other boys, he would be laughed at if the news got out. Wearing a green hat has been a disgrace to men since ancient times. Dai Wenxiang naturally couldn't accept it, and then Gui Yangming made baseless accusations and spread rumors, so he naturally got angry. But then I saw Bai Lang return. Dai Wenxiang's temper began to subside, not because he was afraid of Bai Lang, but mainly because Bai Lang really knew about Zhang Li's affairs. If this gets out, Dai Wenxiang will lose all face. After listening for a few moments, Bai Lang roughly understood what was going on. It was nothing more than Gui Yangming joking around, accidentally stepping into Dai Wenxiang's sensitive area. Neither of the two young men was willing to back down, and that's how things ended up like this. Bai Lang was speechless. Such a trivial matter could cause such a big fuss. It just goes to show how much energy college students have. Let's all give way. It's fine for Yang Ming to tease Lao Dai himself, but teasing his partner is definitely inappropriate. He should apologize first. Bai Lang gave Gui Yangming a shove in annoyance. Gui Yangming was relatively obedient and reluctantly said, "Then I admit I was wrong." "All right." Bai Lang nodded. As long as he apologized, that was fine. If Gui Yangming hadn't talked too much, he wouldn't have offended Dai Wenxiang. If one party apologizes, the other party cannot be delayed. Bai Lang then looked at Dai Wenxiang. "Yang Ming's words were quite polite, weren't they? Are you still going to hold on to this so stubbornly?" Dai Wenxiang was still a little angry, but when he saw Bai Lang's ambiguous smile, his heart skipped a beat. I know Bai Lang has issued an ultimatum. Dai Wenxiang still wouldn't let go. Bai Lang is probably going to stand up for Gui Yangming. Dai Wenxiang replied insincerely, "No, we're all in the same dorm. That's enough for now. I'm going to take a shower. I worked up a sweat climbing the mountain." Bai Lang nodded in satisfaction. I grabbed a towel and headed straight for the toilet. Their dorm had private bathrooms, and although there was a queue for 4 people, it was still much more convenient than a public bathroom. After Bai Lang left, the atmosphere in the dormitory became a little awkward again. Dai Wenxiang and Gui Yangming had just had a fight and were ignoring each other. Zhang Mingyuan didn't dare to talk to Dai Wenxiang either, fearing he would be used as a punching bag. Until Bai Lang came out after showering. No one in the dormitory spoke. Bai Lang put on his coat, grabbed a towel, and went to the balcony. "Old Dai, come over and have a chat." Dai Wenxiang was taken aback. He glanced at Gui Yangming and Zhang Mingyuan, then stood up reluctantly. "Just say what you want to say directly. Why did you have to call me to the balcony?" "Wait until Dai Wenxiang reaches the balcony." Bang! Bai Lang slammed the balcony door shut, his face darkening. "What are you doing? Yang Ming just made a joke and you've turned it into this? You think just because we gave you a washing machine we'll become your lackeys?" Dai Wenxiang frowned. "I didn't, it was Gui Yangming." "Yang Ming is wrong?" Bai Lang interrupted abruptly. "Do you really think nobody knows about your little affair with Zhang Li? Are you threatening me?" Dai Wenxiang retorted angrily, saying that he would get angry with anyone who mentioned Zhang Li now. Bai Lang nodded confidently. "I don't eat your rice. What's wrong with me saying what I saw with my own eyes?" "What? Do you have a way to shut me up?" Dai Wenxiang was speechless. Indeed, Bai Lang and Gui Yangming are different. Bai Lang really knows about Zhang Li's situation, and now that he's been a devoted admirer, he's Su Jinshua's boyfriend. This guy's status is completely different. Dai Wenxiang dared not gamble. I can't do anything about you, but we're still roommates. Is it really necessary to make such a fuss? Am I trying to cause trouble? You're like a ticking time bomb, anyone can light it and you'll explode. Even a fool can see there's something wrong with you. Bai Lang gave him a rude lecture. Dai Wenxiang was not convinced, but he had no way to refute it. After all, Gui Yangming was just joking, and even if it was a little inappropriate, it shouldn't have escalated to this point. But Dai Wenxiang didn't realize that, unknowingly, he had begun to learn from Bai Lang's lesson. The past 3 months. Dai Wenxiang had always been the leader of the dormitory, basically the one who had the final say, and he led Zhang Mingyuan around swaggering around. Although Bai Lang and Gui Yangming ignored him, they were both from out of town, and Bai Lang was a well-known simp throughout the school. Dai Wenxiang naturally felt a sense of superiority. As a result, Bai Lang, who had been a devoted admirer, became the official partner and won over Su Jinxue, and his status changed drastically. Dai Wenxiang subconsciously placed Bai Lang on an equal footing, or even slightly above, since Bai Lang was able to win over the school beauty. You didn't tell Gui Yangming about Zhang Li, did you? Dai Wenxiang didn't want to be lectured by his peers, so he started to change the subject. Bai Lang shook his head. I don't like spreading gossip. Besides, you and Zhang Li are about to break up. What's the point of discussing these trivial matters? How did you know about me and her? Dai Wenxiang was startled. No one should know that he and Zhang Li were planning to break up. How did Bai Lang find out everything? Just a guess. Bai Lang rolled his eyes. In fact, Dai Wenxiang was blinded by his own involvement and thought these things were a secret. Bai Lang saw Zhang Li leaving the school gate late at night and knew that Dai Wenxiang had gone to confront her, though he didn't know what happened afterward. But look at how Dai Wenxiang breaks down as soon as Zhang Li is mentioned. It's not hard to guess that their relationship has broken down, and the only way forward is to break up. Dai Wenxiang was filled with doubt and suspicion, feeling that Bai Lang was unpredictable and how could he know so much? Notice the change in Dai Wenxiang's expression. Bai Lang changed the subject. Actually, the fault doesn't lie with you, so there's no need to dwell on it. There are so many girls in college, Lao Dai, it's much easier for you to find a partner than Yang Ming. Upon hearing this, Dai Wenxiang laughed and said, that's true, I'm definitely better than him. Don't get so carried away in the future, Bai Lang said, feigning anger. We're going to live together for 4 years. You jerk, do you think that just because you gave us a washing machine, Yang Ming, and I have to put up with your temper? I really didn't think that way. You've already caught up with Su Jinxue, how could I possibly give you a hard time? Dai Wenxiang immediately backed down. Upon closer examination, he really did make a mountain out of a molehill. Speaking of this, Dai Wenxiang remembered something else. Old Bai, Yang Ming told me that you went on a date with Jiang Xiaoyu today? Bai Lang nodded. We went out together. Dai Wenxiang's eyes lit up. Holy crap. Lao Bai, you just won over Su Jinxue. Are you planning to take both of the freshmen's beauties into your lap? Chapter 27 Living 20 Years Less. No, actually Su Jinxue and I are just good friends. The simp label is just a misunderstanding people have about me. Bai Lang shamelessly explained. Dai Wenxiang curled his lip. Who was serving Su Jinxue every day for the past 3 months? Now that she's officially a full-time employee, it's starting to feel like a history book. In a few more days, it seems like Su Jinxue will end up chasing after Bai Lang. However, Dai Wenxiang was more interested in Jiang Xiaoyu and didn't have time to complain about Bai Lang. Old Bai, is Jiang Xiaoyu easy to get along with? It's alright, why are you so enthusiastic? Didn't Su Jinxue ask you these questions back then? Bai Lang was somewhat surprised. When he was trying to woo Su Jinxue, Dai Wenxiang wasn't nearly as enthusiastic. Dai Wenxiang said shyly, Su Jinxue is too aloof. I feel like I have no chance at all. Jiang Xiaoyu's cute type is more in line with my aesthetic. So that's how it is. Bai Lang understood. She's easy to get along with, like a girl next door. From a girlfriend's perspective, she's more interesting than Su Jinxue. That's great. Now that you have Su Jinxue, can you introduce Jiang Xiaoyu to me? Dai Wenxiang is quite shameless. He was unconvinced by Bai Lang's lecture, but turned around and immediately bowed and scraped for Jiang Xiaoyu's sake. However, Bai Lang was quite satisfied. He wasn't afraid of you having ideas, he was just afraid of you not having any. Only with ideas can you grasp the situation. Bai Lang has already managed to handle even the most difficult ice queen, so dealing with Dai Wenshan would be like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. This is the daily accumulation of being a simp. Bai Lang patted Dai Wenshan on the shoulder. Of course, no problem. I'll put in a good word for you later. Dai Wenshan said with a touched expression. Old Bai, I really misunderstood you before. Just tell me if you need anything in the future. No problem, no problem. Bai Lang nodded with a smile. After the conversation ended, the two returned to their dormitory. As soon as Bai Lang sat down, Dai Wenshan brought over a bottle of Coke. Old Bai, have some water. You must be tired from going out so early in the morning. Feel free to use my things from now on. Bai Lang smiled and took the Coke. Old Dai, I have to say, you're too polite. Dai Wenshan grinned like a grandson. You're right. Gui Yangming and Zhang Mingyuan were dumbfounded. When did these two become so close? The next morning, Bai Lang slept until he naturally fell asleep, stretched comfortably, and felt so good not having to get up early and work late. There's no need to be a simp for Su Jinshui anymore. Zhang Xiaoyu doesn't like others bringing her breakfast. Bai Lang suddenly found himself with much more free time, which made him a little uneasy. He thought to himself, now is not the time to lie around. I haven't made enough money yet. I need to keep myself busy. Once you get used to lying flat, it's not easy to straighten up again. Bai Lang quickly sat up. Gui Yangming's voice came from next door. Old Bai, you have a class this morning. Aren't you going to get up early to prepare breakfast for Su Jinshui? Prepare my ass. I'm not her housekeeper. Bai Lang laughed and scolded. Hurry up and put on your clothes. The most troublesome thing in winter is getting out of bed. With temperatures steadily declining, the allure of being in bed grows stronger every day. Dai Wenshan, on the opposite bed, was stunned. Old Bai, you're too materialistic. You worked so hard to get her before you even got her, bringing her food day and night, and now that you've got her, you're turning your back on her? I didn't tell you yesterday, Su Jinshui and I are just friends. I'm definitely not a simp. Bai Lang shrugged. Heh, Dai Wenshan said with a disbelieving look, I'd have to be a fool to believe you. Gui Yangming nodded in agreement. That's right. However, as soon as he said it, Gui Yangming was embarrassed, and Dai Wenshan's expression was also a little subtle. The two of them had such a fierce argument yesterday. We're still getting used to this sudden united front. Bai Lang didn't care and got out of bed unhurriedly. Think what you want, facts speak louder than words. My relationship with Su Jinshui is still purely platonic. Ugh. 2. Gui Yangming and Dai Wenshan vomited again in perfect unison. After 2 consecutive moments of perfect understanding, the awkwardness between the two disappeared. Gui Yangming began to reveal, Old Bai, you took Su Jinshui home the day before yesterday, and now you're pretending to be innocent? Wow! Dai Wenshan exclaimed, Old Bai, you've already taken Su Jinshui home, does that mean you've already met her parents? Are you going to become a live-in son-in-law of the Su family? Old Dai, you've been reading too many novels, haven't you? Bai Lang was speechless and too lazy to waste words with the two of them, so he took his wash basin and towel to the toilet. I have classes in the morning. The students in the dormitory were already having trouble sleeping, and with Bai Lang getting up, the other 3 gradually followed suit. The topic of discussion never strayed from Bai Lang. It's either Bai Lang and Su Jinshui, or Bai Lang and Zhang Xiaoyu. The main focus is on gossip. The morning class is Human Resource Management, which is not only for business administration majors, but also for several related majors. It's a large lecture, held in a lecture hall. In this situation, you need to go early, otherwise you won't be able to get a good seat, so the 4 of them went to the cafeteria early and had a meal together. When entering the lecture hall, Gui Yangming remembered something. By the way, have you heard? The beautiful professor who taught this class is back. Dai Wenshan blurted out, of course I know. The teacher said in the last class that you definitely weren't paying attention. Old Dai, were you listening carefully? Certainly. Of course not. I remember you didn't charge your phone in class, so you had to listen to the lesson because you couldn't use your phone. You fucking said, didn't you listen attentively too? Dai Wenshan was cursing and swearing, arguing with Gui Yangming again. These two are like a pair of bickering lovers, they can argue about anything. Bai Lang didn't care and quickened his pace into the classroom, only to find that Su Jinshui was already sitting on the edge of the last row. As expected of a socially awkward girl, she chose the perfect spot. This is the least likely place to attract attention. Unfortunately, Su Jinxue was too beautiful even sitting in such a peripheral position. The boys in the classroom still turned their heads to look at her. Su Jinxue sat there expressionless, wearing a light blue trench coat, engrossed in her book, her long, black hair cascading down her back like smooth silk. Actually, this is how girls dress in autumn and winter. It's nothing more than trench coats and down jackets. Even the hottest girls might just leave their necklines open. But the trench coat looked especially beautiful on Su Jinxue. Perhaps that's the effect of her good looks. Bai Lang walked over habitually. Is breakfast ready yet? Su Jinxue raised her head, a hint of surprise flashing in her cool eyes, and replied in a cool tone, no. You said before that you'd eat at home first and then come over. Bai Lang had a bit of a headache, so he handed over the steamed buns and soy milk he was carrying. He had guessed that Su Jinxue might not have eaten breakfast, so he brought her a portion. Su Jinxue accepted the breakfast as a matter of course, and then took a seat in the back. Thank you. The seats in the lecture hall are arranged in rows. There is a long row of seats in the middle, about a dozen seats in a row, and then an aisle. The spaces against the walls on both sides are quite narrow, and usually 2 seats are shared. Su Jinxue was originally sitting in a seat near the outside, which was empty inside, and all the boys in the classroom were staring at her longingly. Think about what excuse to use to sit down. Unexpectedly, as soon as Bai Lang arrived, Su Jinxue immediately offered him her seat. Many boys recognized Bai Lang. Damn, this simp is really something. Last time in the cafeteria, didn't the simp say he wasn't going to pursue Su Jinxue anymore? How come he's sitting with her again now? How can you take what a simp says seriously? Besides, that's Su Jinxue. Wouldn't you want her if you were in her shoes? Of course I'd take it, even if it meant giving up 10 years of my life. Then I'll live 20 years less. Fuck you. Are you trying to mess with me? Chapter 28 First Encounter Kill. Appearance ratio 95. Su Jinxue even gave up her seat. Bai Lang felt embarrassed to refuse, so he plopped down on the bench, which felt a little warm. TSK, to have the school beauty warm my seat, I can't get any other treatment like this. Bai Lang felt smug. Gui Yangming and Dai Wenxiang approached enviously, but not wanting to say anything in front of Su Jinxue, they could only sit down in the seats in front of Bai Lang. Zhang Mingyuan was a step too slow and could only choose a seat in the long row next to him. Even after sitting down, Gui Yangming didn't stop, glancing back at Bai Lang and Su Jinxue every now and then. Bai Lang said impatiently, just say what you have to say. Why keep turning around? Prioritizing romance over friendship. Gui Yangming muttered irritably, probably because he was afraid Su Jinxue would hear him, so he deliberately lowered his voice. As a result, Bai Lang didn't hear clearly either. On the contrary, Dai Wenxiang, who was standing nearby, heard this and said, well said. Yang Ming, you're absolutely right. Lao Bai is a treacherous man. I told you he had something to do with Su Jinxue, didn't I? Gui Yangming said, as if he had said it all along. Look at those two, the way they're looking at each other is all wrong. Indeed, I never expected Lao Bai to actually win over Su Jinxue. Dai Wenxiang nodded with emotion. Prior to this, Dai Wenxiang had been unsure about Bai Lang and Su Jinxue's relationship. But just now, I noticed that Bai Lang had brought breakfast, and Su Jinxue tacitly gave up her seat. The feeling of being a young couple suddenly came together. Dai Wenxiang couldn't help but feel envious. He couldn't even handle Zhongli, who was only slightly attractive, but Bai Lang could handle someone of Su Jinxue's caliber. Moreover, Bai Lang was able to get to know Jiang Xiaoyu. The gap is simply too large. But Dai Wenxiang and Gui Yangming didn't know that. Bai Lang is having a headache. Although Su Jinxue became increasingly clingy, even offering her seat and acting more proactively than before. But Bai Lang doesn't need that. He's already claimed the reward, so there's no need for him to continue getting entangled with Su Jinxue. Logically, the relationship should have faded over time. How come it's getting better and better? Bai Lang was speechless. Back when he was a simp, he had been eagerly waiting for Su Jinxue to give him a kind look. I'm not going to be a simp anymore. Why did Su Jinxue take the initiative instead? If this continues, won't something really happen? Bai Lang thought to himself that Su Jinxue's current state was not good, and that things could easily go wrong if things continue to develop this way. Moreover, Bai Lang's self-control is not very good. Otherwise, he would have drawn a clear line long ago. Why would he have taken the initiative to bring breakfast and take Su Jinxue out for fast food? Bai Lang felt he was losing control. He initially thought it was just his habit of being a simp, but later realized that he was subconsciously concerned about Su Jinxue. For example, when I was eating breakfast just now, Bai Lang would think of Su Jinxue and worry that she was hungry again, so he bought a portion and brought it over as if by some strange impulse. I was planning to leave after claiming the reward. How did things get so tangled up? Alright, let's leave it at that for now. We'll stop once we introduce her to a close friend. Bai Lang was just making excuses to comfort himself. After all, Su Jinxue is socially awkward, so suddenly cutting off the relationship would be too heartless. After all, he earned enough to buy a Cullinan back then. Su Jinxue, who was standing to the side, ate her steamed bun silently. Suddenly, she took out a bottle of yogurt from her pocket and handed it to Bai Lang. Drink. Bai Lang took the yogurt. Oh, so you brought breakfast. Why aren't you eating it? Su Jinxue pulled out another bottle of yogurt. This is all I have. Oh. Bai Lang nodded, suddenly feeling quite heartwarming. After all, this was the first time Su Jinxue had brought him something. Previously, no matter what Bai Lang gave her, Su Jinxue would silently accept it. Now they're even giving him yogurt to drink. This daughter was worth raising. Bai Lang nodded with satisfaction. Seeing that Su Jinxue was holding a steamed bun in one hand and it was a little inconvenient to insert a straw, he took the initiative to open a bottle of yogurt and hand it back to her. You can drink this. Su Jinxue didn't mind at all, picked up the yogurt and drank it, her cool and pretty face revealing a hint of honesty. Bai Lang wanted to laugh. For some reason, he suddenly found Su Jinxue very cute. When he was a simp before, he always complained that Su Jinxue was expressionless and had no reaction at all. Spending more time together reveals their strengths. Although Su Jinxue had a blank expression, she was actually quite easy to get along with. So far, Bai Lang has met 3 women who are good-looking, but with different personalities. Let's not talk about people like Wang Jing, with whom we've only spent a short time. Su Jinxue and Zhang Xiaoyu have very different personalities, almost completely opposite. Su Jinxue appears to be a cold and aloof goddess, but deep down she's a socially awkward girl who doesn't dare to speak in public. Zhang Xiaoyu, however, is lively and cheerful, with a confident air amidst her pride, and she speaks her mind directly when she is unhappy. Bai Lang initially thought Su Jinxue was too quiet and reserved to be a girlfriend, but after getting to know Zhang Xiaoyu, he found that Su Jinxue's personality was quite nice. It's easy to see through, and it won't be fickle. She is emotionally stable and will not exhibit the sudden drop in affection that Zhang Xiaoyu did at the slightest disagreement. Having a socially awkward girl as a friend is pretty good. Bai Lang muttered to himself, then popped open the remaining bottle of yogurt and started drinking. Unbeknownst to him, Su Jinxue, sitting next to him, secretly glanced at him and subtly curled the corners of her lips. Students entered the classroom one after another. Suddenly, a woman wearing black-rimmed glasses walked in. The woman looked young, but she exuded a mature aura, and it was clear at a glance that she wasn't a student. She was very good-looking, and she received many exclamations as soon as she entered the classroom. Bai Lang looked over upon hearing the sound, his gaze falling on the woman with glasses, a hint of amazement flashing in his eyes. Even though he had already seen 3 top beauties, Bai Lang still admired this woman with black-rimmed glasses. She wore a high ponytail, which made her face look delicate and petite. She paired it with a dignified and elegant women's suit, with a white shirt underneath, 2 buttons undone. The leader's skin was fair and translucent, and her prominent collarbone was visible. She gives off the impression of a dashing and sophisticated urban woman. As Bai Lang was observing, a system notification suddenly appeared. Ding! Found a suitable candidate with a score of 95. Stunningly beautiful. 95 out of 100 at first sight. Bai Lang raised an eyebrow. However, it wasn't too shocking, since the system's appearance rating isn't fixed. Today it might be 95, tomorrow it might be 93. For example, Su Jinxue's lowest score was 93, and she usually didn't fall below the critical line of 94. The highest score was 97. Bai Lang is a seasoned veteran, so he wouldn't be intimidated by a score of 95. Besides, once you reach 90 in looks, the difference becomes very small. You might not even notice it if you only get a fraction or two. Day. The woman with glasses, wearing high heels, slowly walked up to the podium. Hello everyone, I am the teacher in charge of your human resources course. My name is Li Wan. Wow! Exclamations of surprise rose and fell, especially from the boys, who unconsciously broke into smiles. With such a beautiful teacher, it seems I can't take leave from this class. Dai Wenxiang, sitting in the back row, was filled with regret. What a loss. If I had known the teacher was so beautiful, I wouldn't have sat in the back. Don't rush, there are still a few empty seats ahead. Wei Yangming grinned, his textbooks already tidied up on the table, clearly indicating he was preparing to change seats. Before he could act, several boys suddenly stood up and ran to the front to sit down. Wei Yangming's face turned green. Damn. Do these people have any manners? They're changing seats like this during class? Dai Wenxiang, textbook in hand, followed closely behind, saying, exactly, like he hasn't seen a woman in centuries. Bai Lang, sitting in the back row, was speechless. You two are so well-mannered, why are you packing up your textbooks? Wei Yangming blurted out, preview before class. Lao Bai, shouldn't you prepare in advance for class? That's right, Dai Wenxiang agreed. In our dorm, Yangming and I are the most studious. Chapter 29 Beautiful Teacher. The moment the young and beautiful female Professor Li Wan appeared on stage, she captivated the attention of the male students in the classroom. Some even started grinning foolishly, probably already thinking about what to name their children after marrying Li Wan. Why is my favorability rating for such a beautiful female teacher negative? When did I offend her? Bai Lang was somewhat puzzled. After the system recognized Li Wan's appearance, it naturally generated a module for assessing her favorability. Bai Lang was shocked when he saw it. Because Li Wan's favorability rating is 55, a rare negative number, and not a small one. According to the system's evaluation criteria, any negative number indicates that the person dislikes Bai Lang. Negative numbers are rare. Even though Su Jinxue is so socially awkward, she only had 0 points of affection for Bai Lang at the beginning. I neither like nor dislike it. The sudden appearance of a negative 55 is truly frightening. The level of dislike is almost that of an enemy. After all, 60 points of affection is equivalent to having feelings for someone, which is more than friends but not quite lovers. That favorability rating of nearly 60 indicates that Li Wan really dislikes Bai Lang and treats him almost like an enemy. Bai Lang frowned and thought, I've never seen this woman before, what did I do to offend her? He had never met Li Wan before and couldn't understand why her favorability rating was negative. Does Li Wan dislike simps? Bai Lang is a notorious simp throughout the school. Maybe some people can't stand it, but surely they don't hate him that much. 55. It looks terrifying. Bai Lang was a little flustered. This was the first time he had encountered a target who disliked him so much. How could he continue to be a sycophant? How about we choose someone else? Bai Lang was having second thoughts, feeling there was no need to force himself to seduce Li Wan, since she was his teacher. The teacher-student relationship was never appropriate. Besides, he still has 2 goals to achieve, so there's no need to try to do 3 things at once. He should focus his energy on Wang Jing and Zhang Xiaoyu and reveal the reward first. Bai Lang wiped the sweat from his forehead and decided to refrain from provoking Li Wan for the time being. Su Jinxue, who was sitting next to me, suddenly asked, Are you hot? Bai Lang was taken aback. It's not hot, what's wrong? You're sweating a lot, Su Jinxue said, while wiping Bai Lang's sweat with a tissue. Why don't you sit inside? It'll be cooler against the wall. No need, I can wipe it myself. Bai Lang waved his hand, then suddenly realized that Su Jinxue was wiping his sweat, so he quickly took the tissue and did it himself. How could this silly girl possibly care about others? She even wiped his sweat. Bai Lang felt gratified, but the cold gazes of the male classmates around him put him under immense pressure. Especially Dai Wenxiang in the front row, who stared at Bai Lang in disbelief, and after meeting Bai Lang's gaze, he snorted coldly, humph. Then Dai Wenxiang pulled Wei Yangming aside and whispered to him. After listening for a few moments, Wei Yangming turned back to look at Bai Lang with a displeased expression and uttered a curt humph. These 2 brothers seem to have a good relationship. Bai Lang chuckled to himself. Just then, Li Wan suddenly called out from the podium, Hey you 2 sitting in the corner, please stop being all lovey-dovey. I'm not single yet. The classroom erupted in laughter. Li Wan suddenly called out names, and even pointed to Bai Lang and Su Jinxue's positions, instantly exposing the 2 of them. Originally, only classmates who were close by noticed Su Jinxue wiping her sweat. Now that Li Wan has called his name, the entire classroom is instantly looking at him, with the eyes of hundreds of people converging on him. Even Bai Lang felt some pressure. Not to mention Su Jinxue, a socially awkward girl, whose delicate body trembled almost imperceptibly. She quickly lowered her head and stared at her textbook, afraid of attracting everyone's attention. Unfortunately, her aloof demeanor was too captivating. Even with her head down reading, she still mesmerized all the boys in the room. Many people then noticed that there was a stunningly beautiful girl sitting in the corner, but unfortunately, she was already taken. On the podium, Liwan persisted, asking, "Hey, you two in the corner, did you hear that? This woman did it on purpose, didn't she?" Bai Lang narrowed his eyes, sensing that Liwan was deliberately picking a fight, and that she was targeting him. Don't even mention the intimate behavior between Bai Lang and Su Jinxue. There were real couples in the classroom, holding hands discreetly, chatting and laughing. They were also deeply in love, sharing a steamed bun, heads down, fiddling around. These actions are far more egregious than those of Bai Lang and Su Jinxue. As it turned out, Liwan didn't see it, and considering her negative feelings towards Bai Lang, it must have been a deliberate act of targeting him. But what can you do when Liwan is a teacher? Bai Lang could only stand up and explain, "Teacher Li has misunderstood. We are just good friends. Hee, I don't care about your situation, I only see you two being all lovey-dovey. Please promise not to disturb my class from now on, okay?" Liwan asked in return with a smile. They've come with ill intentions. Bai Lang nodded helplessly, "I can guarantee it." Great. This guy is quite responsible, knowing not to let the girl stand up for him. But he's a bit of a jerk, not acknowledging his relationship with his girlfriend. Liwan made a few more teasing remarks. It seemed like a joke, but Bai Lang always felt like he was being targeted. Fortunately, Liwan did not hold on to the matter. She then asked the students to open their textbooks and began the lesson at a leisurely pace. It is worth mentioning, Liwan is a very good lecturer, explaining the course in a simple and easy to understand way, without ever opening the textbook. He delivered a short chapter entirely without notes. The students present were stunned, realizing that Liwan was quite capable, able to recite the textbook content with her eyes closed. During the breaks between chapters, Liwan let the students recall the material, and also took a sip of water. A girl in the front row suddenly raised her hand, "Teacher Li." Liwan smiled and said, "We're a university, so you can ask questions directly, as long as you don't interrupt the lecture." The girl in the front row stood up, holding her textbook, and asked, "Teacher Li, among the chief editors of this textbook, there's one with the same name as you. May I ask?" "You're very meticulous." "That's right, this textbook was completed by me and several senior professors." Liwan replied calmly. Everyone checked the first page of the textbook and discovered that the first name after the chief editor was Liwan. How many ordinary people are responsible for writing university textbooks, let alone someone as young as Liwan, who has unexpectedly become an editor-in-chief? No wonder I don't need to look at the textbook in class. It turns out she was the editor-in-chief. Liwan took a sip of water and said with a smile, "Since you asked me a question, I'll ask you one too. Next, I'd like to ask one of you to answer what I just talked about." The room fell silent the moment those words were spoken. Even in college, the fear of being called on by the teacher to answer questions remains ingrained in every student's genes. Liwan raised her hand, her slender fingertips trembling slightly, before finally landing in the corner of the classroom. "Little boy who stood up for the girl earlier, please answer this question." Bai Lang's lips twitched, thinking to himself, "They really came for me." Chapter 30 ATM Old Die Edition. Bai Lang forced himself to stand up. "I feel I've learned a lot, and I understand the importance of putting the right people in the right positions for the company's development." Summarize the lesson content. It's essentially a book review, so a complete retelling won't do. I can only add my own interpretation. Fortunately, Bai Lang didn't lose focus during the class and was able to say something, roughly summarizing the content of the lesson. Liwan listened silently, occasionally pushing up her black-rimmed glasses with her fingertips, seemingly listening very attentively. After Bai Lang finished speaking at length, he didn't forget to flatter her at the end. "Teacher Li's teaching skills are beyond question. This is the first time I've ever been so attentive in class." The students present nodded in agreement. Liwan is indeed very skilled. She explains concepts in a simple and easy to understand way, making even the most dry lessons engaging and enjoyable. Liwan asked with a half smile, "Thank you for the compliment. Which class are you in, handsome young man?" Bai Lang, a freshman majoring in business administration. Bai Lang answered frankly. This information definitely can't be kept from Liwan, so it's better to answer honestly. Liwan nodded and said seriously, "I will truthfully relay what you just said to the teachers of other subjects." Puff! The students in the classroom burst out laughing. After all, Liwan is young and beautiful, and speaks so wittily, most students are willing to support her. Besides, Bai Lang has such a beautiful girlfriend, which many boys envy, and they certainly won't miss the chance to make fun of him. Bai Lang almost lost his composure. What's wrong with Li Wan? Why is she being targeted like this? He hasn't even started trying to win her over yet. Forget it, if it really doesn't work, I'll just take more days off. At worst, I'll fail this course. Bai Lang muttered to himself. If you can't afford to offend them, you can at least avoid them. Anyway, with the sycophant system backing you up, you're not short of opportunities to make money. If you achieve financial freedom before graduation, you won't need to look for a job, and a diploma will be dispensable. Bai Lang had just flattered Li Wan to test her attitude, but instead of increasing her favorability, it dropped to 58. Bai Lang was completely baffled, unable to understand the bespectacled woman's thought process, and decided to keep his distance. While beautiful women are a scarce resource, there's no need to obsess over them. You can always find another target. Forcing yourself to flatter Li Wan might backfire. After teasing Bai Lang, Li Wan continued with the second half of the class, delivering another short lecture without notes. The bell rang, signaling the end of get out of class. Li Wan finished speaking just in time, without wasting a minute. I won't assign homework, but you need to preview the next 2 sections. I'll be checking on you in the next class. The students responded enthusiastically. Li Wan nodded with a smile. As she returned to the podium to pack up her textbooks, a group of boys surrounded her. The boys all fawned over her, saying, "Teacher Li, shall I help you with your textbooks?" "Let me do it, Teacher Li. There are still some things I don't understand that I'd like to ask you." "Teacher Li, haven't we met before? A couple of days ago at Sun Yat-sen Mausoleum?" "Teacher Li, my name is Nyo Dawei." These people weren't there to learn anything. They were simply attracted to Li Wan's youth, beauty, and the air of a mature teacher, and their young hearts couldn't be contained. An ordinary woman definitely wouldn't be able to handle it. But is Li Wan ordinary? To become a university professor and write textbooks at such a young age speaks volumes about one's abilities. Li Wan said calmly, "No need. If you want to get to know me, just answer the questions in the next class. If you answer well, I'll remember you." The boys all promised that they would study hard in the future and would never let Li Wan down. Li Wan calmly packed up her textbooks, seemingly unaffected by the boys around her. It was clear she was used to this kind of situation and possessed a commanding presence. Seeing that she was indifferent to them, the boys didn't dare to go too far and could only leave reluctantly. A corner of the classroom. Su Jinxue dawdled as she packed her textbooks. Even though there was only one textbook and a few pens, she couldn't get them organized in a few minutes. Bai Lang immediately understood. Xian, who was socially awkward, didn't want to walk with the others, so he deliberately waited until the end. After most of the people had left, Bai Lang laughed and said, "That's about enough. If we delay any longer, the classrooms will be closed." "Oh." Su Jinxue nodded expressionlessly, then neatly put away the stationery. Bai Lang wanted to laugh. "What are you planning to eat for lunch? Is Uncle Chen bringing you food?" Su Jinxue replied, "Uncle Chen has been on leave recently, so no one brings me food." "Then, shall we eat together?" Bai Lang subconsciously replied. As soon as he finished speaking, he wanted to slap himself twice. Why was he still acting like a sycophant? Su Jinxue readily agreed, "Okay." After saying that, she remembered the fast food restaurant they had eaten at last time and added, "It would be best if it were quieter." "Okay, so you're making demands now." Bai Lang shook his head and looked at Gui Yangming in the front row. "Guodua, what are you planning to eat for lunch?" Gui Yangming glanced at Su Jinxue, then hesitated before saying, "I feel full." "Stop fooling around, find a quiet place. You don't get to have dinner with the school beauty every day." Bai Lang didn't give Gui Yangming a chance to refuse. "Then I'll search for it." Gui Yangming reluctantly agreed, though he didn't actually want to have dinner with Bai Lang and Su Jinxue. It's fine to be alone with Bai Lang, or with Su Jinxue. But when he was with these two, Gui Yangming always felt like a third wheel and had no appetite at all. Dai Wenxiang, who was standing nearby, chimed in, "Old Bai, you're not being fair. You didn't invite me to dinner?" Bai Lang laughed, and someone else eagerly chimed in, "I could have invited you, Lao Dai, but opportunities to dine with the school beauty don't come often, so why don't you do something special?" Devankiang waved his hand and said, "I'll pay." "No problem, I have to take you with me." Bai Lang was quite satisfied. This was practically a ready-made meal ticket, saving him another penny. With the addition of Dai Wenxiang, Gui Yangming couldn't refuse, so he had no choice but to go along. Zhang Mingyuan, who was sitting next to him, couldn't sit still any longer. Brother Chang, didn't we agree to have lunch together? Let's eat together. Dai Wenxiang hesitated, not wanting to abandon his younger brother, but he didn't have many opportunities to have dinner with Su Jinxue. After thinking for a moment, Dai Wenxiang asked Bai Lang, "Old Bai, can we add one more? Do you think this is a class dinner? Every few steps we have to add another person. Should we invite the rest of the class?" Bai Lang, of course, refused. Ignoring Su Jinshue's dislike of large groups, even if more people are added, they should be those who have made contributions. Gui Yangming is a witness, proving the pure friendship between Bai Lang and Su Jinshue. Dai Wenxiang is like an ATM, responsible for paying everyone's bills. Zhang Mingyuan is useless and an eyesore to have around, so we definitely can't keep him. Dai Wenxiang was not very happy, but since it was rare for him to sit at the same table as Su Jinshue, he could only ask his younger brother to make do. "Then you can take care of it yourself, Yuan. Let's make another appointment next time." This. Just as Zhang Mingyuan was about to say something, he saw Bai Lang and the other three leave. Zhang Mingyuan wondered to himself, how come I've been ostracized overnight? And why is Brother Chang now so subservient to Bai Lang? Bai Lang was about to leave. A familiar voice called from behind, "Bai Lang, can you help me move some things?" Bai Lang turned around in response, and it was indeed Li Wan. Chapter 31 Male Best Friend. Li Wan suddenly called out the roll. This frustrated the guys around her. They were right there in front of her, so why did the goddess have to ask someone else for help? Bai Lang already has a girlfriend. The boys looked at Bai Lang with resentment, their faces full of envy, jealousy, and hatred, wondering to themselves, what's this guy's background? Is he related to Teacher Li? He clearly has a school beauty like Su Jinshue as his girlfriend, yet he still insists on having Teacher Li by his side. That's too much. Damn, isn't Bai Lang a notorious simp? How come he's so popular with girls? Teacher Li, please, just look at me. They didn't know. Bai Lang is hesitant now, unsure whether he should help, because he doesn't currently intend to harm Li Wan. Explanation of the system's favorability rating. This shows that Li Wan has no affection for Bai Lang. In this situation, rashly acting as a sycophant would only backfire. Bai Lang originally wanted to take it slow. As a result, Li Wan took the initiative to ask him for help. Logically speaking, this was an opportunity to increase his favorability, and as a simp, he shouldn't have given it up. Bai Lang hesitated for a moment, but still agreed, "No problem, Teacher Li, please wait a moment." Li Wan nodded with a smile, "Thank you for your help." Bai Lang didn't say anything, but turned to greet his three dining companions, mainly to reassure Su Jinshue, "I'll help you out, you best go find a place first." Dai Wenxiang patted his chest and assured him, "No problem, Lao Bai, you just focus on doing your job well, and I'll take care of Su Jinshue." That son of a bitch. Why the tone of "I will take care of your wife and children"? Bai Lang panicked a little and quickly greeted Gui Yangming, "Yangming, please take good care of Su Jinshue. I'll be there soon." Gui Yangming didn't take it seriously. How long can it take to move something? "Why don't I go with you?" Bai Lang shook his head. Having the opportunity to be alone with Li Wan is a good chance to test the reason for her negative feelings towards her. Having Gui Yangming around would actually make things more inconvenient. There are opportunities to be alone. Bai Lang naturally wouldn't let this opportunity pass him by, and planned to learn more about Li Wan in order to determine whether she could be a target. Su Jinshue frowned slightly, "I'll wait for you." "No need, it won't take long. You and the others can find a place to rest first." Bai Lang smiled and waved his hand. Su Jinshue was still somewhat reluctant, but there were many people around, so she was too embarrassed to say too much. After settling things with the three of them, Bai Lang walked up to Li Wan and asked, "Teacher Li, where are the things we need to move?" "Hold my book for me first, let's go." Li Wan tossed the textbook in her hand to Bai Lang, then walked out nonchalantly. Bai Lang could only follow behind. The two disappeared outside the door in the blink of an eye. Su Jinshue stared out the door, standing motionless. Dai Wenxiang, who was standing nearby, seized the opportunity to speak up. "Su Jinshue, why don't we find a place with air conditioning first? The classroom is so cold, it's easy to catch a cold if we stay here for too long." Su Jinshue remained silent. Dai Wenxiang was a little embarrassed. He had thought that with Bai Lang not around, he could take the opportunity to chat with Su Jinshue for a bit. To my surprise, the conversation went cold right from the start. Dai Wen forced himself to ask again, "Su Jinshue, what would you like to eat?" Su Jinxue. There has been no response yet. Gui Yangming couldn't stand it anymore. That's enough. Is this how you have to have such an awkward conversation? Dai Wenxian was not happy. Then you do it. Cough cough. Gui Yangming wanted to say, I'll do it, but when he saw Su Jinshua's cool and pretty face, he immediately chickened out. It's hard for normal guys to be comfortable facing a girl with such stunning looks. Gui Yangming blushed after saying only 2 words, and could only finish the sentence with a forced smile. Su Jinshue, La Bai told us to find a place first, why don't you come out with us first? Dai Wenxian was speechless, realizing that Gui Yangming was even less capable than him. He blushed when he spoke. However, Su Jinshue reacted this time, silently nodding as if she agreed. Gui Yangming breathed a sigh of relief and tentatively walked out with Dai Wenxian, and Su Jinshue followed. The two breathed a sigh of relief. They had been taking care of Su Jinshue so diligently that they looked like bodyguards. At the same time, as Bai Lang entered the teacher's building, seeing Li Wan preparing to go upstairs, he asked, Teacher Li, which floor are your things on? Are you carrying a lot? Not many, just a few books. Li Wan answered without turning her head. Bai Lang was stunned for a moment, thinking to himself, just a few books? Why did you call me over? This woman's thought process is definitely not normal. But since we're already here, we can't just give up halfway. Bai Lang followed behind Li Wan and noticed that this woman had a great waist-to-hip ratio. She was nearly 1.7 meters tall, and her slender waist was still so enviable that it could be encircled by one hand. It's definitely priced like a killer back view. Bai Lang observed carefully, then asked casually, Teacher Li, you haven't been to class for at least 3 months. Is something wrong? At the time, I was abroad, helping an old professor who had taught me prepare for an international academic conference. Wow, that's really impressive. Bai Lang praised him sincerely. An academic conference sounds prestigious, especially one that's international. It seems Li Wan is quite capable. Bai Lang pondered for a moment, then followed up with another question. Actually, I think Teacher Li looks familiar. Have you been interviewed in the news before? Li Wan replied, I didn't. That's a bit strange, Bai Lang said, feigning surprise. Have we met before? If we've met before, then the source of the negative impression can be found. Li Wan paused, turned back and glanced at Bai Lang meaningfully. You probably haven't seen me before? Bai Lang was taken aback. Huh? What kind of answer is that? If you've seen it, you've seen it. If you haven't, you haven't. What do you mean I've never seen you before? Bai Lang frowned, suddenly realizing a possibility. So, Teacher Li has seen me before? I guess so. Li Wan gave a lukewarm reply. Speaking of this, Li Wan recalled that a few days ago when she came to the school to register, she witnessed a young couple talking in the corridor. The girl is aloof and gentle, while the boy is handsome and dashing. I thought it was a relationship where I was just beginning to fall in love. As a result, the guy immediately started spouting scumbag remarks like, I didn't pursue you, and I've always wanted to be your best friend. Li Wan grew angrier as she listened, recalling her past and instantly developing a strong aversion to the boy. How come there are such irresponsible scumbags everywhere? Li Wan instantly became angry, but as a teacher, she had no reason to target a student, so she suppressed her dislike and anger towards the boy. I didn't expect to run into him in class today. That jerk actually showed up, and his girlfriend was sitting right next to him. Li Wan couldn't stand it, so she started targeting Bai Lang during class and began thinking about how to break him up with his girlfriend. A scumbag doesn't deserve love. Thinking about this, Li Wan suddenly asked, Bai Lang, do you think pure friendship can exist between boys and girls? Pure friendship. Bai Lang thought of his relationship with Su Jinshue. There should be some, right? Li Wan then asked, shouldn't we call him a male best friend? I've heard that a lot of scumbags use the term to pursue girls. That is true, Bai Lang continued, condemning, what kind of guy would be a male best friend? It sounds like he has ulterior motives. Since Li Wan doesn't like it, we'll condemn it together. Bai Lang was secretly pleased, thinking that this tactic of sharing a common hatred would definitely win him favor, and quickly checked Li Wan's favorability rating. 63. Bai Lang? Chapter 32. Licking you until you call me daddy. Bai Lang was speechless. Logically speaking, he helped Li Wan carry the books and even went along with Li Wan's words to call her a male best friend. The two of them should at least try to ease the tension between them. Instead of increasing, the favorability rating decreased, from 55 to 63, which is outrageous. Is your woman crazy? Bai Lang was dumbfounded. If he had known it would turn out like this, he would have been better off just having dinner with Su Jinxue. Socially awkward girls are so well behaved. Li Wan smiled and looked at Bai Lang. So that's how you view male best friends. Bai Lang, have you ever been a male best friend? Forehead. Bai Lang hesitated for a moment. Under normal circumstances, she would definitely deny it. After all, she had just condemned her male best friend. However, Li Wan is a woman who cannot be judged by common sense. Let's talk about the relationship between Bai Lang and Su Jinxue. Bai Lang gritted his teeth and said, "Yes, the girl I was sitting at the table with just now is my best friend." "How could you?" Li Wan paused, glancing at Bai Lang in surprise, not expecting him to admit it. But after only a moment of surprise, Li Wan quickly regained her composure. "Really? You said before that male best friends all have ulterior motives, but you became a male best friend yourself. Are you a scumbag?" Bai Lang didn't rush to answer, but instead glanced at Li Wan's favorability rating. 62. It has decreased. This means the bet was correct. Although Bai Lang didn't know the reason, it was obvious that Li Wan seemed to know something. If Bai Lang continues to play the honest guy, his popularity will probably drop even further. He might as well be more open and honest. Anyway, it's already gotten this bad. There's nothing wrong with revealing it yourself. At worst, we just won't see each other again. After Bai Lang came to terms with it, he explained his relationship with Su Jinxue. "Actually, she and I are just good friends. I don't have any other thoughts, at least not now." "Hee, that girl is so pretty, how could you not have feelings for her?" Li Wan smiled dismissively. Men are always saying one thing and meaning another. They say they have no interest, but once they have the chance, they'll try to take advantage of you. If they can't get the advantage, they'll immediately change their tune and leave. That's men for you. Bai Lang answered frankly, "I did have one, but she was a rich heiress, and she's not from the same world as an ordinary person like me." "Is that so?" Li Wan responded non-committally. However, her opinion of Bai Lang changed slightly. This guy might be a scumbag, but he wasn't a serial liar. Well, at least I made sure she didn't feel offended. An honest scumbag is at least a little better than a dishonest one. Li Wan silently walked up to the 4th floor, arrived at the textbook management department, and knocked on the door lightly. A voice came from inside the door, "Please come in." Li Wan pushed open the door and went in first, greeting a male teacher inside. "Teacher Sun, have the textbooks for my other courses arrived?" "Oh, it's Teacher Li. The textbooks just arrived, and I was just about to deliver them." Teacher Sun quickly stood up, picked up the textbooks on the table, and looked ready to help. "You're welcome, Teacher Sunday. I've found a student to help me." Li Wan waved her hand politely and pointed to the white waves behind her. Only then did Teacher Sun notice Bai Lang, and somewhat reluctantly held up the textbooks. "Oh, it's not much, I can just bring it to you." In fact, Li Wan's teaching materials were delivered early in the morning. But Teacher Sun didn't rush to deliver it. He wanted to wait for Li Wan to come over so he could personally deliver it to her office. The two of them can chat a bit more on the way. Although there are many female teachers at the university, none are as beautiful as Li Wan. Li Wanwei frowned almost imperceptibly. She didn't like overly enthusiastic men because it reminded her of someone from the past. Someone used to fawn over him in the same way. Li Wan's pretty face darkened as she prepared to refuse Teacher Sun. Bai Lang, standing to the side, spoke up first. "Teacher Sun, it's so great that you can help. Teacher Li, please forgive me this time. I promise I won't be distracted in class next time." Li Wan and Teacher Sun were both stunned for a moment. However, Li Wan reacted quickly and immediately understood Bai Lang's meaning, and took the opportunity to scold him. "No way. You fell asleep on your first day of my class, you have to learn a lesson." Bai Lang looked helpless. After Li Wan finished speaking, she looked apologetically at Teacher Sun. "I'm sorry, Teacher Sun, I asked him for help because I wanted him to remember this lesson and not fall asleep in class next time." Teacher Sun felt it was inappropriate to insist on helping any further. After all, it is a matter of course for teachers to discipline students. However, in a university environment, most teachers adopt a hands-off approach, and there aren't many as dedicated as Li Wan. Teacher Sun could only hand the textbook to Bai Lang, adding, "Pay more attention in class from now on, and don't make Teacher Li worry. I promise it won't happen again." Bai Lang nodded with a bitter face. Teacher Sun shook her head, thinking to herself that the young man was unaware of his good fortune. It was such a wonderful thing to meet a beautiful and responsible female teacher like Li Wan. Li Wan said goodbye and left with Bai Lang. Walked to the stairwell. Li Wan suddenly stopped and looked at Bai Lang in surprise. You're pretty clever, kid. You actually helped me out of that situation. Bai Lang laughed and said, I just noticed you seemed a little impatient and was worried about offending someone. So what if we offend someone? It's just that guy's relentless pursuit. Men are all like that. Li Wan's tone was filled with disgust. Bai Lang muttered to himself, this woman seems to have a misogyny. Teacher Sun didn't do anything particularly extreme just now, why is she so angry? At most, he was using the pretext of collecting textbooks to try and get to know Li Wan better. It's just normal interaction between a man and a woman. If Li Wan didn't like it, she could have easily found an excuse to refuse, but just now in the office, she seemed ready to turn on him. Teacher Sun probably can't tell. Bai Lang is a seasoned simp. His ability to read people is his most basic skill, especially when it comes to observing women's expressions. They noticed that Li Wan was acting strangely. Bai Lang quickly stepped in and found a reasonable excuse to prevent Li Wan and Teacher Sun from having a conflict. Because of this help, Li Wan's favorability rating reached a new historical high of 51. It seems there's still a way to win them over, but we can't use conventional methods. Bai Lang breathed a slight sigh of relief. I'm not afraid of low favorability ratings, I'm afraid of not finding a way to increase them. It's truly despairing when everything you do lowers your favorability rating. Li Wan suddenly asked, what are you thinking about? Bai Lang was taken aback, huh? Your expression suddenly relaxed, Li Wan explained, squinting, as if you've solved some problem. You don't think that helping me out means we'll become friends, do you? This woman is insane. Bai Lang was drenched in sweat, never expecting Li Wan to be so ruthless, and even able to analyze micro-expressions. They even guessed Bai Lang's thoughts. He did relax because he had found a way to improve Li Wan's favorability, but he was discovered on the spot. But Bai Lang couldn't admit it. I'm just a little hungry, Teacher Li. Can we hurry up and send the textbooks up? There are still people waiting for me. A habitual liar is the biggest characteristic of a scumbag. Li Wan smiled contemptuously, then turned and went upstairs, not caring whether Bai Lang followed or not. Bai Lang followed behind, carrying the textbooks, glaring fiercely at Li Wan's slender waist. Who's the scumbag? I'm clearly a simp. If you slander me again, I'll make you call me daddy. Chapter 33, Becoming an Assistant Coach. That guy has good taste, no wonder he managed to win over such a beautiful girl. Li Wan muttered to herself. Despite her mocking tone towards Bai Lang, she was still quite grateful to him for standing up for her earlier. After all, Li Wan didn't like to read people's faces or social niceties. If it weren't for Bai Lang, Li Wan would definitely have spoken rudely, leaving Teacher Sun with the impression that she was difficult to get along with. Teacher Sun is not very old, so there must be some driving force behind her being able to work in the textbook management department. As Li Wan is new to the school, she will inevitably have to interact with various departments. Offending even one person means losing a friend, so this situation should be avoided as much as possible. Unfortunately, Li Wan doesn't like interacting with men. The thought of similar situations that might occur next gave her a headache. While studying abroad, Li Wan was able to use her ex-boyfriend as an excuse to reject suitors who invited her out. My ex-boyfriend is gone now. Li Wan was really having a headache. Do I have to find a fake boyfriend to make these men behave? Finding a casual partner isn't that difficult. The problem is that Li Wan doesn't want to have contact with men, and she doesn't want to recall the details of her relationship. But if I stay single, situations similar to Teacher Sun's will definitely occur again. How do we deal with these people? Li Wan walked and thought, finally returning to her private office. The moment she opened the door, she felt completely relaxed, finally free from the disturbances of other men. Then a voice came from behind. Teacher Li, where do we put these textbooks? I almost forgot, there's also this little jerk. Li Wan pointed impatiently to the bookshelf in the corner. Just put it on the top shelf, I'll tidy it up later. Oh. Bai Lang pouted. If he had known Li Wan was so averse to men, he wouldn't have come to help. It was all a waste of his time. Bai Lang had worked hard all this way, even if he hadn't done anything particularly meritorious, yet he didn't even get a cup of water. Damn it, we've lost out big time. Bai Lang put down the textbook and prepared to leave. Then I'm going to eat, Teacher Li. Li Wan had already lay down on the sofa and waved lazily. This woman is indeed beautiful. Even lying on the sofa with her legs propped up on the coffee table, her black and red high heels still exude allure. The exposed white instep of the foot is even more captivating. Bai Lang glared at it a few times, considering it payment for the trip, then opened the door and prepared to leave. Li Wan suddenly sat up. Wait a minute. Bai Lang was taken aback. What's wrong? I need a teaching assistant right now, why don't you come and apply? Li Wan suddenly had a strange idea. Why look for a fake boyfriend? Bai Lang just managed to win over teacher's son. This kid's got some tricks up his sleeve. If I had one by my side as a teaching assistant, it would be perfect for keeping away those suitors. Bai Lang was stunned. Me? Be your teaching assistant? Yes, Li Wan nodded. It's not much, I don't need you to do anything. Just come and sit in my office when you're free. Bai Lang was a little confused. Aren't teaching assistants supposed to be people who assist in teaching? Why did Li Wan seem to be telling him to come and check on things more often? If Li Wan's favorability rating weren't negative, Bai Lang assumed that Li Wan was interested in him. A man and a woman alone in a room, that sounds so exciting. Bai Lang was conflicted. He had originally planned to give up for the time being because he saw how much Li Wan disliked men. As a result, Li Wan took the initiative to invite him to be a teaching assistant. Should I agree or not? He noticed Bai Lang's hesitation. Li Wan's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of surprise in her heart. This scumbag doesn't even want to do anything for me? Being rejected was a rare occurrence in Li Wan's life. In the past, whenever she asked, no man would refuse. That's the privilege of good looks. Not to mention that Bai Lang is a scumbag. Logically speaking, he should be more than happy to accept the request of a beautiful woman, so why is he hesitating? Li Wan's pretty face darkened. What? You don't want to work for me? Goodness, this is practically a threat. Bai Lang's lips twitched. He glanced at Li Wan's favorability rating, which had indeed dropped to 61. This woman's mood swings are too bizarre. When I said goodbye to teacher son, the value was still 51, but because Bai Lang hesitated for a moment, it immediately dropped by 10 points. It's a bit scary. Bai Lang quickly nodded. I'm willing. I'm just too happy and didn't realize it for a moment. Don't be silly next time, I don't like talking to idiots. Li Wan warned coldly. You'd think someone was asking her for help. It was clearly she who asked Bai Lang to be her teaching assistant. Bai Lang forced a smile. I understand. Oh well, it's rare to find one that meets the system standards, so I'll just deal with it for now. When Bai Lang left the office. My contacts now include a beautiful teacher, and my list of admirers has gained another target. Beautiful women are a rare sight, why should we be picky? As Bai Lang walked, he comforted himself and casually sent a message to Gui Yangming to confirm the lunch location. Gui Yangming replied, Old Bai, come quick. Su Jinxue is being harassed. Address. Guag was gone crazy again. Everyone says Su Jinxue and I are friends, so what does her being hit on have to do with me? Despite his verbal complaints, Bai Lang subconsciously quickened his pace. Yeching Fine Cuisine Restaurant. Second floor private rooms. Dai Wenxiang blocked the doorway of the private room. Don't cause trouble, Su Jinxue didn't agree to have dinner with you. Several boys were standing outside the door. The leader of the group was Wang Yao, who had previously argued with Bai Lang. Who do you think you are? My invitation to Su Jinxue to dinner is none of your business. Just now after parting ways with Bai Lang. After much deliberation, Gui Yangming and Dai Wenxiang found a well-known restaurant near the school that happened to have private rooms. The two were unaware of Su Jinxue's social anxiety. They simply felt that the opportunity to eat with the school beauty was rare and didn't want to give other customers the chance. The three arrived at the restaurant. They happened to run into Wang Yao and his group. As soon as Wang Yao saw Su Jinxue, he immediately came over with a grin. Dai Wenxiang was naturally unwilling. Although he and Su Jinxue hadn't started dating, he didn't want other boys to get close to her. The two sides continued to tug at each other all the way to the door of the private room. Dai Wenxiang retorted, sticking his neck out, who do you care who I am? Anyway, Su Jinxue is going to have dinner with me. What the hell is your attitude? Su Jinxue herself hasn't said anything, so why are you stopping her? Does the school rule prohibit male and female students from eating together? Wang Yao was able to sneak into the student union in his sophomore year because he knew how to treat people differently based on their status. He had been pursuing Su Jinxue for a long time and knew a little about her personality, so he certainly wouldn't speak up under these circumstances. As for Dai Wenxiang, who tried to stand up for himself, he was just a hothead. Wang Yao could crush someone with just a few casual remarks. Dai Wenxiang was speechless for a moment, subconsciously thinking about the school's regulations, and was thus led astray by Wang Yao. Gui Yangming, who was in the private room, quickly chimed in, "The school doesn't have any rules, but we're classmates with Su Jinxue. What's wrong with us eating together? We're from the same school, why can't we be together?" Wang Yao asked smugly. Gui Yangming was somewhat annoyed. How could they be so unreasonable? He was about to ask Su Jinxue to refuse these people. Sudden. A voice came from the end of the corridor, "Just because Su Jinxue doesn't want to eat with you. Who the hell is blind?" Wang Yao was about to start cursing when he looked in the direction of the sound, and swallowed back the words he was about to say. Because what came was white waves. Chapter 34 Avoiding the Edge. Upon hearing that someone was harassing Su Jinxue, Bai Lang rushed over, only to find that it wasn't as serious as he had thought. It turned out that Wang Yao had led a group to block the private room. "The cricket startled me, turns out it's that simp Wang." Bai Lang breathed a sigh of relief. If he had known it was Wang Yao earlier, he wouldn't have been in such a hurry after all, they're both just sycophants. Despite Wang Yao's arrogance towards others, he wouldn't dare to breathe loudly when facing Su Jinxue. Bai Lang walked over, panting. Wang Yao frowned and asked, "Bai Lang, what brings you here?" "This meal is for me," Bai Lang retorted. "And what about you guys? Harassing an innocent woman in broad daylight?" Wang Yao's face darkened, and before he could speak, a burly young man next to him shouted, "Who harassed an innocent woman? Watch your mouth. What's it to you? Keep quiet." Wang Yao turned his head and glared at the muscular boy, then looked at Bai Lang with awe, seemingly worried that Bai Lang would be angry. Such a polite attitude surprised everyone. Everyone, including Wang Yao and Gui Yangming and Dai Wenxiang, felt something was very strange. Before Bai Lang came, Wang Yao was incredibly arrogant and domineering, challenging Gui Yangming and Dai Wenxiang with an extremely overbearing attitude. Why is Wang Yao's attitude so good now that Bai Lang has arrived? Others don't understand. Bai Lang could guess the reason. After all, Wang Yao was one of the very few people who knew about his Cullinan. A freshman who can afford a Cullinan. This indicates that this new student is extraordinary on many levels. At the very least, he is a second-generation rich kid. They're not just rich, they're incredibly wealthy. Wang Yao is savvy and worldly wise. He was able to get into the student union in his sophomore year, so he naturally understands the importance of family background. Now that we know Bai Lang is a super-rich second-generation heir, how could Wang Yao possibly do the right thing again? At the very least, he had to be polite on the surface. "We just wanted to have dinner with Su Jinxue, and she didn't say anything, but these two blocked the door." "Bai Lang, do you think this is appropriate?" Wang Yao dared not act like a rogue anymore. When faced with Bai Lang, a super-rich second-generation heir, the only options are to appeal to his emotions and reason with him. Bai Lang waved his hand, "Stop talking nonsense. When did Su Jinxue agree to have dinner with you?" "I didn't know." "You?" Wang Yao hesitated, thinking to himself, "You just arrived, how could you possibly know?" However, considering Bai Lang's Cullinan, Wang Yao rephrased it, but Su Jinxue didn't refuse. Bai Lang changed the subject. "Not refusing means agreeing?" "Well, I'm a little short on cash lately. Lao Wang, can you lend me 100 or 200,000? I'll pay you back next month." Wang Yao was stunned. "Why? You didn't refuse," Bai Lang laughed. "Not refusing means you agree. You're being unreasonable." Wang Yao was speechless. He had assumed that the people who invited Su Jinxue to dinner were those two silly freshmen, but he didn't expect Bai Lang to be there too. The past 3 months, Wang Yao and Bai Lang were both trying to seduce Su Jinxue, and the two often bickered, with Wang Yao never winning. Even if he didn't know Bai Lang had a Cullinan at the time. Damn it, he's clearly a rich kid, why is he acting like a simp and stealing food? Wang Yao cursed inwardly. I think people like Bai Lang are disrupting the sycophant market. They're so rich, yet they still act like sycophants. How do other penniless sycophants survive? Wang Yao wanted to back out, but he had several friends around him. If he backed down, he was afraid he would lose face in the future. After a moment of silence, Wang Yao said, forcing himself to speak, "I just want to have dinner with Su Jinxue." "It has nothing to do with you. If Su Jinxue says anything against it, I'll leave immediately." "Okay." Bai Lang readily agreed. Everyone was surprised. Bai Lang clearly had the upper hand, so why did he agree with Wang Yao's statement? Bai Lang smiled and gestured for Dai Wenxiang and Gui Yangming, who were blocking the door, to move aside. He then slowly walked into the private room. Su Jinxue sat in the innermost seat, looking down at her phone. A ray of golden sunlight shone down on her through a gap in the curtains behind her. The scenes that can be seen everywhere, combined with the girl's stunning beauty, are like an exquisite painting. Su Jinxue suddenly looked up and saw Bai Lang walk in. A hint of joy appeared in her cool eyes. So beautiful. Bai Lang sighed inwardly and glanced at the system template. At this moment, Su Jinxue's beauty rating is 97, which is on par with her previous peak. This is the most beautiful girl Bai Lang has ever seen. Even if it rots on and off for 3 months, it will still amaze you at some point. Coming to his senses, Bai Lang grinned and leaned closer. Have you been waiting long? Are you hungry? Su Jinxue nodded, glancing at the crowd at the entrance, still feeling a little reserved. The people at the door were stunned. Since Su Jinxue entered the private room, she hadn't spoken to anyone. Why did she start talking as soon as Bai Lang asked? Is being a simp really that effective? Then let's eat early, Bai Lang said, pointing to Wang Yao at the door. Old Wang is treating us to dinner. Would you like to bring them along? Su Jinxue shook her head. I don't want to. Well said. Bai Lang clapped his hands. My dear daughter. She knows how to say it without me having to teach her. He looked at Wang Yao with a smile. Old Wang, you heard that too. Do you want me to give you a ride? Let's go. Wang Yao's face turned ugly. He hadn't expected Su Jinxue to refuse him outright. Now that things had come to this, he had no choice but to leave. They watched Wang Yao and the others leave. Bang! Devon slammed the door shut in a huff, then turned to Bai Lang and asked, that bastard was so arrogant just now, what's his background? Bai Lang explained, Wang Yao, from the student council. No wonder he's such an idiot, Dai Wenxiang cursed. If Su Jinxue hadn't been there, and I didn't have to worry about my image, I would have punched him twice already. Gui Yangming couldn't stand it anymore. Stop bragging, Wang Yao just shut you up with those 2 sentences. Dai Wenxiang stubbornly insisted, it's because I'm concerned about my image that I don't want to talk to him anymore. Gui Yangming was speechless. Come on, is it really necessary for you to care about your image? You son of a bitch. Dai Wenxiang's face flushed red with displeasure at Gui Yangming's sabotage. Didn't he see the goddess sitting right next to him? They won't even give me this much face. From now on, you'll be last in line when it comes to using the washing machine. Bai Lang laughed heartily. Stop bickering. Old Dai did a great job this time, holding off so many people all by himself. I'm quite impressed. Old Bai sees things clearly. Yang Ming, you should talk to me less in the future, or I'm afraid it will lower my IQ. Dai Wenxiang felt relieved. Gui Yangming rolled his eyes and asked Bai Lang with some curiosity, Old Bai, that Wang Yao seems a little afraid of you. What happened between you two before? Dai Wenxiang nodded in agreement. Yes, after Lao Bai arrived, Wang Yao has clearly toned down his behavior. Su Jinxue stared silently at Bai Lang, her beautiful eyes revealing a hint of curiosity. Actually, it's not that exaggerated. It's mainly because... Bai Lang stroked his chin. The other 3 perked up, thinking he was going to tell them a story. Unexpectedly, Bai Lang changed the subject. After all, I'm so handsome, he must feel pressured to face me, so it's only natural for him to choose to avoid me. Gui Yangming and Dai Wenxiang both said in unison, TCH. Su Jinxue's cool lips trembled slightly, and she rolled her eyes almost imperceptibly. Chapter 35. An old married couple. There's no one to cause trouble anymore. Dai Wenxiang started having some silly thoughts and eagerly called the waiter over. Wait for the waiter to come in with the menu. Dai Wenxiang took the menu without even glancing at it and handed it directly to Su Jinxue. Su Jinxue, see what you want to eat, and don't try to save me money. Su Jinxue glanced at the menu, didn't take it, and gave Bai Lang a pleading look. Clearly, the socially awkward girl was shy. Bai Lang couldn't possibly ignore it, and he took the menu with a grin. Don't be nervous, Lao Dai is a pretty good person except for his tendency to show off. Dai Wenxiang's face darkened. Old Bai, can you be more direct when you're praising someone? Was it really necessary to add that first sentence? Bai Lang smiled and casually ordered a few home-style dishes, knowing Su Jinxue's tastes. Then he handed the menu to Gui Yangming. Take a look and order 2 more, but don't order anything too expensive. What kind of talk is that? Yang Ming, just order the most expensive one. I'm not short of money. Dai Wenxiang pretended to be magnanimous, thinking that he couldn't be stingy since he had finally managed to have a meal with Su Jinxue. In fact, Dai Wenxiang only gets 3 or 4,000 yuan of pocket money a month. Although he uses Apple phones and laptops, he doesn't have much money on hand. Since dating Zhangli, I've been struggling to make ends meet every month, and now I only have a little over 500 yuan in my pocket. But with Su Jinxue sitting here, Dai Wenxiang had to be magnanimous. Gui Yangming, being Dai Wenxiang's roommate, naturally knew about his situation. He opened the menu and flipped through it. Okay, the most upscale dish in this restaurant is steamed grouper, 258 yuan a piece. Dai Wenxiang's expression changed slightly. Huh? The home-style dishes by Lang ordered just now came to about 160 yuan. Add another grouper, and it will exceed 400. There were also miscellaneous table fees. Dai Wenxiang did the math in his head and felt that 500 might not be enough. Even if that's enough, it's only the middle of the month. How is he going to get by for the remaining 2 weeks? What's wrong? Gui Yangming asked, tilting his head. Old Dai, did you not bring enough money? Dai Wenxiang's smile was stiff as he glanced at Su Jinxue. How could that be? I just think eating fish is a bit dangerous, since fish are full of bones. Gui Yangming looked at Bai Lang with tacit understanding. Really? What do you think, Lao Bai? I've heard that grouper doesn't have many bones, just one large bone along the spine, while ordinary fish have very few small bones. Bai Lang gave a very serious explanation. Both of them could see that Dai Wenxiang was putting on a brave face, so they naturally wouldn't miss the opportunity to tease him. Gui Yangming feigned sudden realization. Oh, I see. Shall we give it a try? Bai Lang was about to agree when he noticed the pleading look in Dai Wenxiang's eyes, and he almost lost his composure. Old Dai, why do you always love to pretend? Bai Lang chuckled and changed his mind, saying, let's forget it. Although President Dai is very powerful, we have to be careful. If we become too picky, we won't be able to swallow the cafeteria food. Dai Wenxiang immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Gui Yangming nodded and casually ordered 2 vegetarian dishes, making a total of 5 dishes with Bai Lang's order. It's definitely enough for 4 people. While waiting for the food, Dai Wenxiang was so busy that he looked like a waiter, pouring tea for Su Jinxue and adjusting the air conditioner temperature and direction. He was afraid that Su Jinxue might feel uncomfortable. Bai Lang initially watched it for fun, but as he watched, he suddenly felt like he was looking in a mirror. Wasn't this just like himself who had been a simp for the past 3 months? Bai Lang's smile vanished. Old Dai, that's enough. Can you stop being such a simp? Who's being a simp? I'm just showing concern for the girl. Dai Wenxiang sat down, still wanting more. It seems that every guy is a potential simp, but they just haven't met a goddess worthy of their admiration. Bai Lang shook his head, feeling that the trend of sycophancy shouldn't be allowed to continue, otherwise he would also want to start sycophantic. He started a conversation. By the way, Lao Dai, you're quite popular in class. Do you know which girl in our class is the most introverted? Bai Lang asked casually. Of the 3 boys present, Dai Wenxiang was the most popular in the class, able to chat with both boys and girls. Gui Yangming is a master of empty talk. He speaks eloquently with guys but becomes meek and mild-mannered with girls. Bai Lang, on the other hand, focused his energy on currying favor with Su Jinxue and didn't interact much with his classmates. Although he had a generous personality, he only had nodding acquaintances with most of his classmates. Dai Wenxiang thought for a moment and said, it's probably Yuan Fong. Gui Yangming was taken aback. Yuan Fong? Lao Dai, you've been watching too many TV dramas. Is there a D Renjia in that class? Bai Lang couldn't actually remember either. Instead, Su Jinxue, who was standing next to him, suddenly spoke up. Yuan Fong is in our class. Dai Wenxiang was a little excited. This was the first time he had spoken to Su Jinxue, and he had to seize the opportunity. That's right, Yuan Fong is in our class. You two are really not concerned about the class. Bai Lang ignored Dai Wenxiang and looked at Su Jinxue in surprise. You know Yuan Fong? Su Jinxue nodded. Bai Lang was even more surprised now. After all, Su Jinxue, a socially awkward girl, had hardly ever spoken to other classmates, yet she knew Yuan Fong. This is a classmate whom neither Bai Lang nor Gui Yangming recognize. It means we're destined to meet. Bai Lang's eyes lit up. What does Yuan Fong look like? Does she live in the school dormitory? Su Jinxue replied expressionlessly, she is my roommate. Oh, so it's your roommate. Bai Lang finally understood what was going on. Which one? He had met all of Su Jinshue's roommates. Su Jinshue thought for a moment and gave a rather obvious characteristic: she is a bit short. Oh, I see. Bai Lang finally remembered. He had no recollection of his classmate Yuan Fong, but he easily remembered Su Jinshue's short roommate. Su Jinshue also lived in a 4-person dormitory, and one of her other 3 roommates was quite pretty. The remaining 2 are fairly ordinary. A chubby, fair-skinned boy who always has snacks in his hand and something in his mouth. The remaining one was dark-skinned and thin, looking about the same age as a junior high school student, and he never greeted Bai Lang whenever he saw him. Looking back now, I was a typical socially anxious girl. Bai Lang was overjoyed. Not only did he have a similar personality to Su Jinshue, but they also happened to be roommates. She's practically the perfect best friend. Dai Wenxian, puzzled, asked, "Why are you so happy?" "I'm building up my good karma. Haven't you heard the saying, a boy who smiles a lot is bound to have good luck?" Bai Lang replied with a grin, "If I find Su Jinshue a best friend, then I can be completely free." Just as I finished speaking, the waiter started serving the food. This meal was anything but easy. All 4 of them were quite hungry and devoured their food. Gui Yangming, having learned from experience, kept his head down and ate his meal the whole time, trying his best not to look at Bai Lang and Su Jinshue's positions. Dai Wenxian wanted to take the opportunity to show off, but when he looked up, Su Jinshue held her chopsticks without moving, staring at the sweet and sour pork on the table, without saying a word. Bai Lang glanced at her, then picked up a few pieces of sweet and sour pork and placed them in Su Jinshue's bowl. Su Jinshue then ate with a blank expression, the 2 of them acting as tacitly as an old married couple. Dai Wenxian watched for several minutes, then suddenly lost interest and felt that the meal was not very interesting. And it's strange. How come he's full without eating a single bite? Chapter 36 Su Jinshue, I am. It tastes really good. I have to come back to eat here again before I go home for winter break. No, I have to eat here twice. Gui Yangming patted his stomach comfortably. Having been in Yechen for over 3 months, this was the first time he had eaten so well, and he suddenly didn't want to go home. Bai Lang laughed and said, "Aren't you exaggerating a bit?" "Not at all." Gui Yangming shook his head. He then looked at Dai Wenxian with a bright smile. "Old Dai, you don't seem to have eaten much. Why don't you eat more of this delicious food?" "No need, my home is nearby, I can come over anytime I want to eat." Dai Wenxian forced a smile. He was too embarrassed to admit that after watching Bai Lang and Su Jinshue's interactions, he suddenly lost his appetite. The unspoken understanding between 2 people is far more hurtful than that of overly affectionate young couples. With just one look from Su Jinshue, Bai Lang understood immediately and took the initiative to serve her food. Bai Lang raised his hand, and Su Jinshue silently took a tissue and wiped his mouth. The 2 of them didn't seem like a couple, but more like family. Dai Wenxian was heartbroken. The girl he was dating, Zhang Li, wasn't even as pretty as Su Jinshue, but why did she lose out in terms of thoughtfulness and gentleness? Comparing yourself to others will only make you miserable. Dai Wenxian felt the contrast was too great and he really couldn't accept it, so he had no mood to eat and drink. Of the other 3, perhaps only Gui Yangming knew the truth. "Old Dai, let's pack 2 boxes together, we'll be hungry this afternoon." Dai Wenxian was still a little touched. "Yangming, I didn't expect you to be so caring." Gui Yangming explained, "No, it's not that. I just think there's a lot of leftover food. If you pack it up, I can savor it again." "You son of a bitch." Dai Wenxian couldn't hold back any longer. Bai Lang wanted to laugh, but remembering he had important business to attend to, he got up to say goodbye. "Old Dai, Yangming, you 2 go back first. I have some things to take care of with Su Jinshue." Without saying a word, Su Jinshue stood up and silently followed Bai Lang away. The 2 left in the blink of an eye. Dai Wenxian was a little confused. "Why did you leave right after lunch? Didn't you have no classes this afternoon?" Gui Yangming sighed. "Old Dai, what else can that young couple do after they've eaten and drunk their fill? Holy crap! No way." Dai Wenxian felt a chill run down his spine as he thought about the scene of Bai Lang and Su Jinshue having sex, and he was so envious he wanted to cry. "Damn Bai Lang! Why are you in such a hurry?" Gui Yangming spoke with the air of someone who'd been there. "What's the big deal? Look at how those 2 treat each other, they're clearly an old married couple." Dai Wenxian was taken aback. "You think so too?" "Of course," Gui Yangming nodded. "Last time we ate together, I was in a similar situation to you. Lao Bai and Su Jinshue's relationship is extraordinary, even more exaggerated than that of lovers. No wonder you ate in silence as soon as the food was served. You must have some experience with this. Why didn't you tell me beforehand? Dai Wenxiang was speechless. If he had known Bai Lang and Su Jinshue were so close, he wouldn't have invited them to dinner. All that money was wasted. Gui Yangming grinned and said, "Would you believe me? You have to experience some things for yourself to understand." Sigh, I never thought Su Jinshue would actually fall for Bai Lang. Damn it, it breaks my heart just thinking about it. Why do you feel sorry for them? Imagine Su Jinshue's face, with Bai Lang pinning her down. How would you feel? You seem a little excited, what's wrong? Yang Ming, stop watching movies that can be made with just 2 or 3 people, or you'll become a cuckold fetishist. At the entrance of the girls' dormitory, Bai Lang was discussing with the dormitory supervisor, "Auntie, I'm just escorting a female classmate upstairs. I won't do anything bad. You can come with me if you don't believe me." The dormitory supervisor, a woman in her 40s, blushed slightly. "You brat, you can just come in whenever you want. Isn't it a bit much to ask me to come along?" Bai Lang? This aunt seems to have misunderstood something. Bai Lang was drenched in sweat and quickly led Su Jinshue upstairs, feeling that something bad would happen if they continued talking. The world is going to the dogs. Even the dorm supervisor has been corrupted. Don't talk to her anymore. Bai Lang kept giving Su Jinshue instructions as he walked. Su Jinshue replied softly, "Auntie is a very nice person. I often go home and she never says anything. Most college students live on campus. Although it's not officially mandatory, you need to apply if you don't live on campus." Su Jinshue did not apply for on-campus housing, so the school assigned her a dormitory room as usual. Normally, if she did not return to the dormitory at night, the dormitory manager would inquire about the situation. But what can you do when she's so pretty? Pretty girls always have special privileges. The dorm supervisor turns a blind eye. They tolerated Su Jinshue's frequent visits home. Bai Lang was just saying it casually and didn't take Su Jinshue's words seriously. He then asked, "Yuan Fang is your roommate, why didn't you tell me?" Su Jinshue replied matter-of-factly, "You didn't ask." Silly girl, you don't have to wait for others to ask you everything. Just say what you want to say. Bai Lang mentally complained and continued leading the way upstairs. As they went up the stairs, they occasionally bumped into a few girls, who all looked at Bai Lang and Su Jinshue with curiosity. Many boys use excuses to enter the girls' dormitory, mostly to find a partner, which has caused quite a few laughs in the past. Su Jinshue was a little nervous and subconsciously moved closer to Bai Lang, afraid of being stared at by some girls. Bai Lang, on the other hand, was very poised and smiled back at the girls, treating the small scene as nothing to worry about. When he was most enthusiastic about licking Su Jinshue, he was surrounded by hundreds of people in the cafeteria, but he survived that scene. Bai Lang's shamelessness is astonishing. Arrived at Su Jinshue's dormitory, Bai Lang glanced at the dozen or so girls around him, as well as the timid Su Jinshue, and knew that it would be a bit difficult to get the socially awkward girl to use the key to open the door. Just knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? A voice came from inside the dormitory. It sounded like a gentle girl. Room check. Bai Lang made a funny shout. The girls around him laughed. It was the first time they had ever encountered such a bold boy. In the past, boys would have blushed with embarrassment if they were surrounded by so many people. It's rare to see someone as open and honest as Bai Lang. There was a murmur of whispers in the dorm room, and finally a chubby girl opened the door. "Why are boys checking the girls' dorm?" "Oh, Bai Lang, what brings you here?" "Oh, Su Jinshue is here too?" Upon opening the door, the girl immediately recognized Bai Lang standing at the entrance, and then noticed Su Jinshue behind him. The girl immediately understood what was going on and invited the two of them into the house. "Come in." Bai Lang walked in casually. "Thanks, Yuan, I'll bring you fries next time." The chubby girl with fair skin is named Zhao Yuan, and she is one of Su Jinshue's roommates. Bai Lang had met Zhao Yuan a few times and had even given her a lot of snacks, mainly to ease the tension between them. After all, we're all in the same dorm. Even though Su Jinshue doesn't stay at the hotel often, there will still be contact, so avoiding awkwardness is essential. At that time, Su Jinshue's favorability rating increased by several points. I entered the dormitory. Bai Lang saw a pretty girl sitting at a table, fiddling with her eyes in front of a makeup mirror. The girl turned her head, her single eyelids, half finished with eyeshadow, gleaming with surprise. Bai Lang, what brings you here all of a sudden? Jin Shui isn't here, could you be? Before she could finish speaking, Su Jinshui peeked out from behind Bai Lang. I'm here. The girl with single eyelids froze instantly. Chapter 37 Stubborn to the end. The girl applying eyeshadow is Zhou Lia, the most stylish of Su Jinshui's roommates, with a look score of 82. Although she is far less attractive than Su Jinshui, she is actually quite pretty and would be considered a class beauty in many classes. Bai Lang smiled and nodded. Long time no see, Lia, you've become even more beautiful. Zhou Lia forced a smile and glanced at the silent Su Jinshui. Bai Lang, watch your mouth. Jinshui is still here. Aren't you going to pursue her anymore? Bai Lang waved his hand. We're good friends now, let's not talk about pursuing each other. You're planning to give up? Zhou Lia blinked, suddenly feeling a little excited. The opportunity she had been waiting for was finally coming. Bai Lang was about to make a joke. Su Jinshui, standing behind him, suddenly interrupted. He didn't. We're more than just friends. Zhou Lia was somewhat displeased. Su Jinshui, what do you mean? Are you forcing Bai Lang to pursue you even though he doesn't want to? Su Jinshui remained expressionless and silent. Bai Lang found it a bit strange, but still decided to support Su Jinshui. No, Jinshui and I are indeed more than just friends. Lia, don't misunderstand. Stubborn to the end. Zhou Lia snorted, turned her head to apply eyeshadow in front of the mirror, and ignored Bai Lang and Su Jinshui. Bai Lang was relieved to find that the dormitory was missing a target, so he asked Zhao Yuan, where is the other girl in your dormitory? Zhao Yuan replied, you mean Yuan Fong? She just went to the cafeteria for lunch and shouldn't be back for a while. Bai Lang glanced at his phone. It's almost 1:30. How long has she been gone? Just now. Yuan Fong likes to go at this time. Zhao Yuan shrugged. Bai Lang nodded secretly, feeling that this trip hadn't been in vain. Yuan Fong was probably a socially awkward girl as well. Deliberately choosing to have lunch at 1:30 p.m. is probably to avoid contact with other people. It's clearly a choice made by someone with social anxiety. Bai Lang planned to wait for Yuan Fong to return. He had finally managed to get into the girls' dormitory, so he definitely had to take care of things. But I'm just idling around anyway. Bai Lang noticed a thin layer of dust on Su Jinshui's desk and instructed her, go to the toilet and get a basin of water. The desk is so dirty, it needs to be wiped clean. Oh. Su Jinshui nodded obediently, picked up the plastic basin by the wall, and ran to get water. Bai Lang then tidied up Su Jinshui's desk. This silly girl, she clearly hasn't been to the dorm for a long time. Isn't she afraid of being discovered by the school leaders? Zhou Lia, sitting at the next table, watched longingly and couldn't help but say sarcastically, oh my, your friend is so considerate, coming right up to help clean, like a lapdog. Bai Lang was a little confused. Who said I was supposed to clean? I just told her to be careful? Having been a simp for so long, I shouldn't be exposed by just one sentence. However, it would be unreasonable to be wrongly accused. Su Jinshui had already used up all her rewards, so why would Bai Lang need to be so attentive? He was just casually pointing out a problem. You're always so busy. Has Su Jinshui ever let you hold her hand? You might as well give up now. Zhou Lia's tone was strange. It felt like mockery, but it also seemed to be analyzing things for Bai Lang, as if trying to persuade him to stop being a sycophant. Bai Lang chuckled and joked, what are you saying? It's not easy to pursue girls these days, you can't just touch their hands like that. Zhou Lia squinted, that's not necessarily true. Why don't you try pursuing another girl? I think I'll pass then, I don't know many girls anyway. Then go after her. Zhou Lia almost uttered the last I, but the toilet door suddenly opened. Su Jinshui walked out expressionlessly, carrying a small light blue plastic basin, and approached Bai Lang. It's done. Okay, find a towel, put it in and rub it, then wipe the table. Bai Lang only talks the talk, he doesn't walk the walk. To the surprise of the three roommates. Su Jinshui paused for a moment, feeling that something was amiss, but she still obediently found a towel and began cleaning her table. Zhao Yuan was a little surprised, but seeing Su Jinshui cleaning, she couldn't help but exclaim, Jinshui, you are so beautiful. Even when you're cleaning, you look like an ethereal fairy. Zhou Lia stared at Bai Lang in disbelief. Are you crazy? You actually made Su Jinshui do things? Is that strange? Jinshui isn't a child. Does she need help wiping a table? Bai Lang said matter-of-factly. Zhou Lia was speechless, thinking that the reason they were surprised was not because Su Jinxue could wipe the table. Moreover, Bai Lang actually made Su Jinxue take action. For the past 3 months, every time Bai Lang appeared in the dormitory, he acted like a sycophant. Zhou Lia was speechless at how he fawned over Su Jinxue, wondering why such a handsome guy would act like a simp. I thought today would be the same old routine. As a result, Bai Lang simply said something and made Su Jinxue clean up the house herself. It was like the sun had risen in the west. Zhou Lia looked surprised. You're not going to be a simp anymore? What do you mean by simp? Su Jinxue and I are good friends. Please don't talk nonsense, Lia. Bai Lang corrected him with a grin. He used to fawn over Su Jinxue as a reward, but now that he has the reward, there's no need for him to continue being a sycophant. Zhou Lia glanced at Su Jinxue wiping the table, then at Bai Lang, who was idly going to mooch snacks from Zhao Yuan, and couldn't help but blurt out, "Have you already won her over?" Bai Lang was taken aback. What do you mean? You big simp, you've suddenly stopped licking my boots, Zhou Lia said irritably. You must have won over Jinxue, that's why you're turning your back on her. Bai Lang laughed. Can you stop imagining things? Su Jinxue and I are really just good friends. The dormitory door suddenly opened. Everyone looked over at the sound and saw a petite girl standing at the door, looking somewhat shy in front of everyone's gaze. The girl is about 1.5 meters tall, which is considered relatively short among female college students. His skin was a bit dark, and he looked somewhat malnourished. Zhao Yuan greeted him while eating snacks. Yuan Fong, you're finally back. Bai Lang needs to see you. Yuan Fong paused for a moment, then looked at Bai Lang nervously. Is there something wrong? Hello, it's nothing serious. Bai Lang was about to explain when he noticed Zhou Lia's gossipy expression out of the corner of his eye. He felt that it was inappropriate to talk about finding a best friend for Su Jinxue in public. If Su Jinxue's social anxiety were to be discovered by malicious individuals, it might lead to her being targeted. Bai Lang thought for a moment, then turned to Su Jinxue and said, "Don't be busy for now, wash your hands and come out with me." Oh. Su Jinxue immediately dropped the towel and ran to the toilet to wash her hands, looking quite happy. Being inexplicably assigned to wipe tables probably left her a little confused. While Su Jinxue was washing her hands, Bai Lang walked up to Yuan Fong and whispered, "There's something I'd like to ask you for help with. Can we talk outside?" Yuan Fong lowered her head and replied, "Oh. This girl is too shy, she clearly doesn't know how to refuse others. She's still too young." Bai Lang secretly shook his head, feeling that introducing Yuan Fong to Su Jinxue as a best friend was a win-win situation, and it would also give Yuan Fong a friend. After Su Jinxue finished washing her hands, Bai Lang led the two socially awkward girls away to the end of the corridor and said frankly, "I think you two have very similar personalities. How about becoming best friends?" Yuan Fong was startled. Huh? Su Jinxue tilted her head, her big eyes filled with doubt. Can a best friend introduce someone? Chapter 38 Talking about money hurts feelings. We're in the same class, and we even happen to be assigned to the same dorm. What a coincidence. Don't you think even God wanted you two to be best friends? Bai Lang made the arrangements with a smile. Moreover, Su Jinxue and Yuan Fong have very similar personalities, making them very suitable to be friends. The only difference might be in appearance, one is at the very top, while the other is much more ordinary. Yuan Fong was somewhat skeptical and glanced cautiously at Su Jinxue. Really? Of course, Jinxue has always wanted to be friends with you, but she was too shy to bring it up. Bai Lang nodded repeatedly. Su Jinxue blinked, unable to recall when she had said that. Yuan Fong believed her and shyly extended a hand to Su Jinxue, "Then let's be friends." Bai Lang was quite surprised and found that Yuan Fong had a good personality. Perhaps her usual social anxiety stemmed from low self-esteem. Bai Lang deeply understands this point. He was also very self-conscious when he was in junior high and high school, feeling that his family was very poor. When someone makes a joke, I feel like they're mocking my poverty. After obtaining the system and becoming a simp, Bai Lang finally came to terms with it and realized that other people's opinions didn't matter much. Whether you respect him or not, it doesn't matter. All a person needs is the approval of their closest loved ones. Don't try to be a great person. Just be yourself and do your best so you have no regrets. Seeing Yuan Fong extend her hand, Bai Lang quickly called out to Su Jinxue, "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and shake hands with her." Oh. Su Jinxue shook hands with Yuan Fong with a blank expression. Yuan Fan felt rather embarrassed. Looking at Su Jinshua's expression, she felt as if she was being forced to perform. Bai Lang took the initiative to say, Yuan Fan, don't mind her. Jin Shui is actually a bit socially awkward. She makes this face even with friends she's not very familiar with. You'll get used to it. Oh, I see. Yuan Fan nodded in sudden realization. After a brief exchange, Bai Lang also figured out Yuan Fan's personality. She's not socially anxious, at most she's a little insecure, but much better than Su Jinxue. That's fine too, it's awkward to think about two socially anxious people getting together. Bai Lang thought for a moment, then took out 50 yuan from his pocket and handed it to Su Jinxue. You've made a new friend, take her out for some snacks. Su Jinxue asked coldly, aren't you going? Silly girl, this is a chance for you to get to know each other. Go quickly, and bring back some snacks for the other two when you come back. You must spend all 50 yuan. Bai Lang cheerfully assigned the task. He can't always be there when it comes to making friends, otherwise, it'll turn into a daycare center. It would be good to let Su Jinxue and Yuan Fan get to know each other better. Su Jinxue pursed her lips, but the table wasn't wiped clean. This socially awkward girl was probably shy and didn't want to go out alone with Yuan Fan. Sigh, even though they're in college, they still cause so much worry. Bai Lang shook his head, I'll do it. You two go ahead. Call me if you have any problems. Oh. Su Jinxue left reluctantly. Yuan Fan glanced at Bai Lang, then silently followed Su Jinxue. He watched the two women leave. Bai Lang sighed and turned back to Su Jinshue's dormitory. It's really not easy. I hope they can find common ground. He casually pushed the door open. The result was a loud bang, as if it had hit something. Ouch. It turned out that Zhou Lia was behind the door when it was suddenly pushed open, hitting her on the head. Bai Lang quickly stepped forward to help her up. Sorry, Lia, are you alright? Try bumping your head like that. Zhou Lia retorted, rubbing her head. Why did you push the door open so hard? You weren't doing it on purpose, were you? How was I supposed to know you were behind the door? Bai Lang subconsciously tried to explain, but suddenly realized something was wrong halfway through. Zhou Lia was putting on makeup, so why was she squatting by the door? Was she deliberately eavesdropping? Bai Lang changed the subject. You little brat, hiding behind the door, who were you eavesdropping on? Zhou Lia's grimacing face stiffened for a moment, and she blurted out, I wasn't eavesdropping on your conversation. Hee hee, you let it slip, didn't you? Bai Lang smiled, helped Zhou Lia back to her seat, and noticed that the girl smelled quite nice. The smell alone tells you it's been marinated in cosmetics. As soon as Zhou Lia realized she'd been exposed, she immediately pouted and said coquettishly, What? I was just listening casually. Do we, who live in the same dorm, have any secrets? Bai Lang rolled her eyes, forget it, you girls have the most secrets. Humph, you simp, that's going too far. You hit someone and didn't even pay compensation, and you're still making sarcastic remarks. Aren't you afraid I'll call the police? Lia, when did you learn the local old lady's secret technique? Just now. Zhou Lia said smugly, if you don't serve me well, I'll extort you to death. Talking about money hurts feelings, but how about I give you a massage instead? Bai Lang chuckled to himself. The extortion tactic had really hit a nerve with him. They are at the age where they are working hard to earn money and cannot afford to make any mistakes. Zhou Lia had a small red patch on her forehead, not particularly serious, but her eyes lit up when she heard Bai Lang's words, Are you serious? Of course, do you have ice in your dorm? Yes, it's over there. Then you can sit and wait for a while. Bai Lang nodded. He had to take responsibility for bumping into someone, and rubbing their head would be free. Besides, Zhou Lia is quite pretty. If she were in a boys' dormitory, there would definitely be a line of people giving her massages. The description of queuing up feels a bit ominous. Zhou Lia sat in the chair, staring at Bai Lang's back, a hint of secret joy in her beautiful eyes. Even though I hit my head, it's still nice to have Bai Lang massage me. After all, this simp is so handsome. Zhao Yuanyuan, who was quietly eating snacks, suddenly spoke up, Lia, Bai Lang is Jin Shua's boyfriend. Zhou Lia looked at Zhao Yuanyuan with an unfriendly expression. What do you mean? Why are you suddenly saying this? I just said it offhand. Zhao Yuanyuan shook her head and continued to eat her snacks in silence. Zhou Lia was somewhat dissatisfied. The glimmer of hope that had just appeared was immediately shattered. But then I thought of Su Jinshua's stunning beauty. Zhou Lia was speechless again. The school store. Su Jinxue and Yuan Fong walked in side by side. The two were unfamiliar with each other and didn't know what to say to strangers, so they could only remain silent when they were together. It seemed a bit awkward. However, the two of them quite enjoyed the quiet, as no one forced them to speak, and they didn't need to rack their brains to think of a way to respond. Su Jinxue walked into the convenience store and grabbed 2 bottles of yogurt, thinking that would be enough for her and Bai Lang. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I caught a glimpse of Yuan Fong. Su Jinxue ordered another bottle. Yuan Fong noticed this as well and quickly waved her hand, saying, "No need to take mine, I'll just drink mineral water." "There are 50 in total," Su Jinxue said expressionlessly. Seeing that Yuan Fong didn't understand, Su Jinxue added, he said, "It has to be spent." Yuan Fong suddenly realized that Su Jinxue remembered Bai Lang's instructions so clearly. Su Jinxue silently handed over a bottle of yogurt. "Yours." "Thanks." Yuan Fong felt grateful and suddenly realized that Su Jinxue was considerate and gentle. This aloof school beauty didn't seem as difficult to get along with as the rumors suggested. Su Jinxue observed the supermarket with a blank expression. Yuan Fong paused for a moment, then suddenly realized what Su Jinxue was thinking. "You want to spend all the money, right? I know what snacks Yuan likes to eat, how about we go get them together?" Su Jinxue nodded. Two girls who don't like socializing have finally found a way to get along. Chapter 39 Socially Anxious Girl Group. Su Jinxue and Yuan Fong worked together. In the end, I managed to scrape together exactly 50, completed Bai Lang's task, and bought a bag of snacks. Yuan Fong thought that since she was eating and taking things for free, she should at least do something, so she decided to take the initiative to carry the snacks back. Unexpectedly, Su Jinxue silently picked it up. Yuan Fong was touched. This was the first time since starting university that someone had been so kind to her. She was a poor student who came from a remote mountainous area to take the exam. Yuan Fong thought that getting into university would change her life, but once she entered university, she realized that she was far behind other students. Those students can easily pull out the latest mobile phones and laptops. Yuan Fong only had a small mobile phone. When she first entered the school, she took it out and was ridiculed by her classmates as an old-fashioned phone. She didn't know what a senior citizen's phone was, but she always felt it wasn't a good term. And when classmates chat, they're always talking about some celebrity or a popular web series. Yuan Fong didn't understand and didn't want to be ridiculed again, so she became increasingly silent. He even felt that coming to Yeqing to attend university was a mistake. But today, Yuan Fong encountered an exception. Who is Su Jinxue? She is the undisputed goddess of the freshman class, attracting attention wherever she goes. As a result, they didn't treat Yuan Fong with any condescension. On the contrary, they were very polite, as if she were an equal. Yuan Fong cherished this opportunity and mustered her courage to start a conversation. "Su Jinxue, do you know why Bai Lang suddenly wanted us to be best friends?" Su Jinxue shook her head expressionlessly. She seemed very aloof and uninterested in the topic. Yuan Fong was a little nervous, but then she suddenly remembered Bai Lang's words. Perhaps Su Jinxue's expressionless face wasn't aloofness, but just shyness due to social anxiety. "You don't know either? I can guess a little bit." Yuan Fong finished speaking, forcing herself to speak. Su Jinxue paused, looking at Yuan Fong in surprise. "You guessed it?" Yuan Fong breathed a sigh of relief. As expected, Su Jinxue wasn't uninterested, she just appeared aloof and expressionless. If they're willing to communicate, things will be much easier. Yuan Fong smiled and said, "It may not be correct, but Bai Lang probably did it for you. Maybe he hopes you can make more friends?" Su Jinxue tilted her head. "Why do we need to make more friends? Normal people need to make friends. Although Bai Lang is very nice to you, she is still a member of the opposite sex. Isn't it good to have a girl as a friend?" Yuan Fong couldn't help but chuckle as she explained. "I didn't know until we talked that Su Jinxue was so innocent and didn't need a reason to make friends. Perhaps that's why Bai Lang encouraged them to be friends. She came to the dormitory to find Yuan Fong because she was worried that Su Jinxue might be deceived or bullied." Su Jinxue was taken aback. "Bai Lang, is he very good to me?" Of course, Yuan Fong blurted out, "Among so many couples at school, I've never seen a boyfriend as considerate as Bai Lang. He is so good to you it's almost frightening." Su Jinxue looked surprised, not expecting Yuan Fong to have such a high opinion of Bai Lang. Actually, it's because Su Jinxue doesn't pay much attention to others, so she only knows that Bai Lang treats her very well, but she's not quite sure how good he is. Everything needs to be compared. Whether something is good or bad, it needs a point of reference. Su Jinxue didn't care about anyone else, only Bai Lang, so she naturally didn't understand the relationship between the two. Yuan Fong, being an outsider with a clearer perspective, had witnessed Bai Lang taking care of Su Jinxue and had also seen young couples at school. No boyfriend is more considerate than Bai Lang. Otherwise, would the standards for being a simp in schools be so high? It's because Bai Lang did too much, even affecting normal couples. Su Jinxue was quite happy, not because Bai Lang was nice to her, but because Yuan Fong felt that Bai Lang was considerate. Bai Lang received praise, and Su Jinxue felt great, he is indeed very considerate. Yuan Fong found a common topic and became more talkative. Yes, especially these past few days, your relationship has deepened. You don't seem like a young couple anymore, you're more like an old married couple. Su Jinxue's lips curled up slightly. Really? Of course it's true, Yuan Fong nodded. I think if you two keep going, you'll get married by graduation at the latest. Marry. Su Jinxue's heart suddenly skipped a beat, and she inexplicably felt a greater sense of anticipation for graduation. Will she really marry Bai Lang on graduation day? Should we invite her classmates to the wedding? Should we let them go on stage to find out? She dislikes large crowds the most. But with Bai Lang around, there's no need to worry about these things. Su Jinxue was daydreaming about the future when she suddenly remembered that she would need to invite both sets of parents to the wedding, and her pretty face instantly fell. Yuan Fong asked, puzzled, Jinxue, what's wrong? Why does your face look so strange all of a sudden? It's nothing, Su Jinxue said, her expression returning to its usual blank. I just remembered that Bai Lang told me last time that we're just good friends and besties. Best friend? Yuan Fong was stunned. These words sounded so much like those of a scumbag. Can a scumbag and a simp be put together? Yuan Fong didn't take it seriously. Bai Lang is probably joking. He's been pursuing you so much, the whole school knows about it. What girl would accept his advances? Su Jinxue's eyes lit up. Really? Of course, you two are locked together, no one can separate you. Yuan Fong nodded as if it were the most natural thing in the world. At the same time, Su Jinxue's dormitory. Bai Lang wrapped an ice pack in a towel and gently placed it on Zhou Lia's forehead, his eyes focused intently. How do you feel? Tell me if it hurts. Zhou Lia stared intently at Bai Lang, completely oblivious to the swelling and pain in her forehead, only feeling a deep sense of happiness. Such a handsome guy, he carefully applied an ice pack to her. This can happen if you get injured. I hope the wound never heals. Seeing Zhou Lia standing there in a daze, Bai Lang couldn't help but tease her. Are you trying to scam someone again? Zhou Lia was taken aback. What? Your look just now didn't seem like an act, Bai Lang laughed. Were you pretending to be stupid to gain sympathy? I don't have that much money to support you for the rest of your life. Zhou Lia blushed and retorted, who's pretending to be stupid? Even so, her heart was pounding. Despite Bai Lang's reputation as a simp, Zhou Lia was genuinely tempted, and a future relationship wouldn't be out of the question. Zhou Lia, barely suppressing her embarrassment, pinched Bai Lang. Aren't you Su Jinxue's simp? You're flirting with me when she's not around. What's the meaning of this? Who doesn't like to flirt with beautiful women? Bai Lang was joking. The moment the words were spoken, the dormitory door was pushed open. Su Jinxue walked in expressionlessly, and was stunned for a moment when she saw Bai Lang and Zhou Lia's intimate behavior. However, the socially awkward girl was too embarrassed to question others in public, so she quietly walked up to Bai Lang and handed him the bag of snacks she was carrying. I've bought them. Yuan Fong also saw Bai Lang and Zhou Lia interacting, and frowned as she asked, Bai Lang, why are you wiping Zhou Lia's face? Why is Yuan Fong angry? Bai Lang was puzzled. Logically speaking, since he and Zhou Lia were behaving intimately, Su Jinxue should be the one reacting. What is the relationship between this and Yuan Fong? However, Bai Lang quickly realized what was going on. It seems that Yuan Fong and Su Jinxue got along well this time and have begun to stand up for each other. The social anxiety girl group is officially formed. Chapter 40 The Housekeeper. Not bad, not bad, you even brought back the receipts. You two are cut out to be civil servants. Bai Lang checked the snack bag with a grin and found that it even had a receipt, totaling exactly 50 yuan. Yuan Fong also showed a protective attitude, taking the initiative to stand up for Su Jinxue. It has both appearance and substance. Bai Lang pulled out a bag of potato chips and handed it to Zhou Lia. Here, consider this compensation. We're even now, right? Zhou Lia wasn't very happy, but remembering Bai Lang's gentle gaze just now, she inexplicably replied, that depends on whether my head hurts tomorrow. TSK, you're really trying to extort me. Bai Lang didn't take it seriously. Turning his head, he placed the remaining snacks on Zhao Yuanyuan's table. This is Jinshua's thoughtfulness. We're all in the same dorm, so please be understanding if anything happens. Zhao Yuanyuan's mouth was practically watering. Please forgive me, you must forgive me. Alright, I've pretty much done my job, so I'll be going now. Bai Lang nodded, the matter was settled, and he prepared to keep his achievements hidden. Su Jinshua's best friend took care of it. The people in the dormitory were also taken care of. That way, Su Jinxue won't cling to him. Just as Bai Lang was about to leave, Su Jinxue suddenly blocked his way. Wait. Bai Lang was taken aback. What's wrong? Su Jinxue pointed to her table expressionlessly. You promised to clean the table. Oh, this. Bai Lang almost lost his composure. I bumped into Zhou Lia's head earlier and then forgot about it. I didn't expect my eldest daughter to care so much. She's really heartless. I just spent 50 yuan on you. However, looking into Su Jinshue's serious and beautiful eyes, Bai Lang couldn't utter a single word. Finally, he sighed and obediently went to wipe the table. No way. With those big, watery eyes, how many men could resist? While Bai Lang was wiping the table, Su Jinxue stared at him expressionlessly, looking like a supervisor, but in a moment when no one noticed, a hint of satisfaction and tenderness flashed in her eyes. Yuan Fong looked on with envy. Although Bai Lang was a little impatient, he still helped Su Jinxue with her work without complaint. If a boy treats Yuan Fong like that, she will definitely marry him and grow old together. Zhao Yuanyuan, sitting opposite, didn't seem to care. She just kept her head down, checking the snacks, finding her favorites, and preparing to leave the rest for others. Zhou Lia touched up her makeup in front of the mirror, glancing at Bai Lang every now and then with some dissatisfaction in her eyes. Sure enough, he's still the same sycophantic guy. What a fool. Why can't you change your target? You just keep hanging yourself on one tree. The 4 people in the dormitory each had different thoughts. Bai Lang, on the contrary, became the most innocent, diligently wiping the table and then pouring out the water. With everything settled, Bai Lang spoke again. Alright, I have things to do this afternoon, so you should get along well with your roommates. Su Jinxue didn't really want to stay, but after glancing at Yuan Fong beside her, she nodded and said, Oh. Sweetie, just message me if you need anything. Bai Lang was very satisfied. This was Yuan Fong's role to ensure Su Jinxue had someone to keep her company. Reduce the dependency of socially anxious girls. Bai Lang was preparing to make a quick getaway. But she was stopped again, this time by Zhou Lia. Wait a minute, let's add each other as friends first. Huh? Bai Lang was taken aback. You want to add me? Yes, I suffered a huge loss this time, and I might have to go to the hospital. Aren't you going to do anything about it, you who are the culprit? Zhou Lia said confidently. Good grief, they actually managed to extort money from someone who bumped their head. Alright, just call me if you really need to go to the hospital. Bai Lang was too lazy to argue, so he added Zhou Lia as a friend and then ran out of the dormitory. These guys in the dorm are all tough to mess with. If we stay any longer, Zhao Yuanyuan might just jump out. It's a deal then. Zhou Lia called out from the doorway, then closed the door with a wistful look on her face, fiddling with her phone with a smile. When she turned around, she found the other 3 people staring at her. Especially Su Jinxue, with her expressionless face, exudes a particularly strong sense of pressure. Zhou Lia felt inexplicably flustered. What are you looking at? It's just adding a friend. After saying that, she returned to the balcony in a fluster, seemingly unwilling to face her 3 roommates. Zhao Yuanyuan focused entirely on the snacks. Yuan Fong was somewhat dissatisfied and pulled Su Jinxue aside, asking, Jinxue, why didn't you get angry just now? Su Jinxue retorted, why are you getting angry? Bai Lang and Zhou Lia. Yuan Fong was anxious. Isn't Bai Lang your boyfriend? He was just helping Zhou Lia wash her face. What if they do something? Su Jinxue said earnestly, Bai Lang is my best friend. Oh dear, how could you be so silly? Bai Lang and you are clearly a couple. Is that so? Of course, you two are a couple. Now that Bai Lang is being so intimate with other girls, shouldn't you, as his girlfriend, find out what's going on? What you said seems to make some sense. Su Jinxue blinked. Yuan Fong smiled broadly and offered her advice. That's right. Bai Lang was probably joking when he said his best friend was a girlfriend. You two are a couple, so it's only right that you keep an eye on him. That's right, there's no such thing as a male best friend. Those are all tricks used by scumbags. Bai Lang and Su Jinxue are such a perfect match, we should help them get together. Yuan Fong suddenly had a strange idea. Bai Lang introduced her and Su Jinxue as best friends so that he would have her act as a go-between. After all, Su Jinxue is so naive that she might misunderstand Bai Lang's meaning. They wanted to be lovers, but they ended up being good friends and besties. Yuan Fong instantly felt a great responsibility, thinking, Bai Lang and Su Jinxue are such a perfect match, I must help them more and prevent a third party from interfering. Su Jinxue thought for a moment, then asked softly, then how should we manage it? Yuan Fong recalled a scene from a TV drama, just ask him what he did wrong, and most men will know the answer. Oh. Su Jinxue nodded, took out her phone, and sent a message to Bai Lang, what did you do wrong? On the other side. Bai Lang reluctantly left the girls' dormitory. As he left, he saw several senior girls dressed in revealing clothing. That truly had a unique charm. Before I could even savor the moment, my phone suddenly vibrated. Bai Lang took out his phone and looked at it, his face showing confusion and bewilderment. Did my eldest daughter take the wrong medicine? Even though Yuan Fong was by his side, why did she suddenly send him a message with such a strange opening? Bai Lang couldn't figure it out, so he could only reply with, ? A few seconds later, Su Jinxue sent another message, what's going on between you and Jolia? Bai Lang was even more confused. After confirming several times that it was Su Jinxue's number, he began to question his life. What happened? This is completely unlike Su Jinxue's style, she's even inquiring about him and Jolia. Of course, Bai Lang wasn't so honest. He replied with a hint of probing, I'm planning to ask Leah to be my girlfriend, sticks out tongue. Take the opportunity to distance yourself from him and make him and Su Jinxue true best friends. Su Jinxue immediately started typing, hesitated for several seconds, and finally sent, what about me? Holy crap! Bai Lang was so shocked that his scalp tingled, but suddenly he realized that the way things were going was not surprising. What happened? From the very first message, why did Su Jinxue adopt such an accusatory attitude, as if she were the empress? Was it her own idea, or was she taught to do it by someone else? Bai Lang couldn't understand what went wrong. He clearly found a best friend for Su Jinxue, shouldn't his burden be lightened a bit? Why is Su Jinxue becoming more and more clingy, even a bit like a housekeeper? Bai Lang naturally had no idea. Su Jinxue's dormitory. Yuan Fong confidently held up her phone and explained to Su Jinxue, Jinxue, don't worry, if I ask Bai Lang this, he definitely won't dare to joke around. Su Jinxue gave a blank O, then stared at her phone, waiting for Bai Lang's reply. It's quite interesting. Chapter 41 Jiang Xiaoyu, part-time salesperson. Faced with Su Jinxue's unusual behavior, Bai Lang felt a little guilty, unsure of what he had done wrong, and could only honestly explain, I was just joking. Actually, Jolia and I are nothing, before. He recounted how he bumped into Jolia's head. After saying that, Bai Lang added, don't overthink it, Jolia and I are nothing. Su Jinxue replied, I understand. That's it? Bai Lang was somewhat surprised. He had thought Su Jinxue would be relentless, but she only asked one question and that was it. They're quite easy to deal with. Bai Lang breathed a sigh of relief and muttered to himself, thank goodness she didn't ask me out. I still have to try and win over Jiang Xiaoyu this afternoon. On the other side, Yuan Fong returned the phone with a regretful expression, Jinxue, you don't have class this afternoon, why didn't you ask Bai Lang to go out with you? Su Jinxue replied expressionlessly, if he has nothing else to do, he'll make plans with me. That's not a good idea. Yuan Fong didn't quite understand. What if he doesn't ask you out? I have no idea. Su Jinxue shook her head. In her relationship with Bai Lang was always the one in control every time they met, and every time they spoke, Bai Lang was the one who started. Su Jinxue was already used to it, so naturally she wouldn't take the initiative. Yuan Fong then asked, do you want to see him? Su Jinxue nodded silently. Snap. Yuan Fong clapped her hands, then asked him out. Guys can take the initiative, and girls can too. Maybe Bai Lang has been waiting for you to ask him out. Su Jinxue was taken aback. Really? Of course, it's not like the guy has to be the one to ask you out. Just tell him if you want to see him. Besides, you're an old married couple, this is no big deal. Yuan Fong, you know so much. No problem, I've loved watching romance dramas since I was a kid, I've long since figured out love. Yuan Fong was quite smug. More than 3 months into her studies, this was the first time she had talked so much with her classmates, instantly bringing back the comfort of her hometown. Yuan Fong thought to herself, Jin Shui is my first best friend in Yi City, so I must cherish her. First of all, I should help her keep an eye on Bai Lang, who is not a proper man. Even though he already has Su Jinxue, he still adds Zhou Lia as a friend. That's outrageous. Su Jinxue sat quietly to the side. In the past, she always felt uncomfortable when she returned to the dormitory. After all, I wasn't familiar with my 3 roommates, and when we occasionally made eye contact, I didn't know what to say, which was especially awkward. I'm familiar with Yuan Fong now. Su Jinxue didn't need to speak with Yuan Fong chatting beside her, her discomfort lessened considerably. Why would he do these things? These aren't things best friends should do. Su Jinxue was a little confused. She didn't quite understand, but then she remembered Yuan Fong's earlier comment that she and Bai Lang were like an old married couple. Su Jinxue's pretty face flushed slightly. She found this statement somewhat strange, but she likes it quite a bit. This should be the place. After leaving the girls' dormitory, Bai Lang did not return to the dormitory, but went to the largest Sugwa supermarket in the vicinity. This must be the largest supermarket near the school. There are 2 floors in total. Even though it's not the weekend, there's still a steady stream of students at the entrance, which shows just how good the business is. Bai Lang isn't here to sell anything, he's here to generate massive rewards. That's right, his current target, Zhang Xiaoyu, works as a sales assistant in this supermarket. Being a sales associate is a fairly simple job. Wearing a vest, standing in front of a certain type of product, recommending it to passing customers. If it's food, they might also be responsible for cooking it and giving it to customers to try. I just found out that Zhang Xiaoyu works part-time as a sales assistant. Bai Lang was somewhat surprised. After all, Zhang Xiaoyu was so beautiful that she could easily make money by doing live streaming or working as a model. I never imagined I'd end up working as a sales assistant in a supermarket. It's not that I look down on sales assistants, but such a pretty girl obviously has better options. However, when Bai Lang found Zhang Xiaoyu, he immediately understood why she worked as a sales assistant. Don't cut in line. You're a grown man over there, wearing glasses. How dare you cut in line? You lot, if you're not going to buy anything, then hurry up and leave. Don't block other customers from getting samples. 1 steak is 188 yuan, buy 5 get 1 free. 1 steak isn't enough for you, so I'll pack you 6. Zhang Xiaoyu's sweet voice rang out continuously. She wore a red vest typical of sales assistants, over a tight white t-shirt, and a baseball cap shaped like a cartoon steak, her beautiful short hair completely hidden inside the cap. Her delicate face was on full display, her doe eyes were bright and cute, and her cherry lips occasionally uttered some promotional words. Behind Zhang Xiaoyu was a poster with the cartoon-style text, Iron Bull Premium Steak, pure steak without any fancy cooking or technology, the best choice to pair with instant noodles. Add a cartoon minotaur with a grinning face, cutting off its own thigh with a knife. Is this some kind of hellish joke? Bai Lang almost lost his composure. Looking at the bustling scene in front of Zhang Xiaoyu's stall, it was a stark contrast to the deserted stalls around it. Good looks are indeed an invincible weapon. Bai Lang glanced at the crowd in line and, sure enough, they were almost all men. These people aren't here for the steak. Despicable. Bai Lang gave a disdainful look and walked casually to Zhang Xiaoyu's stall, before he could even speak. The people in line started yelling, "Hey, young man, why are you cutting in line? If you want to buy steak, you have to line up. Don't you know the first come, first served rule? Young man, this steak business is complicated. If you can't handle it, let me go first." Young people these days have no manners at all. There are so many people watching, and they still cut in line. Sir, could you please not sneak ahead of me when you say that? I accidentally went to the wrong place. Don't give me that. Faced with condemnation from a group of people, Bai Lang smiled slightly. Everyone has misunderstood. Actually, this sales assistant and I are friends, As they were talking, Zhang Xiaoyu looked up, a look of surprise flashing in her beautiful eyes. before she said in a serious tone, "Who said we're friends? If you want to buy steak, go and line up, otherwise we won't sell it to you." The people in line echoed, "Well said. The saleswoman is so wise, we shouldn't have given this pretty boy any face. Kid, I advise you not to go looking for trouble. There are so many of us, we could drown you with just one spit from each of us. This young lady is not only beautiful, but also has a lovely voice. I feel comfortable listening to her speak. He has a great personality he always points out when he sees someone cutting in line. That's a really good personality. Sigh, getting married too early. Brother, look in the mirror before you say that, don't go crazy in public." Bai Lang felt a little awkward. Unexpectedly, Jiang Xiaoyu was so disrespectful, giving him the cold shoulder right away. Add to that the surrounding crowd of indignant men. Bai Lang dared not speak again. If he angered the crowd, he might be carried out of the supermarket. Fortunately, Jiang Xiaoyu was just joking. Seeing that Bai Lang had been humiliated, she asked with a grin, "Now you know you were wrong, right? I told you not to come over without saying hello." Chapter 42. You're so fast. White waves suddenly appeared. Jiang Xiaoyu was not surprised, because she knew that Bai Lang and Hu Yu had inquired about part-time jobs. Jiang Xiaoyu and Hu Yu are best friends. No matter how much they've been bribed, they'll definitely make these things clear. All the things Hu Yu told Bai Lang were with Jiang Xiaoyu's permission. However, Bai Lang also had a reason. "If I greet you, will you let me over?" Jiang Xiaoyu replied decisively, "Of course not." "Then it's right not to say hello," Bai Lang shrugged. "At least I see you now." "Humph, you're quite smug about it?" Jiang Xiaoyu was not happy. She didn't like clingy boys, let alone someone like Bai Lang who was so persistent. "If I hadn't had a good impression of her from our last meeting, she would have kicked me out as soon as we met." Bai Lang kept a close eye on the system and noticed that Jiang Xiaoyu's favorability towards him was starting to decline, so he quickly tried to appease her. "You said you'd give me a chance, I just want to get to know you a little better." Those around were a little confused. Seeing how indifferent Jiang Xiaoyu was, I initially thought Bai Lang was no different from the other guys who had tried to flirt with me before. As a result, Jiang Xiaoyu's attitude suddenly changed, and she started chatting with Bai Lang, showing an extraordinary level of familiarity. Many boys immediately became anxious. They weren't queuing up for wake a steak, they just wanted to get to know Jiang Xiaoyu and hopefully develop a relationship with her. Suddenly, a white wave appeared. Where can I even begin to reason with this? Can I return the steak I have? Jiang Xiaoyu was a little annoyed. "You're in such a hurry. Can't we get to know each other slowly? I have work to do and don't have time to chat with you." Since Bai Lang had come, he naturally had multiple plans. "No need for small talk, I'm here to help you." Jiang Xiaoyu was taken aback. "Help me?" "Yes, I don't have anything else to do today, so can I work as a sales assistant with you?" Bai Lang nodded immediately. He originally came here hoping to spend more time with Jiang Xiaoyu and perhaps have a chat. But when I got there, I realized something was wrong. Jiang Xiaoyu was too busy, and there were people all around her, so it wasn't appropriate to say anything ambiguous. Moreover, Jiang Xiaoyu doesn't like being disturbed while working. Bai Lang decisively changed his plans and started working with Jiang Xiaoyu, so at least it wouldn't disrupt her work. Jiang Xiaoyu looked at Bai Lang with some doubt. Being a sales assistant is not easy. Can you handle it? Xiaoyu, don't underestimate her. Bai Lang smiled slightly. He had been practicing work-study programs since junior high school. Jiang Xiaoyu pursed her lips but decided to accept it anyway, because there were originally 2 sales assistants for her position. As luck would have it, another female sales assistant took the day off today. Jiang Xiaoyu started working alone, doing the work of 2 people. She started sweating as soon as she started her shift. He was hoping to get double pay so he could barely make ends meet, but then Bai Lang came over and volunteered himself. That was just right. Of course, Jiang Xiaoyu didn't believe Bai Lang could pull it off. After all, the fact that Bai Lang can afford a Cullinan, even if it was a gift from someone else, shows that he comes from a distinguished family. This kind of rich young master is perfect when pursuing girls, but becomes clumsy and incompetent when it comes to doing chores. Jiang Xiaoyu works part-time here, and several rich second-generation guys have taken the initiative to approach her. However, when they start working, they are like silly geese, which actually increases her workload. This guy's probably going to make a fool of himself. Jiang Xiaoyu muttered to herself, telling Bai Lang to go and say hello to the supermarket manager and then get a work uniform. A few minutes later, Bai Lang stood shoulder to shoulder with Jiang Xiaoyu. Jiang Xiaoyu was just about to give instructions. Wait a minute. You take care of the introductions, I'll pack the food. The packaging bags should all be under the table, right? Bai Lang interrupted with practiced ease, glanced around, and found the packing tools under the table. Jiang Xiaoyu looked surprised, feeling that Bai Lang's reaction was quick and didn't seem like someone doing part-time work for the first time. Is it just superficial work? Jiang Xiaoyu was a little doubtful, but still nodded. Okay, today's steak promotion is buy 5 get 1 free, don't make a mistake when you pack it up. Don't worry. Bai Lang smiled slightly. Jiang Xiaoyu raised an eyebrow, stopped talking nonsense, and turned to the uncle at the table. Uncle, how many portions do you want? 1 serving is enough for me. The uncle gave a hesitant answer, saying that he was actually queuing up just to talk to Jiang Xiaoyu, and wasn't interested in the steak. Besides, a steak that costs 188 yuan is at most half a pound. If you used that money to buy beef at the market, you could eat until you were sick of it. But Jiang Xiaoyu wasn't one to be taken advantage of. She blinked her cute doe eyes and said, Uncle, we have an event today. Would you like to join in? The middle-aged man was so captivated that he nodded without thinking. Okay. Then, sir, you should participate in the promotion. Buy 5 get 1 free, and I'll pack 6 for you right away. Jiang Xiaoyu immediately made the decision. The speed was so fast that everyone present was stunned. Jiang Xiaoyu was worried that the uncle would change his mind, so she quickly prepared to pack the food, but when she turned around, she saw Bai Lang had already picked up a bag of steaks, 6 servings. You're so fast. Jiang Xiaoyu was shocked. Even her old partner who was on leave would take half a minute to pack things. She had just finalized the figures when Bai Lang packed everything up. It was incredibly fast. Bai Lang said irritably, if you're going to praise someone, then praise them completely. What do you mean I'm fast? It's me who packs things fast. It almost caused a misunderstanding. Bai Lang is wronged. He hasn't even had a girlfriend yet, so how did he get labeled as a contestant on Superboy? Jiang Xiaoyu rolled her eyes. Why do you guys always associate things with that? After saying that, she took the steak, confirmed that there were exactly 6 pieces inside, and quickly handed it to the uncle who looked conflicted. Looking at Jiang Xiaoyu's sweet smile, the uncle felt too embarrassed to refuse, so he could only take the steak and leave, his departing figure looking particularly desolate. Next came a middle-aged man in a suit with a slightly greasy smile. Little sister, why are you such a pretty girl working as a sales assistant? Why don't you come work as my secretary at my company? I'll pay you 20,000 a month. Bai Lang frowned, just about to step forward. Jiang Xiaoyu replied without changing her expression, go to the real estate agency with the secretary. If you're not buying steak, get out of here. The middle-aged man's expression changed slightly, probably because he was a little upset, but with so many people watching, he could only change his mind. I was just saying it offhand, I'd like a steak. Jiang Xiaoyu retorted confidently, your secretary earns 20,000 a month, and you're so stingy about buying steak? At least participate in an event, right? You should participate. The middle-aged man was somewhat dissatisfied. Not only had his attempt to flirt failed, but he had also been tricked into paying a stupidity tax. Jiang Xiaoyu smiled smugly, turned around, and prepared to call Bai Lang to pack the leftovers. As it turned out, Bai Lang had already packed it all up and personally delivered it to the middle-aged man. A wise choice, uncle. You should eat well as you get older. The middle-aged man left with a dark face, having spent nearly 1,000 yuan and been harassed by 2 young men. It's really a bad feeling. The next customer was a young man in a suit and tie. His first words were, little sister, you need to put in more effort to find a partner. Don't hang out with those good-for-nothing young men. Bai Lang wasn't happy. Who was he calling a failure? He was a real sycophant. You're not happy that being a simp can make a lot of money? Chapter 43. Who are these criminals? Why say so much? Are you going to buy it or not? If not, go cool off somewhere else. Jiang Xiaoyu asked impatiently. Buy it, the young man said meaningfully. You don't have much work left to do today, do you? I'll take care of it all. After all, I'm not some good-for-nothing young man. Bai Lang was speechless. This guy can flirt with girls all he wants, but why use him as a negative example all the time? Isn't that a bit much? Bai Lang was about to argue a bit. Jiang Xiaoyu stopped him, staring at the young man with unfriendly eyes. If you want to buy something, just buy it. Don't say so much nonsense. My relationship with him is none of your business. What kind of attitude is this, little girl? Don't you know that the customer is always right? The young man's eyes widened. He's a guy who earns over 200,000 yuan a year and has been with all sorts of women, yet he got roasted by a saleswoman. So what if she's pretty? He still has to come out and work in the public eye. This young man is so arrogant and doesn't appreciate the opportunities he's given. Spend a few days with him, and you'll earn more than you would in a year working at this lousy supermarket. The young man was quite dissatisfied and suddenly raised his voice. I'm buying something, and this is the kind of attitude you give me? Does a sales assistant think she can fly to the moon? Zhang Xiaoyu replied without backing down an inch, this is my attitude. If you're not going to buy anything, then leave. Listen to this, everyone. How infuriating this little girl is. Does she think she's the boss? She's telling me to get out if I don't buy anything. That's too much. The young man immediately started shouting. The crowd in front of Zhang Xiaoyu's stall was a little confused, and hadn't had time to explain the situation. Many people in the supermarket walked over and pointed at Zhang Xiaoyu, saying, why is this young girl so temperamental? She's just a sales assistant. She's quite pretty, but unfortunately, she's not easy to work with. Even as a sales assistant, she can still argue with people. Indeed, if they don't help their own customers, why should the sales assistant kick them out? Several middle-aged women, who probably disliked Zhang Xiaoyu, stood by and made sarcastic remarks. This young girl has been here for a few months, and every time she's surrounded by a group of men, you'd think she's doing something else. Sister, you think so too? My husband bought several steaks from this girl last time he came over, but he hasn't eaten a single one yet. She's a female swindler. She's so young and doesn't learn anything good, she just uses her looks to cheat people out of money. An old man, unable to bear it any longer, stood up and spoke up. Well, to be fair, this girl isn't just pretty, she's definitely prettier than a celebrity. Don't think so badly of her. The middle-aged woman sneered repeatedly. Oh, oldly, why are you taking her side like this? Did you have something going on with her? Nonsense. I'm old enough as it is, you women shouldn't talk nonsense, I'll just stay silent, okay? The old man was speechless. He had simply disapproved of the women's slander, but he hadn't expected that offering a word of advice would bring him trouble. He quickly tried to distance himself from the situation. Zhang Xiaoyu felt extremely wronged as so many people pointed and whispered about her. Unfortunately, there are some things that can't be defended. After all, the young man who caused the trouble was deliberately picking a fight, and the middle-aged women were making things up out of thin air. Zhang Xiaoyu was, after all, just a young girl, and it was inevitable that she would be afraid in the face of such a scene. Her eyes involuntarily reddened, and she didn't understand why she was being targeted. Young men are one thing. Why did those middle-aged women say those things to her? Zhang Xiaoyu wouldn't understand that when a woman has the ability to attract men, other women will naturally reject her. This is an unspoken rule in society. As the discussion grew, more and more onlookers gathered, eventually filling the aisle. Eventually, even the supermarket manager was alerted. The manager was a middle-aged man with a beer belly that looked like he was 6 months pregnant. He wobbled as he ran. The portly manager rushed over and quickly asked the surrounding employees what was going on. Then he squeezed into the center of the crowd and said, everyone, don't panic. Let's talk this out. I'm the store manager. Let's talk this out. He shouted several times before the crowd quieted down. The portly manager, naturally aware of priorities, seized the opportunity to ask Zhang Xiaoyu, what exactly happened to you? Zhang Xiaoyu felt wronged and wanted to cry, sensing that the manager was targeting her, but not wanting to become a laughingstock in front of those around her. She forced back her tears and replied, I did nothing wrong. The onlookers were outraged. People felt that Zhang Xiaoyu was guilty, and coupled with those baseless smears, the situation was almost one-sided. The fat manager was speechless. In this situation, he should just honestly admit his mistake and calm the public outrage first. Right and wrong are certainly important. But at this point, who cares about right or wrong? A fight could break out at any moment. What if they run into a few people who take advantage of the situation and strip Zhang Xiaoyu of her clothes? The law does not punish the masses, but Zhang Xiaoyu's life is ruined. Seeing that the people around him were getting more and more excited, the portly manager quickly tried to smooth things over. Everyone, please don't be angry. Let me find out what happened first. If any of our employees are at fault, we promise to deal with it seriously. People around shouted, how are you going to handle this seriously? Are you going to downplay it? We're all in the same supermarket, why would we bully our own people? They're just taking their anger out on the customers. That's right, that little girl must admit her mistake on the spot. You have to kneel down, or this isn't over. If she won't kneel, then we'll make her kneel. The chubby manager was sweating profusely. He couldn't control this group of passionate middle-aged men. Jiang Xiaoyu stood there with red eyes, her sweet face showing sadness, which aroused the protective instincts of some boys. But for many, it aroused a destructive urge. The more beautiful something is, the more people want to destroy it. That's human nature. Just as the crowd was about to lose control, a calm and collected voice gradually rang out. That's right, it's the Sugwa supermarket east of Yeqing University. There are dozens of criminals here, preparing to attack an innocent girl. Please send the police immediately. Police? Who called the police? Who are the criminals talking about? The enraged crowd froze instantly. They might not be afraid of the fat manager or the supermarket, but they were definitely afraid of the police. Because this is a legitimate law enforcement agency. Everyone looked over at the sound and saw Bai Lang, wearing a red vest, holding a mobile phone and saying calmly, "The criminals have spotted me. Please come over quickly." Jiang Xiaoyu's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. She never expected that Bai Lang would be able to handle a situation that even the fat manager couldn't control. This simp is amazing. Bai Lang stared at everyone's gaze, then held up his phone screen to them. It was indeed showing a call in progress. The number I called was 110. Many people, worried about getting into trouble, quickly scolded him. "Young man, what are you doing? We're just discussing the matter at hand. Why did you call the police without saying a word?" "Yes, we just need to determine who's right and who's wrong." "What do you mean by calling the police? Tell the police not to come." "That's right, making a false police report is illegal. You'll be the first one arrested when the police arrive." Bai Lang ignored them and stood in front of Jiang Xiaoyu in full view of everyone, facing the gaze of the crowd. Bai Lang tilted his head slightly, sweeping his disdain across the entire scene. "Go ahead and arrest her, you bunch of rabble who believe everything you hear. Don't even think about touching her." Jiang Xiaoyu, whose eyes had been brimming with tears for a long time, finally couldn't hold them back when she heard those words. Chapter 44. I'm not going to date a simp. It started when Jiang Xiaoyu was targeted. Bai Lang observed silently, thinking that the appearance of the fat manager would change the situation, but unfortunately, the people around him became more and more excited. Seeing that the situation was not good, Bai Lang promptly called the police. Otherwise, if the first person dared to make a move, Jiang Xiaoyu would definitely be in trouble. A person might also consider the consequences. But a group of people can easily lose their moral compass. Bai Lang knew what kind of stupid things a group of people would do when they got together, so he quickly called the police before things escalated. And they made no attempt to conceal their voices. This was to make these people hesitant to act against the law. Bai Lang has been through a lot since childhood and has interacted with many people in society. He understands all too well how terrifying the bottom of society can be. In this world, kindness is a luxury. Jiang Xiaoyu was still struggling with right and wrong, but the people around her were just using this as an excuse to try every means to destroy her. They kept talking about who was right and who was wrong. Deep down, they were just using this as an excuse to vent their anger. As for what will happen to Jiang Xiaoyu after she vents, these people don't care. Bai Lang was targeted like this when he was working part-time during college, so he understands all too well the viciousness of some people. Bai Lang called the police. The crowd, which had been furious, immediately quieted down. Peacemakers also stepped forward, saying, "Young man, what are you saying? We're just stating the facts. We won't do anything to you." "That's right, we just came to find out what happened. We didn't bully anyone." "What do you mean by believing everything you hear? We're just concerned citizens. It's like you're talking to bad guys. Outlaws? That's an unpleasant way to put it." These peacemakers were nowhere to be seen when the crowd was in a fit of anger. Now that Bai Lang has called the police, the people around him dare not cause any more trouble, and only then did they step forward to explain the situation. "If you're so clear-headed, why didn't you stand up earlier?" Bai Lang knew what was going on and ignored the peacemakers. Instead, he turned to the chubby manager beside him and said, "Manager, now that everyone is calm, can we talk about what happened?" The chubby manager nodded blankly. "Is okay? Let's get to the point. What happened to that man who caused trouble earlier? The one wearing a suit and tie who came to the supermarket." Bai Lang immediately began searching for the culprit. Without anyone noticing, he had already taken control of the conversation, and a single sentence from him drew everyone's attention. Several sharp-eyed individuals immediately spotted the target. The young man who caused the trouble earlier was hiding in the crowd, intending to use the power of the crowd to teach Jiang Xiaoyu and Bai Lang a lesson. But then the situation suddenly reversed. At Bai Lang's command, the young man was dragged out. The young man shouted, his voice trembling with fear, "What do you want to do? Setting up a private court is illegal, you know that? Who set up a private court? As one of the parties involved, is it a problem for me to call you out for a debate on the spot?" Bai Lang answered calmly and unhurriedly. Before the young man could retort, Bai Lang preemptively asked, "You were doing fine while buying things, why are you suddenly accusing our sales assistant? Are you trying to bully her because she's pretty?" He came up with a big hat right away. The young man exclaimed urgently, "I didn't. She's the one who's disrespecting customers." Bai Lang retorted, "How was she disrespectful? Is it reasonable for her to tell me to get lost if I don't buy anything? Are you sure?" "What? I mean, are you sure she said that?" I'm sure." "Good." Bai Lang suddenly clapped his hands, startling the young man. Bai Lang then turned to the chubby manager and said, "Manager, we should have security cameras in our store, right? Let's check them and see if this male customer is telling the truth." "Of course." The fat manager finally understood. They found that Bai Lang was very organized. He first called the police to calm everyone down before discussing the matter at hand. When people are in a fit of anger, no one cares who is right or wrong. Everyone is looking for an excuse to make a scene. Only when you are clear-headed will you care about the truth. The fat manager had just agreed. The young man became agitated. Why bother checking the surveillance footage? I heard it with my own ears, how could it be fake? That is not necessarily true, Bai Lang shrugged. I was there too, but I didn't hear anything. Can you hear things that other people can't? You dare to insult me? The young man's face turned red with anger. Why treat a mere sales assistant like that? Don't you know he earns over 200,000 yuan a month? Bai Lang remained calm and composed. The young man became enraged. The stark contrast made everyone realize the problem. If the young man had a valid point, why would he get so angry after just a few words, unless he was lying? Bai Lang kept an eye on the people around him, and when he saw that the situation was about right, he quietly walked away from Jiang Xiaoyu. Jiang Xiaoyu was still crying. Her sweet face, streaked with tears, was as beautiful as a lotus emerging from the water. The crystal-clear tears were like ornaments, highlighting the girl's beautiful appearance. The sight of a beautiful woman shedding tears naturally evokes sympathy. The men around her were instantly enraged. They had already been used as pawns by the young man, and now they saw Jiang Xiaoyu silently shedding tears. My protective instincts were rekindled. A burly middle-aged man flew into a rage, rushed up and slapped the young man across the face. You son of a bitch! This girl is about the same age as my daughter, how can you be so shameless? A middle-aged man's action is like a signal flare. The people around him immediately swarmed forward and began punching and kicking the young man. The situation changed too quickly. The group that had just been criticizing Jiang Xiaoyu suddenly turned their guns on the young man. You've committed a crime. Ah! The young man tried to warn the crowd, but was kicked in the groin and fell to his knees with wide eyes. Before he could beg for mercy, he was attacked with punches and kicks again. The consequences of deceiving the masses are not pleasant. Be careful, don't get hurt by them. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Bai Lang grabbed Jiang Xiaoyu's hand and hid in the steak stall. This was a perfect chance to increase her favorability. The proud young girl's delicate hands were very smooth. Jiang Xiaoyu glanced at the small hand being held and asked casually, "How did you do that?" Bai Lang was taken aback. What? These people, Jiang Xiaoyu explained with some fear, they were so fierce just now, why did they suddenly attack that man in the suit? Bai Lang replied with a smile, people are similar to sheep, most don't care about the matter itself, they just want to take the opportunity to vent their frustrations with daily life. Jiang Xiaoyu didn't quite understand, then why did they target me in the first place? Jealousy. Who told you to be so beautiful? Women can't stand you, and men can't get you, so they seize the opportunity to humiliate you so they can feel superior. Jiang Xiaoyu couldn't help but exclaim in amazement, how, do you know so much? Bai Lang grinned and said, hee, are you interested in me now? Want to be my girlfriend? I'm not going to date a simp. You'll never have that chance. Jiang Xiaoyu turned her head away, her tone filled with disgust, but she forgot to pull her little hand away from being held. Chapter 45: Becoming an Assistant Manager? Bite. Target person's favorability has reached 60, meeting the reward criteria, and you are eligible for a bonus, currently being randomly selected. Successful draw. The prize money is 420,000, which has been deposited into the designated account source verifiable. Bai Lang smiled happily. Because of his courageous act, Jiang Xiaoyu's favorability rating increased rapidly, reaching 61. Despite Jiang Xiaoyu's continued hypocrisy. But the system's modules don't lie. Moreover, the prize money he received this time made Bai Lang's eyes light up. From Su Jingshua's 270,000 to Wang Jing's 350,000, and then to Jiang Xiaoyu's 420,000. Whether it's a coincidence or some kind of pattern, I don't know. Anyway, the bonus keeps increasing, and not counting the money spent on being a simp, I've already earned 1.04 million. There's also a Cullinan. At this rate, I might earn 10 million faster than I expected. Bai Lang muttered to himself. Suddenly, Jiang Xiaoyu beside him exclaimed, "You big simp, the police are here." Bai Lang looked up and saw a team of righteous police officers arrive, immediately silencing the crowd that was beating the young man. The team leader called out loudly, "May I ask who called the police?" Jiang Xiaoyu was a little nervous and subconsciously stepped in front of Bai Lang, seemingly afraid that Bai Lang would be taken away. "Don't panic, I'll be fine." Bai Lang felt a warmth in his heart and reached out to pat Jiang Xiaoyu on the shoulder. The reason for eliminating the system. Bai Lang had a good impression of Jiang Xiaoyu. In fact, the root of the conflict between Jiang Xiaoyu and the young man was that Jiang Xiaoyu stood up for Bai Lang. This protective nature makes them great as friends. Now, when faced with the police, they all take the initiative to stand in front of Bai Lang. This clearly shows that Jiang Xiaoyu is a loyal friend, and even if they don't date, she is still a friend worth getting to know deeply. Calm down the proud and arrogant girl. Bai Lang walked out of the stall with his hand raised. "Officer, I was the one who called the police." The team leader, a man in his early 30s, was a little amused and exasperated by what he heard. "Young man, I'm not that much older than you, just call me Team Leader Lee." Bai Lang greeted with a grin, "Hello, Uncle Lee." Captain Lee was speechless. Most people are very cautious when they see the police. This handsome young man in front of me, why is he trying to establish a connection right away? That's quite rare. However, this way of getting along is quite in line with the atmosphere of a police-civilian family. Captain Lee didn't correct him further and got down to business. "Tell me, where are the criminals you just called the police on?" The people around immediately tensed up. They were afraid that Bai Lang would tell others, and it wouldn't look good if they ended up in jail. Bai Lang laughed and said, "Uncle Lee, I may have misunderstood. Actually, the criminals are a group of good citizens who can distinguish right from wrong. They were just deceived by someone who distorts the truth." Team leader Lee's lips twitched, finally understanding Bai Lang's initial attempt to establish a connection. What exactly is going on? First, let me introduce myself. My classmate and I are freshmen at Yeqing University. We're here today working part-time as sales assistants, but we ran into a rude and unreasonable customer. Bai Lang revealed his identity first. The students of Yeqing University were useless against the angry crowd, but it was different with Captain Lee. As the team leader, Captain Lee naturally understands the importance of students, especially the prestige of Yeqing First University. He was a freshman who worked part-time while studying. If something goes wrong, the news media will tear law enforcement to shreds. Team leader Lee immediately became serious, listened carefully to the whole process, and then confirmed the situation with the fat manager and a few onlookers. The overweight manager naturally sided with his own employees. The bystanders didn't need to say anything, because Bai Lang didn't blame them, so they returned the favor by blaming the young man on the ground. "It's nothing serious, you're making it sound like a terrorist attack." Team leader Lee gave Bai Lang a stern lecture. When they received the call, the branch was startled and almost dispatched special police. After all, there were dozens of criminals involved. You'd think it was some kind of gang fight. Unexpectedly, they were just a group of ordinary people. Bai Lang looked aggrieved. "I was so scared at the time that I was a bit incoherent." "Uncle Lee, you have to understand us college students who are working part-time to support ourselves." "Forget it." Team leader Lee rolled his eyes. He was young enough to be a squad leader, so his insight was naturally extraordinary. Despite Bai Lang's feigned timidity, he actually answers fluently and possesses remarkable mental fortitude. Moreover, he is quick-witted and can think of calling the police to scare others, turning what was originally a losing situation into a winning one. It's definitely not at the level of an average college student. Afterwards, Captain Lee retrieved the surveillance footage, which confirmed that the young man had caused trouble. He then announced on the spot, "Thank you all. We will take this person back first. If necessary, we may need some of you to assist in the investigation." Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. It felt good to beat someone up just now, but now that the police are here, I'm worried about being held accountable. Fortunately, nothing serious happened. After Captain Lee and his men left, taking the opportunity, the portly manager announced, "Thank you all for your contributions to our supermarket. Today, everything is 50% off as a way of giving back to everyone." The lingering crowd erupted in cheers. Sugwa's products are not expensive to begin with, and during holidays they are usually 70% or 80% off, with 50% off being a rare sight. Many people, after buying their purchases, quickly called their families to inform them, "Son, hurry up and drive to Sugwa, Mom's going to go on a shopping spree today. Daughter, hurry up and ride your bike over. Everything at Sugwa is 50% off today. Old woman, what cosmetics did you mention last time? Tell me quickly, or they'll all be gone. That's a 50% discount. Dad just did a heroic thing. Drive over first, I'll tell you more when you get here." Bai Lang raised an eyebrow, realizing that this chubby manager, though unremarkable in appearance, was quite shrewd. They know how to win people's hearts by offering discounts. Otherwise, if word gets out about today's farce, the supermarket's reputation will definitely be severely affected. Now, by launching a 50% off promotion, a bad thing has immediately turned into a good thing, making the supermarket instantly famous. Nothing is more compelling than a price war. The chubby manager breathed a sigh of relief, secretly gave Bai Lang a wink, and then quietly returned to his office. This manager is interesting. Bai Lang knew what was going on, and immediately took Jiang Xiaoyu to the office. However, Jiang Xiaoyu suddenly broke free and said angrily, "Why are you pushing your luck? You won't let go once you've taken my hand. Do I have to tell you? I forgot by accident." Bai Lang scratched his head awkwardly. Who could resist the charm of Jiang Xiaoyu's soft, delicate hands, which felt like soft jade in my palm? Humph, not only a simp, but also a pervert. Jiang Xiaoyu gave a soft snort, put her hands on her hips, and walked towards the manager's office. Her slender back view was adorable and charming. "Sundara, oh Sundara, saying one thing and meaning another is your true nature." Bai Lang followed Jiang Xiaoyu at a leisurely pace. The two entered the manager's office one after the other. The chubby manager stood in his office, gulping down a 1L can of iced cola, glug glug. No wonder he's so fat. Bai Lang and Jiang Xiaoyu were amazed by what they saw. The portly manager finished his drink in one gulp, let out a satisfied burp, and then greeted the two men with a broad smile, "You're here." Jiang Xiaoyu remained silent. She didn't want to respond to the fat manager's earlier remarks to outsiders. Bai Lang nodded, "Yes, did the manager need to see us about something?" The portly manager asked frankly, "Brother, are you interested in being the assistant manager?" Bai Lang was stunned, "Huh? Chapter 46 Actually, I like you more." Even Jiang Xiaoyu, let alone Bai Lang, found it inexplicable. Bai Lang's first day here, he's still a part-time sales assistant, so how come the manager suddenly asked him to be the assistant manager? If we're going by seniority, shouldn't we invite Jiang Xiaoyu instead? "Brother, I know you're a student working part-time, but the way you dealt with those people just now is enough to prove your ability." Seeing their expressions, the portly manager offered an explanation. The scene just now was filled with intense anger. Even the fat manager couldn't handle it, but Bai Lang easily solved it with his 3 simple tricks. They came up to call the police to intimidate the crowd first. Then, address the issue at hand and clarify the contradictions. Finally, after the detachment arrived, he took the initiative to defend others and grasped the main contradiction. They easily resolved a major problem that could have led to the supermarket's closure. The portly manager felt inferior and thought Bai Lang was a talented person, so he decided to recruit him. "We don't play games. The deputy manager doesn't need any professional knowledge. With your abilities, you can definitely handle the job after you familiarize yourself with the business." Bai Lang decisively refused, "No, thank you. I'm just an ordinary college student." "Brother," the chubby manager walked over and put his arm around Bai Lang's shoulder, "you're a top student from Yecheng University, you should know how well this store does business. I guarantee you'll make no less than 20,000 a month as the assistant manager. Isn't that generous enough? Jiang Xiaoyu's beautiful eyes widened, and she felt an urge to agree on Bai Lang's behalf. It's so difficult for college graduates to find jobs these days. Even Yeqing University wouldn't dare to say what the starting salary will be like after graduation. Now, Bai Lang can earn 20,000 yuan a month as a freshman if he just agrees. If I work a little harder, I might be able to climb even higher by the time I graduate, and then I could be earning 40,000 to 50,000 yuan a month. This number. That's enough to crush 99% of people in society. Bai Lang shook his head. No, I'm really not suitable. In the past, if Bai Lang had been given this opportunity, he would have agreed immediately. But things are different now. Bai Lang is a person with a system. Through the licking dog system, he earned more than 1 million yuan in less than 3.5 months, plus a Cullinan worth several million yuan. On average, the monthly salary exceeds 1 million. Why would Bai Lang agree to a monthly salary of just tens of thousands of yuan? Instead of wasting time like this, you might as well be a devoted sycophant and earn 10 million to enjoy life. Why work yourself to death like a corporate slave? The portly manager was taken aback. Wow, buddy, you're quite ambitious. A monthly salary of 20,000 yuan isn't enough to stop you. I, Pang Dehai, have never met anyone like you before. Bai Lang almost lost his composure. Manager, your name is Pang Dehai? Watch your pronunciation, Pang Dehai explained impatiently. It's Pang for massive, not fat. Bai Lang casually offered a compliment, displaying a good habit developed from being a sycophant. Pang Dehai, brother, your name sounds nice and is easy to remember. You must be someone who makes a lot of money. Hee hee, you're pretty good with words, kid. Why don't you stay? I'm so sorry, Manager Pang, I have other important matters to attend to. Bai Lang was moved but refused. He's a person with a system now, how could he go back to working for someone else? Before Bai Lang could finish speaking, Jiang Xiaoyu suddenly interrupted. Are you stupid? Try it out as a part-time job first, it won't affect your classes. Pang Dehai's eyes lit up, and he immediately nodded. That's right, that's right. I'm not asking you to drop out of school. Try the position of assistant manager first. Come and visit when you don't have classes. This. Bai Lang hesitated. It's not that he wanted to work, it's just that Jiang Xiaoyu was doing part-time work here, so he had to come and be her lapdog anyway. It would be quite convenient to be a deputy manager. Besides, being an assistant manager is definitely easier than being a sales associate, and the salary is higher. Why wouldn't you take the free extra money? Furthermore, Jiang Xiaoyu's attitude. Bai Lang glanced at Jiang Xiaoyu and nodded somewhat reluctantly. Then I'll give it a try. His reluctant demeanor clearly indicated that he only agreed because of Jiang Xiaoyu. Jiang Xiaoyu's lips curled up almost imperceptibly, but she pretended to be indifferent, crossed her arms, and turned her head away. TSK, this arrogant girl is still pretending to be aloof. Pang Dehai didn't notice and nodded with a big smile. That's right. Always be prepared for the worst. In 2 years, when I'm promoted to headquarters, this store might be under your management. Manager Pang, you're too kind. I'm just a part-time worker. Don't call me manager anymore, call me brother from now on. What's your name, bro? Brother Pang, this is Bai Lang. Bai Lang, that's a nice name, but it sounds a bit like a scumbag. Pang Dehai made a joke. After finishing his business, he clapped his hands and said, all right, the store must be busy now. You all go back to your posts. Xiao Bai, you'll still be helping Xiaoyu as a sales assistant today. Bai Lang and Jiang Xiaoyu both left. Pang Dehai followed him out. He also had to keep an eye on things today to prevent anyone from causing trouble again. Within minutes, the supermarket was packed with people, even the least visited household goods section was teeming with people. Bai Lang and Jiang Xiaoyu had just returned to their stall. Several people pressed me for details, and once they confirmed the steak was 50% off, they immediately asked for 5 or 10 servings. I was busy until almost 9 o'clock. The supermarket's loudspeaker began broadcasting, Dear customers, our store's opening hours are from 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. We have 5 minutes remaining, please prepare accordingly. The customers in front of the steak stall gradually left. Jiang Xiaoyu wiped the sweat from her forehead, took out 2 small stools from under the stall, and sat down. Sit down, there are still a few minutes left for the inventory. Phew, finally I can take a break. Bai Lang didn't stand on ceremony. He'd been busy since the afternoon, and he and Jiang Xiaoyu took turns eating dinner. Customers flocked to buy steaks. I heard that the inventory is completely empty. Jiang Xiaoyu sat on a small stool, took off her baseball cap, and her shoulder-length short hair was already wet. Her rosy cheeks made her hard to look away from. No wonder she's the school beauty, her looks are absolutely stunning. Jiang Xiaoyu used her baseball cap as a fan and asked Bai Lang with a grin, "Have you lost your illusions? Su Jinxue is so rich, she certainly won't be as disheveled as me, right? You each have your own charm, but I actually prefer you the way you are now." Bai Lang shook his head and spoke the truth. He was also from the lower class, and he came to Yecheng to work and study. How could he discriminate against working people? Compared to Su Jinshue's life of luxury, Bai Lang was more familiar with Jiang Xiaoyu's life. They were truly from the same world. Jiang Xiaoyu was taken aback. Seeing that Bai Lang didn't seem to be trying to ingratiate himself, her cheeks flushed slightly. As expected of a simp, he immediately said, "He likes me, he loves me." Bai Lang shook his head with a wry smile. This proud and arrogant personality of hers doesn't seem to be changing. When Jiang Xiaoyu didn't get a response, she took the initiative to start a conversation. "You really impressed me today. You work so efficiently, you don't look like a rich kid at all. I'm not lying to you, my family isn't well off. And the car you were driving, it really was a gift from someone. If I had that much money, I would definitely buy a house in Yecheng first, and then bring my mother over." "Is that so?" Jiang Xiaoyu appeared indifferent, but she felt a resonance in her heart because she also wanted to bring her family to Yecheng. People who live away from home often share certain common ideas. This simp is so serious when he talks about his mom, much better than usual. Jiang Xiaoyu muttered to herself, her heart suddenly racing because of a casual remark made by Bai Langu. Her favorability rating also increased to 65. Chapter 47, Xiang Zhuang's Sword Dance. Thank you all for your support. Tomorrow is the weekend, and our supermarket will regularly hold weekend promotional events. Pang Dehai saw off the last few customers, and at the same time, he didn't forget to attract customers for tomorrow. You can only say that there's a reason why he's a manager. The customers left. The full-time employees at the cashier and valuables section voluntarily began taking inventory. Pang Dehai took off his work jacket, revealing a soaking wet t-shirt underneath. This guy hadn't been idle since the afternoon, wandering back and forth in the supermarket. After confirming that there were no problems at the supermarket, Pang Dehai went to the steak stall, called out, and then turned to leave. "Xiaobai, Xiaoyu, come with me." Bai Lang slowly got up. Standing for so long without giving anyone a break, is this fat seaweed from a capitalist background? Jiang Xiaoyu jumped up and pulled Bai Lang up with a grin. "Hurry up, we're getting paid soon. I didn't expect you to be such a penny pincher." Bai Lang chuckled to himself, finding Jiang Xiaoyu quite adorable. She was so happy just to get her salary. Part-time sales assistants probably don't earn much, so why get so excited? The two entered Pang Dehai's office again. On the large table sat a statistics sheet and a money-counting machine. He smiled and nodded. "Wait a moment, let me calculate today's commission." Bai Lang was taken aback. "Commission?" Pang Dehai was also taken aback. "Didn't we say before that you and Jiang Xiaoyu would be treated the same? Didn't you ask her?" I really didn't ask." Bai Lang scratched his head awkwardly. The main reason he took the part-time job was to act as a sycophant. Pang Dehai laughed. "You're a bit silly, kid. You didn't even ask how much the salary is for a part-time job. What if you get ripped off?" Bai Lang chuckled awkwardly. In truth, he didn't care about the salary at all. Jiang Xiaoyu's favorability rating had just exceeded 60. He won a prize of 420,000 yuan in one go. A part-time job that pays a mere 100 or 200 yuan is just a drop in the ocean and not worth the effort at all. Jiang Xiaoyu wasn't surprised, because she knew Bai Lang's part-time job was for her. She urged, "What time is it? Manager, hurry up and do the accounting." Pang Dehai wasn't angry. Who would argue with such a cute girl? He buried his head in the statistics sheet and looked around. "You little rascal, you're so impatient. Aren't I calculating it right now?" "Not long after." Pang Dehai then pulled out a calculator, typing numbers into his head as he spoke. The total inventory of steaks was 1234 servings, and there are currently 236 servings left. You sold a total of 998 servings. At a commission of 1.88 yuan per serving, the total is. He was still pressing the calculator. Jiang Xiaoyu had already calculated the result, 1876.24. As soon as he finished speaking, Pang Dehai pressed the equal sign, and the result was exactly 1876.24. Bai Lang was quite surprised, partly by Jiang Xiaoyu's mental arithmetic ability and partly by the amount of commission she received. He never expected that Jiang Xiaoyu, this part-time sales assistant, would actually receive a commission. No wonder Jiang Xiaoyu wanted to give every customer double the discount when she was working. It turns out she got a commission. I make nearly 2,000 yuan a day. This income is quite substantial. Bai Lang used to earn a maximum of 300 or 400 yuan a day doing manual labor, even when he did part-time work. You little rascal, you're really quick-witted. How about you take on a part-time job for me, doing math and accounting? Pang Dahai seemed used to it, clearly having witnessed Jiang Xiaoyu's mental arithmetic before. Jiang Xiaoyu resolutely refused. I don't want to. How much do you earn as an accountant? I can earn much more as a sales assistant. Bai Lang nodded secretly to the side. Indeed, no matter how much a supermarket accountant earns in a day, it's impossible for them to reach nearly 2,000. Even 1,000 is a struggle. Pang Dahai shook his head and pressed a few more buttons on the calculator, and your part-time basic salary is 160 yuan per person, totaling 2,236.24, rounded off. Jiang Xiaoyu interrupted angrily, Manager, how can you be like this? We worked so hard today, and you're still going to deduct a fraction of our pay? Pang Dahai was a little confused. He always rounded up when calculating his salary. What should we do then? Jiang Xiaoyu counted on her fingers. Of course, we'll round it up. Just give us 3,000. Pang Dahai was shocked. Huh? Goodness, in the time it takes to round up, 2,236.24 plus 320 jumps to 3,000. That girl is pretty ruthless. Pang Dahai couldn't possibly agree to that. If every employee calculated it that way, he'd have to pay out of his own pocket every month. Don't get any ideas. I can only give you a total of 2,600. Oh, I see, then that's fine too. Jiang Xiaoyu beamed, looking as if she had expected this number. Pang Dahai belatedly realized what was going on, and shook his head with a wry smile. You little devil, you deliberately quoted 3,000 to scare me, didn't you? Is it really necessary to haggle over a few dozen yuan? Humph, how could a manager like you understand the hardships we lowly employees work out? A few dozen yuan is enough for us to sell a whole bunch more steaks. Jiang Xiaoyu answered as a matter of course. Pang Dahai was completely convinced and obediently counted out 2,600 yuan and handed it to Jiang Xiaoyu, casually asking, Are you two coming tomorrow or the day after? It's the weekend? I'm going home this weekend, we'll see. Jiang Xiaoyu counted the money as soon as she received it. Pang Dahai, however, was used to it and didn't care about the impolite behavior at all. He turned to Bai Lang and said, What about you? Why don't you take some time to familiarize yourself with the deputy manager's duties? Well, I'll see how it goes. Upon hearing that Jiang Xiaoyu wasn't coming, Bai Lang naturally lost interest in coming to work alone. Instead of wasting time like this, you might as well go out on the street and find a few targets to collect rewards. That way you'll make money much faster. Pang Dahai finally figured it out. You're just playing the fool, aren't you? You came here for a part-time job, not for the salary, but for the people? As he spoke, Pang Dahai deliberately glanced at Jiang Xiaoyu a few times. Bai Lang smiled and did not deny it. Jiang Xiaoyu paused in counting the money, glanced at Bai Lang beside her, and subconsciously smoothed her bangs, revealing her slightly reddened earlobes. All right, there will always be a spot for you two at our supermarket. Just let me know before you come over. Pang Dahai is quite generous. After counting the money, Jiang Xiaoyu said irritably, Manager Pang, please stop trying to play matchmaker. This big idiot and I are not a couple. Manager Pang was somewhat bewildered. So, you are? Guess for yourself. Jiang Xiaoyu snorted coldly, packed the money, turned around and left, acting as if she were a free spirit. Bai Lang chuckled and nodded to Pang Dahai, let's go. Hey, be careful on the road. Remember to come visit often when you have time. The assistant manager's salary is really quite high. Pang Dahai gave him his lingering advice. Bai Lang was overwhelmed and quickly ran outside, only to find Jiang Xiaoyu standing guard at the door. You didn't leave? You're really stupid. I still have your wages for today. How can I leave? This is your share. Jiang Xiaoyu rolled her eyes cutely, carefully took out 2 stacks of red bills, and handed 1 stack to Bai Lang. Bai Lang squeezed his fingers and found he had 1,300 in his hand. How can I be like you? Steak commission is your salary, just give me my basic salary. No, we work together. You should get paid for what you did. It's really unnecessary. I'll only get a 200% share of the profits at most. Oh dear, you're such a nag, a grown man like you. Just take what's yours, what's there to fuss about? Just now, someone was haggling over a few dollars. What I mean is I'm embarrassed to take all the money. If you don't want it, how about you come with me to eat at a roadside stall? Bai Lang suddenly had a brilliant idea. Taking more money was definitely not appropriate, so we might as well take this opportunity to get to know Jiang Xiaoyu again. To everyone's surprise, Jiang Xiaoyu looked suspicious. You're not trying to trick me into going to a hotel by calling me to eat at a roadside stall so late at night, are you? Chapter 48. He's not my boyfriend. Pfft, Jiang Xiaoyu, are you crazy? Do I look like the kind of person who would take a girl to a hotel room as soon as we meet? Bai Lang almost lost his composure. That arrogant girl has such a wild imagination. They've only met a few times, how could they possibly go straight to a hotel room? Not to mention that Bai Lang's real purpose is to get tons of rewards, not to find a girlfriend. After saying that, Jiang Xiaoyu also felt it was unlikely. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and she angrily shifted the blame. Who told you to talk so strangely? You made me think the wrong thing. Oh, this. Bai Lang was speechless. Weren't we discussing how to spend the extra money? How could he have gotten the wrong idea? However, one of the principles of a simp is not to reason with a girl. Bai Lang, after a brief and insightful discussion, quickly changed the subject and pointed to a small cart not far away. There seems to be grilled squid over there. Do you like it? Grilled squid. Jiang Xiaoyu's beautiful eyes widened, and she quickly looked in that direction, subconsciously swallowing. Who would have thought that this proud and arrogant girl is also a foodie? Bai Lang knew what was going on, so he took out a red bill and waved it. Anyway, I need to spend some money. If you're not going to eat, I'll just take care of it myself. Jiang Xiaoyu stared longingly at the roadside stall, muttering, how could you do this? You can't just squander money. Did you forget how hard you worked to earn it? You're not my girlfriend, so you can't tell me what to do. If you're not going to eat, then leave. Bai Lang smiled slightly. He has plenty of ways to deal with girls who say one thing but mean another. After saying that, he turned around and swaggered over to the cart. Boss, give me 10 skewers of squid tentacles, mildly spicy. The boss immediately got to work. All right. Bai Lang glanced at the prices and realized that roadside stalls were really expensive these days. A skewer of squid tentacles cost 8 yuan, which he couldn't bear to eat alone. However, you have to be willing to give in to the little glutton behind you. Bai Lang turned around and saw Jiang Xiaoyu standing there reluctantly, wanting to come over but too embarrassed to do so. When he made eye contact with Bai Lang, Jiang Xiaoyu deliberately turned her head away, seemingly angry at Bai Lang's wasteful spending. TSK, this arrogance is so pure. Bai Lang chuckled, not wanting to sulk while eating late-night snacks, and waved to them, come on over, I can't finish 10 skewers by myself, it would be such a waste. Humph, you know you can't eat, yet you still ordered so much. You have absolutely no sense of budgeting. Jiang Xiaoyu grumbled. My legs started moving naturally. To put it simply, my body was more honest than my mouth. Bai Lang shook his head, feeling that eating only squid tentacles was a bit monotonous, so he asked the owner to add more dishes, 2 more large squid, and please put less chili, we'll add it ourselves later. A string of giant squid costs 20 yuan. They are much larger than squid tentacles and look a bit like aliens from a movie when they are spread out. Okay, young man, your girlfriend is quite pretty. I'll pick out the 2 biggest ones for you. The boss smiled and selected 2 large squid. As Jiang Xiaoyu walked over, she saw the owner putting more giant squid on the hot plate and said anxiously, why are you ordering more? The 2 of us can't finish it. It's okay. If you can't finish it, take it back to the dorm. Bai Lang didn't take it seriously. He made 420,000 yuan today, enough to eat grilled squid for the rest of his life. However, eating only grilled squid can be a bit monotonous. Bai Lang thought for a moment, then transferred the money for the grilled squid first, and then walked to the fried skewer stall next to him. You wait here, I'll go look at other things. Jiang Xiaoyu grabbed him and said, what are you doing? Do you really have to spend all that salary? I'm just browsing. Bai Lang gave a perfunctory reply, only to find Jiang Xiaoyu pouting and remaining silent, clearly not believing him. This young lady is quite frugal. Bai Lang nodded secretly. These days, girls who know how to save money for boys are as rare as pandas. Normally, Bai Lang would save money by doing so. Things are different today. The two worked side by side, solving a major problem the young man and overcoming many minor ones. Busy customers at the stall, just as the most crucial moment arrived. Bai Lang was well aware of the special nature of today. It was important to both him and Jiang Xiaoyu. This is a significant moment in the progress of their relationship. Explain it in simple and easy to understand language. Today is the perfect time to build up favorability. Actions that normally earn 1 point of favorability can yield at least 2, or even 3 or 4 points today. Bai Lang naturally had to exert his strength at the crucial moment to try and win Jiang Xiaoyu's heart. I'm going to buy some late-night snacks for my roommates. You stay here and wait, and keep an eye on our squid. Bai Lang found an excuse and took the opportunity to break free from Jiang Xiaoyu's control, running off to the fried food stall next door. Stop right there. Jiang Xiaoyu wanted to follow, but she was worried that someone else would take the squid. After all, Bai Lang had already paid for it, so she could only stare angrily at the grilled squid. The owner of the grilled squid stall watched silently, a hint of envy in his eyes for Bai Lang. That young man is so lucky. His girlfriend is not only beautiful, but also so good at managing a household. What man wouldn't like a girl like that? Bai Lang then went on a rampage, running to the nearby stalls one by one to place orders. Boss, starch sausage, kelp, gluten, and these few things, 5 skewers of each. I'll come back to pick them up later. Boss, 1 order of sausage fried rice and 1 order of fried rice noodles, not too oily, not spicy. I'll come pick them up later. 2 servings of osmanthus cake, please. Wait a minute, since you've already packed them, just give them to me. Bai Lang's rhythm was interrupted slightly. He picked up the osmanthus cake and was about to continue. Turning her head, she found Jiang Xiaoyu standing in front of her, her pretty face cold as she asked, "Are you done yet?" That's about right. Bai Lang was a little nervous, sensing that Jiang Xiaoyu was genuinely angry, but the reason for her anger was rather strange. The two are not dating yet. Bai Lang spent her own money, so why should Jiang Xiaoyu be angry? Jiang Xiaoyu handed the bag she was carrying to Bai Lang. "Your squid." After saying that, she turned her face away and left, seemingly genuinely angry, and didn't even eat the squid tentacles. Bai Lang panicked a little. How could spending money have backfired? He quickly checked Jiang Xiaoyu's favorability rating. It remains at 65. Thankfully, I wasn't really angry. Bai Lang breathed a sigh of relief and quickly chased after him to apologize. "I was wrong, I was really wrong, Grandma. You really can't leave now. I can't carry all those things back by myself." "Then why do you keep buying them?" Jiang Xiaoyu replied without turning her head. "I won't buy it." Bai Lang quickly assured him. "I've had a hard day, and I'm thinking of having something good to eat to make up for it. It won't happen again, so please forgive me this once." The owner of a fried food stall not far away called out, "Little sister, don't be angry, your boyfriend hasn't paid yet." Jiang Xiaoyu quickly turned around and retorted angrily, "He's not my boyfriend, don't talk nonsense." Chapter 49. He's still a long way off. Ha ha ha. Whether it was the food stall owner or passers-by eating, they all chuckled in unison. Young men and women eating out late at night, what else could they be but boyfriend and girlfriend? Besides, Jiang Xiaoyu just acted like a girlfriend being affectionate. Anyone who saw them would think they were a couple. However, upon seeing Jiang Xiaoyu's fair and rosy face, many people exclaimed from the bottom of their hearts, "She's so beautiful. Looks like a college student, probably not even 20 yet, so incredibly young. She's already this beautiful even before she's fully grown. In a few years, she'll probably be even more stunning than the big stars on TV. Too bad she's already taken." Jiang Xiaoyu blushed, not understanding what the people around her were talking about. She glared at Bai Lang in annoyance and said, "It's all your fault. You made everyone cheer. It's all my fault, it's all my fault. You take the squid, I'll go get the rest of the snacks." Bai Lang didn't care. When he was licking Su Jinxue, he continued to do so even when hundreds of people were present. If you're going to be a simp, you have to remain calm and collected. Bai Lang swaggered back, took all the things he had ordered, and even secretly gave the fried food stall owner a thumbs up. If Bai Lang wasn't worried about making Jiang Xiaoyu angry, he would have liked to add 10 more skewers of starch sausage. Who told the fried food stall owner to be so insightful? No wonder he's a boss. Actually, some stalls did have tables and chairs set up. However, Jiang Xiaoyu's words just now attracted everyone's attention, and coupled with her beauty, she naturally became the focus of everyone's attention. Being surrounded by a group of people while eating is definitely uncomfortable. Bai Lang didn't care, but considering Jiang Xiaoyu, he still chose to carry his things back to school. Halfway there, Jiang Xiaoyu carried the bag of grilled squid in one hand and pulled out 2 strings of squid tentacles with the other, handing them to Bai Lang. Eat some first, the squid won't taste good when it's cold. Bai Lang blankly accepted the string of words. Oh. Jiang Xiaoyu took the remaining skewer, bit off a squid tentacle, and looked at Bai Lang with some surprise. Not bad. Hurry up and eat it, why are you staring at me like that? Bai Lang snapped out of his daze and looked at the squid tentacles in his hand. The way you were talking just now reminded me a bit of my mom. Huh? Jiang Xiaoyu didn't quite understand. What do you mean by that? Do I sound like a middle-aged person? That's true to some extent. After Bai Lang finished speaking half-jokingly, he took a bite of squid tentacles and his eyes softened. Jiang Xiaoyu's seemingly casual actions. This reminded Bai Lang of his childhood, when he lacked fatherly love because he grew up in a single-parent family. It's inevitable that I feel somewhat inferior. In addition, Gao Zuoyan's job was dirty and tiring, and far less respectable than that of her classmates whose parents worked in offices. When the results of the high school entrance examination are not satisfactory. Bai Lang and Gao Zuoyan had a fight. When Bai Lang got angry, he blurted out, "It's all your fault if I don't do well on the exam. The other students don't have to worry about whether they have enough tuition fees." Gao Zuoyan was furious and almost attacked Bai Lang before storming out. Bai Lang felt both regretful and ashamed. He knew he was wrong, he knew it before he even said it, but when people are angry, they can't control themselves. Gao Zuoyan returned very late that day. Bai Lang was so late that he almost called the police. When Gao Zuoyan returned, she didn't throw a tantrum or mention what had happened before. She simply brought back a steaming plate of grilled squid. "Eat it or don't, it's up to you." Bai Lang cried uncontrollably at the time, and even though they had argued to that extent, his mother was still concerned about whether he had eaten enough. Afterwards, Bai Lang never complained again. Even though the pressure of working part-time to support himself was immense, the thought of the grilled squid from that night gave him a constant source of motivation. Looking back now, Gao Zuoyan also had a somewhat arrogant personality. No wonder Bai Lang was moved by the scene. "Hey, are you kidding me? Why are you upset? Can't you be normal for once?" Jiang Xiaoyu didn't understand at all. Bai Lang made a joke to himself, then fell silent, looking melancholy. Jiang Xiaoyu was completely confused. She wanted to comfort him but didn't know where to start. She couldn't hold back until they reached the school gate. "It's nothing, the squid tentacles are a little spicy." Bai Lang made an excuse, quickly finished the squid tentacles, and then picked up a string of starch sausages. Jiang Xiaoyu pursed her lips, knowing that Bai Lang must have something on his mind, but she didn't pry. "There's so much stuff, let me take it to your dorm." Bai Lang shook his head. "No need, gentlemen always escort girls home, they don't get escorted." "You big simp, pretending to be a gentleman? Who told you to buy so much stuff? You'll drop it on the ground if you can't carry it all." Jiang Xiaoyu turned her face away and left. Bai Lang was left speechless, both amused and exasperated. The temperament of this proud and arrogant girl was truly unpredictable. She could change her mind in an instant. The two arrived at the girls' dormitory one after the other. Jiang Xiaoyu handed the bag of squid to Bai Lang. "Your squid, don't drop it." "No, it's your squid." Bai Lang chuckled and added a comment. After he finished speaking, he suddenly stepped forward, tidied up the several bags of snacks he was carrying, and stuffed them into Jiang Xiaoyu's hands. Jiang Xiaoyu was stunned. "What do you mean?" "These are all for you. If you can't finish them, leave some for you and your roommates. These street food items won't taste good tomorrow." Bai Lang answered as a matter of course. Jiang Xiaoyu then realized that Bai Lang had deliberately lied to her when he said he was bringing her late-night snacks. "I don't want it. Take it back after you paid for it." After saying that, Jiang Xiaoyu wanted to return the things to Bai Lang, and the two of them pulled and tugged at each other for a while. The people at the dormitory entrance happened to see it. Once something is given away, there's no reason to take it back. Bai Lang took a step back, creating some distance, and then, feigning aloofness, raised his head and said, "In this world, no one can refuse my gift." Jiang Xiaoyu said with a look of disdain, "You big simp, have you gone mad from eating so much skewers? Hurry up and take it back." "Ahem. Don't you even know what atmosphere is? Stop chasing me. Eat your food while it's hot." Bai Lang's composure crumbled instantly. Seeing Jiang Xiaoyu catching up again, he decisively turned and ran. One of the rules of a simp is that gifts given should never be taken back. Watching Bai Lang's disheveled figure flee. Pfft, what a big idiot. Jiang Xiaoyu chuckled, her sweet and lovely face blooming like a flower, instantly displaying boundless charm that left the girls passing by in awe. Until Bai Lang's figure disappeared. Jiang Xiaoyu had just returned to her dormitory with her things when a rather attractive girl blocked the dormitory entrance. "Excuse me, can I come in?" The somewhat attractive girl gave an "oh" and, as she brushed past Jiang Xiaoyu, asked out of the blue, "Was that person your boyfriend?" "Of course not, he's still far from it." Jiang Xiaoyu answered with a smile, showing no anger or impatience whatsoever towards those who also misunderstood her relationship with Bai Lang. Then Jiang Xiaoyu skipped upstairs, humming a folk song from who knows where, looking completely immersed in love. A girl with some good looks watched Jiang Xiaoyu leave and muttered to herself, "Why did Bai Lang bring Jiang Xiaoyu back? What's the deal with Su Jinxue? Is Bai Lang a scumbag?" Chapter 50 Wang Yao arrives. TSK, if I'd known Jiang Xiaoyu was so easy to please, I wouldn't have chosen Su Jinxue. Bai Lang grumbled as he slowly made his way back to the boys' dormitory. In the system, Jiang Xiaoyu's favorability has reached 66. The grand lottery is getting closer and closer to 80. Bai Lang inexplicably felt a pang of regret. How could he have made such a mistake and chosen Su Jinxue? The reward was finally obtained after 3 months of working day and night. If it were Wang Jing or Jiang Xiaoyu, they could reach 80 points of favorability within a month at most. However, if Li Wan had been chosen from the beginning. Bai Lang shuddered and suddenly realized that Su Jinxue was actually quite nice, at least she wouldn't cause trouble. Just thinking about Li Wan's inexplicable negative feelings towards him makes me break out in a cold sweat, it's terrifying. Never mind, let's just focus on the present. Bai Lang shook his head, focusing his attention on the weekend. He had plenty to do over the next 2 days. First, I made plans with Wang Jing to go to the zoo the day after tomorrow. That gentle older sister, my favorability rating was over 60 upon our first meeting, although there was some coincidence involved. But this also shows that Wang Jing is not difficult to win over. In addition, she is a widow and has a child. If Bai Lang shows gentlemanly manners, he should be able to win quickly, and the second lottery draw is just around the corner. Nothing much to do tomorrow. Bai Lang muttered to himself, no classes tomorrow, Jiang Xiaoyu's going home, so who should I look for? Damn it, why did I think of Su Jinxue again? He's really addicted to being a simp. Su Jinxue had already exhausted all her rewards. As a result, whenever Bai Lang had free time, he would always think of Su Jinxue, which was not a good situation. Bai Lang sighed and quickened his pace back to his dormitory. In a corner where no one is paying attention, a boy emerged from the shadows, his face unusually grim. That shameless simp, he actually managed to win over Jiang Xiaoyu? It was Zhao Yuan, a senior student and one of Jiang Xiaoyu's suitors. He just attended a meeting at the student union because the advisor received some publicity tasks, and Zhao Yuan, as the vice minister of the publicity department, naturally had to attend. It was already dark when the meeting ended. As Zhao Yuan was leaving, he happened to pass by the girls' dormitory and saw Bai Lang and Jiang Xiaoyu hugging and cuddling. This infuriated Zhao Yuan. He pursued Jiang Xiaoyu for several months, but they never even held hands, let alone hugged or kissed. As it turns out, Bai Lang and Jiang Xiaoyu had only known each other for a few days, and their relationship had already reached this point. Is it just because Bai Lang has a Cullinan and is rich? Zhao Yuan was filled with hatred, and a sense of disappointment washed over him. It wasn't just the difference in family background, but also the difference in Jiang Xiaoyu's attitude. I never expected Jiang Xiaoyu to be such a gold digger. She saw someone driving a luxury car and immediately followed them. What a pair of scoundrels! Zhao Yuan cursed through gritted teeth. But when he thought of Jiang Xiaoyu's sweet and pretty face, he couldn't help but feel jealous of Bai Lang. We must teach Bai Lang a lesson. Zhao Yuan was furious, but then he suddenly remembered the content of the meeting he had just attended. The propaganda department happened to have a task coming up. I've got an idea. You deadbeat, don't think you can call the shots at the school just because you're someone like you. The next morning. Sleeping until I naturally wake up feels really good. Bai Lang opened his eyes, stretched on the bed, and felt completely relaxed. Yesterday I accompanied Jiang Xiaoyu as a sales assistant, and I stood for most of the day. My calves are still a little sore, but the soreness is quite comfortable. I feel my body is recovering. Bai Lang reached for his phone and lay on his side, ready to scroll through it for a while. Since I have no classes and haven't made any plans, it's the perfect time to enjoy life. But as soon as Bai Lang turned over, he noticed Dai Wensheng on the opposite bed staring intently at him. Old Dai, what's with that look? I don't like men. Old Bai, where did you go yesterday? Why do you have such a sore back? Dai Wenxiang asked in a sarcastic tone. Lower back pain? There's something off about this adjective. Gui Yangming burst out of the bathroom, his hair still covered in foam. Old Bai, did you go to a hotel? Zhang Mingyuan, who was playing on his tablet, sat up straight and secretly observed Bai Lang. These three are complete idiots. I sleep like a log when I have classes, but I get up so early on weekends when I don't have classes. Bai Lang was speechless, but he wouldn't tell the truth either. No, I found a part-time job to earn extra money. It's not appropriate to talk about his flirting with Jiang Xiaoyu openly. After all, Dai Wenxiang seemed to like Jiang Xiaoyu quite a bit, and the three single guys in the dormitory seemed to have assumed that Bai Lang and Su Jinxue were already a couple. If Bai Lang exposes Jiang Xiaoyu, he'll probably be labeled a scumbag. That won't do. How can a simp be associated with a scumbag? Dai Wenxiang looked at him suspiciously. Who are you trying to fool? You sent Su Jinxue so many delicious things a while ago, it must have cost at least tens of thousands of yuan. You can't be short of money, can you? Bai Lang replied matter-of-factly, that's why I'm short of money, precisely because I spent tens of thousands. Dai Wenxiang then asked, so where do you do part-time work? The supermarket near the school, Bai Lang said with a grin. The manager sees I'm hardworking and ambitious, and he's even planning to promote me to assistant manager. Old Bai, do you ever tell the truth? Gui Yangming couldn't listen to it anymore. You've only been working part-time for a few days and you've already been promoted to assistant manager. If you work a few more days, are they going to give you the supermarket? Dai Wenxiang nodded in agreement. Look, even Yangming can see through your lies. Can't we be a little more sincere with each other? I'm serious about this. Bai Lang was speechless. It was rare for him to speak the truth, so why did no one believe him? Should we call Pang Dahai over to clarify things? Gui Yangming sighed, wiping the foam from his forehead. The world is going to the dogs. The trustworthy Lao Bai of the past has changed, becoming a liar. Before he could finish his reflection, Zhang Mingyuan suddenly interrupted, protectively holding the tablet in his hands like a mother hen. Old Gua, can you stop shaking it around like that? You're getting foam all over the screen. What's your hurry? Gui Yangming retorted with a grin. Anyway, the tablet belongs to Lao Dai. If he's not in a hurry, why are you? Damn it! Gui Yangming, can't you be a human being? You were playing on your tablet last night, and now you're saying this? Dai Wenxiang's face darkened. Since the four men reconciled, the tablet and laptop that Dai Wenxiang brought have been taken over by Gui Yangming and Zhang Mingyuan. Even Dai Wenxiang himself can only use his mobile phone. And yet Gui Yangming is still so shameless. Who could stand listening to that? Gui Yangming tried to explain. Old Dai, don't be so hasty. How could a tablet be damaged by even a little water? Knock, knock, knock. Before he could finish speaking, there was a sudden knock on the door. Then a voice came from outside the door. Student council member, please open the door. The four people in the room were stunned. There hadn't been any notice about room checks recently, so why were the student council members suddenly here? Worried that there might be a girl outside the door, Gui Yangming quickly ran back to the bathroom. Mingyuan, open the door, I'm going to fix my look. They just know how to boss people around. Zhang Mingyuan shook his head, put down the tablet, and ran to open the door. As soon as the door opened, a boy walked in, looked around, and then fixed his gaze on Bai Lang. Bai Lang, the student council wants to see you. Get up quickly. Wang Yao. Bai Lang frowned. Why are you here? Chapter 51 Conscription. The boy who entered was Wang Yao. When Bai Lang was pursuing Su Jinxue, Wang Yao was his rival, and Bai Lang naturally won in the end. Ever since that chance encounter at the school gate, Bai Lang never saw Wang Yao again. It seemed the latter had given up on pursuing Su Jinxue. Now he suddenly ran to Bai Long's dormitory. They clearly came with ill intentions. Wang Yao sneered. Bai Lang, are you still half asleep? The student council is looking for you and you're still lying there. Dai Wenxiang and Zhang Mingyuan were both a little confused. The two were unaware of the conflict between Bai Lang and Wang Yao, and didn't quite understand where Wang Yao's hostility came from. Bai Lang lay leisurely on the bed. The student council is in charge of you, it has nothing to do with me. If you have something to say, say it. If not, get out. The student union is at most a department between the school and the students. They don't have that much power, so why should they be able to wake Bai Lang up with just a word? Wang Yao was taken aback, seemingly not expecting Bai Lang to refuse. He warned with a stern face, "Of course our student council has something to discuss with you. If you don't get up, don't blame us for being impolite." As they were talking, several more boys barged in. Including Wang Yao, there were a total of 6 people, and they looked quite imposing standing in the dormitory. Bai Lang frowned slightly. "You want to make a move? Who laid a hand on us? We're here to take you away. The student council needs to speak with you." Wang Yao put his hands on his hips and said, "This self-righteous attitude makes you think they're from law enforcement." Bai Lang was about to refuse. Suddenly, Dai Wenxiang, who was on the opposite bed, cursed, "If you have something to say, just say it. Why are you telling Lao Bai to leave? Does Yecheng University give you Fu Tom, Dick, and Harry the right to be so arrogant?" A sudden act of support. Not to mention Wang Yao and his group, even Bai Lang and Zhang Mingyuan were somewhat surprised. Wang Yao remained silent with a dark expression, while a boy next to him retorted, "What the hell are you talking about? Do you know who we are?" "I don't care who you are. Bai Lang hasn't broken any laws. What right do you have to arrest him?" Dai Wenxiang's rebuttal was full of momentum. After saying that, he sat up abruptly, revealing his muscular physique. He really did have a certain presence. Hearing the commotion from inside the restroom, Gui Yangming rushed out with a towel, wiping his head as he defended Bai Lang. "That's right. Old Dai is right. What right do you have to arrest Bai Lang?" The two spoke in quick succession. This made Zhang Mingyuan a little embarrassed. He's the only one out of the 4 people in the dorm who hasn't supported Bai Lang, and he seems a bit out of place. Wang Yao immediately flew into a rage. "Are you trying to rebel? Do you even know we're from the student council? Rebellion?" Dai Wenxiang laughed. "The student council is so powerful, huh? They'd rebel over a few words with you? Are you bigger than the school? You?" Wang Yao was about to retort when he noticed Bai Lang filming with his phone, and his expression immediately changed. Some things can be said in private, but it would be troublesome if they were filmed. Wang Yao quickly changed his tune. "The publicity department needs to see Bai Lang, so we came to invite him over." "Why are you talking so rudely? And Bai Lang, what are you filming?" "I was just taking some random photos. What does the publicity department want with me?" Bai Lang shrugged. Although the scene of Wang Yao showing off his power wasn't captured on video, the video is still evidence, and it can be used to resolve any trouble that may arise. Wang Yao's face was quite grim. "I thought this trip back would be a good opportunity to get my hands on Bai Lang. I didn't expect to run into a lot of obstacles from the moment I walked in, and I was even mocked by that shirtless guy." This attracted a lot of boys to watch from outside the door. Wang Yao, suppressing his anger, said, "The publicity department is organizing an event soon and is short-staffed, so we're planning to ask for your help." "Oh, I see." Bai Lang nodded, then turned over and continued scrolling through his phone with his back to Wang Yao. "Why aren't you up yet?" Wang Yao was completely bewildered. "This is the propaganda minister's order. So what if I'm a minister? I'm very busy lately, I don't have time to work for you for free." Bai Lang didn't even turn his head. It's hilarious that they're still using this conscription tactic in college. Bai Lang wasn't stupid. He knew that the student council's so-called please help was just an attempt to get people to work for free and do manual labor. If the person who comes is nice, then Bai Lang might consider it. But the attitude of Wang Yao and the others. It was obvious they were taking advantage of Bai Lang. He wouldn't agree to that. Wang Yao was furious. "What do you mean? The publicity department is giving you an opportunity by asking for your help. If you do well, you'll have a chance to join the student council in the future. Many students will believe this kind of empty promise. But once you've been exposed to society, you'll understand that the words future and opportunity are mutually exclusive. The presence of either one indicates a low probability. The probability of both occurring simultaneously is almost zero." Bai Lang waved his hand casually. "I can't accept such a good opportunity. You should leave it to someone else." Wang Yao was so angry he wanted to punch Bai Lang. If there hadn't been so many people around, he would have definitely punched Bai Lang a few times. Why is this simp so stubborn? If it were any other student, they would have obediently followed them to the publicity department long ago. Wang Yao didn't know what to say, so he gave the boy next to him a wink. The boy immediately retorted, "What's wrong with you? Why are you being so uncooperative with the student council? Do you expect your advisor and professors to come and ask you to come?" Several other student council members chimed in. "To deal with this kind of scoundrel, we should just notify the counselor." What's your major? Who's your professor? I'll call him right away. You contact his teacher, and I'll notify the student council advisor. The group of people were talking to themselves, acting as if they were about to tell the teacher. Dai Wenxiang and Gui Yangming were both a little nervous. After all, they had just graduated from high school and had a natural fear of teachers. Bai Lang remained unmoved, and even introduced himself. I'm a student in the business administration department, my advisor is Zhang Wan, and my phone number is 187. The group was stunned for a moment, and even after receiving the number, they didn't dare to actually dial it. Finally, he quietly put his phone away. Wang Yao's face darkened. He hadn't expected that even bringing up the counselor wouldn't work. This tactic always worked on ordinary students. To everyone's surprise, Bai Lang didn't care at all and even dared to give out the counselor's number. How come this guy isn't afraid at all? Wang Yao was speechless. He thought it was a chance to show off his power, but it turned out to be so embarrassing. I knew Bai Lang would be so difficult to deal with. Wang Yao didn't volunteer to come, and now he's in an awkward situation and doesn't know what to do. After thinking for a moment, Wang Yao took out his phone and sent a message. Minister Zhao, Bai Lang is completely uncooperative, what should we do? The other party replied instantly, I'm almost there, please wait. Phew. Minister Zhao should be able to handle it. Wang Yao breathed a sigh of relief and said nothing more, standing there with the student council members waiting. It's a bit awkward. Dai Wenxiang got dressed, got out of bed casually, and deliberately bumped into Wang Yao's shoulder as he walked toward the toilet. Oops, sorry, it's your fault for blocking the way. You. Wang Yao had suffered a loss in silence and was about to teach the other party a lesson. A solemn voice called out from outside the door, please make way, everyone. I am Zhao Yuan, the deputy director of the publicity department. Please let me in. Bai Lang raised an eyebrow, knowing that the mastermind behind the scenes had arrived. Chapter 52: The Divide and Conquer Scheme. From the moment Wang Yao entered the room, Bai Lang realized that someone in the student council was targeting him. Recruiting people is common, but coming to the dormitory early in the morning to invite people, and even threatening them with the help of counselors and teachers, is unusual. The intention is too obvious. Bai Lang initially suspected it was Wang Yao, but then felt something was off, since Wang Yao had only just joined the student council in his sophomore year. It's not even a semester. How could he be doing so well, bringing several people to the dormitory to show off? There should be a mastermind behind this, someone of even higher status. Hearing the noise outside the door, Bai Lang immediately realized that it was Zhao Yuan who really wanted to cause trouble. Compared to Wang Yao, Zhao Yuan is the deputy director of the propaganda department, so he has more power, and it's not surprising that he mobilized so many people. The reason why 80% of the white-collar workers were conscripted. That means Zhao Yuan. Bai Lang sat up and slowly put on his clothes. Just as he finished dressing, he saw Zhao Yuan enter the room. Zhao Yuan, with his usual greasy smile, glanced at Bai Lang and walked up to Wang Yao. What's going on? Minister Zhao, we just arrived. Wang Yao embellished the report. Anyway, they were very polite, while Bai Lang was unreasonable and refused to cooperate with the student council. In fact, Zhao Yuan and Wang Yao were in cahoots, and everything they said meant the same thing. They both wanted nothing more than to kill Bai Lang. Bai Lang was too lazy to refute. He got out of bed, went to the bathroom to wash his face, and when he came out, Wang Yao had already finished speaking. Gui Yangming leaned over to Bai Lang and said, Old Bai, those two bastards are definitely up to no good. Should we notify the counselor? Not yet. Bai Lang shook his head. It's best not to involve teachers in matters that students can resolve themselves, to avoid making a mountain out of a molehill. Besides, Bai Lang and the counselor are only nodding acquaintances. Even if the counselor were called in, she might not necessarily speak up for Bai Lang. As they spoke, Dai Wenxiang silently stood beside Bai Lang. To be honest, Bai Lang was quite touched. After all, he and Gui Yangming had a good relationship and were from the same hometown. Therefore, it was foreseeable that Gui Yangming would support him. But Dai Wenxiang is different. This guy was just competing with Bai Lang before, but they've become sworn brothers in the last few days. I never expected him to be so helpful at this crucial moment. Even though the other party was from the student council, Dai Wenxiang still supported Bai Lang and even took the initiative to confront him. He's definitely loyal. Upon seeing Bai Lang return, Zhao Yuan said with a smile, Bai Lang, it's just helping out on your day off. There's no need to make a big fuss with the student council members. Bai Lang chuckled, hee, only the one who's really gone to such lengths knows the answer. It was clearly Wang Yao who brought people to Bai Lang's door early in the morning, directly asking for his help and even preparing to take action. If it weren't for Dai Wenxiang and Gui Yangming stepping forward, Bai Lang had already been taken away by Wang Yao and his group. In Zhao Yuan's words, it became a story of Bai Lang causing a great uproar. Zhao Yuan remained unfazed, still sporting a smiling but ruthless demeanor. What are you saying? Our publicity department works for everyone's benefit. We don't have time to fuss over such a trivial matter. Bai Lang countered, if I don't have time, shouldn't you be leaving? If Bai Lang really doesn't have time, then we'll leave right away. Zhao Yuan changed the subject, but what could Bai Lang possibly have to do on the weekend? What's it to you? Hey, Bai Lang, there's no need to be so aggressive. Even though we're in the student council, we're still everyone's classmates. We joined the student council to work for everyone. Zhao Yuan's attitude suddenly softened. Bai Lang frowned slightly, thinking, is this guy going to give up? Probably not. From Wang Yao and his group's aggressive behavior to Zhao Yuan's swift arrival, it was clear that something was premeditated. How could we possibly give up so easily? Sure enough, Zhao Yuan suddenly sighed, today's freshmen are different from us back then. When we first entered the school, we were all thinking about how to contribute to the school. Wang Yao, standing nearby, quickly nodded in agreement. That's right, they have absolutely no sense of contribution. Forget it, Zhao Yuan shook his head, let's choose from the second and third year students. I guess the first year students are all like Bai, always busy with something. The two spoke in unison, subtly and overtly criticizing Bai Lang. He even dragged the freshmen into it. If word gets out that Bai Lang's reputation among the freshmen will be ruined. After all, nobody likes being labeled. Because of a single white wave, all the freshmen have lost their spirit of contribution. How many of them can remain indifferent? However, these two were overthinking it. Does Bai Lang care about his reputation? He's the most notorious simp in school, his reputation is already infamous. These rumors are not worth mentioning. But Dai Wenxiang couldn't hold back any longer. Are you guys ever going to stop? Bai Lang already said he has something to do, can't you find someone else? Bai Lang sensed something was wrong. Zhao Yuan and Wang Yao were working together to provoke Bai Lang and thus find a pretext to attack him. Dai Wenxiang had just picked up the conversation. Zhao Yuan gave a cold smile and immediately questioned, if you're looking for other people, then look in your dorm. The other three of you should be fine, right? Can you come to the publicity department to help? Dai Wenxiang was speechless. Normally, students would ask for help. Dai Wenxiang might be more than willing, but he had just argued with these people, so why would he lower himself to help them? As a result, Zhao Yuan turned the tables on him. Look at everyone, these are Bai Lang's roommates. They talk a good game, but when it comes to their own problems, they're speechless. Who's mute? I'll go in old Bai's place. Dai Wenxiang was so angry that his face turned red. He was determined to save face, even if it meant steaming buns. How could a young man like him be so shameless? Okay, you're in. Zhao Yuan smiled with satisfaction. After saying that, he looked at Gui Yangming and Zhang Mingyuan. You two, as Bai Lang's roommates, would you be willing to do the student council a small favor? Zhang Mingyuan dared not utter a sound. Gui Yangming sensed that Zhao Yuan had a scheme, so he didn't agree immediately and glanced at Bai Lang. That Zhao fellow is truly vicious. He started by trying to sow discord. Bai Lang frowned slightly, realizing that Zhao Yuan was deliberately trying to sow discord in their dormitory. This isn't asking for help, it's deliberately giving Bai Lang a hard time. If you're making excuses not to come, then let your roommate do the hard labor. In the end, Dai Wenxiang and Gui Yangming suffered. Looking at Bai Lang, who seemed completely unaffected, he must have something on his mind. Over time, all three roommates started to ostracize Bai Lang. Bai Lang pondered for a moment, then suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Sorry, I don't have time to help, and neither do my three roommates. Hey, what are you four busy with? Not busy playing games at an internet cafe, are you? Zhao Yuan asked in a sarcastic tone. Wang Yao and several other student council members laughed at him, while the boys watching the show outside whispered among themselves. Bai Lang said seriously, no, we're preparing to hold an event at school, so we don't have time to help your publicity department. Zhao Yuan was taken aback. What event? What gives you the right to hold an event? Hey, Bai Lang mimicked Zhao Yuan's tone, why can't the four of us organize an event? Does the school rule that only student council members can organize events? You? Zhao Yuan almost cursed, if you can't say it, you're just making excuses. Bai Lang smiled slightly. No, the four of us discussed it last night and decided to hold the first beauty pageant at Yeqing University, inviting all the female students in the school to participate. Whoosh! There was an uproar both inside and outside the house. Zhao Yuan and Wang Yao's group were dumbfounded. Beauty pageants? I've never even heard of them. The boys watching outside instantly erupted in excitement. Which boy hasn't secretly voted for a beauty queen? There's a chance to openly and generously participate in a beauty pageant and watch beautiful women compete for attention. Just thinking about that scene makes me happy. Dai Wenxiang stared in disbelief and secretly asked Gui Yangming, when did Lao Bai discuss this last night? I have no recollection of it at all. Gui Yangming scratched his head. No, I didn't either. When Lao Bai came back last night, we slept together. Dai Wenxiang's face darkened. You better be clear. Who slept with you? We each slept in our own beds. Chapter 53. I've accepted all the gifts. Bai Lang, it's going too far to tell such a lie. A beauty pageant. How could you even bring yourself to say that? Zhao Yuan's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Beauty pageant? It was obviously nonsense. Just by looking at the bewildered expressions on Bai Lang's three roommates' faces, you could tell that Bai Lang had just come up with an excuse. What a coincidence! Bai Lang, if you're not willing to help, fine. Zhao Yuan pointed at Dai Wenxiang. Your roommate already agreed to help. Was it necessary for him to lie? He was so enthusiastic that he forgot about what happened last night when he thought about how he could contribute to his classmates. Bai Lang answered without changing his expression. After saying that, he looked at Dai Wenxiang and said, Old Dai, tell me yourself, did you not wake up early this morning and forget about what happened last night? Dai Wenxiang understood immediately and nodded in a pretentious manner. Yes, I'm really sorry, everyone, I just woke up and haven't woken up yet. The two were clearly working together. Zhao Yuan could see it, but couldn't point it out. He questioned Bai Lang with a stern face. Bai Lang, I'm just asking you one question now. Are you unwilling to help the student council? No, it's mainly because I'm busy organizing events, I don't have time for that. Bai Lang speaks very carefully. They're willing to help, but they don't have the time. They're essentially willing but unable to. Zhao Yuan's forehead veins throbbed. He hadn't expected that even his personal appearance wouldn't be enough to defeat Bai Lang, and his plan to sow discord among Bai Lang's roommates had also failed. What a waste of time. Since that's the case, then so be it. Bai Lang, I look forward to your beauty pageant. After saying that, Zhao Yuan turned his face away and left. Wang Yao and the other student council members looked at each other in bewilderment before finally leaving the dormitory. They came full of enthusiasm, but left disappointed. Wang Yao and the others felt very embarrassed. So many people had come, only to be dismissed by Bai Lang with just a few words. Zhao Yuan walked ahead angrily, only stopping abruptly after exiting the dormitory gate. Wang Yao glanced at the people around him, then cautiously approached. Minister Zhao, we have class later, so if we're free, we'd like to. Wait a minute, I refuse to believe there's no way to teach him a lesson. Zhao Yuan interrupted him abruptly, then stood still and pondered, clearly thinking of a way to deal with Bai Lang. Wang Yao and the others were a little embarrassed and could only stand there and wait, being observed by the boys coming and going. A few minutes later, Zhao Yuan suddenly turned around and said, I've got it. Since he wants to hold an event, let's have the publicity department help him promote it and let the whole school know about it. Wang Yao was dumbfounded. Huh? Bai Lang is holding an event, and Zhao Yuan is helping with the publicity. What kind of lesson is this? Doesn't that equate to helping? Zhao Yuan sneered. You really think Bai Lang is going to hold an event? That's just an excuse. Wang Yao was stunned for a moment, then finally realized, if it's an excuse, does that mean Bai Lang has no intention of holding the event at all? That's right. Let us spread the word first. If Bai Lang doesn't hold the event, the whole school will know that he is a faithless scoundrel. Zhao Yuan smiled exceptionally brightly. Bai Lang used the beauty pageant as an excuse, so Zhao Yuan decided to play along and let the whole school know about it. Set up the stage. As long as the beauty pageant wasn't held, Bai Lang deceived all the teachers and students, becoming a well-known liar. Even if a beauty pageant is held, Bai Lang also had to put in the effort to recruit people. A beauty pageant wouldn't work without enough girls, and there had to be at least 2 heavyweight contestants. It needs a sufficient number of girls to be called a competition. You need at least 2 good-looking contestants to attract the attention of most people. After all, nobody likes watching ugly women compete in beauty pageants. Given that simp's reputation, at best he could bring Jiang Xiaoyu along, but the other girls wouldn't even give him a second glance. Zhao Yuan sneered inwardly. He couldn't wait to see Bai Lang make a fool of himself. No matter which method Bai Lang chose, he was destined to fail. Wang Yao, standing to the side, was equally expectant, thinking to himself, Bai Lang may be rich, but he can only invite a few girls and Su Jinshui at most. The other beauties definitely won't participate. Wang Yao and Zhao Yuan exchanged a smile, and from their smiles, they could see the scene of Bai Lang making a fool of himself. In the dormitory, Gui Yangming breathed a sigh of relief, quickly closed the door, and asked with some lingering fear, "Old Bai, you've embarrassed the student council like this, haven't you offended someone?" Bai Lang replied with a grin, "Don't worry, I've already offended them all." Gui Yangming was dumbfounded. "Huh?" Dai Wenxiang, being rather quick-witted, explained irritably, "Yang Ming, are you really stupid? They brought people over early this morning, it's obvious they're targeting Lao Bai." Gui Yangming was a little worried. "What should we do? We've really offended them this time." "It's all right. We'll deal with whatever comes our way. Zhao Yuan is just a vice minister, his words don't carry much weight. If he comes to you again, just let me know." Bai Lang comforted him. After all, he was the one who caused the trouble, so it's really not right for him to affect his roommates. A farce interrupted Bai Lang's plan to stay in bed. Instead of going back to sleep, he brushed his teeth and washed his face, then sat down in Dai Wenxiang's seat to play on his laptop. There are 4 people in the dormitory. Only Dai Wenxiang had the means to prepare both a tablet and a laptop. Bai Lang's family wasn't well off. Although he became rich after obtaining the system, who would want to spend money if they could get something for free? Gui Yangming's family is in a similar situation. They're just ordinary people, they'd feel the pinch if they spent a few extra dollars on a meal, so how could they bear to buy anything expensive? Although Zhang Mingyuan is a local, his family isn't well off. If something happens to his family, he'll be Dai Wenxiang's lackey next door, freeloading off him. I saw Bai Lang sitting there playing on the computer. Dai Wenxiang didn't say anything, then suddenly took his phone and went out the door, seemingly busy with something. There were probably quite a few people outside the door, and I could hear them talking to each other, but I couldn't hear clearly through the door. Bai Lang leisurely played on the computer, occasionally grumbling, "Old Dai is such an idiot. He should have bought a desktop computer instead of a laptop. He doesn't even take it home anyway. Now even playing NBA games is laggy." Gui Yangming nodded. "Indeed, I put my leg on my lap to watch a movie the other day, and it burned my thigh red after half an hour." Zhang Mingyuan, a nobody, suddenly chimed in, "Laptops are indeed not as powerful as desktops." Bai Lang and Gui Yangming were stunned for a moment. Clearly, they hadn't expected Zhang Mingyuan to respond, since before this, Zhang Mingyuan had only spoken to Dai Wenxiang. "Yes." Bai Lang gave a nonchalant reply and continued playing on his computer without saying much to Zhang Mingyuan. When Wang Yao and his group came to our door just now, Dai Wenxiang and Gui Yangming stepped forward to help, which was very kind of them. Zhang Mingyuan, however, shrank to the side. Bai Lang saw this and, while he wasn't angry about it, it was normal to distinguish between close and distant relationships. "You didn't treat me like a brother. Then I won't consider you a brother either." Gui Yangming was even more direct, ignoring Zhang Mingyuan completely, and moved a stool to sit next to Bai Lang to watch him play games. Zhang Mingyuan opened his mouth, sensing the subtle hostility between the two, and knew what was going on. He secretly regretted hiding on the side earlier. Bang! The dormitory door was suddenly pushed open. Dai Wenxiang rushed in with a beaming smile. "Old Bai, has the beauty pageant date been set yet?" "Old Dai, are you stupid?" Bai Lang said while playing the game. "There's no such thing as a beauty pageant, it's just a hoax." Dai Wenxiang was struck dumb. "Huh? You're not planning to hold a beauty pageant?" Bai Lang nodded. "Yes, organizing competitions is exhausting. I have no choice but to do it." Dai Wenxiang said with a bitter face, "I've already accepted the gifts." Chapter 54. Why are my legs going weak? Bai Lang was shocked. "Holy crap. Lao Dai, you're quite something. I've only been out of the competition for a few minutes, and you're already accepting gifts. Isn't that a bit too corrupt? Just a fruit basket." Dai Wenxiang was a little embarrassed. He just went out to visit other dormitories, and most of the boys were very excited. Everyone who saw Dai Wenxiang smiled broadly, even offering him tea and water, hoping to get a few tickets to the beauty pageant. Many boys even wanted to help with the preliminary selection, probably so they could see more of the contestants and learn some inside information. One senior even went so far as to send Dai Wenxiang a fruit basket, just so his girlfriend could advance to the next round. After walking around for a while, Dai Wenxiang was practically floating on air. He'd never been this popular before. If the girls were this excited too, wouldn't his college romance be over? But when I got back to the dorm, Bai Lang stated outright that he would not hold a beauty pageant. Dai Wenxiang immediately became anxious. Putting aside the issue of the fruit basket, he was hoping to find a girlfriend through the competition. If I don't do this, when will I ever find a partner? Old Bai, we men should keep our word. If we say we'll hold a competition, we have to hold it. What will people think if we don't keep our word? Dai Wenxiang quickly did his homework. However, Bai Lang wasn't very interested in beauty pageants. Forget it, these kinds of competitions are all thankless tasks. Most college students are undisciplined and lazy, while a small number study late into the night, and very few are interested in participating in activities. While beauty pageants can excite men, getting women to participate is a challenge. How many girls would willingly participate in a beauty pageant, especially knowing they can't compete with others? Participating in such a competition is just asking for humiliation. Even if we take a step back and say, even if they find some sponsors and offer participation prizes to attract girls to participate in the competition, it won't make any difference to Bai Lang. The whole competition is a lot of work, but you don't make much money from it. After all, university activities require advance application, and it's impossible for the organizers to take advantage of the situation to make money. Instead of wasting time, Bai Lang might as well be a sycophant. At least being a sycophant can bring in rewards. The $1 million deposit in the bank account is proof of that. Dai Wenxiang panicked. Old Bai, how could you do this? I've been completely devoted to you. Stop talking nonsense. I'll treat you to a meal of Sichuan-style sliced beef and tripe tonight. How about we try to cure each other with similar ingredients? Bai Lang waved his hand impatiently. Dai Wenxiang was speechless. Realizing that he couldn't persuade Bai Lang by himself, he pulled Gui Yangming next to him and said, Yangming, can you help me persuade Lao Bai a few times? Gui Yangming didn't take it seriously, his eyes glued to the game screen. Hey, if Lao Bai doesn't want to do it, fine. Lao Bai. Speed up, the chance for a quick attack is here. Bai Lang laughed and said, don't worry, I'm using Lao Zhan. Dai Wenxiang couldn't bear to watch any longer and forcibly dragged Gui Yangming to the balcony. Gui Yangming was still complaining. Old Dai, what do you mean? I didn't say anything about the beauty pageant, so what's the point of telling me? Dai Wenxiang scolded him with exasperation. Are you stupid? Don't you even know what a beauty pageant represents? TCH, Gui Yangming said dismissively, you just accepted a fruit basket, how much could it be worth? The fruit basket is nothing. The important thing is the beauty pageant. Do you even know who the contestants are? Dai Wenxiang retorted irritably. Gui Yangming blurted out, it's just a pretty girl. Before he could finish speaking, he finally realized that all the contestants in the beauty pageant were women. A female college student, a girl at the peak of her beauty. Just thinking about it is exciting. Look, Gui Yangming has become mute. Dai Wenxiang continued, now you understand, right? There are bound to be a lot of beautiful women participating in beauty pageants. As the organizer, it's only natural for our company to have a romantic relationship with one of the contestants, isn't it? Fall in love. Gui Yangming's heart suddenly raced, and an image flashed through his mind of a quiet night when he was holding a girl's hand and walking into the dilapidated hotel near the school gate. Glug. Gui Yangming couldn't help but swallow, and asked with some doubt, Old Dai, you're not kidding me, are you? Dai Wenxiang, against his true feelings, praised, with your wisdom and prowess, who could possibly fool you? That's true. I have the biggest head in our dorm, and it looks like it's full of wisdom. Gui Yangming smiled with satisfaction, and casually touched his forehead, which was as round as ever. Dai Wenxiang's lips twitched. He thought to himself that this guy with the big forehead really had such a high opinion of himself and had no self-awareness whatsoever. But now is not the time to complain. Dai Wenxiang quickly got to the point, so, we have to convince Bai Lang to organize the competition. He'll be officially recognized as a sycophant, surrounded by school beauties. How can we just watch? These words struck a chord with Gui Yangming. That's true. Lao Bai has been showing off his love more and more lately, and I'm starting to feel overwhelmed. Dai Wenxiang nodded quickly. Yeah, I got a mouthful of dog food last time. Alright then, I'll try to persuade him too. Gui Yangming decided to help mainly because of his future girlfriend Dai Wenxian was just a side effect. The two returned to the house. Gui Yangming casually sat back down and said confidently, "Old Bai, the beauty pageant must be held." Bai Lang casually replied, "Then you and Lao Dai can handle it yourselves." Gui Yangming was stunned. "Huh? Doing it myself seems like that's a good option." Dai Wenxian quickly shook his head. "No, Yangming and I don't have enough influence, no one will come if we organize a competition." Gui Yangming was still naive. Dai Wenxian was well aware that organizing a beauty pageant at a university would be extremely difficult. Inviting female participants is not easy. If you want to invite girls, you need a talkative leader, preferably someone who is well known in school. Bai Lang perfectly meets the requirements. Dai Wenxian and Gui Yangming, however, could not. Secondly, the competition must have heavyweight contestants, beauties of the school beauty level who can outshine everyone else. Bai Lang happens to know the two peerless geniuses from the first year of university, so he can probably win them over in just a few words. With two unparalleled talents leading the way, the boys in the school will definitely cheer with excitement, and the competition will surely be a huge success. Dai Wenxian had his own agenda. He had always wanted to get to know Jiang Xiaoyu, but Bai Lang had only verbally agreed without taking any real action. "Every time I ask, the answer is always wait a little longer or in a few days." Even if Dai Wenxian was stupid, he could see that something was wrong. He could only try to create an opportunity by finding another way. As long as Jiang Xiaoyu participated in the beauty pageant, the two of them would have a chance to meet. Gui Yangming and Dai Wenxian temporarily united and decisively supported him. "That's right, Lao Dai and I don't have enough influence. Bai Lang, you have to stand up. Why are you two taking this so seriously? It's a beauty pageant, not a war." Bai Lang was speechless. If it were just Dai Wenxian wanting to organize a competition, Bai Lang would definitely ignore him, but with Gui Yangming added, it's a bit of a headache. After all, these two were a great help when Zhao Yuan and Wang Yao were causing trouble earlier. Bai Lang found it difficult to refuse, and after considering the possibility of a beauty pageant, he felt it wasn't impossible to hold one. It was a good opportunity to get to know all the girls in the school. "I met the two absolute stars of the freshman year, as well as the beautiful senior girls from the sophomores, juniors, and seniors. Find several new goals to lay the foundation for the future." Bai Lang leaned back in his computer chair. "All right, let's give it a try." Dai Wenxian beamed with joy and dashed out the door. "I'll go and inform the other dorms to spread the word in the class group. I'll also inform Jiang Xiaoyu." Gui Yangming was also a little excited. "I sent it to the class group chat, and Su Jinxue gave it to me." Bang! Bai Lang's computer chair slid backward and crashed into the table behind him with a crisp sound. He belatedly stood up. "Damn it, what kind of garbage computer chair did old Dai buy? It's so unstable." Gui Yangming and Zhang Mingyuan asked with concern, "Old Bai, brother Bai, are you alright?" "I'm fine, Yangming, don't rush to send this to the class group. Let's win Lao Dai back first." Bai Lang nervously pointed to the door. For some reason, the thought of Su Jinxue and Jiang Xiaoyu on the same stage made his legs go weak. Chapter 55. The strength was a bit too much. Dai Wenxian left in a hurry, leaving the dormitory door slightly ajar. Bai Lang had just told Gui Yangming to leave. Then they heard Dai Wenxian shouting from outside the door, "Official announcement. Bai Lang's beauty pageant is in the preparation stage. Brothers who want to see the beauties, hurry up and notify the class group." Bai Lang's face turned green. That damn Dai Wenxian, he not only promoted himself, but he also made a point of calling out his name. They're afraid others won't know. Bai Lang cursed inwardly and quickly pushed Gui Yangming out the door. "Bring that big idiot back." "Good." Gui Yangming nodded and rushed out the door. Bai Lang stood at the door, listening to the increasingly loud discussions around him, and felt that things were getting out of control. Thanks to Devon's aggressive promotion, the entire corridor was filled with discussions. The beauty pageant is interesting. I think Senior Gu Panpan will definitely be number one. Nonsense. Gu Panpan was at most ranked first in the junior year group. Su Jinxue has already secured the championship. Go to hell. Jiang Xiaoyu is no worse than Su Jinxue, so why is Su Jinxue the one to win the championship? I don't care about you, anyway, Su Jinxue is invincible. Hey you idiots in the dorm next door, shut up. Take my advice, Professor Lee, who teaches human resources, is the real killer. Where did this mongrel come from? Doesn't it know that only students can participate in beauty pageants? You don't care if I'm old-fashioned or not, anyway, Teacher Lee will crush you bunch of yellow-haired girls. Idiot. You're going off topic in our conversation. How did a moron like you get into Yecheng University? Holy crap. It's quite amusing to see a group of single guys fighting over a girl they've probably only ever seen. However, Bai Lang was not in the mood to listen. He stared longingly down the corridor, waiting for the moment when Gui Yangming would capture Dai Wenxiang. Pity. Gui Yangming was too late, he couldn't catch up with Dai Wenxiang and returned all alone. That bastard ran too fast, I just couldn't catch him. Alright, let's leave it alone for now, but don't post about the beauty pageant in the class group yet. Bai Lang shook his head regretfully. If it's just a notification to Jiang Xiaoyu, then it's not a big deal for her to participate in the competition. As long as Su Jinxue doesn't know, that's fine. Jiang Xiaoyu's participation in the competition is a good thing, as it adds to the event's appeal. Bai Lang silently comforted himself. Gui Yangming's expression was somewhat subtle. Old Bai. Bai Lang was taken aback. What's wrong? You probably didn't check your phone, Gui Yangming said, taking out his phone and opening the class group chat. Old Dai just posted about the beauty pageant in the class group chat. Bai Lang's face stiffened. Then many classmates have started to urge Su Jinxue to participate in the competition. Should we clarify something? Forget it, there's no need. Bai Lang felt utterly devastated. To my utter surprise, that bastard Dai Wenxiang was so proactive, doing things he shouldn't have done. Actually, this is a misunderstanding. Dai Wenxiang sent a group message, intending to inform the few chat groups he had joined, but accidentally included the class group. A slip of the hand. Bai Lang was drenched in sweat. What he thought would be an uneventful beauty pageant had suddenly become a battleground between Su Jinxue and Jiang Xiaoyu. They won't fight, will they? Probably not. Su Jinxue and I are just best friends, and I haven't officially started a relationship with Jiang Xiaoyu. At most, it's just a little ambiguous. Bai Lang was still trying to comfort himself. The next second, the dormitory door was suddenly pushed open, and several unfamiliar male students walked in. The last burly boy to enter said expressionlessly, "You're Bai Lang?" "Yes, it is." "Is there something you need?" Bai Lang was somewhat wary. "I just offended Zhao Yuan and Wang Yao this morning. Who knows if those two guys will pull some tricks?" Gui Yangming also sensed that the newcomer had ill intentions and stepped forward. Zhang Mingyuan hesitated for a moment, then followed Gui Yangming's example, with the two of them standing guard on either side of Bai Lang. The muscular young man continued, "I'm a sophomore majoring in accounting, and I live next door." "I heard you're planning to hold a beauty pageant?" Bai Lang nodded reluctantly, "I guess so." "That's right." The muscular man suddenly smiled. Another boy in the group said, "We'd like to recommend a few girls from our class. When you go and invite them, just don't say that we recommended them." "Oh, this." Bai Lang almost lost his composure. It turned out to be just a list of recommendations. Everyone who walked in had a blank expression, you'd think they were gangsters. Gui Yangming and Zhang Mingyuan both breathed a sigh of relief. They're all college students, good at putting on a show, but few of them are actually afraid of a real fight. One of the muscular guys, who was quite perceptive, quickly explained, "Bai Lang, don't misunderstand. We're not playing a prank on the female classmate, we just want to support you." In that case, Bai Lang was reluctant, and to avoid Su Jinxue and Jiang Xiaoyu meeting, he planned to downplay the beauty pageant. Even if you do hold one, try to keep it small scale. Fewer people means it's easier to manipulate things behind the scenes. We can make more trophies and maybe even boost our popularity. But they've all come forward to volunteer. Refusing wouldn't be appropriate either, so Bai Lang found an A4 sheet of paper. "Then you should write down the names and classes of the recommenders first. We will invite them before the competition, but if they don't want to participate, there's nothing we can do." The muscular guy nodded. "Don't worry, those girls always say they're the school beauties, they definitely won't be able to refuse." Goodness. Is this a recommendation or retaliation? After leaving a string of names, the boys left reluctantly, and the door had just been closed. There was another knock on the door. Gui Yangming opened the box and saw several unfamiliar boys. The boy in the lead got straight to the point. "Bai Lang, we're here to recommend contestants too." Bai Lang was quite speechless. He had been living in the dormitory for more than 3 months, and this was the first time he had been so popular. "We can only let these few people in to leave their names." While Bai Lang was writing, a rather short and delicate-looking boy asked him, "Bai Lang, I heard that you and Su Jinxue are in the same class, and you're also her good friend. Will Su Jinxue participate in the competition? Damn, her good friend? What does pause mean? Are you trying to call someone a simp? Bai Lang replied in a serious tone, I'm sorry, the competition is still in the planning stages, and the list of contestants is strictly confidential. I'm not telling you, you can guess for yourself. The handsome boy looked at him expectantly and said, then good luck. I'll definitely help you promote it in class, and I can also help you apply for the Arts and Culture Department. Bai Lang was taken aback, you're going to help me apply? The handsome young man smiled, and the boy next to him explained, don't let Zhou's youthful appearance fool you, he's actually a junior in college and the vice minister of the Arts and Literature Department. Oh, you're the vice minister of the Literature and Art Department. Gui Yangming was astonished. The short man in front of him looked like a high school student at first glance. They've actually done so well. Zhou laughed and said, what, can't I take it? Gui Yangming was too embarrassed to comment on others, so he shook his head sheepishly and said, no, I was just asking. Minister Zhou, you're too kind. I'll just apply myself later. Bai Lang quickly refused, as he wanted to minimize the impact of the beauty pageant and wanted to delay it as long as possible. If no one remembers, then it's better not to do it. However, Zhou was quite kind, don't be shy. If you can help us boys, I will definitely help. I already informed the minister about the competition before I came. Bai Lang was deeply touched and held Zhou's hand tightly. You're so kind. You're welcome. Zhou's smile was a little stiff. Bai Lang's grip is a bit too strong. Chapter 56. Even if you're a teacher, you're not allowed in. Hello, Jiang Xiaoyu, I'm the person in charge of our school's first beauty pageant, and I've come to invite you to participate. Is this a bit too formal? Xiaoyu, I'm Dai Wenxiang, Bai Lan's roommate. We've planned a beauty pageant. Are you interested? Isn't calling me by my name a bit too cheesy? Jiang Xiaoyu, we're holding a beauty pageant. Would you like to participate? Is it too casual to say this? Dai Wenxiang stood at the entrance of the girls' dormitory, talking to himself in front of a tree. You'd think they escaped from a mental hospital if you didn't know better. Girls passing by quickly moved away, afraid of getting infected. Dai Wenxiang didn't care, after all, he was about to meet his goddess, which was the most important thing at the moment. I was terrified, yet I couldn't help but look forward to it. This is how contemporary college students view love. Dai Wenxiang was very excited on his way there, but when he arrived at the girls' dormitory, his steps became slower and slower. Worried that I've put my clothes on backwards, left my zipper undone, or forgot to turn off the tap when I leave. All sorts of excuses came up. This made Dai Wenxiang increasingly nervous, but he had at least dated a scheming woman before, so he wasn't going to back down before even getting close to her. Phew, a man should face challenges head-on. Dai Wenxiang mustered his courage and strode towards the girls' dormitory. As soon as they arrived at the entrance, they were stopped by the wary dormitory supervisor. Hey, this is the girls' dormitory, boys aren't allowed in. Auntie, I need to talk to Jiang Xiaoyu from room 421. Dai Wenxiang gave a polite explanation. Before he arrived, he had checked with the female classmates in his class to find out which dormitory Jiang Xiaoyu lived in. The female student also said that the dormitory supervisor was not that strict. As long as you were polite and greeted her, you could go up. To everyone's surprise, the dorm supervisor shook her head. If you want to find someone, just call them. Anyway, boys aren't allowed in the girls' dorm. Dai Wenxiang panicked. Huh? That's not right. Shouldn't they have just let them through? Wasn't he being polite enough? Dai Wenxiang quickly tried to salvage the situation. Auntie, I'm a student too, could you? Even if you're a teacher at this school, you're not allowed in. This is the girls' dormitory. The dormitory supervisor interrupted her abruptly. Actually, the girls' dormitory isn't that strict, but it's all because Dai Wenxiang was talking crazy to a tree just now. The dormitory supervisor also noticed it and was worried that Dai Wenxiang might have some mental problems. Such a person couldn't be allowed into the dormitory. The campaign got off to a bad start. Before Dai Wenxiang even entered the door, he made his intentions clear. What should we do? If we can't even get in, how can we talk to Jiang Xiaoyu? Unable to think of a solution, Dai Wenxiang decided to swallow his pride and plead with the dormitory supervisor. Auntie, please help me, I really have something important to do. Auntie? Big sister. Miss. Give me a break. The dormitory supervisor got goosebumps. What would she think if a young man about the same age as her son called her Miss Sister? After trying for a while to no avail, Dai Wenxiang could only contact the female classmate he had been chatting with earlier. Zhou Yan, could you please help me? I'm being stopped at the dormitory supervisor's door and can't get in. Not long after, Zhou Yan, with her hair in a ponytail, came downstairs and teased Dai Wenxiang with a grin. You're so useless. I heard that Bai Lang said something and then went upstairs. What happened to you? How would I know? Dai Wenxiang's face darkened. He was clearly very polite, so why did the dormitory supervisor stop him? Do we have to judge someone by their looks to get into a dorm? This world is truly beyond saving. Zhou Yan was clearly well connected, and she directly greeted the dormitory supervisor. Don't worry, Auntie, this person is from our class. I'll keep an eye on him the whole time. Okay, the dormitory supervisor nodded, but be careful, if he has a seizure, shout it out immediately. Ha? Oh. Zhou Yan looked at Dai Wenxiang with some surprise. Fall ill? Why would the dormitory supervisor say that? Dai Wenxiang didn't seem to care and walked inside with a big smile. Hurry up, Zhou Yan, let's go find Jiang Xiaoyu together. Zhou Yan complained, don't rush, they might still be sleeping this early in the morning. Sleeping? Dai Wenxiang's steps became even more excited upon hearing this. Then hurry up, maybe we'll see Jiang Xiaoyu in her pajamas. That big idiot. Zhou Yan was speechless. It's no wonder the dorm supervisor is so big. The moment Dai Wenxiang entered the dorm, he was like a wild horse, looking every bit the part of a criminal. The two arrived at dormitory 421 one after the other. Dai Wenxiang rushed to the door, but froze. Zhou Yan, confused, said, What are you standing there for? Knock on the door. This Dai Wenxiang turned back hesitantly. Wouldn't this be too sudden? What if Jiang Xiaoyu is really sleeping? Should we wait for her to come out? Are you crazy? It's Saturday today. Even if people get up, they might not go out. Zhou Yan laughed and cursed. He was striding along just a moment ago, but hesitated when he got to the door. Zhou Yan didn't want to waste time here, so she decisively stepped forward and knocked on the door. Excuse me, is anyone home? A voice came from inside. Who are you looking for? Dai Wenxiang tensed up instantly, and his hands instinctively went into his pockets. Zhou Yan chuckled and replied through the door, looking for Jiang Xiaoyu. I want to invite her to participate in the competition. Voices came from inside the door. Xiaoyu, they want you to participate in the competition. A competition, another sweet voice rang out. I don't have time for a competition, I have to take a bus home later. After a period of commotion, the dormitory door opened. Jiang Xiaoyu, wearing pink pajamas, finally appeared. What competition is it? Zhou Yan shrugged. She had already exceeded her target. The rest was up to Dai Wenxiang. Dai Wenxiang's heart raced. It was the first time he had been so close to Jiang Xiaoyu and had been able to admire her sweet and beautiful face so closely. For a moment, it was as if time stood still. A sweet scent filled the air, as if stirring his heart. Perhaps, this is love. You big idiot, say something. Zhou Yan couldn't stand it anymore and slapped Dai Wenxiang. Jiang Xiaoyu was standing at the door, and Dai Wenxiang was just grinning like an idiot. You'd think he was mentally ill. Hiss. Dai Wenxiang rubbed his arms and finally came to his senses. Normally, he would definitely have said something to Zhou Yan. However, Jiang Xiaoyu was right next to her. Dai Wenxiang quickly spoke up. Hello, Jiang Xiaoyu, I'm currently organizing a beauty pageant. Facing the lover of my dreams. Dai Wenxiang spoke with a stammering accent. Zhou Yan was speechless. Seeing that Jiang Xiaoyu was getting more and more impatient, she took over the conversation. He is planning to hold a beauty pageant and wants to invite you to participate. Sorry, I don't have time. Jiang Xiaoyu refused outright. A beauty pageant? That sounds weird, and the stuttering guy in front of me is even weirder. Which girl would participate in this kind of competition? Dai Wenxiang was struck dumb. What? Goodbye if there's nothing else. After Jiang Xiaoyu finished speaking, she prepared to close the door. She didn't have time to chat with strangers. Dai Wenxiang was a little confused. Not to mention leaving a deep impression. Why did Jiang Xiaoyu directly refuse to participate in the competition? This is a disaster. Just as the door was about to close, Dai Wenxiang suddenly had a brilliant idea. The competition was organized by Bai Lang. I'm Bai Lang's roommate, and he asked me to invite you. Jiang Xiaoyu stopped closing the door. Bai Lang? Chapter 57. You're great, but we're just not right for each other. Dai Wenxiang was at his wit's end. This was the first time he had spoken to Jiang Xiaoyu. He had hoped to take advantage of the beauty pageant to have a more gradual conversation with her. To everyone's surprise, Jiang Xiaoyu refused outright. How can we have the opportunity to connect if we don't participate in the competition? Just as Jiang Xiaoyu was about to close the door. After racking his brains, Dai Wenxiang finally found a common ground between him and Jiang Xiaoyu by Lang, a character from a Chinese novel. He and Bai Lang were classmates and roommates. Jiang Xiaoyu and Bai Lang know each other. Dai Wenxiang had no choice but to bring up Bai Lang. It actually worked. Jiang Xiaoyu pushed open the door again and asked with some suspicion, "Are you Bai Lang's roommate?" "I really am his roommate. If you don't believe me, I can call him to prove it." Dai Wenxiang pitifully pulled out his phone. Jiang Xiaoyu pouted, "No need, I'll ask him myself." "Oh, about participating in the competition." Dai Wenxiang breathed a sigh of relief and stared at Jiang Xiaoyu with a pleading look on his face. Such a humble expression. Zhou Yan, who was standing to the side, felt disgusted and thought that Dai Wenxiang had gone too far, putting on such a humble posture. It's just inviting others to participate in a competition. Jiang Xiaoyu may be very beautiful, but boys should have their own bottom line. When Bai Lang was pursuing Su Jinxue, he was only considerate and caring. Although he was a well-known simp in the whole school, he was never subservient to Su Jinxue when he spoke or acted. Unlike Dai Wenxiang, who has such a servile look on his face. A man who's reached this point is better off going to Siam. Jiang Xiaoyu also disliked Dai Wenxiang's attitude, and replied with a frown, "I will think about it carefully." Thank you. Dai Wenxiang beamed with joy. Jiang Xiaoyu and Zhou Yan got goosebumps just looking at it. This is a true simp, and the kind who's completely oblivious to it. Jiang Xiaoyu, think it over carefully. Just let us know when you're sure. Or how about we add each other as friends? Dai Wenxiang secretly wanted to add her as a friend. Unfortunately, Jiang Xiaoyu saw through her immediately. "No need, I have Bai Lang as a friend, I can just talk to him if I need anything." "Oh, okay then, I'll be going now." Dai Wenxiang regretfully put his phone away, feeling that he had done a pretty good job this time, the only shortcoming being that he hadn't added the friend. But it's okay, at least we were able to talk. Everything is difficult at the beginning. Once you get to know each other, it will be natural to start dating in the future. The thought of a bright future instantly energized Dai Wenxiang, and he left with a brisk and energetic stride. Jiang Xiaoyu almost couldn't hold back her laughter and asked Zhou Yan, "Is this person from your class?" "No." Zhou Yan blurted it out. She has a sense of shame too. Dai Wenxiang's idiotic behavior just now was embarrassing for the whole class. Zhou Yan covered her face as she returned to her dormitory. "I just happened to be passing by and brought him up." Her roommate asked, "Zhou Yan, didn't you go to pick up your classmate? Why did it take you so long?" "They're not classmates, I just did a good deed." Zhou Yan answered with a dark expression. He then took out his phone and sent a message to the class group. "Dai Wenxiang, I am issuing you a serious warning, you are not allowed to speak to me in public anymore." The classmates were all puzzled and asked what had happened. At the entrance of the girls' dormitory, Dai Wenxiang also saw the message. At first, he was a little puzzled, but then a possibility suddenly occurred to him. Could it be that Zhou Yan has been secretly in love with me all along? Otherwise, why did you suddenly get angry? She was all smiles and helping me just now, but she immediately distanced herself from me. She must be jealous. Dai Wenxiang felt he had become more astute. Perhaps, as the famous saying goes, the more women you meet, the clearer your mind becomes. As for which celebrity it was, he couldn't remember. Being too outstanding isn't always a good thing, you always have to face these troubles. Dai Wenxiang shook his head with a sigh. Unfortunately, Zhou Yan was too late. A few days ago, Dai Wenxiang might have spoken with Zhou Yan, since Zhou Yan was prettier than Zhang Li. But now, Dai Wenxiang's only target is Jiang Xiaoyu. This is probably a cruel twist of fate. Dai Wenxiang sighed and replied in the class group, "You're great, but we're not a good match." At Zhou Yan, the whole class was dumbfounded, and they all asked questions to express their confusion. Zhou Yan exclaimed that she regretted it even more, saying that if she had known Dai Wenxiang was so crazy, she would never have helped him even if she were beaten to death. I must remember this lesson from now on. If I run into Dai Wenxiang, I must pretend not to know him, so that others won't mistakenly think that Zhou Yan also has mental problems. At the same time, Girls' Dormitory 320. Yuan Fong sat in her seat, holding her phone with a look of surprise. Jinxue, did you see what Dai Wenxiang said? It seems like he's confessing his feelings to Zhou. Su Jinxue shook her head. It doesn't sound like a confession. Zhao Yuan was quite interested. She took the potato chips and walked over to Yuan Fong. She glanced at her phone and said, "You're great, but we're not a good match." It doesn't sound like a confession, it sounds more like a breakup. How could that be? Dai Wenxiang and Zhou never dated, so how could they have broken up? Yuan Fong didn't quite believe it. Zhou Lia, who was combing her hair next to her, laughed. Xiao Fong, you still don't understand. Some girls will avoid suspicion when they're in a relationship, just to maintain their image. Yuan Fong shook her head. No way, Zhou doesn't seem like the type to hide things. TCH, believe it or not. Zhou Lia rolled her eyes, too lazy to say anything more. It's worth mentioning that Yuan Fong's personality became much more cheerful after becoming Su Jinxue's best friend. After all, Yuan Fong isn't truly socially anxious. Having just arrived in the big city, I felt somewhat inferior and couldn't make any friends. Now I have such a beautiful best friend as Su Jinxue. Yuan Fong finally regained her confidence and became more and more outgoing when talking to Zhao Yuan and Zhou Lia, returning to her original girlish personality. Bai Lang originally wanted to solve Su Jinxue's social anxiety problem. By a twist of fate, Yuan Fong's inferiority complex was resolved. After gossiping about Dai Wenxiang and Zhou, Yuan Fong brought up the beauty pageant. Jinxue, are you planning to participate in the beauty pageant? Su Jinxue shook her head decisively. I won't participate. She hates being stared at, so why would she participate in a beauty pageant and be stared at by a group of spectators? Yuan Fong wasn't surprised, but she was a little disappointed. What a pity. You would definitely have been the champion if you had just signed up. It feels like Bai Lang organized this competition just for you. Su Jinxue was taken aback. Welcome to an event for me? Yes, Yuan Fong began to imagine a love story. Bai Lang just confirmed your relationship and then announced that he was going to hold a beauty pageant. He definitely wants you to be the champion. Su Jinxue was a little confused. Really? Definitely. Look at the class group chat, everyone thought of you as soon as they heard the news. Yuan Fong's reasoning was quite sound. Su Jinxue fell silent, feeling a warm glow in her heart as she thought of Bai Lang preparing for the competition for her. So, should we participate or not? After listening for a few minutes, Zhou Lia couldn't help but interject. Xiao Fong, what kind of beauty pageant are you talking about? Yuan Fong replied, Bai Lang is planning to hold a beauty pageant at our school. I heard they've already started preparations. A beauty pageant. Zhou Lia's eyes flashed. Anyone can sign up? Yuan Fong was taken aback. Do you want to participate? Of course, if Jinxue doesn't participate, then I won't hold back on the championship. Zhou Lia proudly raised her chin. In the entire school, she was only inferior to those few top students. If Bai Lang can't get them, Zhou Lia felt that she was better than all the other girls and winning the beauty pageant wouldn't be a problem. She also wanted to ask Bai Lang about what happened that night. Maybe something else could happen. This is a perfect opportunity to kill two birds with one stone. Chapter 58, she participated too? Lia, are you planning to participate? Zhao Yuan was quite surprised. Zhou Lia replied with a smile, yes, I think Bai Lang is a good guy. Let's support him. You three, remember to come and cheer me on. Zhao Yuan smiled and nodded, okay, I love watching the games the most. Of course, we're in the same dorm. Yuan Fong's tone was somewhat forced. Looking at Su Jinxue again, she remained silent as always. That's great. I'll try on the clothes first, and then I'll win the championship for our dorm. Zhou Lia was quite confident. After speaking, she opened her wardrobe and took out a long tassel dress. This dress is her most expensive piece of clothing, and she usually can't bear to wear it, but now she's taken it out for the first time ever. They're clearly serious now. Zhou Lia walked into the bathroom, muttering to herself as she held the dress, I think I've gained a little weight recently. I hope I can fit into it. Yuan Fong was anxious and quickly asked Su Jinxue, Zhou Lia is planning to participate, aren't you going? Su Jinxue answered honestly, I'm a little scared. But Bai Lang organized this competition specifically for you. He must have racked his brains to come up with this competition so that you could win the championship. How can you let him down? Yuan Fong felt it was time to lend a hand. If it weren't for Bai Lang, Yuan Fong wouldn't have been able to become friends with Su Jinxue. This kindness must be repaid. Su Jinxue frowned slightly, her usually cool and beautiful face showing a rare hesitation. Aren't you overthinking it? Definitely not. Think about it, Bai Lang has been pursuing you since the start of the semester, and now that you're officially a couple, he's starting to organize a beauty pageant. Who else could it be for? Yuan Fong even believed what she said herself. From an outsider's perspective, that's exactly how it is. For the first 3 months of the semester, Bai Lang pursued Su Jinxue, a fact known throughout the school. They've just finished, and now they've decided to hold a beauty pageant. The causal relationship is obvious. It makes sense that the competition was organized for Su Jinxue. Su Jinxue's hesitation was far greater than her outward expression. Participating in a beauty pageant and being pointed at and talked about in front of a large audience is terrifying to even think about. If it's a competition organized by someone else, Su Jinxue definitely refused. It just so happens to be Bai Lang, and according to Yuan Fong, the reason Bai Lang organized this competition is because of Su Jinxue. In this situation, it's really hard to refuse. Seeing Su Jinxue hesitate, Yuan Fong pressed on, saying, "Jinxue, don't worry too much. It's just a beauty pageant, you don't have to perform on stage. Just walking around on stage will be enough to outshine everyone else. It's that simple." Su Jinxue was a little tempted. If it's just about walking around on stage, then it's not something I can't consider for Bai Lang's sake. Then, Jolia changed into a fringed long dress and walked out of the restroom with a smile. Yuan Fong said with a smile, "I'm sorry, Leah, Jinxue is also preparing to participate in the competition, so I can only support her." She's participating too? Jolia's expression changed slightly, and she subconsciously looked at Su Jinxue. His features were impeccable, and he sat there quietly, appearing detached from worldly affairs, yet the aloofness he exuded would make any girl envious. How can there be such a beautiful woman? If she participates, is there any suspense left in the championship race? Dormitory 323 for male students. Bai Lang held his phone with a helpless expression. "I really didn't ask anyone to notify you. We're already good friends, why would I need to send someone over? That guy just took it upon himself to do it. You're either the mastermind or an accomplice. Anyway, I'm terrified by you guys." Zhang Xiaoyu adopted an attitude of accusation. Upon learning about the beauty pageant, she called Bai Lang to question him about his intentions. Bai Lang was speechless, wondering what Dai Wenxiang had said that made Zhang Xiaoyu so angry. "We still need to explain for Dai Wenxiang." Bai Lang could only admit his mistake. "I admit I was wrong, okay? Actually, the beauty pageant is just a starting point, it hasn't even started yet, so you don't need to take it to heart." Zhang Xiaoyu gave a coquettish snort. "You're just saying that." Bai Lang? I don't quite understand. What is this arrogant girl thinking? Bai Lang patiently asked, "What do you mean by that?" "You just want me to participate in the competition," Zhang Xiaoyu said irritably. "Just say so directly. Why make your roommate run errands? When did you become such a coward? Where did your courage go when you were a simp?" Bai Lang became increasingly confused. "So what? I can participate," Zhang Xiaoyu said to herself, "but there must be a bonus. I don't have to say much, but it should be at least more than my daily wage." Goodness, this arrogant girl is thinking way too far ahead. The competition hasn't even started yet, and they're already eyeing the prize money. Hey, wait a minute. Zhang Xiaoyu was thinking about the prize money. If there was no prize money, would she not participate? Bai Lang changed the subject. "Actually, this competition is a charity event, and all proceeds will go to." But before he could finish speaking, suddenly, Gua Yangming shouted from the doorway, "Old Bai, we've secured sponsors. Several clubs are willing to sponsor us, and the prize money for the competition is settled." Bai Lang couldn't continue speaking and turned to look at Gua Yangming at the door. "Ha, are you kidding me? Grasshopper, please understand what I'm looking at." Gua Yangming grinned and said, "Who lied to you? Several sports clubs just called me over, all saying they were willing to sponsor me. Their only requirement is front row tickets, which would cost more than 20,000 yuan in total." Zhang Mingyuan, who was playing on his tablet, was shocked. "Wow, so much money? The champion's prize money must be 10,000, right? More or less?" Gui Yangming nodded. Although the scale of the competition is unknown, it shouldn't be a problem for the champion to take half of the prize money. Bai Lang felt utterly devastated. Zhang Xiaoyu, who was on the other end of the phone, heard it too and said with surprise and joy, 10,000. Then I'll participate. Just set a date and let me know in advance. I guarantee I'll win the championship for you. Bai Lang tried to smooth things over. Ahem, actually, the prize money might not be that much. Wait a minute. Jiang Xiaoyu misunderstood. Why are you making excuses, you big simp? Do you want Su Jinxue to win the championship? What's your relationship with her? What are you thinking? Su Jinxue definitely won't participate. Bai Lang was speechless. Why are they all starting to get jealous of each other? Given Su Jinxue's extreme social anxiety, how could she possibly show her face in public and participate in a beauty pageant? Well, it's not a big deal that only Jiang Xiaoyu is participating in the competition. Bai Lang could only agree, then count you in. I'll let you know when the time is confirmed. Please be prepared, our university is full of beautiful girls. Jiang Xiaoyu asked in a soft, sweet voice. What, do you think I'm worse than others? Glug. Bai Lang swallowed hard, his heart suddenly racing. The rare gentleness of this proud and aloof girl is something most guys can't resist. Bai Lang subconsciously replied, no one can compare to you. Ugh. You're such a disgusting simp, saying things like that all of a sudden. I'm not talking to you anymore. Jiang Xiaoyu seemed startled, her tone filled with disgust, and she hung up the phone immediately after speaking. Bai Lang glanced at Jiang Xiaoyu's favorability rating, 68. TSK, utterly arrogant. Bai Lang shook his head with a sigh, then noticed someone staring at him. He turned around and asked, Guagua, what are you looking at? Gui Yangming looked constipated. Old Bai, it wasn't Su Jinxue you contacted, was it? No, what's wrong? So you were two-timing me? Chapter 59 My socially anxious daughter. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm still single, I don't have a girlfriend. Bai Lang clarified in an annoyed tone. Once you're labeled a simp and equated with a scumbag, you can forget about ever pursuing a girl again. Gui Yangming pursed his lips. Then who were you talking to on the phone just now? Jiang Xiaoyu, Bai Lang rolled his eyes, is not as good as that bastard Lao Dai. If he went to the girls' dormitory to spread the word, they would definitely call him. TCH, then why did she only ask you and not me? Gui Yangming didn't believe it at all. The tone of Bai Lang's voice when he was talking to Jiang Xiaoyu on the phone just now clearly suggested they were dating. Although Gui Yangming had never been in a relationship, he had read countless novels filled with blushing, heart-pounding moments, physical intimacy, and even elements of ethics and morality. Ahem, I've gone a bit off topic. Bai Lang was speechless. She doesn't have your number, so she can only call me. Gui Yangming retorted, the fact that you have a phone number means there's something wrong with you. Otherwise, why don't I have one? Guagua, can't you be a little more careful? I still have Su Jinxue's number. Have you ever seen me talking to her on the phone? Bai Lang rolled his eyes. I sensed something was off with Gui Yangming. He became so agitated after Jiang Xiaoyu's phone call. Is it that single people have finally awakened? Just as Bai Lang finished speaking, his phone started vibrating. He picked it up and his expression changed immediately. Because Su Jinxue sent a voice message. It's unbelievable. Bai Lang and Su Jinxue have been friends for almost 2 months, and Su Jinxue has never contacted him first. Bai Lang always initiates the contact, and Su Jinxue responds with oh, okay, etc. For the first time ever, a voice message appeared. Did the sun rise in the west? Bai Lang was a little embarrassed. After all, he had just used Su Jinxue as an example and was immediately proven wrong. This voice message needs to be answered on the spot. Gui Yangming will probably keep nagging about it for days. My mom called, keep an eye on things. Bai Lang pretended to say something, then took his phone and ran to the balcony, closing the door before answering. After the call was connected, there was only a faint breathing sound on the other end. No one spoke. Bai Lang knew what was going on, and took the initiative to speak. This is the first time you've called me by voice. What happened? The breathing on the other end of the phone quickened slightly, followed by a cool voice. Are you busy? Bai Lang chuckled self-deprecatingly. It's all right, just a few idiots gave me a headache. Did you go home? No. Su Jinxue gave a brief reply, as always. Then, perhaps feeling it wasn't clear enough, he added, I've decided to stay in the dormitory. Really? Bai Lang said with satisfaction. That's good. It's good to get to know more people your own age. If you need anything, just tell me. My eldest daughter has finally made some progress. For some reason, Bai Lang often felt impatient when he was being a simp for Su Jinxue, thinking that he would stop contacting her after giving her the reward. It's true that a reward was revealed, and I quite enjoy chatting with Su Jinxue. I feel completely calm now. Perhaps it's out of habit. Like now. Su Jinxue hummed in agreement. Bai Lang automatically pictured a socially awkward girl nodding expressionlessly, which was really cute. However, upon glancing at the balcony window, I saw two heads sneaking around eavesdropping, one of which had a large head that looked particularly familiar. Bai Lang's mood took a sharp turn for the worse, and he cut to the chase. Speak, what is it? Su Jinxue hesitated before saying, Can I participate in the competition you're organizing? Ah. Bai Lang was stunned. It's a hallucination, definitely a hallucination. Su Jinxue doesn't even dare to speak loudly in a crowded classroom, so how could she possibly participate in a beauty pageant where she has to show her face in public? Bai Lang suspected there was something wrong with his ears. But Su Jinxue repeated herself, speaking much more fluently, I want to participate in the competition you're organizing? Bai Lang couldn't help but remind him, that's a beauty pageant. I know, Su Jinxue replied, is that all right? For some reason, even though her voice was completely calm, Bai Lang could detect a hint of pitifulness in it. It's probably just a hallucination. However, Bai Lang wavered. Logically, he should have refused Su Jinxue's participation in the competition. After all, Jiang Xiaoyu decided to participate in the competition. If Su Jinxue is allowed to participate, these two champion seeds will inevitably meet. Bai Lang couldn't even imagine what that scene would be like. But then again, he and Su Jinxue are clearly best friends, so why is he trying to prevent Su Jinxue from meeting Jiang Xiaoyu? Bai Lang subconsciously made an excuse, well, actually, the competition is still in the planning stages, so there's no need for you to register so early. Maybe they'll cancel it later? Su Jinxue was stunned for a moment, really? This silly, socially awkward girl never seemed to doubt what Bai Lang said. Such an honest girl. Bai Lang couldn't bear to lie to him, so he changed his tune and said, just kidding. If you want to participate, then participate. I'll write your name down first, and I'll let you know when the competition starts. Su Jinxue wasn't angry, oh. Bai Lang asked again, is there anything else? There was some noise coming from Su Jinxue's side. It sounded like a girl was talking to her, but she was too far away to hear clearly. After a while, Su Jinxue finally spoke, that. Bai Lang laughed and said, just say what you have to say. Why are you so nervous with me? Su Jinxue continued, I'm living in the dormitory now, you can come find me there. This doesn't sound like something a socially anxious girl would say. Too proactive, and too ambiguous. It's probably her roommate who taught her, and since she's close to Su Jinxue, her roommate who could teach her these things. It must be Li Fong. Bai Lang sorted out his thoughts and guessed that Su Jinxue's phone call was also Li Fong's doing. What's wrong with that little one? If you're going to be best friends, just be best friends. Why did you suddenly become a relationship guru? They led their well-behaved and sensible eldest daughter astray. Bai Lang was furious and wanted to refuse. Su Jinxue asked again in a low voice, is it okay? No matter how many tricks Bai Lang had up his sleeve, he still felt helpless when faced with such an innocent and socially awkward girl. Bai Lang's initial dissatisfaction vanished instantly, okay. Oh, Su Jinxue's tone became cheerful, as if she was quite happy, then goodbye. Goodbye. My socially anxious daughter. Bai Lang's lips unconsciously curled up, and in just a few minutes, his agitated mood eased considerably. Perhaps this is the unique charm of socially anxious girls. As soon as Bai Lang turned around after hanging up the phone, his smile vanished. You three big idiots, could you at least pretend you were eavesdropping on my phone call instead of blocking the doorway? The balcony door had been opened at some point. Hui Yangming and Zhang Mingyuan were standing at the door, along with Dai Wenxiang, who had rushed back. Three idiots left the door open to eavesdrop on Bai Lang's phone call. They've really stopped acting altogether. Hui Yangming was quite dissatisfied. Old Bai, is there any truth left between us brothers? Bai Lang pretended not to understand. What did you say? Dai Wenxiang, looking indignant, said, Old Bai, what's there to be ashamed of when talking to girls on the phone? The four of us are good brothers. Have I ever avoided you guys when I talked to Zhongli on the phone? You're deliberately showing off your love. Bai Lang ripped off Chu Wenxiang's hypocritical mask in one gulp. Chapter 60 I Want to Be a Judge. Before Dai Wenxiang broke up with Zhang Li, We often have long phone conversations in the dorm, especially when the other three people are around. It's so sweet and cuddly. Now that Dai Wenxiang has broken up with his girlfriend, he actually has the nerve to condemn Bai Lang. I was sharing my happiness with you guys, and I treated you like brothers. How could Lao Bai think so badly of me? Gui Yangming, standing to the side, nodded in agreement. Old Dai is fair. There shouldn't be any secrets between us brothers. That's enough, you two. Bai Lang rolled his eyes. I've discovered that Dai Wenxiang is incredibly shameless. He's a natural born show-off. If he had been born a few days earlier, he might have been an internet celebrity. Gui Yangming is also acting inhumanly. He used to criticize Dai Wenxiang for showing off his love every day, but now he's actually on the same side. Bai Lang naturally wouldn't explain, since matters of the heart only get more complicated the more you explain them. Pointing at Zhang Mingyuan in the dormitory, he said, "Can't you guys learn from Mingyuan? So many people have come, aren't you going to entertain them?" Zhang Mingyuan was relatively honest when he was caught eavesdropping. He ran away and went back inside to greet the endless stream of boys. Since the news of the beauty pageant came, boys kept coming to the door, either recommending girls from their own classes or asking if any school beauties were participating in the competition, all hoping to get a few tickets. But Bai Lang wouldn't dare give away tickets. He'd love for no one to pay attention to the competition so that the process could be skipped and every contestant could be given a first prize. Everyone was happy, and there was no dispute. Now that the competition is widely known, Bai Lang can no longer keep a low profile. Dai Wenxiang and Gui Yangming were somewhat dissatisfied, but seeing Zhang Mingyuan busy by himself, they turned around and went back inside. Bai Lang had just breathed a sigh of relief. Upon discovering that Counselor Zhang Wen had personally come to his door, "Bai Lang, I heard you're planning to hold a beauty pageant? Teacher Zhang, what brings you here too?" Bai Lang was shocked. Since the end of military training, he had basically never seen the counselor's true face. "I doubt they're here for the beauty pageant. Are you busy?" Seeing so many people inside, Zhang Wen took the initiative to walk to the balcony and closed the door behind him. Bai Lang asked, somewhat puzzled, "Teacher Zhang, what's up? Do you want to borrow my car?" "No," Zhang Wen shook his head, "I heard you were organizing a competition, and I was just asking if you've applied yet?" "Oh, it's not even close to being done yet." Bai Lang didn't know what to say. It's one thing for the boys to make a fuss, after all, young people have plenty of energy, but why did teacher Zhang Wen get so excited? Zhang Wen said in a serious tone, "Students who organize activities on their own need to apply to the school and have at least 2 instructors. I am willing to help. Actually, it's okay if you don't help." Bai Lang sighed, "Alright. Why are you looking so worried? Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Organizing a competition isn't that complicated. If there are any problems with the venue, just let me know." Zhang Wen is a very kind person. This single sentence solved 2 major problems in the competition. There are many issues with students organizing their own competitions, the biggest of which is the competition venue. There are many vacant spaces on campus. However, there are many college students who want to apply for venues, but in many cases they can only wait in line. We can't just find a corner of the playground to hold the competition. What else could Bai Lang say but agree gladly and see Zhang Wen off? We can't let our counselor's enthusiasm go to waste. As soon as Zhang Wen gang left, Dai Wenxiang beamed and said, "Old Zhang is really something, he even got the venue sorted out, so we can start the preliminary rounds right away." Bai Lang asked with a forced smile, "Old Dai, your hearing is pretty good, isn't it?" "It's nothing special, I'm just doing this for the general public." Dai Wenxiang, on the contrary, was proud and greeted the boys in the room with a simple and honest manner, indicating that the preliminary round was about to begin. This caused a burst of cheers and excitement. Bai Lang's heart sank. He glanced at his phone again and saw that Zhang Wen had opened a text message. "Go ahead and do it without worry. If necessary, ask for leave. I'll explain to the teacher." The other half was completely cold. Bai Lang completely admitted defeat under these circumstances. The beauty pageant had no choice but to proceed. Otherwise, these boys with nowhere to channel their passion would definitely not let Bai Lang go. Compared to the duel between Su Jinxue and Zhang Xiaoyu, Bai Lang was even more afraid of a group of passionate young men. Watching Dai Wenxiang and his group make a fuss, Bai Lang quickly poured cold water on the idea. "Don't be too happy yet. Old Zhang said that if you want to apply to hold a competition, you need at least 2 instructors, and right now you only have 1. Dai Wenxiang was taken aback. "Is that so? Which teacher are you planning to ask for help?" Bai Lang smiled slightly. I don't know. Gui Yangming, who was standing nearby, suddenly said, Old Bai, you and Teacher Li have a pretty good relationship, why don't you ask her to help you out? Which Teacher Li? Li Wan from Human Resources. Lao Bai, are you crazy? She's the only one in our class with the surname Li. You're the idiot. How come we have a great relationship? Bai Lang felt there was a misunderstanding. Li Wan's favorability rating is negative from various perspectives. The two don't have a good relationship. Gui Yangming scratched his head. Didn't she ask you to move things in the last class? That means she treats you differently. Dai Wenxiang also remembered. That's right. There were so many guys around her back then, but she chose you. You two didn't have anything going on, did you? Towards the end, Dai Wenxiang began to have some doubts. Bai Lang couldn't stand it anymore. Can you two stop making things up? Teacher Li and I have a purely platonic teacher-student relationship. Hey, what do you two mean? He hadn't finished speaking. Gui Yangming and Dai Wenxiang have already left. Gui Yangming sat in his chair playing on his computer, saying without turning his head, Old Bai, I've noticed you're being a bit fake. No, it's hypocrisy. Dai Wenxiang added a sentence. These two idiots, I don't know when they became so in sync, they even speak in unison. Bai Lang shook his head and began to ponder the teacher's question. Since the competition can't be avoided, we should prepare diligently. We can't trouble Zhang with the coaching. However, since the start of the semester, Bai Lang has not had much contact with the teachers of the various subjects, and he has only spoken to Li Wan a few times. But Li Wan's favorability rating is negative. This situation is a bit awkward. Bai Lang will probably be met with some sarcastic remarks if he goes to Li Wan for help, such as, no wonder he's a scumbag, or does he think the school is his harem? It's better not to humiliate yourself. Bai Lang shook his head, preparing to test the other teacher's attitudes, when he picked up his phone and received a message. It was Li Wan. You scumbag, I heard you're planning a beauty pageant? News travels so fast in modern society. In just 1 hour, even the girl with glasses knows about it? Bai Lang was shocked, but calmly replied, I just have an idea. Li Wan replied instantly, do you think university is your harem? Having Su Jinxue isn't enough? Now you're planning to find a few more targets? Sure enough, this woman never had a kind word to say. Bai Lang cursed inwardly, but replied politely, Teacher Li is joking. I'm not that kind of person. Li Wan replied instantly again, that's right, that scumbag doesn't deserve to be called a human being. He's an animal. The girl with glasses harbors a lot of resentment, she's probably been cheated on. Bai Lang frowned and muttered to himself, finally understanding why Li Wan had a negative impression rating. It was probably because she had encountered a scumbag. The problem is he's not a scumbag, he's a simp, just with a few hundred more targets. Before Bai Lang could reply, Li Wan sent another message, you scumbag, that beauty pageant is really interesting, I want to be a judge. Bai Lang? Chapter 61 Girlfriend Picture. If a normal person dislikes someone, they certainly don't want to see that person. Li Wan is a bit special. Despite having a 61 level of affection for Bai Lang, she took the initiative to participate in Bai Lang's competition and even wanted to be a judge. It's truly unpredictable. Bai Lang asked with a hint of disbelief, what did you say? Li Wan didn't reply at all, but sent a voice message directly. This decisive and efficient approach is something Su Jinxue should learn from. Bai Lang reluctantly answered the call, hello? What the hell? Li Wan snapped. Are you blind? There was an uncommon character in my message. Can't you even read Chinese characters? Good grief, what a terrible temper. It's just a simple confirmation, why the barrage of questions? You're really difficult to please. Bai Lang cursed inwardly, but outwardly he had to play the subservient role. Teacher Li, I just wanted to confirm with you. Li Wan's tone was fierce, is it really necessary to confirm something so simple? I want to be a judge, and you don't agree? But Bai Lang had a feeling that this fierce tone was fake, like a weak little kitten baring its teeth. Essentially, they are pitifully weak. Bai Lang believed in this feeling. During this time, he had been learning more and more through the system and had come to understand women better, able to discover their true feelings from the smallest details. Li Wan may seem aggressive, but she is actually deeply wounded and can only lick her wounds in a corner. Bai Lang wasn't angry at all. Instead, he replied quite happily, of course I agree. If you're willing to join, a bunch of guys will definitely set off fireworks to celebrate. You? Li Wan was somewhat surprised, you agreed? Bai Lang was taken aback. Yes, what's wrong? Li Wan's attitude changed slightly, as if she thought Bai Lang wouldn't agree, and she was a little at a loss. It's nothing, when does your competition start? I might not have time. Bai Lang couldn't hold back. Haha. What are you laughing at? Li Wan's tone turned serious. Don't you want me to be a judge? Were you just playing a trick on me? No, the main competition hasn't started yet. I'll confirm the time with you once we're ready. Bai Lang didn't dare to tell the truth. Actually, he thought Li Wan was kind of cute just now. He started off with an aggressive tone, as if looking for a fight, but Bai Lang didn't play by the rules. Li Wan was stunned for a moment, and spoke with a hint of arrogance, somewhat like Zhang Xiaoyu. One is a grumpy, intellectual woman with glasses, the other is a cute, approachable girl next door. Their appearances are completely different. Bai Lang couldn't help but laugh. Li Wan knew he wasn't telling the truth, and her tone was somewhat subtle as she said irritably, remember to let me know when you're ready, I might not have time. Understood, Bai Lang replied with a smile, then remembered something else. Oh, right, Teacher Li, there's something I might need your help with. The application for the activity needs a supervising teacher's signature. Bring the application form over then. Li Wan hung up the phone in a hurry. Bai Lang chuckled, muttering to himself as he held the phone, is the girl with glasses shy? An office in the teacher's building. Li Wan hurriedly put down her phone, her delicate face flushed red. She was indeed shy. Since my last relationship ended. Li Wan rarely talks to men on the phone, and even when she does, it's usually about business. She rarely chats like this. On impulse, Li Wan made a voice call, and then she started to get nervous. Hearing Bai Lang's voice only fueled my anger. Li Wan inexplicably recalled the past, when she was studying abroad and looked forward to going back to her dormitory every day to chat on the phone with her boyfriend. I'm just venting and saying some pointless nonsense. It was meaningless, but Li Wan enjoyed it, until the day she discovered her boyfriend was cheating on her. Everything is broken. Li Wan had already planned to marry him after returning to China from her studies abroad. The beautiful illusion was shattered. Li Wan was devastated and almost couldn't continue her studies abroad. Fortunately, she persevered with the comfort of her mentor and successfully completed her studies. But the impact of that incident still lingers. Li Wan's life was basically a model for other people's children. She understood the importance of learning from a young age and was at the top of her class from elementary school onwards. The results of the middle school entrance examination and the college entrance examination can attract many schools to visit. After graduating from university, he chose to pursue further studies at a foreign university and became famous before he was 30 years old. A near-perfect life. The emotional problems she encountered were a stain on Li Wan's life, causing her to lose faith in men. I feel like I'll never love again in this lifetime. But just now, Bai Lang's understanding and tolerance were like those of a mature and steady boyfriend. He let Li Wan throw her tantrums. Strangely, she felt like a childish girl, getting furious over the smallest thing. If Li Wan angers Bai Lang and the two have a big argument, she won't be shy anymore. But Bai Lang chose to be tolerant of her instead of getting angry. He became even more gentle. It was as if he had seen through Li Wan's true nature. This scumbag is really high level. As Li Wan spoke, she sat down on the sofa, casually kicked off her high heels, and draped her long legs, clad in stockings, over the coffee table, her languid posture exuding stunning charm. She tapped the sofa lightly with her fingertips, muttering, such a scumbag, we can't let him deceive young girls, we have to keep him in check. Yes, it must be controlled. Those girls deserve better. In the afternoon, in male dormitory 323. Dai Wenxiang hurriedly finished his boxed lunch and stood up abruptly. Old Bai, shouldn't we invite the contestants? I'll go to the girls' dormitory again? This idiot, he's got a penchant for running around the girls' dorms, hasn't he? Bai Lang shook his head. No rush, let's calculate the prizes first. Why rush the prizes? Dai Wenxiang looked ready to pounce. Notify the girls first. What's the point of the prizes if no one participates? Old Dai, think about it carefully. If you don't even know the prize for a competition, would you participate? Bai Lang retorted irritably. One sentence left Dai Wenxiang speechless. This logic is perfectly normal. Every competition has rewards, either honors or prize money. Usually both are present. After thinking it over carefully, Dai Wenxiang realized that the honors of beauty pageants were just so-so. After all, they weren't official organizations, and how many people really took the results seriously? Then we need to consider prizes and bonuses. Dai Wenxiang thought for a moment. We can't give prizes to everyone, can we? The sports clubs are all poor guys. How about we sponsor them privately? Bai Lang shook his head. Are you crazy? Who spends their own money to organize a competition? What are you after? He's after a girlfriend. Dai Wenxiang muttered to himself, but outwardly remained obedient. Sponsoring a competition requires a significant amount of money, and his monthly allowance isn't enough to cover it, so how could he possibly have any surplus funds to sponsor competitions? Gui Yangming, who was standing nearby, asked, Old Bai, do you have a solution? Of course, we just need to get sponsorships. Bai Lang shrugged and glanced at the plastic bag by the wall, which had Sugua's logo printed on it. These are ready-made sponsors. Chapter 62 I Feel You're Cold. If we're going to hold a competition, we should make it a grand affair, so that Zhao Yuan and Wang Yao's bunch of bastards don't just watch the spectacle. That's just Bai Lang's personality. At first, I was a bit negative because I didn't want Su Jinxue and Zhang Xiaoyu to meet. And then what happened? Zhang Xiaoyu and Su Jinxue both participated voluntarily, and even the bespectacled Li Wan wanted to be a judge, plus the support of the counselor and others. Bai Lang stopped being coy. Once a decision is made, one should do one's best to meet the expectations of all the male students in the school. It's just a beauty pageant, let's do it. First, we'll set up some prizes so that even just participating in the competition will earn you a participation prize. Bai Lang stood up and gave his opinion. These days, more and more people don't like socializing, and if you want those girls to stand on stage and show their faces, they might lose to other girls in terms of looks. We must offer some incentives. Dai Wenxiang raised his hand. How about we prepare some small souvenir gifts? Sure, but that might not be enough. It would be better to just give out bonuses directly, without any gimmicks. Bai Lang thought small gifts would be okay, but relying solely on small gifts would probably be difficult to get most girls to participate in the competition. After all, it's a competition, and there will be winners and losers. Compared to truly beautiful women, it's the more ordinary girls who need to be lured. Gui Yangming scratched his head. How much prize money do we need? The total sponsorship is less than 30,000 yuan right now. It's okay if there are few participants, but it definitely won't be enough if there are many. It's okay, I'll find a way to get sponsorship. You guys go print some small gifts tomorrow and send them to the girls as invitations. Bai Lang smiled slightly. How can college students organize an event without seeking sponsorship? Gui Yangming nodded, okay. Dai Wenxiang was taken aback. Old Bai, aren't you coming along? Bai Lang smiled and said, I have something to do tomorrow. What could be more important than the competition? Dai Wenxiang asked skeptically. You're not going to make us do all the hard labor while you go on a date with Su Jinxue, are you? Am I that kind of person? This is serious business. Bai Lang rolled over, feeling inexplicably guilty. Dai Wenxiang was right. Bai Lang is indeed going on a date tomorrow, but not with Su Jinxue, but with his gentle older sister whom he hasn't seen for almost a week. Wang Jing. The next day. Bai Lang got up early and specially changed into a mature and steady trench coat. If his hair were a little thinner, he would probably be mistaken for someone in his 30s or 40s. Dai Wenxiang leaned out from the bed and asked, Old Bai, you're really not going on a date? Of course not, can you stop being so paranoid? Remember to go with Yang Ming to print small gifts during the day, preferably pencil cases or pencil pouches, which are inexpensive and have sentimental value. Bai Lang answered with a grin. As she spoke, she even spritzed on some perfume in a showy manner, and then floated out the door. Dai Wenxiang gritted his teeth in envy. Damn it, that son of a bitch even wears perfume when he goes out, he must be meeting a girl. Zhang Mingyuan was woken up and asked groggily, Brother Chang, what are you saying so early in the morning? Dai Wenxiang also wanted to go on a date with a girl early in the morning. Unfortunately, Zhang Li is gone, leaving Bai Lang to reign supreme all by himself. I absolutely have to find a girlfriend. Not seeing Bai Lang flaunting her relationship every day is worse than eating shit. Dai Wenxiang suddenly sat up. How can you sleep at your age? We have the important task of the beauty pageant. Quickly wake Yang Ming up, let's go get some small gifts. Zhang Mingyuan was stunned, huh? On the other side. Bai Lang left the school at a leisurely pace. As usual, he went to buy some breakfast first. Considering that there were children present, he bought a variety of breakfast options. Steamed rice, pancakes, soup dumplings, and various common breakfast items. Eggs and milk provide ample nutrition. Everything is ready. Bai Lang drove to his destination Wang Jing's residential area. That's right, today's date is with Wang Jing, that gentle, kind, and curvaceous widow. Last time we met. Just then, Wang Jing's child fell ill, and Bai Lang stepped in to help, instantly raising his favorability rating to 61. The prize money was announced on the spot. After saying goodbye, Bai Lang invited Wang Jing to go to the zoo on the weekend. Yes, this applies to single women raising children. The Simp's Handbook suggests that it's best to start with the children, since most women who have given birth have a strong sense of paternal love. Children are what these people care about most. If you can satisfy the child, then many things will fall into place naturally. Bai Lang thought it made a lot of sense, so instead of choosing a movie theater or a haunted house, he chose a more gentle zoo for their first date. It's not aggressive, making it easier for Wang Jing to accept. I arrived at the entrance of the residential area at just 6:30. Bai Lang sent Wang Jing a message, "Sister, is Lin Lin awake yet?" A few seconds later, Wang Jing replied, "You're up too?" Lin Lin woke up a long time ago. That little girl went to bed early last night and started making a fuss before 6. Children aged 1 to 3 years sleep for more than 12 hours a day. However, unlike adults, they can be asleep 1 second and then wide open and running around the next. The child's sleep schedule is irregular. 2 or 3 years old is still better, at least they are well behaved at night. Bai Lang had considered this when he arrived so early, and replied, "I'm already at the entrance of the complex. I even bought some breakfast. Could you ask the security guard to open the gate for me?" After a moment of silence, Wang Jing suddenly sent a voice message. Bai Lang answered the call directly, "Sister?" Wang Jing's tone was reproachful. "Why did you come so early? And you even brought breakfast. Lin Lin has everything she needs at home." "It's nothing, I just bought some random things." "You really are." "Never mind, I'll tell the property management right away, just wait a moment." Wang Jing verbally scolded him, but her favorability actually increased slightly, 62. Women, saying one thing and meaning another is always in your nature. Even getting married and having children won't change that. Soon, a security guard came out of the gatehouse of the residential area and looked around. Bai Lang rolled down the car window and waved. The security guard nodded and immediately told him to open the door and let him through. "The property management is so convenient, I feel comfortable every time I come here." Bai Lang had driven Wang Jing home before, so he knew which building it was in and drove there at a leisurely pace. "We haven't even gone a few steps yet." Then I saw Wang Jing running over, wearing a long down jacket over a thin silk nightgown, her long, slender, fair legs clad in cotton slippers. Her long hair was piled high, with a few loose strands swaying in the breeze. Wang Jing's face was a little red, showing that she had put in a lot of effort to run. Her curvaceous figure trembled slightly, and every move she made exuded the charm of a mature woman. "It's so beautiful." Bai Lang couldn't help but sigh. These women who meet the system's standards are indeed very attractive. Moreover, they often surprise people at certain moments, which may be why they are the target of attention. Bai Lang quickly drove over, stopped next to Wang Jing, and rolled down the car window. "Sister Jing, what are you doing here?" "I know the way. I was just worried you'd get lost." Wang Jing was panting, and embarrassedly tucked her bangs back. Her flushed face was as alluring as a ripe peach. Bai Lang felt sorry for him and said, "Get in the car first, we'll go back together." Wang Jing smiled and said, "It's okay, I'm not that cold." Bai Lang said irritably, "I think you're cold, get in the car." "Oh." Wang Jing was taken aback, then silently sat in the passenger seat. Perhaps it was an illusion, but she saw the shadow of someone in Bai Lang's domineering tone that left no room for doubt. Chapter 63 Summer Homework Guy Takes All the Work. Was my tone too casual? Bai Lang muttered to himself. He talked too much with his idiot roommate and ended up casually scolding Wang Jing. I almost forgot, this was only the second time the two had met, and Wang Jing was considered an elder in terms of seniority. Bai Lang shouldn't have lectured him at all. But since the words were already spoken, it was difficult to take them back, so he could only drive silently. I also checked Wang Jing's favorability rating, 63. Bai Lang? What happened? Not only did it not decrease, it actually increased. Bai Lang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. No matter the reason, as long as the favorability rating didn't drop, that was fine. It's so nice to have an emotionally stable older sister. After rounding a bend, Bai Lang casually asked, "Sister, how has Lin Lin been feeling lately?" Wang Jing sat with an exceptionally gentle posture, her legs very close together, and turned to look at Bai Lang. It's fine, you've started making a fuss again, and you're always talking about me. Bai Lang laughed and said, haha, why are you talking about me? Of course, you saved her life last time. No, it's all just fate. Bai Lang quickly waved his hand, saying that it was just a small favor and far from saving a life. The atmosphere felt nice. Bai Lang casually remarked, Jing Jia, it must be inconvenient for you to take care of the child alone, right? Wang Jing was taken aback, her beautiful eyes scanning Bai Lang up and down. Why are you asking this? Just asking. Bai Lang answered with a smile. Actually, he did it on purpose. This ambiguous teasing was just to test Wang Jing's attitude. After all, she's a mature older sister who's been married. The same tricks used by Su Jinxue and Jiang Xiaoyu are not suitable, a more direct approach is needed. Bai Lang had little experience with this type of person, so he can only probe indirectly and confirm it through the level of favorability. Wang Jing smiled and said, actually, it's alright. Lin Lin is quite sensible. Seeing that his favorability rating hadn't changed, Bai Lang decided to escalate his efforts. Then I don't want to find someone else. We're here. Let's go upstairs first, Lin Lin is still at home. Wang Jing suddenly interrupted, pointing to the buildings not far away, preventing the topic from going any further. Good. Bai Lang nodded without showing any emotion, realizing that Wang Jing was deliberately changing the subject. Despite being married and having children, she possessed a unique kind of innocence. If it's genuine affection, then increasing favorability isn't difficult. Bai Lang silently made plans, picked up the prepared breakfast, and went upstairs with Wang Jing. Returning to the same place, I once again arrived at the spacious second floor. Wang Jing walked hurriedly ahead, her steps somewhat unsteady, perhaps because of the cold weather, or perhaps because of the conversation she had just had. Click. As soon as Wang Jing opened the door, a little one rushed out of the house. Mommy. It's naturally Lin Lin. Bai Lang greeted her with a smile. Hello, Lin Lin. Lin Lin, who was a little over 2 years old, stood up straight and almost reached Wang Jing's thigh. She blinked her big eyes and looked adorable. Oh, brother Bai. Recognizing Bai Lang, Lin Lin ran over and hugged his leg tightly. Lin Lin is such a good girl, but aren't you going to call me uncle? Bai Lang patted Lin Lin's head, feeling that this little girl was quite likable, much better than the usual naughty kids. It's ultimately a problem of family upbringing. Wang Jing is such a gentle and virtuous woman, and the children she raises are well behaved. Lin Lin tilted her head back and replied, but all the handsome guys are called brother. Good boy, you've always had a keen eye. Bai Lang was quite satisfied. He handed the breakfast to Wang Jing and picked up Lin Lin in one go. Who said that? Your mother is also beautiful. Do you call her brother? Lin Lin was a little confused. Huh? This. Pfft, can you stop messing around? It's cold outside, let's go inside. Wang Jing chuckled and quickly invited the two inside, as children are most susceptible to catching a cold in this kind of weather. Bai Lang nodded, carried Lin Lin into the house, and then noticed a pair of men's slippers on the floor, which, unsurprisingly, were prepared by Wang Jing. This mature older sister is indeed incredibly considerate. However, Bai Lang still politely asked, Sister Jing, can I wear these shoes? Wang Jing explained with a smile, no man has come to this house in a long time, this was prepared just for you. As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Lin chimed in, these are daddy's slippers. Mommy, is brother Bai going to be my daddy if he wears these shoes? What nonsense are you talking about? Wang Jing blushed, pretended to be angry, poked Lin Lin's head, and then glanced at Bai Lang shyly. A mature woman's shy blush can make one's heart race. The enchanting atmosphere that had just dissipated rose again. Bai Lang felt rather uncomfortable. In the past, when he acted as a sycophant, he would fawn over others in public. There won't be any particularly ambiguous situations. At most, they might help each other fix their hair or secretly hold hands. There are very few opportunities for intimate contact. But at this moment, in this private place, there is only a little child who knows nothing. It seems easy for things to go wrong. Looking at Wang Jing's shy and timid appearance, which man wouldn't be captivated? Bai Lang felt a bit thirsty and had a feeling that if things continued like this, he would easily make a mistake. That won't do. We're respectable people. If we agreed to give out rewards, we'll give out rewards. We absolutely won't interfere in other people's lives, cough cough. The body is also a part of life, after all. Bai Lang tried his best to calm himself down. Lin Lin, who was in Bai Lang's arms, suddenly patted him, Brother Bai, do you want to be my dad? Ah. Bai Lang was dumbfounded. What happened? He hadn't even started pursuing his target yet, and the target had already started pursuing him himself. Is there really such a good thing in the world? Looking at Wang Jing, who was both embarrassed and angry, she poked Lin Lin's head with a red face. What nonsense are you talking about? Your brother Bai and I are just friends, not that kind of relationship. Lin Lin pouted and retorted, but brother Bai is great, and he's handsome too. Children really do speak without thinking. In a child's world, people are simply divided into good and bad, beautiful and ugly. She had no idea what it meant to be her father. But the adults know. With a charming blush on her cheeks, Wang Jing glanced shyly at Bai Lang, then scolded Lin Lin with a stern face. Don't say things like that again, or I won't take you to the zoo. You still need to use some methods to deal with children. Lin Lin's face fell as soon as she heard this. No, Mom, I want to see the giant pandas. Wang Jing breathed a sigh of relief. Then I'll listen to you. Bai Lang watched the whole thing as an audience member, observing Wang Jing with a half smile, noticing that her pretty face was getting redder and redder. Until the very end. Wang Jing couldn't hold back any longer and glared at Bai Lang. What are you looking at? Of course, it's something beautiful. Bai Lang answered with a grin. Wang Jing was both ashamed and angry, wishing she could pinch Bai Lang a few times, but Bai Lang was still holding Lin Lin. That brat, he doesn't even know when to say things like that. The child is right here. Wang Jing harbored resentment in her heart. Little did Bai Lang know that he was overjoyed because Lin Lin's sudden assistance caused Wang Jing's favorability rating to instantly jump to 66. This speed is simply terrifying. Bai Lang was deeply gratified and grateful for Lin Lin's help. He secretly made up his mind. Good girl, if you can help me get this done, I'll take care of all your summer homework from now on. However, this only applies to elementary school. After all, I've forgotten everything I learned after junior high. Chapter 64 looks familiar, doesn't it? Mom, are we at the zoo? Let's hurry and line up. Lin Lin was having a blast in the back seat of the car. When she saw that there were more people outside the window, she immediately pulled Wang Jing and tried to go outside. This child is quite smart. At less than 3 years old, before they've even started recognizing characters, they certainly wouldn't recognize the zoo sign. Just seeing more people is enough for a 2-year-old to realize they've arrived at their destination, which is quite difficult for them. Wang Jing smiled and said, Don't rush. Wait for your brother Bai to park the car first. Once the zoo opens, we can go in. The queue won't take much time. Lin Lin responded with an O. As the two were talking, Bai Lang had already parked the car. All right, get out of the car. Mom, hurry up. Lin Lin was immediately excited and pulled Wang Jing out of the car, afraid that if she was even a second late, she wouldn't see the giant panda. Bai Lang followed behind at a leisurely pace. Today's date was just about solidifying his positive feelings towards me. He didn't set any overly ambitious goals. After all, Wang Jing's favorability rating was over 60 on their first meeting, so there's no need to rush now. Raising the favorability rating from 60 to 80 requires a gradual and steady process. Wang Jing's current favorability rating is 66. That's already incredibly impressive. Back when Su Jinxue reached that number, it took her months. However, the higher the level of favorability, the less one should rush things. Bai Lang made a mistake before. When Su Jinxue's favorability rating was 78, he intensified his efforts to curry favor with her, even going a bit overboard. Su Jinxue's favorability rating decreased instead of increased. Bai Lang later realized that favorability ratings weren't a rigid system of increases and decreases. Sometimes being too hasty could turn a good thing into a bad one. Even if they have feelings for each other. When one party is overly enthusiastic, the other party feels pressured and develops resentment. Don't be fooled by how quickly Wang Jing's favorability rating rises. Once it causes resentment, it will plummet even faster. The more critical the moment, the more patience is needed. We arrived at the zoo's ticket booth. The ticket seller, a girl wearing glasses, glanced at Bai Lang and his two companions and said, Adult tickets are 40, children's tickets are 20. This month we have a family promotion. If a couple buys tickets, the child is free. The female ticket seller seemed to think Bai Lang and Wang Jing were a couple, and immediately mentioned the promotional discounts. That's normal. Because Bai Lang is tall and wears a slightly mature trench coat, he looks handsome and dashing, not at all like a college student. Wang Jing has fair skin and a beautiful face, and you can't tell her age at all. She attracted the attention of many men of all ages as soon as she stood there. At first glance, the two do indeed look like a married couple. Actually, Wang Jing paused for a moment, glanced at the crowd of people coming and going around her, and wanted to clarify her relationship with the ticket seller. Bai Lang suddenly interrupted, "Do we need to show a marriage certificate?" Wang Jing was stunned. The ticket seller shook her head, "No need, you all have children with you, just buy tickets directly." "Then please, we'll buy 2 adult tickets." Bai Lang agreed immediately. He dressed so maturely today because he had been waiting for this moment. They were mistaken for a couple or husband and wife. It's a common scene in many movies, capable of creating subtle feelings between men and women who are in a flirtatious relationship, and is a powerful tool for increasing favorability. The ticket seller nodded and placed 3 tickets on the ticket table. "Scan the code or pay cash?" Bai Lang pulled out his phone. These days, how many people carry cash? He hadn't seen real money in years. "Scan the code." "Do you have pandas today?" The ticket seller smiled and said, "Yes, the opening hours of the Panda Pavilion are on the ticket. It should be opening soon." "Thanks." Bai Lang politely took the tickets, turned around and called the mother and daughter to set off, only to find Wang Jing standing there in a daze. Bai Lang chuckled and walked over to pick up Lin Lin. "What are you standing there for? Let's go inside and see the giant pandas." Lin Lin cheered excitedly, "Yay! Mom, hurry up, let's go see the giant pandas together." Wang Jing snapped out of her daze, glanced at the men staring at her, and silently followed. "After having our tickets checked, we entered the zoo." Wang Jing suddenly spoke up, "Why did you lie to the ticket seller? We're clearly not in that kind of relationship." Bai Lang replied nonchalantly, "Every penny saved counts, sis. Isn't saving 20 yuan a good deal? To save money." Wang Jing had no choice but to accept it. This argument is actually quite reasonable, but she doesn't think it's a good idea, since she and Bai Lang don't have that kind of relationship. Bai Lang interrupted just now. Wang Jing always felt that she had been taken advantage of. However, since Bai Lang had already said that, Wang Jing couldn't press the matter further and could only silently ignore it. Bai Lang's lips curled up almost imperceptibly. Of course, this was just an excuse. If it was just for the discount, he could have just pulled out his student ID to enjoy the discount as well. Even the student ID was in Bai Lang's pocket. But he didn't take it out, which was meant to create this misunderstanding, because misunderstandings are what create ambiguity. Bai Lang and his 2 companions entered from the north gate. According to the map on their tickets, they were very close to the Panda Pavilion. Lin Lin really wanted to see giant pandas. Bai Lang and Wang Jing headed straight for their destination, and after only a few minutes' walk, they saw a cartoon panda sign. There were quite a few people queuing at the entrance. After all, they are national treasures, and many people come specifically for the giant pandas, so it's not surprising that it's so lively. Bai Lang was about to join the queue when he suddenly noticed a familiar figure in front of him. Upon closer inspection, wow! It was Li Wan, the girl with glasses. Li Wan dressed as seriously as ever, wrapped up tightly in a black down jacket, her face seemingly saying "keep away." Unlike Su Jinshue's aloofness, Li Wan exuded an imposing aura, conveying the message from head to toe, "I'm not someone to be trifled with." Bai Lang cursed inwardly, "Why did I run into her here? What a twist of fate." Li Wan is a strange woman. She has a negative impression of Bai Lang and is usually moody. She also insists that Bai Lang is a scumbag. Bai Lang and Wang Jing are now queuing up with their child. Even passers-by would easily misunderstand, and Li Wan, needless to say, would definitely label Bai Lang a scumbag. If they were to promote it at school, Bai Lang's identity as a scumbag is now confirmed. How should we reward Jiang Xiaoyu? There are so many people in line right now, how about we go look around somewhere else first? Bai Lang had a sudden inspiration. Since Li Wan was already in line, he could just take advantage of the time difference. Wang Jing paused for a moment, thinking that the line wasn't that long, but still nodded, "Okay." Lin Lin, on the other hand, looked disappointed. "Huh? We can't see the giant pandas now?" "Yes, you can see them, but the panda enclosure isn't open yet. We can walk around for a bit and then come back to see the pandas." Bai Lang offered words of comfort, and Lin Lin pouted and nodded, reluctantly agreeing. Something unexpected happened. Lin Lin was held in Bai Lang's arms, gazing longingly at the Panda Pavilion sign. She noticed the group of people queuing up and suddenly blurted out, "Mommy, that lady is so pretty. Just as pretty as you." The child's innocent words attracted everyone's attention. Li Wan, who was in line, turned her head and saw a little girl pointing at her. The little girl was being held by her father, while her mother stood to the side, giving Li Wan a somewhat apologetic smile. Li Wan wasn't going to get angry with the child. She smiled and nodded at the girl's mother, thinking to herself, this little girl isn't lying. Her mother is indeed very beautiful, but why does her father's back look a little familiar? Chapter 65 isn't bad either. Let's hurry up and go. I just looked at the map, and there are still many rare bird exhibits around here. Bai Lang didn't dare to turn around. He was afraid that he would make eye contact with Li Wan, which would be too awkward, so it was better not to meet her. Linlin tilted her head and asked, Brother Bai, what is Makoto? Most of them are chicks with wings that can fly. You'll see when you see them. As Bai Lang explained, he walked forward nervously, afraid that Li Wan would notice something. That girl with glasses has an unusual way of thinking. If they recognize Bai Lang, something might happen that could affect Wang Jing's favorability. Wang Jing followed with a smile, why are you walking so fast? The woman Linlin just saw was really beautiful, why didn't you even glance at her? Of course I won't watch it. If they recognize me, I'm doomed. Bai Lang thought to himself, but said in a fawning tone, what woman could be prettier than Sister Jing? If I want to see a beautiful woman, I can just look at you, right? Linlin nodded in agreement, that's right, Mom is the most beautiful. You two bootlickers, I'm already old, I'm not as pretty as that woman from before. Wang Jing verbally admitted defeat. The corners of her mouth turned up slightly, clearly enjoying Bai Lang and Linlin's praise. Women, there is no woman who doesn't love beauty. The three chatted and laughed, and soon left the panda enclosure and went to the nearby songbird enclosure. You can hear the chattering even before you go inside. Bai Lang breathed a sigh of relief. He was lucky to have avoided Li Wan without any serious injury. It's quite strange, though. Li Wan should have just returned to China not long ago, so why did she suddenly come to Hongshan Zoo without anyone with her? That being said, Li Wan, an intellectual woman with glasses, came to the zoo alone to see the giant pandas, which was quite an endearing contrast. But let's not meet again today. Bai Lang prayed silently. His main task today was to focus on Wang Jing and Dong Linlin, and he did not want anyone else to get involved. Once inside the birdhouse, there are a large number of bird cages containing all kinds of birds. The sound was loud, even a bit harsh. Bai Lang and Wang Jing didn't find the noisy environment very interesting, but Dong Linlin quite liked it, laughing and making strange noises along with the birds. They completely forgot about the allure of the giant panda. After leaving, to be on the safe side, Bai Lang decided to continue visiting the Crane Pavilion and Pheasant Garden. These two places offer a better viewing experience, they're less noisy, and you can see two completely different animals. Cranes are exceptionally gentle, their movements as elegant as those of gentlemen and ladies, and they are characterized by their stable personalities. Pheasants, on the other hand, are full of energy, with colorful chicks frolicking about. It took almost an hour to visit all three places. Even if Li Wan loves giant pandas, she must have had enough of that time. Bai Lang felt the time was right and decisively turned back, it's about time, let's go see the giant pandas. Wang Jing and Dong Linlin naturally had no objections. Returned to the panda enclosure. The venue was open, and there were many people coming and going, which was completely different from the previous rare bird exhibits. It just goes to show how irresistible the national treasures are. Seeing so many people, Wang Jing planned to pick up Dong Linlin, as it wasn't safe to hold a child's hand in this kind of situation. But then she turned around. Bai Lang immediately took action, scooped up Dong Linlin, and joked with a smile, Sister Jing, you can take Linlin home and hug her later. She's mine today. Dong Linlin was also quite happy, yes, brother Bai, hug me. The two had only spent less than a day together, yet they acted so intimately, which amazed Wang Jing. In fact, Dong Linlin is a bit shy. Occasionally, when Wang Jing takes her out to meet the company, Dong Linlin remains somewhat introverted, whether facing male or female colleagues. She doesn't like to talk and is very shy. But when facing Bai Lang, Dong Linlin didn't feel that way at all, and instead acted very lively. While feeling fortunate, Wang Jing also developed a more favorable impression of Bai Lang. Not only because of the life-saving grace last time, Bai Lang took meticulous care of Dong Linlin during this trip to the zoo. Even Wang Jing seemed to enjoy it, taking the rare opportunity to put aside her parents' worries and experience the beauty of the zoo. She hadn't felt this relaxed in a long time since her husband passed away. She was always on edge, afraid of doing anything to mistreat Dong Linlin. This sense of comfort. It wasn't something Bai Lang deliberately created, it's just that Wang Jing, as a single mother, naturally lacks a sense of security and worries about her and her child's future. No matter how young Bai Lang is, he is still a man. For Wang Jing, having a man she could rely on was something she had always dreamed of. If this man can still satisfy Don Lin Lin, it's not that it can't be done, is it? A thought popped into Wang Jing's head, and her charming face flushed slightly as she realized she was overthinking things. Why are you overthinking it? Bai Lang is so young, how could he possibly be interested in a middle-aged woman like her? Just as Wang Jing was lost in thought, Bai Lang walked into the panda enclosure with a tense expression, still a little flustered, worried that Li Wan hadn't arrived yet. People were coming and going in the panda enclosure, but I didn't see any areas where men were gathered. I'm sure Li Wan wasn't there, otherwise, given that woman's looks, it will inevitably attract many men to watch. I really am a genius. I can easily resolve such a dangerous situation. No wonder the system chose me. Bai Lang beamed with joy, then took a moment to check Wang Jing's favorability rating, only to be completely stunned by what he saw. Wang Jing's favorability rating is 69. What happened? My favorability rating suddenly went up. Bai Lang was a little puzzled, thinking that he hadn't done anything special just now. He had just taken care of Dong Lin Lin as usual. Could it be that Wang Jing was moved? Bai Lang shook his head. Even though he was a seasoned simp, he still couldn't understand women's hearts. However, an increase in favorability is a good thing. Although the panda enclosure is large, it gets a bit crowded because of the large number of people coming and going. Bai Lang, carrying Dong Lin Lin, finally managed to squeeze into the panoramic glass enclosure of the pandas and saw the large, robust pandas. Dong Lin Lin immediately got excited and almost bumped her head on the glass, giant panda. Bai Lang reacted quickly, immediately embracing Dong Lin Lin. He then found a jade-like arm wrapped around his waist, and a soft, yielding force came from behind him. This kind of person possesses extraordinary skills. Bai Lang knew who it was without even turning around. Sister Jing, you should be mindful of your image in public. A gentle voice came from behind. I was just worried about Lin Lin. It's okay, we'll just go to a less crowded place next time. Bai Lang interrupted with a grin, and then suddenly reached out and pulled Wang Jing from behind him to his front. Wang Jing and Dong Lin Lin were instantly side by side. At first glance, it seems as if Bai Lang is embracing two women, one with a child and the other with a wife. Wang Jing felt the hot body behind her and struggled shyly, saying, "Let me go." Bai Lang whispered in her ear, "Sister Jing, it's easier for strangers to take advantage of you if you stand in the back. It's safer this way." Yes, it's easy for strangers to take advantage of you when you're in the back. It's better to let this kid have it. The thought popped into Wang Jing's head almost unconsciously, and she finally stopped what she was doing, obediently hiding in Bai Lang's arms. After Dong Lin Lin had her fill of fun, Bai Lang then pulled the two away from the crowd. Once away from the crowd, Wang Jing suddenly asked, "I'm going to the restroom, Lin Lin, do you want to come?" Dong Lin Lin shook her head, "No." Wang Jing nodded, then glared at Bai Lang for no apparent reason, before hurriedly running to the restroom. Bai Lang was completely bewildered. What's going on? Chapter 66 Isn't a chick a chicken? Regarding the change in Wang Jing's attitude, Bai Lang didn't panic, since the favorability rating hadn't dropped, which meant he hadn't made a mistake. As for Wang Jing's charming eye roll just now, was it just a mature woman's little temper? Bai Lang couldn't understand, so he looked at Dong Lin Lin in his arms and asked, "Lin Lin, is your mother angry?" "No, my mom is especially happy today. I usually don't see her smile more than a few times a day." Dong Lin Lin is quite honest. Bai Lang nodded, also feeling that he had performed well today, and stopped worrying about Wang Jing's petty temper. At the same time, Wang Jing, in the restroom, also breathed a sigh of relief, feeling her legs go weak. A blush rose on her pretty face. We were just standing together, and yet. Maybe it's true, it's been too long since I've been in contact with a man. Wang Jing recalled the scene from earlier, the moment when she and Dong Lin Lin were nestled in Bai Lang's arms, and felt a special sense of security. The mother and daughter don't need to worry about anything else, they only need to focus on the adorable giant panda, creating an atmosphere like that of a family of three. The father shelters the child from the wind and rain, while the mother only needs to take care of the child, each fulfilling their respective roles. The situation seems exceptionally comfortable. Wang Jing had gotten used to it, even a little addicted, and hoped that Bai Lang could appear in her life more often. If he's sincere, perhaps. Wang Jing muttered to herself as she walked out of the restroom. Just as she reached the sink, she saw a familiar figure. It was the beautiful woman that Dong Linlin had pointed out earlier. Wang Jing politely approached and said, "Hello, my daughter was a little rude just now, I'm so sorry." Li Wan recognized Wang Jing and nodded with a smile. "Hello, what's wrong with a child talking? Besides, your daughter is very cute. How old is she this year?" Wang Jing said, 2 months short of 3 years. That's really clever. Did you come as a family of 3? Actually, no, my husband had an accident, so. I'm so sorry, I didn't expect it to be like this. Li Wan looked apologetic. I thought it was just casual conversation, but I ended up stepping on someone's landmine. Thinking of that beautiful little girl who had lost her father, Li Wan felt a pang of sadness at the unpredictability of life. Wang Jing waved her hand. "It's okay, I wouldn't have said anything if I cared." A hint of admiration appeared in Li Wan's eyes. If it were her, she definitely wouldn't be able to get over the pain of losing her husband. Then who is the one with you? Wang Jing's smile was somewhat subtle. "I met this friend by chance, and my daughter Linlin happens to like her, so we came out for a stroll together." I'm afraid it's more than just friendship, isn't it? Li Wan sensed the underlying meaning and felt that Wang Jing's attitude was ambiguous. If nothing unexpected happened, that person should have a chance to become the father of her child. But thinking back to that figure carrying the child, it feels very familiar. Unable to contain her curiosity, Li Wan asked, "Excuse me, what's your friend's name?" Outside the toilet, Bai Lang carried Dong Linlin around the neighborhood. Although there were no animal exhibits nearby, there were many cartoon animal murals. Dong Linlin ran back and forth, shaking her head, identifying each mural on the wall. "This is an elephant, this is a giraffe, this is a giant panda, this is a tiger." Bai Lang couldn't help but chuckle as he corrected, "It's a tiger." Dong Linlin pouted and repeated, "Tiger." "Fine, tiger it is then." Bai Lang slapped his forehead. That's just how kids are. They're not even 3 years old yet. It's already quite clever of them to be able to say so much. Dong Linlin grinned and raised her hands again. "Daddy, hug me." Bai Lang picked up the child while correcting him. "Hey, it's no problem for me to hold you, but I'm not your father." "Why?" Dong Linlin asked, pouting. "Don't you like me?" "I like you, but your mother said I can't be your father." "Don't you like my mom?" This. Bai Lang was speechless. It's just that kids say the darndest things who ask such a direct question. And they don't seem to think it's offensive at all. Should he say he likes it or not? Logically speaking, if they wanted to reveal Wang Jing's reward, they should have made Dong Linlin their wingman. However, Bai Lang felt a little reluctant. Dong Linlin is still a child. Using such a young child to win over her mother is truly inhumane. Moreover, she is a child from a single-parent family. This is even worse than Bai Lang's situation before. At least Bai Lang met his biological father when he was a child. Dong Linlin probably doesn't even remember it. Bai Lang thought for a moment and said the truth, "I like it a little, but not that much." Dong Linlin tilted her head. "So, do you like it or not?" "Well." Bai Lang was speechless, unsure how to explain. Then a thought suddenly came to mind. "By the way, Linlin, you love giant pandas the most, right?" Dong Linlin nodded, "Yes." Bai Lang then asked, "What about the other animals? Didn't you really like that little chick with green feathers on its head before? Do you like that chick more or the giant panda?" Dong Linlin answered decisively, "Giant panda." Bai Lang smiled slightly. "That's right. You like giant pandas the most, and you also like that little chick, but that little chick can never compare to the giant panda." "Oh, so you mistook your mother for a chicken?" Dong Linlin suddenly realized something and blurted out an extremely explosive summary. Bai Lang was dumbfounded. Hearing this, passers-by stopped and looked at Bai Lang suspiciously. Some even took out their phones to call the police. They probably mistook Bai Lang for a human trafficker. After all, a normal person wouldn't say such a thing to a child. Bai Lang, sweating profusely, quickly corrected her. "Linlin, you need to say the whole thing. I meant the chick in the pheasant garden, not just any chicken." Dong Linlin didn't quite understand. "Isn't a chick a chicken?" "Well, they're not quite the same. I'll have your mom explain later." Bai Lang really didn't dare to continue. With everyone watching her intently, if Dong Linlin were to utter another memorable line, a group of people would likely pounce on her. Why isn't Jing back yet? Bai Lang thought to himself, "This is the first time I've felt so much pressure. It feels much more dangerous than being at school. After all, if you're a sycophant at school, people will at most laugh at you behind your back. If someone were mistaken for a human trafficker now, they would definitely be beaten up in the street, and it's uncertain whether they could even survive until the police arrived. Fortunately, Wang Jing was released. Bai Lang had just breathed a sigh of relief when his face froze instantly, because an unexpected person was following behind Wang Jing. What's Li Wan doing here? Are you kidding me? I managed to avoid it, how could I possibly run into it again? Wang Jing walked over with a smile and took the initiative to introduce Li Wan. Bai Lang, this is the pretty lady Li Wan that Lin Lin mentioned before. I didn't expect to run into her again while I was in the restroom. Li Wan looked at Bai Lang with a half smile. Bai Lang, how are you? Bai Lang was completely dumbfounded. He felt that Li Wan was pretending not to know him. Was she giving him a chance? Wrong. This woman hates scumbags so much, there's no reason for her to cover for Bai Lang, it must be a trap. Since he's already confirmed as a scumbag, might as well just be direct. Bai Lang steeled his heart and unleashed his acting prowess, honed from forgetting his homework since childhood. Hey, Teacher Li, what are you doing here? Chapter 67. This is outrageous. Li Wan suddenly appeared. After being initially bewildered, Bai Lang quickly came up with a series of solutions. The first thing to do is pretend you don't know them. After all, Li Wan's question at the beginning showed that she did not seem to want to reveal Bai Lang's identity. But is that really the case? Li Wan hates scumbags so much, and her affection for Bai Lang is negative, so how could she possibly cover for Bai Lang? Bai Lang instantly realized that this was a trap. If you pretend not to know her and go along with Li Wan's words, you'll probably be exposed in the next second. Therefore, Bai Lang got straight to the point, directly stating Li Wan's identity and indicating that the two knew each other. Wang Jing was quite surprised. Huh, you two know each other? Li Wan was also somewhat surprised, and squinted her eyes, saying, yes, do we know each other? TCH, still putting on airs. Bai Lang thought to himself, but said matter-of-factly, of course I know you, Teacher Li. I took your class just a couple of days ago. You probably don't remember. Li Wan pushed up her black-rimmed glasses. Really? Yes, you probably don't remember. Bai Lang nodded with a smile, thinking to himself that this bespectacled woman must have ulterior motives, otherwise she wouldn't have pretended not to know him. Woman, your little scheme has been seen through. Li Wan looked Bai Lang up and down, then suddenly exclaimed in a ridiculously fake way, oh, it's Bai Lang. It's me, Teacher Li, hello. Bai Lang smiled on the surface, but in his heart he thought the girl with glasses was quite good at pretending, even though she had just called yesterday. Isn't she just always trying to become a judge in beauty pageants? Are you pretending to have amnesia now? Women are indeed born actresses. Seeing that Wang Jing was a little confused, Bai Lang took the initiative to explain, this is a teacher at our school, who happens to teach my major courses. I didn't expect to run into her here. Wang Jing suddenly realized, so that's how it is. No wonder Teacher Li asked your name earlier. She must have thought you looked very familiar. Ha, they even asked for my name beforehand. They pretended not to know each other when they met. There was definitely a conspiracy. Bai Lang chuckled a few times, then used Dong Lin Lin in his arms to change the subject. By the way, Lin Lin still wants to see the tigers, shall we go now? Dong Lin Lin raised both hands, big tiger. Wang Jing was about to nod, but seeing Li Wan beside her, she politely asked, Teacher Li, would you like to come along? What the heck, why did Sister Jing provoke her? Bai Lang sensed something was wrong and prayed that the girl with glasses wouldn't agree. Li Wan smiled slightly and looked at Bai Lang meaningfully. Can I go? Teacher Li, what are you saying? It's just a trip to the zoo. It would be great if you could come along, but if you have something to do. Bai Lang's insincere reply. Li Wan interrupted before he could finish, saying, since you've extended such a warm invitation, I'll accompany you on your shopping trip. Damn, who invited me? What is this girl with glasses thinking? Ultimately, Li Wan joined the family of 3. The 4 were on their way to the tiger enclosure. Dong Linlin suddenly blurted out, Mom, brother Bai thinks you're a chicken. Ah? Wang Jing was completely stunned and looked at Bai Lang with some surprise. If it weren't for her goodwill level of 69, she would definitely feel disgusted upon hearing such abrupt words. However, the level of favorability has risen to this stage. When Wang Jing heard these words, she would subconsciously think it was a misunderstanding. After all, she had a very good impression of Bai Lang. Li Wanmei, standing to the side, narrowed her eyes, a cold smile playing on her delicate lips, and muttered silently, scumbag. Bai Lang felt a little embarrassed. If it were just Wang Jing who heard this, it wouldn't be a big deal. Unfortunately, Li Wan was right next to her. Since they met, Li Wan's favorability rating has plummeted, from an initial 61 to 77. I wonder if it's just psychological. Bai Lang noticed that the favorability rating displayed for Li Wan had changed from white to a slightly reddish hue. Just like a red name in online games. Only an enemy would do that. Bai Lang was a little scared. At this rate of decline, he might get stabbed by Li Wan one day. How could it be so exaggerated? Bai Lang quickly explained, it's a misunderstanding. Lin Lin misheard. I gave her an analogy earlier, comparing the chicks in the pheasant farm to giant pandas. He gave a brief explanation of the situation, but omitted the part about how he had a slight liking for Wang Jing. They only said it was for children's science education. Wang Jing said irritably, don't teach her nonsense. Lin Lin is not even 3 years old yet, how would she understand this rubbish? It won't happen again next time. Bai Lang nodded guiltily. Li Wan, who was standing to the side, smiled and suddenly interjected, Bai Lang is actually quite warm-hearted. He's always been very popular at school. I didn't expect him to be so good at taking care of children. Bai Lang frowned. My instincts told me something was wrong after all. With her current negative impression of him, the girl with glasses was unlikely to say anything good about him. Really? Wang Jing asked curiously, was he popular at school? Li Wan nodded naturally, it's great, I'm never short of girls around me. Wang Jing's expression changed slightly, and she looked at Bai Lang with a hint of suspicion. Most women dislike philandering scumbags, let alone single mothers with children. Suddenly, I realized that Bai Lang might be a scumbag. Wang Jing's favorability rating instantly dropped from 69 to 67. Good grief, those two sentences dropped my favorability rating by 2 points. Damn it, this woman is deliberately spreading rumors. Bai Lang was so angry he gritted his teeth. He was pretty sure the girl with glasses was doing it on purpose, probably trying to ruin his relationship with Wang Jing. And he lied. He was a model student at school, and there weren't many girls around him except for Su Jinxue. He hadn't even had much contact with Jiang Xiaoyu yet. Bai Lang was not happy. Teacherly, you can't just say things like that. There aren't any girls around me. Li Wan retorted with a smile, really? I've seen you with a girl a lot. She seems to be the school beauty. What's your relationship? Wang Jing stared silently at Bai Lang. Sweating profusely, Bai Lang forced a smile and explained, we're just classmates and friends. Li Wan pretended to suddenly realize something. Oh, I see. Maybe the teacher misunderstood. I saw you two always together, so I thought you were a couple. Wang Jing's favorability rating continues to decline, 65. Bai Lang was speechless. When they met today, Wang Jing's favorability rating was 61, and after several ambiguous encounters, it reached 69. This was originally considered an overachievement of the task. As a result, Li Wan cut today's results in half within minutes of taking the stage. This girl with glasses seems to be my nemesis. Bai Lang thought to himself, not daring to continue the conversation, otherwise Wang Jing's favorability rating might drop below 60. Visiting the tiger enclosure was actually much easier. Although Li Wan is harsh, she seems to really enjoy watching animals. Once she saw the tiger, her attention was no longer on Bai Lang. Bai Lang took the opportunity to take care of Dong Linlin and Wang Jing. By bringing Wang Jing's favorability back to 67, we can say that we have stabilized our basic base. After we finished shopping, Li Wan patted Dong Linlin's head and took her leave, saying, I have something to do, so I won't accompany you any longer. Wang Jing was as polite as ever, then take care on your journey. Let's meet again next time if there's a chance. Okay, Li Wan nodded, then looked at Bai Lang. What, you left without saying goodbye? Take care, teacher Li. Bai Lang flashed a professional smile, thinking to himself, enough with the nonsense, let's get going. Li Wan turned and left, leaving behind her last words, by the way, I have a class with your class tomorrow morning. Come to my office before class. Don't spend all your time hanging out with those girls. Wang Jing's favorability rating, 65. Bai Lang clenched his fists, cursing inwardly, this is outrageous. If you utter another word, I'll make you cry. As it turned out, Li Wan actually turned around and waved to Dong Linlin, Linlin, see you next time. Dong Linlin waved with a grin, goodbye. Chapter 68 Tablets are more convenient. All that hard work for half a day was wiped out by a few words. This is the most accurate portrayal of Bai Lang today. At first, he got along very well with Wang Jing and Dong Linlin, and his favorability towards them increased accordingly. As a result, Li Wan appeared. A few words led to a misunderstanding with Wang Jing. Even after Li Wan left, Wang Jing remained wary of Bai Lang and left with Dong Linlin after lunch. Bai Lang was truly on the verge of tears. Although Wang Jing's favorability rating was 66 when she left. It was much higher than this morning, but we had a chance to reach the 70-point mark today, but it was all for nothing. Damn it, I have to teach Li Wan a lesson, or I won't be able to swallow this insult. Bai Lang made up his mind. We must take revenge on Li Wan severely. The best way is to increase her favorability and then get a huge reward. Finally, they broke up without any mercy. Who told Li Wan, that bespectacled girl, to be so unreasonable? Bai Lang didn't provoke her, so why should she interfere with Bai Lang making money? Cutting off someone's livelihood is like killing their parents. Bai Lang returned to the dormitory in a huff, only to find no one there and no idea where the other three had gone. He could only vent his anger on Dai Wenxiang's laptop. Damn! These are all idiot bots, they can't even pass the ball properly. Damn it! That big guy had an open shot and still missed. You should just retire. Damn it! They're all sealed to their faces, so why are they all hollow inside the net? Are they aliens? Bai Lang cursed and swore, but finally couldn't take it anymore, so he opened the cheat engine and started torturing the AI. That's when we finally found a decent player experience. We played until the sun was almost setting. Dai Wenxiang returned and was quite surprised to see Bai Lang sitting there playing on the computer when he opened the door. Old Bai? Didn't you go out on a date? When did you get back? As they were talking, Hui Yangming and Zhang Mingyuan followed them into the house. Bai Lang didn't even turn his head before replying, who went on a date? I just went out for lunch. Where did the three of you go this afternoon? Hui Yangming replied, not just this afternoon, the three of us visited every printing shop in the vicinity today, and finally we decided on the small gifts. Is it settled? Bai Lang was taken aback. He turned his head and looked around, only to find that the three of them were carrying several large bags of things. He quickly paused the game and went over to help. The four of them unloaded their things, and Dai Wenxiang took out a small pencil case with the slogan First Beauty Pageant printed on it. This little thing would make a good promotional gift, wouldn't it? Great job! You've accomplished something big today. Bai Lang touched the pencil case and found that the quality was acceptable, more than enough to make a small gift. College students don't use many things on a daily basis, such as pencil cases and water bottles, but water bottles are a bit expensive. Pencil cases are cheaper. Dai Wenxiang said with a smug look, thanks to my uncle, who happens to know someone at the processing plant, he made samples for us with just one phone call and even sent us several cups. Hui Yangming said irritably, then you still took our 5,000 yuan deposit. Yangming, Dai Wenxiang rolled his eyes, you really don't know anything about this business. Try going to a processing plant yourself, they won't even look at a machine unless you offer tens of thousands of dollars. Bai Lang nodded in agreement, indeed, Lao Dai deserves a lot of credit this time. We'll let you say a few words at the start of the competition. Dai Wenxiang grinned, really? Then I'll have to prepare some drafts. Bai Lang laughed and said, prepare well, but just a pencil case is a bit stingy. I'll have the factory prepare a paper bag later, and it will look much more professional with proper packaging. No problem, Dai Wenxiang readily agreed. It's just a matter of making a phone call, but the price can't be less. It's okay, I have a place to get sponsorships. I'll just put up a banner for the sponsors. Bai Lang wasn't worried at all. If the event is large enough, there will be no shortage of sponsors. After finishing their business, Bai Lang sat back down at the computer, ready to finish the game. Dai Wenxiang sneakily sat down next to him. Old Bai, how did you fare today? Bai Lang countered, what results? Dai Wenxiang said with some dissatisfaction, are you still pretending with me? You're even wearing perfume today. Dare to say you didn't go on a date? Before Bai Lang could deny it. Dai Wenxiang suddenly sniffed Bai Lang and immediately asserted, you smell like a woman. Bullshit, this smells like a little girl. I've been babysitting all day. Bai Lang's head was covered in black lines. What kind of woman is he? He used all his energy on Dong Linlin today. Dai Wenxiang seemed thoughtful. Seeing that Bai Lang didn't seem to be lying, he couldn't help but imagine, could it be that Lao Bai flirted with a married woman today, and she even had a child with her? Wow, that's some serious business acumen. He can even hook up with married women. Dai Wenxiang was incredibly envious he didn't even have a girlfriend, unlike Bai Lang who had so many romantic relationships. He has the school beauty by his side at school, and he can also have secret rendezvous with married women outside the school gates. Married women are said to be good in bed and not clingy, no wonder Bai Lang was driven half to death. Just thinking about it is exciting. Dai Wenxiang couldn't help but fantasize. When he came back to his senses, Bai Lang's game was over, and the laptop was empty and no one was using it. Glug! Dai Wenxiang looked around, then secretly sat down in front of the computer and opened the long-forgotten study folder. It turned out to be empty. Dai Wenxiang stared in disbelief. Holy crap, which bastard deleted all my movies? Gui Yangming had just stepped out of the restroom when he proactively admitted, I didn't delete it. I moved it to your tablet for you. Dai Wenxiang breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it wasn't deleted, why did you move it to the tablet? Gui Yangming's smile was somewhat ambiguous. In bed, a tablet is more convenient. Is that so? Dai Wenxiang seemed to be deep in thought. That evening, Dai Wenxiang secretly climbed out of bed and took the tablet under the covers. He opened the long-treasured film, The Husband and Wife's Crime, and the moment the camera started rolling, he felt like he was seeing a new world. Holy crap! This viewing experience is so much better. The next morning, Bai Lang was half asleep when he suddenly felt his phone vibrate. He picked it up and saw several messages from Li Wan. Bai Lang, don't forget to come to the office today. Friendly reminder, the teacher is already in the office, you can come anytime. It's so late, are you still not awake? I glanced at the time again, it was only 6:30. Damn it, this girl with glasses is deliberately picking a fight. Bai Lang was so angry that he couldn't sleep at all. He sat up and got dressed, plotting how to win over Li Wan. This is the first time that Bai Lang has used personal grudges to target his enemy. But who could blame them when Li Wan pushed her luck? But it's really hard to know where to start with a woman with such an eccentric personality. Ordinary thoughtfulness and concern are of little significance, and there's no opportunity to be a hero and save the damsel in distress. Could it be that they hired a few thugs to act? Will it be a classic hero saves the damsel in distress, or a damsel in distress saves the hero? It's not very meaningful with Li Wan's intelligence, she'll probably see through it at a glance. Then let's investigate first and see if there are any loopholes in Li Wan's past. Bai Lang put on his clothes while making plans. A woman who dislikes men has likely had a less than satisfactory relationship, and this could be a breakthrough point. Bai Lang got out of bed and went to the school cafeteria to buy a bag of breakfast, a professional habit he developed as a simp, never seeing a girl empty-handed. Chapter 69. So, would you be my boyfriend? School cafeteria. Bai Lang yawned, slowly walked in, and said at the window, 2 servings of everything except soups and broths, and 5 servings of eggs and milk. The cafeteria lady at the window was new and had never seen breakfast bought like this before. Huh? Before I could ask, the female manager who had been watching me from behind walked over and said, Xiao Bai, here to buy breakfast again? Good morning, Sister Yun. The usual is fine. Bai Lang greeted him with a smile. The female manager explained to the cafeteria worker, take it according to his request. This is a big customer of our cafeteria. For the past 3 months, Bai Lang has been a frequent visitor to the cafeteria, and each time he comes, it's like he's going on a big shopping spree. Over time, even Sun Yun, the female manager of the cafeteria, has taken notice of him. The cafeteria staff are preparing breakfast. Sun Yun teased through the window, Xiao Bai, are you making breakfast for Su Jinxue again? It's no secret that Bai Lang is a sycophant. The news spread throughout the school, and naturally, the female manager of the cafeteria had also heard about it. Bai Lang joked casually, no, I suddenly realized there's someone prettier than Su Jinxue, so I'm going to switch my pursuit to someone else. Sun Yun asked curiously, who is it? It's Sister Yun, Bai Lang said with a grin. I just realized how beautiful you are. I should have known better than to pursue Su Jinxue. It was such a waste of time. Sun Yun was already married, so she wasn't afraid of young people joking around, not to mention that Bai Lang was quite handsome. Women are generally more forgiving of handsome men, just as men are more forgiving of beautiful women. Sun Yun covered her mouth and chuckled, oh, is little Bai planning to give up now? Trying to live off his older sister? Bai Lang patted his stomach in a mock manner, I have a sensitive stomach, so being a kept man is just right for me. Pfft, if you're so bold, say that to Su Jinshua's face. You flirted with me while she wasn't looking, and I'll tell her about it later. Sun Yun rolled her eyes reproachfully. She isn't particularly beautiful, usually appearing to be around 70, but her poised and elegant demeanor attracts many young people. Many male students at the school frequently come to the cafeteria, specifically to see Sun Yun. After all, she's a pretty older woman with a very open and uninhibited way of chatting, much more so than aloof girls. Sure, I'm just saying. Su Jinxue and I are friends. Actually. Bai Lang wanted to continue joking. Suddenly, a girl called out from behind, Bai Lang? Bai Lang turned around in response. It turned out to be Zhou Lia. What a coincidence! Why are you here? Let's have breakfast. Zhou Lia answered with a smile, but as she spoke, she glanced at Sun Yun at the window, a hint of hostility in her eyes. There were other people present. Sun Yun didn't want to chat with Bai Lang for too long, lest people gossip, so she turned around and went backstage. Just then, the cafeteria lady finished preparing Bai Lang's breakfast. Young man, your breakfast is ready. Swipe your card. Okay. Bai Lang nodded. The card was swiped and over 70 yuan was deducted, which was a normal amount. Ever since he started being a simp, he spent a lot on this. At first, he felt a little heartache, but after a while, he became numb to it. You can't catch a wolf without risking your cub. You have to spend money when you need to, otherwise how will you make big money? Bai Lang carried the breakfast and handed it to Zhou Lia first. Have some first? Zhou Lia was pleasantly surprised. Aren't you afraid Su Jinxue will be angry if you let me eat first? No, this wasn't prepared for her. Let's sit down and eat first. Bai Lang chuckled to himself, glanced at the clock on the wall, and realized he still had some free time. Zhou Lia nodded obediently. I found a seat nearby. Zhou Lia picked up a steamed bun with some emotion. I never thought I'd get to eat your breakfast. Bai Lang was taken aback. This isn't the first time, is it? I've brought breakfast to your dorm several times before, haven't I? He used to fawn over Su Jinxue quite a bit. He not only took care of Su Jinxue, but also her 3 roommates, showing meticulous care. Zhou Lia took a bite of the steamed bun and said somewhat stiffly, that's what Su Jinxue left over, it's different. Nonsense, I bought them separately, I definitely haven't eaten them. Bai Lang rolled his eyes. He's a professional at being a simp. He wouldn't give someone else leftover breakfast unless it's one of those 3 idiots in his dorm. Zhou Lia snorted, silently finished her steamed bun, and suddenly sat up straight. Bai Lang, there's something I want to ask you? Bai Lang asked in return, what is it? Are you a jerk? Of course not. If not, you clearly established a relationship with Su Jinxue, so why did you hook up with Jiang Xiaoyu? How come you? Bai Lang's smile vanished. How could Zhou Lia have found out about his relationship with Jiang Xiaoyu? There's another question. So, did Zhou Lia tell Su Jinxue after she found out? Probably not. If Su Jinxue knew, she would probably have already questioned Bai Lang about what happened. After all, the last time Bai Lang and Zhou Lia were a little intimate, Su Jinxue immediately sent a message to question them, acting like a busybody. If you don't want others to know, then don't do it in the first place. Some things simply cannot be hidden. Zhou Lia smiled slightly. If she hadn't witnessed it herself that night, she probably would have been kept in the dark. Bai Lang was a little nervous, though he didn't know why he was nervous. He and Su Jinxue were just best friends, but he was afraid that Su Jinxue would find out about this. Zhou Lia continued, what, you're afraid to admit it? This. Bai Lang initially wanted to deny it, but seeing Zhou Lia's confident assertion, he became somewhat intimidated. In the end, I could only honestly answer, Su Jinxue and I are just friends, and the same goes for Jiang Xiaoyu. I am not two-timing. Ha, Zhou Lia sneered, do you think I'm stupid? You and Su Jinxue are so close, and now you're saying you two are just friends? Bai Lang sighed, they are truly friends. I have never thought about dating them, nor have I taken anything further. If you don't believe me, go ask Su Jinxue. Zhou Lia laughed, although I don't like Su Jinxue, I dislike scumbags who play with feelings even more. Bai Lang, don't you think you've gone too far? Actually, I wasn't pursuing them, I just wanted to be friends with them, I didn't intend to take it any further. Bai Lang couldn't reveal the system's name, so he could only explain it in simpler terms. Having a simp system means he can only make money this way. He's not exactly a scumbag. You think I'd believe that? Zhou Lia outwardly disbelieved, but inwardly she somewhat believed Bai Lang's words. Because Su Jinxue stayed in the dormitory afterward. Su Jinxue often chats with Yuan Fong, and occasionally Yuan Fan will ask Su Jinxue about the progress of her relationship with Bai Lang. Zhou Lia had overheard some things and discovered that Su Jinxue and Bai Lang had never even kissed, which was completely unlike their seemingly intimate relationship. However, Su Jinxue seems to really like Bai Lang, so she probably won't refuse this kind of thing. Zhou Lia was puzzled at the time. If the two were really dating, why didn't they have any intimate gestures? Now we hear Bai Lang's absurd explanation. Zhou Lia believed it instantly. Perhaps the statement was absurd, but Bai Lang really didn't seem to have those kinds of thoughts about Su Jinxue. If they were truly a couple, Bai Lang would probably have already taken Su Jinxue to a hotel room. Zhou Lia was silent for a moment, then suddenly asked a surprising question. In that case, would you be willing to be my boyfriend? Bai Lang? Chapter 70. Take as you please. Sometimes, Bai Lang really doesn't understand girls' thought processes. One second Zhou Lia was blaming him for being a scumbag, and the next second she wanted him to be her boyfriend. There's some logic to this turn of events. Actually, Zhou Lia had her own little thoughts. Bai Lang was actually her type. He's handsome, has a great sense of humor, and is incredibly attentive to the girls he likes. He has many advantages, but his only disadvantage is that he likes Su Jinxue. This shortcoming is understandable. After all, Su Jinxue is so beautiful that even Zhou Lia, who is also a girl, secretly envies her. Originally, Bai Lang was pursuing Su Jinxue. Zhou Lia could only watch from the sidelines, knowing she was inferior to Su Jinxue and therefore had no right to criticize. Moreover, Su Jinshua's attitude has changed recently, and she seems to be accepting Bai Lang. It looks like the two are about to get married. Zhou Lia completely abandoned the idea. But that very night, by chance, Zhou Lia saw a turning point. Bai Lang escorted Zhang Xiaoyu back to her dormitory. It was late at night, and the two of them were alone. Who would believe that nothing was going on? Whether it's a misunderstanding or not, it's an opportunity. After much deliberation, Zhou Lia decided not to tell Su Jinxue about it, but instead confronted Bai Lang first. You just said that you are friends with Su Jinxue and Zhang Xiaoyu, so you don't have a girlfriend right now, right? Zhou Lia asked with a smile. Bai Lang was a little nervous, sensing that the other party had ill intentions. Yes, what's wrong? You don't have a girlfriend, Zhou Lia said matter-of-factly. And I don't have a boyfriend either, so we can make a perfect pair. What, you think I'm not as pretty as Su Jinxue? You're already very beautiful, it's just that it all happened so suddenly. Bai Lang was a little confused. Judging from Zhou Lia's attitude, she didn't seem to be joking. Why did the topic change so quickly? It feels a bit like a joke. Zhou Lia took another can of milk from the bag. So, you agree to me being your girlfriend? Well, I don't want to be in a relationship right now. Bai Lang was moved but refused, because he had never been in a serious relationship before. Zhou Lia is quite pretty too. Today, she just put on some light makeup, and her beauty level jumped to 84. It's a source of pride to take your girlfriend out with you. Bai Lang is currently busy making money, using the lickspittle system to accumulate enough wealth to allow him and Gao Cuiyun to live comfortably. That's the most important thing right now. After all, a system falling from the sky is a dream come true for many people. Bai Lang has the opportunity to seize it. Besides, there's no after-sale service for this kind of system. If it suddenly disappears one day, he won't even have time to cry. Now that we have the opportunity, we should naturally prioritize maximizing the rewards and making the most of them. I acquired the system less than 4 months ago. Bai Lang earned over 1 million yuan and also owned a Cullinan, which was quite valuable. He might not be able to afford these things even 10 years after graduation. He has the opportunity to make a lot of money, so how can he indulge in romantic relationships? Zhou Lia was unaware of these hidden details, and only felt that Bai Lang was making excuses. You don't need to make excuses. With Su Jinxue and Zhang Xiaoyu to choose from, of course you look down on me. Bai Lang explained, really, no, I'm not planning to pursue them. I just have more important things to do. Zhou Lia squinted, are you serious? Really, it's even more real than this egg. Bai Lang smiled and nodded, then casually peeled an egg and handed it to Zhou Lia. One of the professional habits of a simp. Zhou Lia readily accepted, and asked with a smile, you said you wouldn't agree, so why are you peeling eggs for me? Are you just keeping me as a backup option? Don't put it so harshly. You have such good taste in choosing me, you should give me some reward. Bai Lang joked with a grin. This was the first time a girl had ever pursued him and asked him to be her boyfriend in person, and it felt pretty good. Jolia pouted and said coquettishly, I mustered up so much courage, and all I got was a boiled egg? Bai Lang rolled his eyes, give it back if you're not going to eat it. You scumbag. Why are you so gentle with Su Jinxue, but so ruthless and aggressive towards me? Jolia laughed and scolded, and seeing Bai Lang about to snatch the egg, she quickly stuffed the peeled egg into her mouth. However, she overestimated her cherry-like lips, and choked after just one bite, cough cough. Bai Lang quickly opened a bottle of milk and handed it to Jolia, drink some milk to help you settle down. Why are you eating so fast? Jolia took a sip, swallowed the egg in her mouth, and glared angrily at Bai Lang, it's all your fault. You said those things, and you bought the eggs. You have to take full responsibility. Your skills at extorting money are getting better and better. How's your forehead? Bai Lang was full of admiration. Following this trend, Jolia will also be a master of staged accidents in the future. With a T0 magic resistance build, she might even do better than him. Jolia proudly raised her head, see for yourself. Last time you just went straight for it, are you embarrassed now? Bai Lang laughed, hey, don't speak so vaguely. I used a towel between my hands that time, so why does it sound so strange to you? Jolia asked with a smile, my mouth is on my own body, what business is it of yours what I say? TSK, fine, I'll just leave it at that, okay? Bai Lang raised his hands in surrender, and suddenly realized that Jolia was quite interesting. Most girls wouldn't joke with boys like that. Everyone knows that male college students are shy. Actually, it's the same for girls. They all worked hard for 3 years of high school. Those who spend all their time dating usually don't get into Yecheng University. While not as socially awkward as Su Jinxue, most girls are relatively conservative. They prefer to be passive. Zhang Xiaoyu is already a lively and cheerful type, capable of organizing activities for both boys and girls, and she is poised and confident. However, Zhang Xiaoyu's generosity only applies to girls. Jolia is a different type, she's a bit too mature. When she talks to Bai Lang, she takes the initiative to flirt, creating an ambiguous feeling between an adult man and a woman. She has a bit of a socialite vibe. Bai Lang was only able to barely handle Jolia because he studied literature about sycophants. If it were an ordinary guy, he would blush after just a few words. Just like now that Bai Lang has surrendered, Jolia is not happy. I told you to look, so look. What, you caused this mess and now you're denying it? The few students scattered around glanced at them. The topic of wearing pants always piques the curiosity of naive and ignorant teenagers. Bai Lang said with a wry smile, Ms. Zhou, can you tone it down a bit? This is a public place. Jolia blushed slightly. No matter how mature she was still a freshman in college. She knew she had gone too far as soon as the words left her mouth, but what girl would admit her mistake? Are you going to look or not? Let me see, can you please keep your voice down? Bai Lang was genuinely scared. If things continued like this, his reputation as a simp would eventually turn into that of a scumbag. That could easily affect making money. Bai Lang immediately got up, walked to Jolia's side, and carefully examined her forehead. Jolia's features are actually quite pretty. Her first flaw is her single eyelids, which can make her look a bit aggressive at first glance, but she looks quite nice after a while. The recovery is going well, you can't even see the swelling anymore. Why are you closing your eyes? Bai Lang was initially checking, but later he noticed that Jolia had her eyes closed and was looking up, as if she were ready to be taken. What does this mean? Does it mean she wants to give him a kiss? Glug. Bai Lang swallowed hard, his heart racing a little. He was genuinely tempted by Jolia's fair and rosy lips. He's never kissed a girl before, is his first kiss going to end like this?